Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301, Registration. The next morning, all of them went to the guild building which is near their area. The main building of the guild is called the Pantheon. It is a wide space with counters for adventurers to talk with their advisors and also has an exchange area. There are also small meeting boxes where adventurers can talk one-on-one with their advisor without anyone else hearing them. From the information they gathered, the main goal of the guild is to manage the monster threat created in the dungeon. Aside from this, the guild buys magic stones, drop loot, and adventurer-created maps of the dungeon. The guild also provides weapons and armor to new adventurers who are just starting out. Entering the building, the group didn't attract attention beyond some curious glance. The guild employees are wearing the standard guild uniform, which is a set of black vest and pants with a white collared long sleeve shirt underneath and a gray bow tie. The only distinguishing feature between the two genders is having black and brown boots for males and black shoes for females. While the adventurers' attires vary widely from tunic to steel armors. Leading the way, Hestia went to the registration area and a male human employee entertained them. Welcome to the guild. Are you here for registration? Yes. I'd like to register for a new familia. My name's Hestia. Understood, Hestia-sama. Please wait for a moment as we pull some of our records. The registration process just took around 20 minutes and they didn't forget to tell the guild employee that this is not their first time receiving a fauna and they're about to level up. Everything is taken care of. Congratulations, I rank Hestia Familia, for your registration. One final thing before you start your adventure, you would need an advisor. The guild staff also take the position of advisors for adventurers, often suggesting at what depth an adventurer should go in a dungeon in accordance to their level and skills, as well as warning them of any special dangers of certain floors and how to prepare against them. A staff member may be in charge of one or more adventurers. Since you're a group, would you like to only have one advisor? The guild employee looked towards Kisuke as he's the one registered as the familia's captain. We'd like just one advisor. Thank you. Understood. Please come with me and I'll show you to a private booth. Once there, I'll be inviting your advisor. Leaving his spot, the staff led them to a room and exited soon after. 10 minutes later, a silver-haired elf entered the room and introduced herself. I'll be your advisor starting today, Sophie. Pleased to meet you. As she introduces herself, she did it in a monotone voice and she didn't even give any effort to hide her unenthusiasm. Hestia was about to protest but Yuruchi immediately stopped her. The rest didn't mind her attitude and Kisuke immediately introduced himself and the others. Urahara-san, do you plan to enter the dungeon today? Sophie asked with her still flat tone. Yes. We're just new to Orario and we would like to make some money for living as soon as possible. Very well. Sophie then proceeded to explain everything about the first few floors. Despite her attitude and tone, she didn't hold any information and put more effort into giving them the warning about the dangers of the dungeon. Everyone except for Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Medusa was surprised at her contrasting demeanor and ended up smiling during her explanation. Sophie furrowed her brows at their reactions. What? There's nothing funny about the dungeon. You could lose your life even from some weak monsters if you let your guard down, so please remember everything I'm saying. Kisuke also wanted to smile but stopped himself and immediately explained, please don't mind them. They're just feeling excited because they've been hearing about the dungeon and the things it could give them even before arriving in Orario. Sophie sighed and accepted his explanation. Did I choose reckless adventurers to advise? Damn it. Those guys would start betting on how long they'll survive again. Still. Be careful. Or better yet, please extinguish that excite of yours as it might hinder your judgment in there. Sophie continued. We understand. Sophie then nodded and stood up, and finally, take this. She passed Kisuke a booklet and when he took a peek inside, it notes what she just explained, even though she could just give this to us from the start. She still took the effort to explain it properly. What a good girl. Kisuke thought. Thank you. Leaving the guild building, Kisuke faced Hestia. What's your plan, Hestia-sama? I'll go to my part job in the northern part of the city. I see. Then good luck with your day. You too, Kisuke-kun, Yuruchi-kun, Aika-kun, Kuroka-kun, Kaneko-kun, Sona-kun, and Medusa-kun. Be careful in there. Don't you dare die. Hestia said seriously before walking away. The group first decided to go back to the hideout to change their attires to the standard of adventures. For Kisuke, minimal steel plating with a short sword on his side. Yuruchi wearing the same armor as Kisuke but she has a long sword behind her. Kuroka, Kaneko, Aika, and Medusa has light leather armor on them and each one of them uses daggers. While Sona also has leather armor, she'll be using a bow. A skewed party without any tank and magician. So this is the dungeon. Fascinating. Those are Kisuke's first words when they took a step on the first floor of the dungeon. The mana is flowing through the walls, ceiling, and floor. For now, all I can see is its random movements, but I doubt that. The system is probably so big that I can only see one nonsensical part of it. In addition to that, there are also traces of spiritual energy around. Although the monsters here can grant Exilia to the adventurers, why does it feels like it's disconnected from the so-called Tenkai? Due to abruptly entering into deep contemplation, Kisuke stopped moving. His companions waited for 10 minutes while other adventurers are clicking their tongue at them, annoyed by the fact that they're blocking the traffic. Losing her patience, Yoruchi elbowed him on his side with a bit of force. Gah. I know that you're curious, but not now. Yoruchi then started dragging Kisuke with her to go deeper into the dungeon. The rest could only smile wryly at Kisuke and followed them. After 10 minutes of walking, they encountered their first monster. It's the first monster that Yoruchi saw when they arrived in this world, goblins, huh? A group of 4 goblins. Seeing one in person makes me think that we're really in a fantasy world, Aika muttered. I'm pretty sure that there are also goblins from our world. Sona reminded her. Seriously? Ah. Right. It's also fantasy back at home, just the modern type. Just as they're about to pounce on the poor goblins, Kisuke stopped them. Wait. I want to test how the fauna and gathering of Exilia work first before anything else. So just restrain them for now. Hearing his instructions, Medusa conjured her chains and tied one up. Sona used her water magic to tie one and Kuroka used her Yujitsu to restrain one. The last one, however, met the most brutal restraint from Yoruchi and she picked up some stones and threw it towards its limbs, blowing them off. Chapter 302, Monster Hunting. The first floor until the 4th floor, the walls are light blue colored, and according to the guild, the monsters that appear are goblins or kobolds. There is also a wide hallway on the first floor known as the beginning road. Newbie level 1 adventurer with a status of I to H in their basic abilities normally spend time on these floors. See, couldn't you have restrained it in a more peaceful manner? Aika reeled back a bit after seeing the gruesome scene. We're going to kill it, regardless. So don't think much about it. Others probably stab it multiple times before it could kill it. Kisuke didn't mind their conversation and slowly walked towards the restrained goblins and the first thing he did it to stab the one Yoruchi restrained in the head, causing it to reduce into ashes and leaving behind a magic stone which they could use to trade with the guild for some valis, the currency in this place. Kisuke carefully observes his body for any changes and spotted one very tiny change. While the mana from the goblin immediately dispersed to the surrounding, returning to the dungeon, a very small part of the spiritual energy came to him and strengthened the nerves that were created to supply mana to his body by a tiny margin, almost non-existent even. I see, so these nerves expands and more mana could come in once you've gathered enough Exilia, which results in getting stronger. He then continued his experiment and pointed towards one of the goblins, by a kurai, white lightning. Firing a bolt of lightning towards the goblin's head, he utilized his own Ryatsuki for the kill. What he found out, however, is contrary to his expectations. I didn't get anything. The next thing he did is to unleash a bit of his Ryatsuki and it boosted his body. He then beheaded another goblin. Same result from before. He didn't get anything out of it. Resealing his Ryatsuki and only utilizing the mana from the nerves, Kisuke beheaded the last goblin and he finally got the Exilia. Kisuke stopped for a bit before facing his companions. Let's look for more monsters. I want to kill at least 100 of it today. Kisuke then started his all-day killing spree of goblins, kobolds, a dog-headed monster, and dungeon lizard, a large lizard. The group reached the 4th floor when it's already afternoon. Within that duration, the girls are very bored because it's only Kisuke who can take action due to his research. How many did he kill again? Aika asked with a fed-up expression. Yoruchi also has the same fed-up expression and replied, let's see. 145 goblins, 121 kobolds, and 63 dungeon lizards. How many monsters can an average level 1 party kill in a day again? Aika continued to ask. If I remember it right, a party of 5 new adventurers can kill around 10 to 15 goblins and have a net income of 25,000 valis. Sona answered her this time. Who said about not drawing attention again, Naya? Kuroka muttered. Kisuke-senpai. And that's probably the last thing in his mind. Kaneko followed. As expected of Master. And only genuine admiration can be seen from Medusa. After killing the last goblin, Kisuke turned around and faced them with a very satisfied expression. I think it's about time we go home. Everyone except for Medusa gave him a glare. Pretending to be oblivious to their stares, Kisuke started walking towards them, but just as he was about to take his 3rd step, Kisuke felt a large fluctuation of mana from the surrounding. The girls also felt it and put up a stance to meet anything that is thrown to them. A few seconds later, around the group, the wall of the room where they are started crumbling and 3 different monsters started appearing from the wall. Is this the infamous monster house? Kisuke muttered as he observes the flow of mana and spiritual energy. Aside from the large influx of energies, he didn't notice anything else. When the dungeon finished birthing the monsters, the total number of monsters that appeared is around 200. If the adventurers or guild were to know this event, they would immediately panic as never in the history of dungeon were a monster house consisting of more than 30 monsters on the upper floors. Before the monsters started attacking, Kisuke reminded them, "Guys, leave this to me." "But we wanted to fight too," Yoruchi protested. "We'll go somewhere with more challenge next time, so leave these monsters for my data gathering for now." "Fine." Yoruchi then signaled everyone to take distance. "Let's go away first." It's like what he said, there's no challenge fighting these guys. True enough, using their real strength, these monsters truly don't pose any challenge for them. So they agreed when Kisuke promised them that he'll take them to somewhere better. Once they got some distance, everyone turned around to watch. Kisuke, without using any of his real strength, danced around the crowd of monsters, killing them with a single stab to their vitals. "Hey, Yoruchi-san. Why don't I feel any of his Ryatsuki for scanning his surroundings?" Aika asked curiously. "Because he isn't using any." "Ha." Aika's eyes widened, then how is dodging those attacks as if he can see from everywhere? Is he using mana then? The rest of the group also felt curious and waited for Yoruchi's answer. Indeed, those scanning and awareness techniques are convenient, but when you use them, it's also easy for others to track you. Then how? Aside from sight, which can confirm the movements of your opponents down to muscle tensions, and hearing to locate the proximity of his enemies, he uses his sense of touch to feel the air around him. With others moving around, depending on the environment, he can confirm movements from the air being pushed around. In conjunction with senses of taste and smell, he can make a virtual map in his head and plot his actions from there. Of course, if you're against someone strong or someone who can manipulate senses, the sixth sense plays a bigger role in detecting a bunch of things that your conscious mind can't. That's insane. How can he focus on so many things? If I focus on my hearing, I would certainly discard my sense of smell. Practice, a lot of practice. But not just some normal practice, as you need to put your own well-being at risk for it to become effective. You can also train it using safe methods like meditating and trying to feel your surroundings, but you would need a long time to achieve something through that. What you need to know is that people can achieve a lot of wonderful things if there are risks. I know you lot can use some sort of detecting abilities, but if you want to improve your foundation, you have to learn like you have no power at all. After hearing those words, the girls could only stare at Kisuke dancing around, not even letting a single drop of blood smear his attire. They all thought that it's beautiful, but then, a sense of urgency reawakened from everyone. They finally remembered that Kisuke and Yoruchi are too far ahead from them, and if they want to join their journey, they at least need to put more effort than what they're doing. Chapter 303, The Mysterious Incident. Kisuke managed to kill all 200 monsters and collected their magic stones. He returned to his group with a big smile over his face. That is some good harvest. Let's go home. Everyone sighed and agreed with him, and they started walking towards the exit of the dungeon. As they walk, they noticed a decrease in adventurers around and attributed it with everyone just going home. However, they were proven wrong when a group of adventurers led by a beautiful azure-haired woman and they came to them. If I remember it right, that woman should be Shakti Varma of the Ganesha Familia. Kisuke thought as he wonders why they're coming to them. "Excuse me. Let me take some of your time. Have you noticed something different on the upper floors of the dungeon?" Shakti asked. Kisuke's mind started running and few possibilities emerged in his head, but it didn't change his expression and answered Shakti with a straight face, "We're sorry, but we're new adventurers who just entered the dungeon today, so even if there is something different, we wouldn't be able to notice it." Shakti nodded in understanding. "I see. I'm sorry for taking your time and thank you for your response. There are reports of monsters' appearance from the upper floors are very rare or even disappeared, and any changes in the dungeon aren't a good thing. Retire for today as this situation may become dangerous. Be careful on your way up." She then walked away along with her crew, not waiting for any response coming from Kisuke and his group. The group is quiet for a minute or two until Kuroka spoke up. "You overdid it, Naya." "I'm reflecting," Kisuke replied. "I doubt you're going to change how you do things." Sona then followed up. Kisuke grinned. "I'm doing this in deeper floors where nobody would notice. However, you lot are going to stay on these floors for at least a week or two." "Huh? Why's that?" "With our abilities, it won't be a problem if we go to a deeper floor and fight stronger monsters." Aika asked. Instead of answering her, Kisuke asked a question to everyone. "Did you notice anything from watching my fight? Master is holding back a lot. You could have annihilated those monsters with a single spell." Medusa answered. "Correct. And it isn't for the sake of challenge like all of you are thinking." Kisuke guessed what they're thinking and they're correct. He didn't need to spend so much time with those monsters if he has nothing to gain. Yoruchi furrowed her brows. "What do you mean?" "You won't gain any EXP if you use any cheat code," Kisuke explained such. "Ah." Everyone except for Sona, Kuroka, and Medusa understood what he meant. Seeing their confused expression, Kaneko further explained, it seems that we have to use the strength that the fauna provided us to level up. Thanks to that, they finally understood it. Yoruchi sighed, this is also good. You can train your foundation. However, you'll only be training half a time in the dungeon because the fights in here hardly teach any interpersonal battle. Once they reach the surface, even though it's already afternoon, it seems that it's a lot busier in the dungeon compared when they came this morning. Conversations about what's happening in dungeon can be heard all around, with most prominent theories being, a mutation is happening inside the dungeon or a terrifying spawned on the upper floors and annihilated all the other monsters. The culprit, Kisuke, just passed by them without a change in expression, as if he has nothing to do with the situation. That is some thick face. Aika muttered. He can scam others without feeling guilty. What do you expect? Sona supplemented. He's just a pervert in a guise of a shopkeeper, Naya, Kuroka added. However, that last line of her caught Kisuke's attention. Hold up there. I never disguised as a shopkeeper. I've always been a shopkeeper. So it's fine to scam others but not when they question your identity as a shopkeeper? Kaneko asked. Without any hesitation, he answered, yes. Yoruchi only chuckled while the rest could only sigh. As they got home, everyone saw Hestia sitting in front of the abandoned church, staring at the distance while waiting for them. Hestia-sama, we're home. Kisuke waved his hand and called out to her. Hestia immediately turned her head towards the source of his voice and she smiled widely, welcome home. How's your day? It's great. Kisuke answered with satisfaction while the others could only smile wryly. Seeing this, Hestia asked, what happened? And I heard that there is some incident in the dungeon about the monsters disappearing. Ahaha. It seems that's the case. Kisuke scratched his head in embarrassment. Hestia looked at him with confusion and then transferred her sights towards his companions. What happened? The girls then proceeded to describe what Kisuke did in the dungeon in detail. After their story, Hestia is holding her head with both of her hands while writhing in place. You said you'll just be doing a light exploration of a floor or two. But you came back after annihilating more than 500 monsters. And to top it off, you did it alone even if there's a monster house of more than 200 monsters, which is unheard of in the upper floors. Can you please tell me a more believable lie? Instead of asking them to tell her the truth, however, she hinting them to please tell her it's a lie. Without any word, Kaneko took out a large pouch from her backpack and showed it to Hestia. Inside it is a lot of magic stones. If someone were to tell her that there are around 500 magic stones in that pouch, she would believe it. Giving up on her established common sense, she asked, why are you a level 1 with I rank abilities? Because physical abilities aren't everything. This is bad. If others were to know about this incident, I might not be able to hold into you. Hestia's worries about the future became more apparent. What do you mean, Hestia-sama? Sona asked. If your abilities were to be revealed, other stronger familiars would be able to force me to transfer you by initiating a so-called war game. A war game. Sounds fun. Yoruchi muttered. It's not. Although you're strong, you won't be able to go against those strong and established familiars. Kisuke, without thinking, patted Hestia's head to ease her worries. We'll think something about it when that time is about to come. For now, let's go out for dinner. This bastard is doing it again. Everyone couldn't help but mutter. Hestia became confused when his hand suddenly touched her head gently, but she immediately reacted, don't treat me like a child. Kisuke only chuckled at her reaction and turned to everyone, I'll be done within 2 hours so you guys can wander around for now. After I come out, I'll lead you to a pub with great food. Kisuke then walked towards their hideout to initiate his experiments on the magic stones. Chapter 304, Negotiation Part 1. The sun already disappeared. The light from the street lamps covered the whole Orario. Everyone is already ready with their casual clothes and is only waiting for Kisuke to come out. After a few minutes, Kisuke came out with his usual attire of shihakushu. With him is a cart with 51-liter bottles. Pulling the cart, Kisuke arrived in front of everyone. What's that? Yoruchi asked in curiosity. My merchandise. Kisuke-senpai. We're going to eat and not sell your dubious products. Kaneko gave him a dubious look. No worries. I managed to land a deal with the proprietress of the pub. Since we can't exchange those magic stones for Valis, I have to sell something to support this familia. And whose fault do you think it is that we can't trade the magic stones for money, Naya? Kuroka gave the culprit a mean look. Ignoring this, Kisuke started walking. Let's go. We celebrate the establishment of our familia. Since at the celebration of her familia, Hestia also became excited and immediately followed Kisuke. I'm not going to hold back tonight. They arrived at the hostess of fertility and Hestia abruptly stopped. Kisuke-kun, are we in the right place? Yeah. I know I said that I won't be holding back, but the food here is very expensive. A meal here is around 500 to 1000 Valis and that doesn't include any liquor. You don't have to worry about that, Hestia-sama. We'll have enough money, and by chance we got none, we can just let Aika work there for a week or two. Kisuke replied with all seriousness. Why me? Yoruchi dragged Hestia inside and ignored Aika. As if they agreed with it beforehand, everyone else also ignored her and entered the pub with merry faces. I'll go get the most expensive wine, Naya. Kuroka started. I heard seafood is a rare delicacy here. I'm going to try some lobsters. And of course, the most expensive wine. Yoruchi muttered. Rare fruits are a must, so I'm ordering desserts made from them. Sona also eyed something. I wonder how much I could eat while also processing all the food with senjutsu. Kaneko did the same. Master has a food storage facility. I wonder how much takeout order I can request until this pub closure. Medusa won't be outdone. Hearing all of this, Aika snapped, you bitches. They're joking, right? Hestia asked Kisuke, who's also watching this in amusement. Given a chance, they'll probably do it. Why do my worries about other gods seem so insignificant? Because it's insignificant. I pity whoever god will challenge us for a war game. Even if we lose the battle, I highly doubt they'll win the war. Hestia finally realized it. Her children are all nuts. However, she started looking forward to the future more. How much upheaval will these children create? However, that itself looks fun. Despite only meeting the crew recently, slowly but surely, Hestia is adapting. Kisuke. What are you selling? Aika faced Kisuke when the rest of the girls already entered the pub. Cola. Why? Cola. Does that exist in this world? She whispered to him. I couldn't find any records of it existing, at least. Great. How much are you going to sell this for? Around 800 valis each bottle. So you don't have an exact number yet. I'm going to go negotiate it with the proprietress, and what we'll be getting is what we can spend on our celebration dinner. Wonderful. Leave the negotiation with me. If I don't gather enough money tonight, I'll probably be going to work for a long time here to pay off the department that those bitches will incur. Go ahead. Introduce me to the proprietress. Follow me. Kisuke, along with Hestia and the overly eager Aika, finally entered the establishment. The first thing that Kisuke and Aika saw is their group ordering food as if there's no tomorrow and confusing the poor cat-person waitress. However, they also noticed Yoruchi watching Hestia as if waiting for something amusing to happen. Hestia, on the other hand, immediately recognized an acquaintance. Huh? Why is she here? Loki, on the other side with her top executives, also noticed Hestia and smiled. Oh. Looks who's here. Isn't this the poor chibi goddess? I didn't expect to see you here. How many months' worth pay will you spend tonight? Before she could respond in anger, Kisuke covered her mouth to prevent her. Fancy meeting you here, Loki-sama. Good evening. With a flailing lowly goddess in his arms, he greeted Loki. Loki smiled and responded in kind, yeah, good evening, Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke. It seems that you have more manners compared to that chibi. Kisuke only chuckled in response. He can feel two different kinds of stare from Loki's companions. The first kind is curiosity, which is coming from 3 girls who were accompanying Loki before, and the rest were stares of wariness. Kisuke then decided to ignore them for now and looked down to Hestia, who's still flailing. Hestia-sama, please go with others first. Aika and I will follow you. Seeing her nodding despite the flames in her eyes, she let her go and she obediently went to Yoruchi and the rest without minding Loki, which surprised her. Kid. Did you bring it? A call came from the counter and Kisuke knew he's the one being called. He faced the direction of the counter and smiled, I got some, Mia-san. He then started walking towards her and continued speaking, however, she's the one who's going to negotiate the price. He then pointed to Aika, who's following him. The Loki familia already finished what they want to talk about, so when they heard someone is selling something to Mia, who they knew the real identity, it caught their interest and decided to watch them. Getting the cue, Aika took out a pen and paper and wrote something before passing it to Mia. Mia took a look at the paper, 10,000. She then looked towards Aika, who gave it to her. Aika grinned and said, the price for 1 bottle. Even Kisuke, who saw it, admired her guts, even though I said 800 valis per bottle is enough. Mia understood why she wrote the number, since she also didn't want to everyone the price of something she'll be selling. That's ridiculous, are you trying to rob me? She then passed back the paper containing a new line, 1,000. In this regard, Aika already succeeded. However, she knew that it isn't enough for her companions. Not being discouraged by this, Aika started her barrage. To create this cola, a lot of advances and modern techniques are put into it. The first thing you need to do is creating carbonated water. To get carbonated water, carbon dioxide gas is dissolved in water at a low concentration of 0.2 to 1%, which creates carbonic acid. This can be done in multiple ways, but we use the most advanced method of directly injecting the water with carbon dioxide within a controlled environment. The acid gives carbonated water a slightly tart flavor. This bite is caused by the acid when the carbon dioxide dissolves in the water and then reacts with it, forming carbonic acid. Although this type of acid is weak, it is an essential part of the carbonation process and is how we get that fizziness and that bite we crave. And all of that just for the carbonated water, which is only part of the long process to achieve this kind of taste. Aika finished her narration and wrote another number on the paper, 9,900, good thing I remembered those random articles on the internet. She thought. Chapter 305, Negotiation Part 2. Mia, some of the waitresses, and even the Loki familia were stuck in their place. Riveria. Did you understand anything from what she just said? Tiona asked as she couldn't even remember the words Aika used. Why does it sound like magic terms? All I can understand is she injects something into the water. I don't know why she would use the word inject when the word mix should also work. Aika heard this and faced the elf. Can you mix water and air? Riveria doesn't know why she would ask something obvious, but she still answered her, no. Right. So to make carbonated water, you need to inject air into the water. Huh. Riveria wouldn't dare to say that she knew everything, but her hobby of reading books on all subjects for almost a century gave her confidence to know most things. And she knew for sure that air and water couldn't combine. Aika then smiled and turned her head back to Mia. See that, Mia-san? Even the elf who seems to know a lot of things can't understand the technology that we use. The corner of Riveria's mouth twitched. She wanted to say something because of her pride, however, she truly doesn't understand what she's talking about. Even her companions didn't know what to say to the brazen Aika since technically, she did or say nothing wrong. Yoruchi and the rest wanted to laugh but also felt a bit of pity towards Loki's group. Aika randomly shot her gun and it randomly hit a bystander. Why does it sound so impressive when it actually isn't? Sona asked. She knew that as long as you know how it works, you can make carbonated water even with primitive materials. It sounds impressive because she just threw them unknown terms and she makes it sound that she knew all of it. She probably just saw it from some random internet post. Yoruchi answered. Mia stopped and thought for a moment before writing another line on the paper. 3,000, it sounds impressive, but that's all I can offer for that drink. More than that, I won't be able to sell it. Aika knew that throwing more random terms would not be effective anymore, so she went to her second approach. She wrote down a 9,400 on the paper before saying, Mia-san, you must understand, we're not just selling this cola to you. Felt intrigued, Mia asked, what do you mean? We're selling a potential brand and a monopoly. Question mark. Yes. Due to the high complexity of making these, we can only supply you with a limited amount and we won't be able to sell it to other shops, nor we have the intention to sell it ourselves. In other words, your pub will be the only one selling this even if it becomes popular. That's a monopoly. And for the brand, whenever someone thinks about the cola, they also remember the only pub that sells it. You're right. But I can't trust just your words. We have to sign a contract through the guild regarding exclusive sales. Mia then wrote a 4,000. That's fine. No, that's better. A 9,000 from Aika, however, it's not just exclusive sales that I'm offering. I know that not everyone would like the taste of cola but still like the bite it brings. So not just cola, we also plan to create new flavors like oranges and such. If you can accept this price, then we can also add in the contract that we have to bring our new carbonated drinks to you first. 5,000, that's the highest I could go. Aika stared at her for a moment and decided, I guess that's it. The final push then. She approached me aside and gestured her to drop down a bit before whispering, since you're the only one who knew the price I'm selling this, you can even double it when you sell it to your customers. Since the quantity is limited, we can't expect a large volume of sales from this. In that regard, you can just sell this as a limited edition drink and I'm sure that there'll be fans of this kind of drink from wealthy adventurers. 6,000, that's our final price. If not, then I would have to negotiate with other shops and surely, someone out there would accept this price for the products and services that we offer. Mia got back up and closed her eyes for a moment, indeed. Riveria and Ace Girl are a big fan of this drink since they're not a fan of alcoholic drinks and there should still be lots of people who want it. Fine. I accept. How many did you bring tonight? Aika did a guts pose with her success, the card on the side of the pub. There are a total of 50 bottles in it. Good. Go to the guild tomorrow and ask them to write a contract based on what we agreed on today. Bring it here and I'll sign it. Mia then turned to one of the waitresses, Rio, get that card and bring it in the kitchen and tell Srey to prepare the ice. The elf waitress nodded at Mia and exited the pub. Aika then grabbed the menu on the counter and celebrated. She then ran towards Yoruchi and the rest, you guys. I got the money. So order what you want. However, no takeouts and order only what you can eat. And no senjutsu either. Kisuke could only chuckle at her actions, I'm sorry about her Mia-san. Looks like she ripped you off. Don't worry about it. The price is justified. I'm selling this for 10,000 valis per bottle. Mia replied with a small smile. Ahaha. Thank you for buying it for a good price. Since we're only level 1 adventurers and couldn't hunt in the upper floors due to some incident, our only money would be from the sales of these drinks. Scratching his head, Kisuke thanked Mia. Mia was about to say something when both of them heard something. Huh? Since you can make money by selling things, just stop being an adventurer, weakling. So after, Kisuke also heard Loki's companions, Bet. What are you doing? Kisuke's happy smile turned into a hollow one as he turns around and faced the red-faced werewolfman. I didn't think someone would bark at my decisions. The drunk Bet didn't like what he heard and stood up. What did you say, weakling? Why do you care? You egoistic mutt. Finn, the captain of the Loki Familia warned Bet. Bet, sit down. Don't make trouble here. You're drunk. Come back here. Riveria also followed up. Seeing this scene, Yoruchi tapped the table with her finger multiple times, and everyone went into alert, ready to move at any given moment. Mia also wanted to stop the commotion, however, she's also curious about this level 1 who seems to be able to see through her strength. And the rest of the people in the pub went quiet and waited for a good show. Mainly, beating the arrogant men in Eastern attire for going against a level 5 as a level 1. You've got guts. Don't you know me? I'm reminding you, I'm a level 5. Someone who just became an adventurer won't be able to touch me. Ignoring his companions, Bet stepped towards Kisuke and only stopped in front of him to stare at his eyes. Oh. Level 5. Sounds impressive. And a level 1 won't be able to hurt you. Did you get a skill that makes you invulnerable to any damage? Shouldn't you get an alias like Immortal Dog or something? Chapter 306, Ultimate Weapon. When everyone heard Kisuke's provocation, they didn't know what to say. Even the drunkards had their eyes wide open, not believing what they heard. Bet's companions, the Loki Familia, were also gobsmacked at this gusty level 1. Wait. Stop it, you two. Riveria stood up from her seat. Normally, even with not so friendly attitude, Bet would only ignore others who don't bother him. However, due to alcohol and Ace Wallenstein, who he has a secret crush for, kept looking at Kisuke with intrigue and curiosity, and that didn't sit well to him well. And surely, he would regret opening his mouth after sobering up. The drunk Bet's face becomes even redder and responded, Ha! Do you want me to burn that stupid hat of yours along with your head? But with this statement, he will regret even coming to the pub today. Yoruchi did a facepalm, yikes. However, there's a smile on her face. Kuroka, get ready to silently move. Kuroka nodded and slowly blended herself to the surrounding using minutes of ki. Hestia, who was stopped by Yoruchi from interfering, asked with a worried face, what's wrong? But instead of Yoruchi, Kaneko answered her, of all the insults you can throw Kisuke-senpai, don't ever do it with his beloved hat. Is it a memento from someone dear to him? No. He really just liked that hat. What? The moment Kisuke heard about his hat being stupid, his hollow smile became a nasty smile. That guy is done for. Aika muttered and everyone nodded in agreement. They love seeing that smile. As long as it isn't directed at them. After all, none of them have any weird preferences. Say, level 5 San. Are you certain that I won't be able to hurt you? Kisuke asked. Isn't that obvious? I can block anything you throw at me. Bet replied with confidence. Even with my ultimate weapon. Kisuke's nasty smile grew larger. Bet stepped closer to him and glared at him. Even if you have some sort of legendary weapon, it would be easy for me to block a swing from a weakling like you. Great. Then why don't we make a bet? Hearing this, Bet started laughing out loud. You sure are confident, rookie. Sure, why not? Riveria looked towards her companions and they're only watching in interest. Although she knew that they would step in if Kisuke was about to get hurt, it still gave her a headache. But she also couldn't deny the interest to where the unknown guy getting his confidence because, in this world, levels are almost absolute in fights and there's just no way that a level 1 could go against a level 5. Since no one is going to stop them, Riveria sighed and said, it seems that both of you won't back down. Fine. I bet it is. She at least wanted to control things for being the referee. She didn't want to see Bet hurting a rookie adventurer. Then allow me to facilitate this bet. Here are the rules. Kisuke Urahara-san here will attack Bet and Bet would have to block it. Kisuke-san only has 3 tries and can use any weapon while Bet isn't allowed to retaliate in any way or move from his spot. And since we're in a pub, we don't want to trouble the owner so both of you are not allowed to destroy anything in here. If you do so, you'll automatically lose and you'll take responsibility for compensation. Is that clear? That's fine, Kisuke replied happily. Ha. He can even try the whole day and it won't change a damn thing. Bet sneered at Kisuke. Good. Riveria then faced Kisuke, what does the winner get? Since we're in a pub, we should compensate them for the commotion we're making. So whoever loses will pay for everything that the winner orders, without limit until closing time. Riveria and turned to Bet, is that fine with you? However, instead of answering her, Bet faced his other companions, heard that guys. Start ordering. You can't refuse free food and wine. Riveria sighed and stepped away, all right. You can start. The moment Riveria and the word start and Bet still looking towards his companions with a big smile on his face, Kisuke launched his foot towards Bet's groin without any change in his demeanor. It isn't fast as he's limited to a level 1's physical abilities, however, it caught Bet completely off guard as he used his hands to block Kisuke's foot in panic and only managed to stop it when it's less than a millimeter away from his balls. Seeing such a short distance, cold sweat appeared in Bet's forehead. The people watching this, especially the men, felt like closing their groins and one of them even muttered out loud, without even letting his opponent prepare, he aimed for the guy's family jewels without any hesitation. What a nasty guy. The top executives of the Loki Familia, on the other hand, became more serious as they reviewed Kisuke's movement in their heads. Finn. What do you think? The dwarf, Gareth, asked the Palom beside him. Although that's indeed the physical abilities of a level 1. His execution is way more than that. We didn't even notice his intentions. If he has the same physical abilities as Bet, I'm afraid we would be pouring a high-class elixir on him now. Finn replied after thinking for a few seconds. How's that even possible? The Amazoness, Tiona, asked in bewilderment. Finn shook his head, I don't know. All I can tell is that despite being a rookie adventurer, it seems that he has gone through many battles. Heh. As expected of a level 5. Your reflexes are good. Kisuke sneered at his panicked expression. Bet pushed away his foot with an angry expression, you still have 2 tries. Do your worst. This time, he won't let him catch him off guard and watched his movements carefully. Well, I guess it's time to pull out my ultimate weapon. Kisuke then started rummaging the inside of his sleeves to look for something. Bet's expression became even more serious and Riveria also got ready to intercept if something bad happens. Finally, Kisuke took out a can with a spray nozzle, Tada. My ultimate weapon. Bet and the rest who are watching are confused at the unknown item they took out. When Kisuke said he'll be taking out a weapon, they were all expecting that it's a dagger or some other small weapon when he started going through his big sleeve. Due to this, Bet didn't know how to react but he saw that Kisuke pointed it on his face and figured that it's some sort of projectile. He immediately put both of his arms in front of his face to block the incoming attack while also watching his movements through the gaps of his arms. A second later, unknown material spews forth from Kisuke's weapon and it immediately covered Bet's hand and reached his eyes and nose. Ah. A split second later, Bet reeled back in pain and covered his eyes with his hands, but doing that only intensified the pain he's feeling and he dropped down to the group, rolling, ahhhhh. My eyes. Instead of stopping there, Kisuke didn't let up and continued spraying his weapon on the poor mud as if he's some sort of insect Kisuke intended to exterminate with a big grin on his face. How is it? My ultimate weapon, pepper spray, ultra strength. It's especially effective against annoying fellows. Chapter 307, Ultimate Weapon Part 2. Everyone in the pub, except of course from Yuruchi's group, were frozen from their spot with their mouths open as they watched Kisuke spray his weapon towards the face of his rolling enemy with a large smile which now they rightfully assumed an evil one. It took the Loki Familia a few seconds to react and the first one to move is the Amazoness sisters as they immediately jumped from the seats and instantly arrived at Kisuke's side. Within a split second, they both pointed the knife used for their food on his throat and shouted, "Stop!" Kisuke immediately stopped but just as the sisters finished speaking, they were both startled when they suddenly felt a sharp object touching their throats. Before they knew it, Yuruchi and Kuroka are already behind Tioni and Tiona respectively with their daggers across their throats. The sisters shuddered as they didn't feel anything before the daggers threatened them and thought that it's an ambush from an enemy familia. Even though they're level 5s and their skin is a lot tougher than normal, they're not immune to blades and will still get hurt by sharp objects, so they didn't move and waited for the next development. The rest of the Loki Familia stood up from their seat and even Mia became alert as nobody from them expected this kind of outcome. The tension in the pub became suffocating that other adventurers didn't even dare breathe loudly and the only noise that is being created is a scream of pain of the poor drunk mutt. Kisuke slowly fixed his posture and raised his arms up. Tiona and Tioni also moved as they kept their knives close to his throat. But despite all of this, Kisuke is still sporting the same grin and turned his head towards stunned Riveria. How's that, Miss Referee? I won the bet. Kisuke said it in a jovial tone as if nothing is happening out of ordinary. His words sent another wave of astonishment towards everyone, but thinking about it, he indeed won their bet and should be rewarded accordingly. However, he destroyed his opponent's eyes, in which any way you put it, going overboard. Before Riveria could respond, however, someone ran through and stopped in front of Kisuke and faced the Loki Familia. Wait. Please stop this. We'll apologize and we'll pay for the medical fee. So please let's just drop this here. Hestia came in pleading. Kisuke could only smile wryly when Hestia used herself to block the Loki Familia and even started pleading. With his free hand, he patted Hestia and said, "Hestia-sama. No need to worry. That's not needed." Hearing this, Loki frowned. "What do you mean by that? Although my child started the quarrel and I apologize for what he did, what you did is still too much. Isn't it just right for us to ask for some compensation?" Finn, on the other hand, signaled Gareth with his eyes and Gareth nodded. He then took out a vial containing elixir and started walking towards the writhing Bet, intending to pour it into his face. But before he could do that, Kisuke spoke again. "Don't waste it. He's fine." Gareth stopped his movements and looked towards Kisuke before turning his head towards Loki, and the rest of her familia also turned to her. Loki stared at Kisuke for a few seconds, signaling Gareth to come back. This instruction of her shocked all of them, but Gareth chose to trust her goddess. And a minute later, Bet stopped screaming and slowly opened his eyes and glared at Kisuke before pouncing on him. "You bastard." Before he could reach him, however, Ace made her move and pushed him to the floor. "Ace. Unhand me." Seeing him fine, Riveria sighed. "Ace, tie him up outside." Ace nodded and dragged the intoxicated flailing wild dog outside. Tiona and Tioni, on the other hand, removed the knives pointing at his throat, and Yoruchi and Kuroka did the same before taking distance from each other. Loki felt intrigued at these supposedly level 1s. Where did the chibi get these kids? But more than that, she's curious at Kisuke's ultimate weapon. "Can you let me take a look at that?" Without hesitation, Kisuke tossed it towards Finn and he caught it. Finn observed the pepper spray for a few seconds before passing it to Loki. Loki looked at the can of pepper spray carefully as she slowly walks towards a certain direction. She then stopped in front of Hestia and without any warning, she sprayed it on her eyes. Gyahhhh. My eyes. It burns. This time, it's Hestia's turn to roll around. Seeing this, Loki started laughing out loud. "Ahahaha. This is some good stuff. Hey Kisuke. Let me have this." "Sure." Everyone, even those from Loki Familia, was dumbfounded at her actions, and more so with Kisuke's immediate response. But unlike Bet, Hestia recovered only after 10 seconds. A testament to the saying, "The divines are pure." The pepper compound was cleared from her eyes. However, instead of going after Loki, Hestia started protesting to Kisuke. "Why did you give it to her?" Of course, no amount of words could explain his actions, so instead, he passed her another can of pepper spray he pulled from out of nowhere. Hestia stared at it for a second before swiping it from his hand. Seeing this, Loki took a step back with a panicked expression. "Oi, chibi. Let's talk this out. Die." They then started a game of chase, aiming the pepper spray at each other's face. However, due to them only having almost equivalent physical and dodging abilities, the only damage was the collateral damage. Soon enough, a bunch of bulky adventurers started cleaning the floor with their bodies as they experienced Kisuke's ultimate weapon. "Aren't they such good friends?" Kisuke muttered with a smile. "Yep. They get along well." Yoruchi nodded in agreement. "How is that getting along with each other?" is everyone's legitimate question over their statement as they watch Loki and Hestia decimate the brawny adventurers with their war. However, just as they thought it ended in quite a peaceful mood, it happened. Hestia dodged Loki's assault, and in just the right time, Ace entered and took the full brunt of Loki's pepper spray. Due to sudden burning pain assaulting her eyes, Ace couldn't help but cover her eyes and rub it. But due to that, it only worsens the pain and she could help but drop down to her knees. The ever-so-stoic Ace Wallenstein, also known as the Sword Princess, is now silently screaming due to a weapon which is designed for little girls. Chapter 308, Free Food. After the fiasco caused by the pepper spray, Loki decided to invite the Hestia Familia to their table. A few minutes after Loki accidentally attacked Ace, she recovered, and the first thing she did is swipe the can of pepper spray from her and sprayed it on Loki's face, until she emptied the can. Although it's fun watching outside, it's really nasty when you experienced it yourself. That's what Loki realized and gathered everyone except for Bet, who's already sleeping outside. And due to seeing Loki roll around while screaming in pain, Hestia became satisfied and accepted the invitation of her frenemy. The top executives also didn't mind it as they're very curious about the group, especially about the two girls who managed to escape their detection. However, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria realized that the mood is a lot lighter compared to earlier that seems to be ending in a bloodbath. They then recalled what happened in its entirety, including Loki's strange request of borrowing Kisuke's weapon. In that regard, they all thought that it might be Loki and Kisuke's move to de-escalate the situation. A human who could instantly get along a goddess of trickery's plans, along with two mysterious girls who claimed to be level 1s but still was able to sneak behind first-class adventurers. They're not sure which is more impressive. Ahem. Riveria, the results. Loki started speaking. Riveria finally remembered that won the bet, right? Kisuke Urahara, you managed to hurt Bet and won the bet. As we agreed on earlier, you can start ordering food until the closing time. Great. Kisuke then stood up and faced Mia, who's furrowing her brows. Mia-san, everything on the menu. Including takeouts. Riveria could only smile wryly after hearing this. However, Kaneko suddenly spoke after seeing her reaction. You still don't know Kisuke-senpai. Confused by her remark, Tiona asked, what do you mean? But before Kaneko could reply, Kisuke continued speaking, and since I'm feeling generous today, all of you guys. As an apology for the disturbance that we created earlier, your meal is on me. So order everything you want. Another silence engulfed the whole pub before a loud cheer from everyone. Yeah. They've been unsatisfied with what happened earlier, as most of them got caught with the pepper spray that they didn't even want to get close to the damn thing. But thanks to Kisuke's sudden offer, most of their dissatisfaction disappeared. Who doesn't like free food? Wait. Riveria immediately protested, the bet is about your order. Right. And I ordered their food. Kisuke answered. But that's... Riveria couldn't say anything about that. She finally realized that if he ordered food for them, then it's still under their agreement. Loki then patted her shoulder. Let it be, Riveria. It's Bet's fault for running his mouth. Riveria could only sigh. True. He would wake up with few 100,000 Valis tab. The petite Amazonas, on the other hand, could only laugh at Bet's misfortune. That's what he gets. I wonder what sort of reaction will he make tomorrow. But then, Kaneko spoke again, repeating her words but with more intensity. You still don't know Kisuke-senpai. Mia-san. After everyone's food, please bring out everything from your stock. Kid. I don't appreciate wasting food. I know some orphanage around here. I'm bringing them some. And by the way, please also set aside food for your staff. They're going to work extra hard, after all. If you didn't say that, I would have smacked your skull. Mia finally smiled, and since the other customers are also satisfied with Kisuke's treat despite what happened earlier, she let go of the commotion that he and Bet started. Kisuke then caught sight of the cheering Seer. Seer-san, please also bring 5 bottles of that. Seer stopped for a moment before understanding what he meant. Understood, I'll bring it now with some bowls of ice. Turning back to his table, Kisuke continued, Ahem. Loki-sama and people of Loki Familia, please also order what you want. It's on me. The Loki Familia didn't know how to react at his generosity, and Tiona could only mutter, it's not your money, though. That's the point. I'm treating because it's not my money. Ace finally voiced out her thoughts. I don't think Bet would wake up with only a few 100,000 Valis in his tab. The Loki Familia chooses not to think about it anymore, as it's also Bet's fault, to begin with. The food was swiftly served to everyone thanks to the extra hard work of the waitresses. Along with it, 5 bottles of cola were brought to Hestia and Loki Familia's table by Seer. Before she went away, however, she asked Kisuke, Kisuke-san, could we also get some of it? Sure. But just drink moderately. It has high sugar content and sweet things can make you fat. Ugh. I'll remember that. Seer swayed a bit before going away. Curious with the bottles, Loki asked, what's this? A fruit drink. Kisuke popped the cork of the bottle and poured its contents on his glass with ice. Black beer. Riveria and Ace instantly reacted when they saw it. Oh. You know about it. Of course. It's a drink that you can only have here. But I heard the supplier isn't ready. Wait. Riveria then recalled the weird negotiation that took place earlier, and she even got used to increase the value of the product. Could it be? Yep. We're the ones supplying it, so drink up. Kisuke then proceeds to drink 1 glass without pausing. The rest of the Hestia Familia then started devouring the food in front of them using secret techniques to aid digestion. They abruptly started an eating contest, and even Sona, who came from a noble clan, joined in the fun. This caused the Loki Familia to be unable to ask any question as they watched the group grapple with food as if they haven't eaten for a few months. Manners. Free food comes first. Impression. After interacting with Kisuke and Yoruchi, they don't even care anymore. Oh oi chibi. Maybe you're eating better than these guys. Loki asked. I am also trying to figure that out. Hestia answered. It's good that they can eat. Gareth only laughed at this scene, but he still hasn't seen what they're truly capable of. Kisuke-san. May we have some of this black beer? Riveria asked. That's her only concern for now. Giving her a thumbs up, Riveria and Ace immediately poured some in their glasses. I wonder how'll they if I present them junk foods. Burgers? Fries? Or maybe potato chips? Right, a pizza. Maybe I can bribe them with food. Kisuke is now planning how he would throw them towards the inescapable pool of junk foods after watching them happily drinking the cola. Chapter 309, He's Dangerous. The Hestia familia didn't let the Loki familia ask any question as they could only stare in awe at the group of hungry wolves as they kept devouring the food to the point that the waitresses has to keep bringing out food and take away plates in front of them. Even the adventurers at the side could only stay quiet as they watched Kisuke and the rest. Sona shouldn't be able to do this, but with Kuroka and Kisuke's help, she was able to process the food to utmost limit of her body. Hestia also tried to copy them as she didn't want to be left behind, but she could only keep up with their pace for a few minutes before giving up with a bloated stomach. She and the rest couldn't understand how could they fit all the food they eat in their stomach. As they continued to watch, Kisuke, Yoruichi, Kuroka, Kaneko, Aika, Medusa, and Sona simultaneously finished the last batch of their dinner. Thanks for the food. Immediately after that, Mia spoke, great. It's closing time, so you lot should go home. Not waiting for the others to recover from the sudden change, all of them stood up and Kisuke carried up Hestia before saying his goodbye. Well then, we'll be going ahead. Good night. Only when they exited the pub, Loki familia finally sobered up and the first one to speak up is Tioni. What the hell was that? Her twin sister, Tiona, asked, why didn't you ask them? It feels like they'll suddenly attack me if I interrupted them. Are they really level 1s? Tioni answered. Ace, on the other hand, could only mutter in admiration, amazing. If I can do that, I can eat all the Jagamarukan I want without worry. Riveria did a facepalm, don't go there, Ace. Despite the warning from Riveria, Ace is still genuinely interested. Gareth then asked everyone while grooming his beard with his hand, in any case, just how did those two sneak up to Tioni and Tiona? Tiona and Tioni became silent as they tried to recall what happened. Let's discuss it as we walk. Finn then stood up and the rest followed his steps towards outside. Since their dinner is Bet's treat, they didn't have to worry about paying. As they go, Gareth didn't forget to carry the unconscious wolf over his shoulder. So, Finn. What do you think? Loki continued their earlier topic. Finn stayed silent for some moment to think about it before answering her question. I don't feel any threat. Riveria and Gareth's expression became serious. Is that something bad? Tiona asked. I don't know. It's either they're not really a threat, they're not hostile, or they're capable of hiding their intents to a terrifying degree. How did you feel it, you two? The Amazona stayed silent for a while and Tioni took the initiative to answer. We didn't feel anything, Captain. And now that I think about it, that's strange. So the possibility is only either they're not hostile, or they're really good at hiding. Riveria then spoke, then their levels doesn't make sense. They claim to be level 1s, after all. Did they lie to the guild? Probably. Then what should be our next course of action? Gareth asked. Nothing. We don't have to do anything regarding them as long as they don't antagonize us. We continue our preparation for our next expedition. That settles it then. Loki then ended the topic. But Finn still wanted to ask something. What about you, Loki? What do you think about this group? Want my honest opinion? The Loki familia didn't think that Loki would ask such a question and became even more serious. Finn then nodded at her. He's dangerous. With everyone surprised, Finn continued to ask, how? But Loki only shrugged her shoulders, who knows? The girls beside him exude an aura of mystery but only him exudes danger. Even I don't know where this feeling is coming from so I could only advise you to be careful around him. However, as you said, he isn't hostile and creating a connection to such a child should be interesting. It's up to you if you want to befriend him, though. That night, after Loki's words, the executives of Loki Familia made their own guesses to the meaning of her words. Some didn't want to get involved, some are only curious, while some also wanted to know more about the group. The next morning, after their morning training and exercise, Hestia Familia, without Hestia who's still sleeping away, gathered in the living room as per Kisuke's instructions. Ahem, now that everyone is here, I want to say a few things before we start our day. First of all, as I said earlier, it'll take some time to go back to our world or even formulate a working theory regarding the transfer. Not to mention the required amount of energy. And since we're going to stay here for quite some time, I would like for you all to explore this world, this city at your own pace and decisions. Whether you explore the dungeon or make friends with this world's residents, it's up to you. But remember, I don't want you to think that this world will only become a temporary stop and consider the relationships that you'll be making as something trivial and superficial. Now that we're living here, let's properly live our lives with them. After all, this world can expand your horizon and let you experience events that may shape your future. Everyone became silent as they quietly contemplated on Kisuke's words. All this time, they've been acting that everything in this place has nothing to do with them as they would also leave soon. But after Kisuke pointed it out, they finally realized that it's fatal to have the kind of mindset as they might turn into unfeeling individuals that might affect them even after they return to their former lives. Kisuke and Yoruichi smiled after seeing this. They both noticed that they all had a dreamy expression in which they figured that they might be not treating this world as something real. After a few minutes, their expression cleared up as if they woke up from their dreams, which both Kisuke and Uruchi are hoping for. Now then, the dungeon. I want to stress the fact that leveling up will help you with your current problems. For Kaneko, if you reach around level 3 or 4, from my estimations, you should be able to use that growing up mode freely. However, some limitations will still be present. Kaneko's eyes glowed in anticipation after hearing that and decided that she have to level up as soon as possible. For Aika, with boosted physical abilities from level ups, you should be able to freely take out both of you Zanpakuto and Shihakushu. Aika is already expecting this when she heard about Kaneko's case, and just like the former, she decided to do her best to level up. Kisuke continued to explain the benefits of using this world's power system and stressed the fact that they can use it in conjunction with their real abilities. Aside from that, it'll also help them recover their injuries, as he noticed that there is some autocorrection function from the fauna they received that restores the body, which is what they desperately needed. Chapter 310, Status Update. After their short meeting, Hestia woke up and greeted everyone before asking for their plans for today. While Kisuke will be staying in their underground hideout to continue his work and Medusa would be helping him take care of a few things, Kuroka and Uruchi would be roaming around the town to get more information, and Sona, Aika, and Kaneko would be entering the dungeon. Hearing their decision, Kisuke gave the group entering the dungeon a token each. If you break this, Uruchi and I will be able to detect it, so use this when you're in danger. We'll immediately come to your side. But keep in mind that there might be some accident and we won't be able to detect it even after its activation or environment that prevents signals from going out. And even then, we would need a minute or two to arrive. This is the disadvantage of having someone very strong on their side. If Kisuke and Uruchi don't deliberately leave them alone, they won't be able to experience the hardships of life and death experiences, which is essential in the kind of world they live in. Even though both of them are worried, they had to do this if they want to follow their steps. The girls received it and clutched it in their hands. They don't want to rely on Kisuke forever and save them whenever they're in danger. But even then, they knew there are things that they can't be stubborn about and their lives should be their top priorities. We won't be using this until we exhaust every option we have, Sona said after looking into Kisuke's eyes. Kisuke nodded at her and patted her head. That's fine. However, before you dive in, make sure that you've prepared everything. What he didn't tell them, however, is the fact that the token has emergency features that could block fatal and strong attacks for a minute or two and would inform both Kisuke and Uruchi of its activation without them breaking it. He didn't tell them because he didn't want them to think that their lives are not in immediate danger, making them not careful enough. Before you go, why don't you wait until I update Kisuke-kun's status? Hestia stopped them from leaving. Curious, they decided to stay behind and see what sort of improvement Kisuke will receive after an update, as they heard that the Excelia only takes effect after it. Agreeing to her proposal, Kisuke took off his upper garment and laid down on his chest. Hestia did the same when she's granting them fauna, but instead of writing hieroglyphs, she just pulled out his status and activated the dormant Excelia to become part of his fauna. After feeling what's happening, Kisuke's guesses were further affirmed that the act of updating is in fact God's processing the data and giving it back to the adventurer in the form of strengthening their physical abilities. And since the fauna he has doesn't have magic, skill, and developmental ability sections, all the Excelia that's supposed to go there went to his status, resulting in another boost. So when Hestia finished updating his status, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. I already heard from others how much a child could improve in a certain amount of time. But this is just ridiculous. If others were to know of this, they will all scramble to invite him. Hestia then gave him his update status, which read: Kisuke Urahara. Level 1. STR, I-50, H-179. Vit, I-50, I-98. Dex, I-50, G-202. AGI, I-50, H-198. Mag, I-50, I-68. His overall stats increased by 495 points in just a single day. The moment his status was updated, Kisuke immediately noticed the changes in the nerves that the fauna created. The stocked-up Excelia, which is in the form of mana, immediately disappeared as it nourished the body along with the nerves becoming larger. These changes intrigued Kisuke so much that he wanted to study the logic behind it immediately, but he knew that he can't do that right now as he needs to finish his other projects first. The only thing he could do is to make sure that there isn't any hidden danger from all of this. This is a pretty skewed improvement, Uruchi commented when reading his status. Well, all I did is to dodge and strike, so this is expected. Do I have to aim for a build? Aika asked. She's thinking that there's some sort of limit and she only needs to increase the parameter most useful to her. No. It's better if you increase everything. Although it'll take some time, that's not a problem for us who can control mana directly. If you can control the mana that the fauna provides to do some burst of strength and speed or casting some random magic that matches the situation, you can go against much stronger monsters, which in turn provides you more Excelia. I see. If you want to improve your strength, you can just focus your mana on brute strength, and that should be the same with others except for magic, which will increase as long as you control your mana. Sona muttered. So the problem is increasing vitality. If it follows the same logic as others, then we could have to take some damage for us to actually increase it. Kaneko added. There are two approaches you can take regarding that. First is to boost your defenses using mana, and the other is to keep fighting monsters until you use up your stamina. Both are dangerous, so only increase your vitality when other parameters are already high so that you can react whenever there is something wrong. If your magic parameter is high, you could also dedicate more defense powers. Sona then started plotting the actions that the three of them should take in regards to the dungeon, but there's still one point that is bothering her. Say, Kisuke. It's impossible for us to hide the fact that we could use mana directly from others forever. What's your opinion on teaching it to others? Kisuke smiled at her question. Nothing, really. In fact, the more people who know this method, the less unique will appear from others. But still, I'll leave it to you a lot on how you decide on things. I'm happy that you're trusting us that much, but what if we bring you trouble? A trouble so big that we would have no choice but to rely on you. Grinning, Kisuke replied with confidence, that's fine. Go make some trouble. Making mistakes is part of the learning curve. Once you've experienced trouble, you would know what to do. Just remember, we always got your back no matter what you do. An adventure of their own, that is what Kisuke wants. Wait. Although decreasing your uniqueness is good, but don't you think it's a bad idea to teach others your trump card? Hestia asked in concern. That's not the case at all, Hestia-sama. Mana control is just a basic technique for us. So it's fine if they knew how to control directly the mana. Kisuke replied, it's not really a great thing. After all, it's the gods that stopped the people of this world to develop such a technique. Their over-reliance on fauna is what stops them from advancing their technology despite having 1,000 of years of history. Chapter 311, The Trio. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko left for the guild after Kisuke, Yoruichi, and Kuroka's lectures. Kuroka also wanted to come with them, but she knew that despite their supposed similar physical abilities, her experience is much above them and she couldn't help them improve on the upper floors. They met Sophie, their advisor, on the counter, and the first thing she asked, where are the rest? They're busy with something, so it'll only be the three of us today, Sona explained. Ha. With a sigh, Sophie continued, how did you do yesterday? I heard that there is some incident on the upper floors yesterday about monsters disappearing. We could only find a few goblins yesterday even after going down to the 4th floor. Sona lied without hesitation. Well, it's good that you didn't encounter something dangerous. Although the upper floors returned to normal, there are still strong adventurers from Ganesha Familia patrolling the area, so if you encounter something out of place, you should immediately look for them. And by the way, although you're already on the verge of leveling up, I suggest that you girls don't go beyond the 7th floor. What you need is to experience what the dungeon has to offer, as it's very different from monsters outside, since they can spawn en masse that can suddenly catch you off guard that may result in your lives taken away. While reminding them, Sophie also pulls out some documents about the 5th to 7th floors. Also, read this carefully before you dive in. Sona received the documents with a grateful expression, thank you very much. And lastly, before you go, invest some of your money to some potions, as it could be your life-saving item. Understood. We'll be going, Sophie-san. Sona then bid farewell with Aika and Kaneko. Go. I'm still busy. Shooing them away, Sophie returned to her work and proceeded to ignore them. The trio only smiled at her contrasting attitude and exited the guild building. She's a good girl. Kaneko muttered, and the two nodded in agreement. Is it fine to show an attitude like that? From behind Sophie, a voice of a girl resounded and she turned around. Aina. A beautiful half-elf with a slim body, pointy ears, shoulder-length brown hair, and emerald-colored eyes appeared behind Sophie. You don't have to worry about how I treat the adventurers assigned to me. What about you? You accepted that white-haired rookie that nobody wants due to how he acts yesterday. Those guys won't stop betting on how long he could survive. Isn't it the same for you? Aina replied with a frown. Now you understand why I show that kind of attitude. Those who came from outside with prior experience from getting fauna tend to become arrogant because they're strong from where they came from. They're the type that would suddenly lose their mind if things become a bit dangerous. So I doubt they'll last. Aina could only smile wryly after hearing her co-worker's words. That's pretty harsh. Still, you don't slack from giving them the advice they need. Sophie stopped her actions of sorting the documents for a moment before replying, maybe I'm hoping that they'll at least survive long enough that they could make a name for themselves. After all, it's really tiring to see people you're just talking to suddenly dying. Following Sophie's advice, the trio went to a potion seller that Hestia recommended and also helped her when she's having a hard time after being kicked out by Hephaestus, Mayak, the god of medicinal familia, Mayak Familia. The home of Mayak Familia, the Blue Pharmacy, is located in the same district as the abandoned church where they're staying, and they arrived there after a quarter of an hour of walking from the guild building. They were greeted by a Chianthrope with long brown hair, purple eyes, dog ears, and a tail. Welcome. What do you need? She greeted with a flat tone. Good morning. We're in need of potions and Hestia-sama recommended this place. Sona replied. The Chienthrope was a bit surprised, but she immediately recovered. So you guys are her children. I didn't expect that she telling the truth. Sona could only smile wryly. Although she's being rude, she can't feel any annoyance from her tone, so Hestia might be actually really close friends with the Mike Familia if they can joke around like that. I'm Sona Citri, and the two behind me is Ika Kiryu and Chiron Tuju. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Naza Erasuis, nice to meet you too. Do you need potions? You can choose from this. Going straight to the business, Naza pulled out potions with different potencies. Then we'll take 5 of these. Sona pointed to the most expensive one. That would be 3,000 valis in total. No haggling, Sona immediately passed her what she asked for. Thank you very much. Naza packed the 5 potions. She's truly grateful for them, as it's rare for a familia of their size to sell 2 or more potions, as most of their customers are also from poor familias. You're welcome. Since Hestia-sama is in debt to you, it's only normal for us to return the favor. Naza finally smiled for the first time, even then. Thank you. We're going. We'll see you next time. All right. I'll be expecting you. Be careful. Naza then remembered something. Oh right. I would like to ask a favor. If you ever encounter a young adventurer with white hair and red eyes and he's in danger, please assist him if possible. He's a rare new member for us. I'll give you potions for a good price if you can assist him. No problem. However, we'll only do that if there's no danger in doing so. Of course. That's understandable. You should prioritize your life more than others. Naza nodded in understanding. Arriving in the dungeon, Sona, Ika, and Kaneko immediately went to the 4th floor and started their hunt. Since Sona doesn't need a staff when casting magic, she's using a short bow which is created by Kisuke. It's only a normal short bow that is more polished compared to the cheap options in the market and is enough to reach monsters from 50 meters or so. While she has a short bow, Sona also has a small dagger strapped to her side that she intended to use after studying the movements of the monsters. Ika, on the other hand, chooses to wield 2 short swords to practice her style in Zanjutsu, while Kaneko chooses metal knuckles. For today, they intended to gather Excelia while also practicing their own techniques. Magic for Sona and Flash Step for both Ika and Kaneko. Flash Step is very hard to use with the Foulness provided mana, but if they can use it, they would have more means of escape and more maneuverability in battle, which they decided to be the top priority rather than stronger attacks. After all, strong attacks can be achieved if you have strong weapons. Chapter 312, The Trio Part 2. Sona, Ika, and Kaneko directly descended to the 4th floor and started looking for monsters. The first one they encountered on this floor is a group of 3 goblins. Nodding at each other, Sona knocked an arrow to her bow and did a preemptive strike. The arrow flew and it went through the right eye of one of the goblins and it instantly died along with its screech. Ika and Kaneko then launched towards the remaining 2 goblins while strengthening their upper bodies with mana. With a single slash from Ika and a punch from Kaneko, the first goblin was bisected while the second one has its head crushed and they were reduced to ashes, leaving only their small magic stones. Picking up the magic stone, Ika commented, "This is too easy. Why don't we move a floor lower?" Sona thought for a moment before saying, "Let's explore this floor for a bit more. We need to get used to the monsters first." Kaishu. You're the type that grinds monsters and level up too much before moving to the next area. I always like being prepared. You, on the other hand, is the type of person that just follows the storyline regardless of the level recommendation. Isn't it more exciting to kill monsters above your level? Please stop talking about RPGs. This isn't a game. Kaneko finally interrupted the two. Sona and Ika could only feign a cough out of awkwardness. However, Kaneko knew that the two of them, including her, were in full alert despite the casual conversation, so she isn't really blaming them. The group then explored the 4th floor for another hour before going down to the 5th floor. The walls change to a light green color and the structure of the dungeon begins to change with the halls becoming wider and longer. From Sophie's reminder, the 5th floor's monsters are a mix of dungeon lizards and frog shooters. While the former is only a gigantic lizard and doesn't have much threat, the former is a frog monster that has one large eye. It attacks by shooting out its long tongue, which can catch a newbie off guard if they're not paying attention. Just a few minutes into the floor they immediately encountered the new monster, Frog Shooter. The monster also noticed them and immediately shoots out its tongue with Ika as the target. Ika stepped to the side and swiped her sword upwards, cutting the frog's tongue short. The Frog Shooter immediately took back its tongue due to pain and couldn't help but screech. Soon after, an arrow impaled its large eye and a few seconds later, it died and reduced to ashes. Kaishu. It's not much of a fight if you use the bow, and I doubt you gain that much Excelia doing that. Kaneko commented. Sona nodded in agreement. Right. We can't call this a practice. She then put her bow on her back, so from now on, I'll be using magic. That way at least, I can improve my control and increase my MAG parameter. Just as she said that, cracks started to appear on walls and 3 frog shooters emerged from it which immediately started attacking the group. Cover me, Sona commanded as she put up her right hand and pointed it towards the frog shooters. A magic circle with Citri's insignia appeared and from it, 3 balls of water emerged before it stretched into something resembling a lance. Aika cut 2 of the tongues coming for them while Kaneko stepped on one. Soon after, the lances of water launched towards the 3 frog shooters. One of them hit one of the frog's stomach, one frog got its leg impaled while the last lance missed the frog entirely. Kaishu. Did your eyesight worsen? Why don't you ask Kisuke to change the prescription of your glasses? A hint appeared on Sona's face but nevertheless, her poker face didn't break down. I didn't expect that my magic is that uncontrollable. Kaneko and Aika then dealt with the monsters. When there's only one left, Aika signaled Kaneko to leave it to her. 10 meters away from the last frog, Aika used Flash Step to close the distance, and failed spectacularly. The moment Aika circulated her mana and used the magic-based Flash Step, the mana she has suddenly violently fluctuated. Not expecting such a big reaction, Aika failed to control her mana and she widely propelled forwards. The only silver lining is she was able to put up defenses using her Ryatsuki before her face planted on the wall. Gah. Aika. Aika-senpai. Sona and Kaneko immediately called out and Kaneko ran towards the last frog, killing it before going to Aika's side. Aika stood up and cleaned her face which is smeared by blood coming from her nose. Seeing that she's okay besides the bleeding nose and obviously red legs, Sona couldn't help but laugh a little. Aika-san, did you fell for an illusion and saw a path there? And of all the body parts that you could have used to stop yourself, you used your face. I'm impressed. Ugh. Aika doesn't have a comeback and just drank half of the potion that they bought earlier and poured the rest of it on her legs which eased the pain she's feeling. Still not willing to end like this, Aika turned to Kaneko. What about you, Kaneko-chan? Don't you have something to show us? We still have 4 potions. Kaneko looked away and started walking, intending to further explore the 5th floor. I'm good. Aika and Sona used a few minutes to persuade her. Since she can't improve if she doesn't use it, Kaneko used Flash Step when there are no enemies on sight and ended up the same fate as Aika. Unlike her, though, she's already anticipating her failure despite being careful and was able to use her hands to stop herself from going forwards. And since she's very careful, her legs didn't hurt that much and only used a bit of the potion to restore it to peak condition. Let's continue and kill some monsters using these techniques. That should earn us some hefty Excelia. And finally, no more teasing each other. We're all in the same boat. Sona proposed. Yes. Aika and Kaneko answered. However, despite only using the potions if they can't take the pain anymore, all of their potions were used up after an hour of exploring. Didn't expect that we would need potions to practice. What should we do? Go back and purchase another batch. Or get some magic stones first to trade? Aika asked after consuming the last bit of potion. They also have an option of asking Kisuke for some homebrewed potion, but they didn't really want his help for something this trivial. If only we have a healer in our party. Kaneko muttered. Chapter 313, Saving a Damsel in Distress. Since it's still a few hours before lunch, they decided that they should get some more kills for magic stones so they can buy a good batch of potions and go out by noon. Aiming for more lucrative magic stones, the group descended to the 6th floor where War Shadows, the strongest monster of 5th to 7th floors, starts appearing. A War Shadow is a dark humanoid monster that has long arms with 3 claws that are sharp like knives. For a small fry, it sure has a cool name, Aika muttered as she recalled the monsters appearing on the 6th floor. As they move, they kept encountering the frogs and slaughtering them. It's only after half an hour they were able to see a War Shadow. Since it's only one, Aika and Kaneko decided who would go first by doing rock paper scissors and Kaneko won the match. Since she wanted to try fighting it normally, Kaneko didn't use any of her mana for boosting physical abilities. As Kaneko approaches the War Shadow, it swiped its claws downward but Kaneko deflected it to the side using her hand guards. Sparks flew and Kaneko grabbed the War Shadow's arm before kicking its ankle, effectively throwing its foot into the air. Using the arm she's grabbing, Kaneko pulled downwards. The foot which she used to kick the War Shadow's ankle is still in the air and Kaneko redirected its position on top of the War Shadow. The moment the War Shadow landed on the ground is the moment Kaneko's foot descended with all the strength she got. The stomp crushed the War Shadow's neck and its body and head separated before turning into ashes. That's cool. Maybe I should only try unarmed combat. Aika commented. You're a swordswoman, Aika-senpai. Let's keep the roles for now. I should ask Kisuke to teach me some close combat techniques. You can also ask Yoruchi-san, Kaishu. After all, we're all required to attend her anti-personnel battle lessons. Now that you've mentioned it. She did say that. After all, monsters are not the only threat here, Aika muttered. The next War Shadow they encountered is dealt with by Aika. Unlike Kaniko's approach of an instant kill, however, Aika chooses to dodge all of its attacks and tries to get used to it. During that time, she suffered a few lacerations due to some miscalculations. Since she can't use her Ryatsuki to skin the surroundings, something like this is bound to happen. 5 minutes into dodging spree, Aika decided to kill the war shadow by impaling its chest. You're too reckless. Sona approached Aika and took out some antiseptic and bandages to patch her up. You just had to do that when we don't have potions. Aika went silent for a while before speaking. I also didn't expect that I would get hurt. It seems that I'm too confident in my abilities that I failed to properly reflect on myself. Sona sighed and fixed her up. Should we continue? Yep. The wounds are properly cleaned so I can still go on. Don't worry. I won't do anything like that again. Not until I know my limits. While the group is resting, the walls cracked again, but this time, instead of just 3 monsters, 7 more shadows emerged. They were shocked at the number, but they didn't panic. Aika and Kaniko immediately attacked one of the war shadows to break the encirclement. The last thing they want is to be attacked from all sides. Sona hurriedly followed them as she conjures 2 3-meter-long snakes and bonded 2 of the other war shadows that are near their path of escape. Killing one, the group successfully gained some distance from the remaining 6 monsters. Not holding back anymore, Aika and Kaniko strengthened their bodies and cooperated to kill them one by one. While the former would block the war shadow's claws, the latter would go for the finishing blow. Instead of fishing for kills, Sona chooses to support them by controlling the remaining monsters with her water snake. After killing 2 war shadows, it became a lot easier for the group to dispatch the remaining war shadows. Their abrupt battle ended with a few cuts on both Kaniko and Aika, but it was nothing serious. I'm sorry for calling them small fries. Aika apologized to no one. Should we continue? Kaniko asked. Let's go back, Sona answered, and the 2 agreed. However, before they could even turn around, they heard a panicked scream and sounds of hurried stomping not far away from them. Looking at each other, they decided to check it out. They ran through the corridor for half a minute before they saw a girl being surrounded by 4 war shadows. Despite the panicked expression of the girl, she's doing her best to wave around her staff in hopes of hitting the monsters. The group also noticed that her physical abilities are way above the 3 of them, but despite that, her movements are clumsy at best and it's just a matter of time before a war shadow could hit her. Without hesitation, Aika grabbed Sona's dagger and threw it towards the nearest monster from the girl, and she successfully impaled its head, but she wasn't able to kill it. Clicking her tongue, she then threw her long sword for a second strike and finally killed it. The girl rejoiced when she saw a flying dagger impaling the war shadow in front of her, but she also panicked when she saw a long sword following after. After all, who in their right mind would throw a weapon not meant for throwing? After the war shadow went down, from the peripherals of her vision, she saw a white-haired cat person engaging the monster on her right, so she immediately turned left to smash the monster there. There's still one monster left unattended, so she gave some of her focus on that, but before she could notice it, a spike made out of water went through the monster's head, instantly killing it. After a few seconds, she was able to kill the war shadow she's fighting by bashing its head. The girl then turned to the group that helped her and bowed down. Thank you very much. If not for you, I could have died there. The girl with the bob-cut hair and glasses stepped forward. I'm happy that you're fine. Really? Thank you very much. Allow me to return the gratitude somehow. It's fine. It's only natural to help one another in the dungeon. So please stand up. Sona then helped her stand up. By the way, I'm Sona Citri of the Hestia Familia. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I'm Line Arsh of the Loki Familia. Chapter 314, Line Arsh. Line has brown eyes and long black hair that she had braided in a tail. She's wearing a brown and white top, a brown skirt, dark leggings with a white band and light brown borders, a white headband, glasses, pale arm cover with light brown borders, white gloves, and a white belt with pouches. She also has a wooden staff that amplifies her magic, and it's durable enough to bash through a war shadow's head. Nice to meet you too. I'm Line Arsh of the Loki Familia. I'm Aika Kiria from the same familia. Nice to meet you. Chiron Tuju. Pleasure to meet you. Line immediately noticed the 2 girls' bandages and asked, do you mind if I heal you? I may not look like it, but I'm a healer. Oh. Is that fine? Aika asked back. She then recalled Kaniko's muttering earlier about having a healer in their party. This is some amazing coincidence. Sona and Kaniko are also thinking of the same thing, and the 3 of them glanced at each other and reached a conclusion. Let's see how this goes. They also remembered Kisuke's words about establishing connections to the inhabitants of this world and his willingness to accept trouble. Although he did say that he's fine with them causing trouble, they won't blindly create problems. Since they in need of a healer, they would have to decide if this Line Arsh could fit the bill. Line then scratched her head in embarrassment. Although I did say that I'm a healer, I'm mostly a supporter for the main party of the Loki Familia. My healing magic is only marginally better than those cheap ones sold in the store. I'm just a level 2 after all. It's fine. We're grateful, regardless. Please. Sona smiled at her. As she closely looks at Line, the more she closely resembles one of the Rias Gremmary's bishops, Asia Argento. Of course, that aura and demeanor didn't escape Aika and Kaneko, who's close to Asia. The only difference is that Line gives a more mature feeling contrary to Asia's innocent and naive demeanor. However, that's just the initial impression they're getting and won't decide with just that. Line nodded and started chanting, "O light, healing light, bring me peace this very hour, heal." Along with her chant, a white magic circle appeared below Line and it expanded until it reached Aika and Kaneko. The light intensified and both Aika and Kaneko can feel a slight burning feeling from their cuts before it disappeared entirely, along with the magic circle. Aika and Kaneko unwrapped their bandages and checked their wounds, which is there anymore, so this is healing magic. Aika muttered. This feels slightly different from Asia-senpai's twilight healing. Kaneko also commented. Line didn't mind Kaneko's words. Although a healer is pretty rare, top familias always have a couple of them. Thank you for healing them. Sona initiated the conversation with Line again. No. I didn't do much. I still want to thank you in a different way. Line replied earnestly, so if you want something, please don't hold back and I'll listen. I do have something in mind. Sona tapped her chin a few times with her finger and said, but if you don't mind, I would first like to know what are you doing here alone and in danger. Especially when you said you're from the Loki familia. Of course, I won't mind if you don't answer. I'm just a bit curious. Well. It's not really an interesting story and I also don't mind telling you about it. Line then started narrated. Line joined the Loki familia when she's just 14 years old, 2 years ago, when she's just a newly promoted adventurer. The Loki familia accepted her due to her rare healing ability, but beyond that, she's below average. Even now, her only role is to support the main party and carry their luggage. For Line, it's not actually a bad thing as it's a pretty lucrative job, especially when the main party goes into expeditions and brings her as far as the 50th floor. The way she's treated is not bad too. In fact, it's pretty good compared to the other supporters that she saw in Orario. However, she has a dream. It's to become a successful adventurer that could actually make her own story and not just stand at the sidelines. But it's been 2 years since her leveling up to 2, and since then, there's not much improvement in her basic attributes and her healing magic is only mediocre at best. And all of those who came with her to join the Loki familia is already level 3s and only a few level 2s who's already on the verge of leveling up. By this time, however, all of her hopes of being in a great adventure and contributing to her allies almost vanished. But even then, she still completely let it go. Line thought of 2 ways to improve herself and the first one is to study and try to improve her healing ability. She spent her time studying and consulting doctors about a person's body and gained significant knowledge and understanding about the topic to the point that those who teaches and advise her to applaud her genius ability. But all of that was for naught as she wasn't able to improve her healing magic at all since she didn't know how she should integrate the knowledge and wisdom she earned to her magic itself. It was already too late when she noticed this fact. If not for having innate interest at the topic itself, she would have dubbed it a useless effort. Not giving up, she went towards the second solution. To have a secondary role. She's thinking that if she works hard in the dungeon fighting, she could gain fighting experience and level up while at it. But she also underestimated this part. Although she was able to breeze through the upper floors, when faced by war shadows who can dodge her attacks and surround her, she's helpless if not for the group's help. She finally realized that she doesn't have any talent in fighting. Giving up all hope, she now only intends to support her comrades from the backlands with her not-so-effective healing and marginally stronger body as a supporter. With tears threatening to fall from her eyes, Line immediately apologized and wiped it. I'm sorry for telling you such a depressing story. Sona sighed in response, it's really a depressing story, but not an uncommon one either. Line could only smile wryly at her words, you're right. It's not uncommon and there are other people there who has it harder. So you're giving up? For some reason, Sona couldn't just leave her like this, it's probably because she reminds me of my servants. My family. Unlike Rias who has unique servants, Sona's servants are mainly composed of those who want to go against their fate. Line thought for a moment and looked up, how strange. Even though I'm about to lose my life earlier and the most logical thing to do is to stop. Even though I already told myself that I should give up and spare myself some useless effort. Didn't you want to go on a great adventure? Sona asked. Line's eyes opened wide, how could I forget? How could I ask for a great adventure when I'm already giving up at the starting line? However, despite realizing that, Line is still unsure, which way should I go now? She knew that sooner or later, she would lose her life at the futile attempt of searching her path sooner or later. But even then, she can't give up. At least, she wanted her dream to keep on burning. How about I show you the way? Sona suddenly said, which roused Line in her deep thoughts. Sona's expression is a devil who's tempting a mortal to wish for something in exchange for his or her soul. Chapter 315, Which Fantasy Hole? Line could tell that there is something wrong with her offer, but not having any option to start with, she became curious. They way. Before I answer that, I would like to ask first. Can you keep secrets? Line's expression became serious after hearing that. Why would you let me keep your secrets? Even though she's truly grateful for saving her from the monsters, she's not a naive idiot that would accept everything they say to her. Not much of a reason, really. I just thought that you're the person we're looking for. Sona replied. After only telling you my story, I might just be lying to get you to trust me. Indeed. I can't tell if you're lying or not. I don't have a god's ability to tell apart lies. They why? Sona smiled as she reminisced her servants. I at least can tell that your frustration regarding your present situation is real. After all, I'm used to it and I also experienced it firsthand. So you're trusting me with your secrets? Yes. What if you're wrong and just reveals it to everyone? Or at least, to my familia. As a top familia, we took importance to information gathering, and if your secret is important, I might just tell them everything I know. Then it'll be my mistake and I would take responsibility for whatever going to happen next. Sona smiled confidently. She didn't like gambling, but if her instincts are correct, then Line would become great assistance for them in the future. Line sighed after hearing that and thought, well, if she can take responsibility that confidently, it shouldn't that much of a secret. And besides, they should be around level 1 or 2 since they're exploring this floor. What could they know that a top familia like Loki familia doesn't know? Alright, I can keep secrets. I promise that I won't tell anyone. Even if Loki-sama asks me about it, I won't answer. She finally relented. Hearing that, a smile that resembles Kisuke's emerged from both Sona and Aika. Kaneko could only shake her head after seeing that and look at Line in pity. Line didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a cold breeze passing up her spine. She looked around as she thought that a monster appeared but failed to find any. As for Sona and Aika, they didn't care if their secret come out and they're not really worried as it's the Loki familia they're talking about and would probably want to keep the information for themselves. And on top of that, Loki seems to be good friends with Hestia. For now, join our party as we explore this floor, Sona instructed. Sure. But what about the way you're talking about earlier? Line asked. It's related to our secret, and as we hunt for monsters, you'll slowly realize it. We only ask you to please heal any of our injuries. Since she already sailed the boat, Line didn't hesitate anymore. Let's go. What she didn't know, however, is that due to her decision today, she won't just be having a great adventure but more on a grand one. Getting free potions, the trio decided to stay in the dungeon and go practice their magic and flash steps. By the way, Line-san. How much minor injuries or cuts can you heal in an hour? Sona asked. Sustainable. That would be around 20 times if it's just minor injuries or cuts. Great. So Kaneko and I get 10 tries per hour. Aika happily cheered as that is equivalent to 5 potions per hour. Confused on why they're acting like they would be injured a lot, Line wanted to ask, but before she could do so, they spotted 2 war shadows and a frog shooter from the distance. Line just got ready when Sona suddenly pointed her hand towards the monster, magic. What she didn't expect, however, is that a magic circle instantly emerged in front of her hand and a lance made out of water materialized after it, shooting towards the frog shooter, killing it before it could even realize what's going on. Did she ever call out the name of her magic? Weird. I didn't hear anything. Maybe she just whispered it. A few seconds after that, however, she suddenly saw Aika and Kaneko disappearing in front of her, and before she realized it, both of them are already in front of the 2 war shadows. Crashing into them. What's going on? Since when did they arrive there? There are at least 20 meters from our position to the monsters. And why did crash onto the monsters head-on? Isn't that dangerous? It was this moment that Line slowly realized that something isn't right and an unknown premonition in her is starting to surface. The moment they made contact with the monsters, Aika and Kaneko killed them in an instant by aiming at their magic stones. And aside from throbbing legs, both of them have their nose bleeding. What are you doing planting your face on that guy, Kaneko-chan? I could ask the same, Aika-senpai. Well, I got too excited when I heard about the heals. Right. Free heals. We don't have to buy potions. Kisuke-senpai's stingy mindset is affecting us. What? Line could only mutter, such as too many questions surfaced in her mind, so it took her a few seconds to gather her thoughts and arrange it. What are you doing on this floor? Is her first question. Sona started walking towards Aika and Kaneko. What do you mean? Line followed her steps and explained her question. Aren't those 2 at least level 3 if they're capable of that kind of speed? I, however, don't understand why they would bash their heads on the monsters. Sona didn't answer immediately. Please heal them first. Line nodded and healed their legs and their bleeding nose. She understands why their nose is bleeding, but she doesn't get how they injured their legs. Thank you. Giving their gratitudes, Aika and Kaneko dusted their clothes. You're asking why we're on this floor? Simple, we're all level 1s. What? But how could they? Line was about to ask, then a certain possibility entered her mind. I see. So you're level 1s who are already on the verge of leveling up. Now I understand why their legs are injured. It probably due to some skill that boosts your speed in exchange for stressing your legs each use. Aika smiled and said, no ways that's the case. Although you're right about our technique putting stress on our legs, it's because we haven't mastered it yet. And besides, we only became adventurers yesterday and received a fauna a few days ago. What are you? In other words, we only have I-rank basic abilities, so we're still pretty far from leveling up. Kaneko continued. By the way, Kaishu. Shouldn't you call out a cool name when you cast your magic? Aika suddenly asked. No way I'm going to do something as embarrassing as that. Embarrassing. Line finally recalled the weird magic, chanting, which is required for all magic, is embarrassing. Line didn't know what kind of fantasy hole she descended today. Chapter 316, New Member. Sona decided to have lunch first before continuing after seeing that Line's not functioning properly. Aika and Kaneko took out a blanket and lunchboxes from their bags, which taken up the most bulk from their bags. Seeing that, Line finally got hold of herself and asked the easiest question first, you're in the dungeon. Why are most of your supplies is dedicated for lunch? The three looked at each other and recalled Medusa's words when she passed them their lunchboxes and repeated it to Line, because we can't a good meal pass. Line couldn't comprehend their logic. It's as if they're speaking another language. As one of the logistics support of the Loki Familia, she knew the importance of items that could save your life in the dungeon, and it's better not to bring too much as to not hinder their movements. A single lunchbox is fine, but she took a peek at their bags. It still has similar boxes of what seems to be food. They ran out of potions, yet their bag is still full of food. Stop standing there and join us. Sona also sat down and waited for Line. Thank you. Line chose not to think about their answer. If she did, she won't have the processing power for the next kinds of stuff she's curious about. Their lunch consists of sandwiches, fried chickens, vegetable salads, and warm soup. Are we still in the dungeon? And why is this soup still warm? A question that Line didn't voice out. While they were eating, Line finally gathered her wits to ask, you're lying when you said that you're just a level 1 with I-rank basic abilities, right? The three stopped eating and looked at her. It's really hard to believe that. Aika asked. Line, without hesitation, answered, yes. Magic reinforcement seems a lot more effective than we initially thought. Kaneko muttered. Magic reinforcement. Is that your skill or magic? No, Kaneko replied simply. Then how? Let me clarify, Line-san. Each one of us doesn't have any skill, magic, or developmental abilities listed in our fauna. Sona finally revealed it. That's impossible. Line immediately refuted it. After all, in this world, although casting magic is possible even without fauna, it would need rituals and long chants. And in Sona's magic, which she showed earlier, it's impossible for it to be cast without a significant amount of time and chant, not to mention the magic that reinforces the overall abilities and movement skill that Aika and Kaneko used. All of that is impossible by the standards she knew. Of course it's possible. Who decided that it isn't? This. Who decided? No one. But it's also true that no one is capable of what they're claiming to do, unless you're controlling mind directly. Mind. That's how you call mana. Sona muttered. Hearing that, a light emerged from Line's mind. The secret you're talking about is. Yep. As you have guessed. We can control mind directly without the assistance of chants or rituals. And due to that, we can do a lot of things outside of what fauna can give. Sona then started demonstrating her magic by conjuring water on her left hand and igniting a fire on her right hand. It means that as long as you know how to control mind, then the magic you can use is theoretically unlimited as opposed to just 3 slots from fauna. Line finally realized that this is their secret. This is ridiculous. Not really. It's just you guys decided that it's impossible when it's perfectly achievable. It's hard but never impossible. After all, magic is just the way mind moves. Why tell me this? Honestly, this is beyond my expectations, far beyond. Line started to get nervous as she didn't think it would be something this big that would surely change the way people look at magic. She just couldn't think of all the consequences this knowledge will bring to everyone, but she's sure it'll be world-changing. As I told you earlier, you're the person we're just looking for. We need someone to heal us in case we got injuries practicing our magic. As you can see, it isn't to do and chances of mind going out of our control is a lot higher than just using magic granted by the fauna. Line finally understood her role in the group, so anyone is fine as long as they can heal. But why me? There are a lot of people with better aptitude than me. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko won't tell her that she's the first healer they met for now. So Sona told her another reason, which is the main one, because you want to become better. As simple as that. Sona took a liking to her, as most people would just give up when they realized that they're not talented and would forever live their lives giving up on their hopes and dreams, while Line kept trying and searching for the path she could take. And the way you're talking about earlier is right. As compensation for keeping our secrets, we'll teach you how to manipulate mind directly. If you can manipulate mind directly, you'll have more chances of modifying your healing magic or even create your own using your own understanding. The time you spent studying and grueling through the books that could help you understand a person's body won't be wasted. Sona then began her temptation. Line went silent, trying to process everything that she heard. But Sona nailed the final nail in the coffin, and not just that, we'll also introduce you to someone who knows so much about bodies that as long as someone isn't dead, they won't die even if they want to. He also the type of guy that would suddenly pull out unknown magic for his own convenience. What do you think? That, without a doubt, caught Line's interest. Because of all the doctors she knew, no one would dare claim that they can keep their patients alive even if he or she wanted to die. Why am I hesitating? Even if they're not telling the whole truth, just the way they use magic is already outside of everyone's common sense. This is my chance to finally improve like I always wanted. Line closed her eyes and took a deep breath several times. A minute later, she opened her eyes, and the trio can see that she already decided on what she wants to do. Please teach me how to improve. Sona smiled and put out her right hand. Understood. But how much you can improve will still depend on you. Line looked at her hand for a moment before grabbing it with both of her hands. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. Welcome to the crew. Let's work together from now on. Chapter 317, New Member Part 2. What should I do? Line asked. For now, follow us and cast your healing magic whenever necessary. And while you do that, instead of passively focusing on gathering mind, I'll call it mana instead of mind if you don't mind. I don't mind. Sona nodded and continued, instead of passively focusing on gathering mana, you should detect its movements inside your body. How it enters, how it circulates, how it exits your body, and form your magic. Once you're able to do that, we'll think of the next step to actually control your mana. What's important for now is for you to know mana's properties. Line nodded seriously and answered, I got it. All this while, her magic training consists of only gathering the right amount of mind for the chant of her magic, and any modification is done through changing the incantation and the amount of mind she's gathering. So focusing on the mind itself and how it behaves is a new perspective for her. It's understandable that Line wouldn't try controlling the mind directly, as it's already a common knowledge that doing that would only result to ignis fatuus, or mind going out of control and hurting the caster. On the contrary, there is some success in modifying the incantation itself in terms of changing the magic. The group, which is now the quartet, moved to search for more monsters, and by the end of the day, they hunted more than 50 war shadows and more than 30 frog shooters, most of which came from a monster's house. It's already late in the afternoon when they decided to stop. The first three could still continue, but they really pity Line, who's already on the verge of mind down for a few hours now but still intending to continue. They underestimated her tenacity, but this is more good news than a bad one. They rested for a few minutes before ascending and going to the guild counter to trade in their magic stones and drop items. They netted around 90,000 valis from their today's hunt, which also shocked the guild staff but didn't question it. He just recorded the unusual amount of war shadow and frog shooter magic stones they gathered and moved on to the next adventurer. Once they got out of the Tower of Babel, Sona passed a pouch, containing 40,000 valis, to Line. Here, take it. No. Line immediately refused. I didn't do much aside from healing. And you're even teaching me something amazing, so I couldn't receive any of that. In fact, it should be who's giving something back to you after all you've done for me. Take it. It's an investment. Sona insisted. Investment. Purchase all the magic potions you can with those 40,000 valis and use them to practice. But. No buts. If you can improve, it won't just help yourself but for us too, who's expecting your healing, as we're going to get hurt more in the future if we want to practice our other techniques. And besides, it's only 40,000 valis and I'd rather give it to you rather than our family's Kisuke to invest to his always redline shop. And on top of that, that guy seems to be very fond of setting up his shop in the most desolated place he can find, Aika added. Line wanted to ask more as she got curious at such an eccentric businessman, but someone called out to her, Line. Coming for them is a golden-haired beauty, Ace-san. Good evening. Did you just got out of the dungeon? Line greeted the newcomer. Ace nodded at her and looked curiously at her companions. Seeing her gaze, Line immediately introduced them. This is Sona Citri-san, Aika Kiryu-san, and Chiron Tuju-san from the Hestia Familia. They're helping me with something and formed a temporary party with them. Ace nodded at the three who are introduced and Sona immediately greeted her. Good evening, Wallenstein-san. I'm sorry for the ruckus that our Kisuke caused last night. Ace shook her head and replied, "It's fine. It's Bet's fault." This exchange confused Line. You two know each other. And last night, I heard Bet-san incurred 1,000,000 valis of debt in Hostess of Fertility. Hearing this, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko immediately looked away. Not minding the trio, Ace explained, Bet lose a bet to their captain and they asked Mia-san to cook non-stop in Bet's expense. She then pointed towards the group. They ate a few 100,000 valis worth of food. Line could only look at the group in utter shock. If not for their way to use magic which they revealed earlier, Line would question the validity of Ace claims even if she knew that Ace doesn't know how to lie. Ahem. It's free food. No need to hold back if it came from someone rude. Sona feigns a cough and justified their reason. Anyway, it's late. See you tomorrow, Line-san. Sona decided to escape. Even though she knew that they're on the right side, her face isn't as thick as Kisuke. But before they could leave, Wait. Ace stopped them. What is it, Wallenstein-san? Hesitating for a moment, Ace finally asked, could I perhaps buy one of those pepper sprays? For what? For convenience. It's a very useful thing. Ace replied with a very serious expression. I see. A countermeasure against perverts. Sona guessed. And Ace nodded in agreement. Kisuke will probably set up his shop within a few days in the eastern part of Orario near the abandoned church. He should sell you a few of those. But be prepared as instead of money, he might ask a favor instead. Think carefully before you accept his offer. Sona warned the sword princess. However, Ace didn't think much of it and just nodded. Well then, goodbye. Thank you for today and see you tomorrow. The trio then separated from Line and Ace. Since both of them are going home too, they walked together towards the Twilight Manor, Loki Familia's home. You partied with them? Why? Ace suddenly asked while they're walking. Line understood what Ace really wanted to ask, why not with other Loki Familia members? We only met each other today and got along well. And it seems fun being with them, despite how unconventional they act. It's unknown whether Ace understood her or not and they went home silently after that. Back at the underground Hestia Familia base, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko immediately noticed some changes from the Japanese mansion which is a chimney. At the farthest side of the mansion, a chimney is sticking out from one of the rooms. When they approached it, the room has been modified to match as those from the western living room from their previous world. This room emphasizes the fireplace of the room, but despite that, it seems that Kisuke was able to integrate it without destroying the atmosphere and look of the Japanese mansion. In the room, they saw Hestia sitting on the sofa while eating some snacks and they greeted her, "Good evening, Hestia-sama. We're back." Hestia turned to the trio, Sona-kun, Aika-kun, Kaneko-kun. Welcome home. Chapter 318, Joining. A new room. Kaneko muttered as they enter. Yes. Hestia happily answered. Kisuke-kun said that since I'm a goddess that represents the hearth, he created this place for me. Oh, you're home. How's today? Kisuke came from behind them, still with a bath towel on top of his head since he just came out of the bath. It's great. We get to practice my magic and their flash step. Sona answered happily. Looks like you had fun. Kisuke smiled and patted her head. Yep. With a big smile on her face, she enjoyed Kisuke's warm hands. That's unfair. We also worked hard. Aika immediately protested at the difference in treatment and Kaneko nodded vigorously. Kisuke only smiled and gave them their head pats. Good work out there. Say. I've been curious all this while. Hestia suddenly spoke while watching them. What's your relationship? I know Kisuke-kun and Yoruichi-kun were couples, but what about the others? About that. But before Kisuke could explain himself, the three girls simultaneously answered, harem. I see. Hestia was about to put the cookie in her mouth but not expecting such answer, she dropped the cookie and exclaimed, harem. You mean all of you are his wife? Even Kisuke didn't know how he would deny that when the three of them answered so surely, ahem. Anyway, Medusa and I will be coming with you tomorrow. We also need to raise our parameters. He changed the topic instead. Wait. Answer my question. Hestia is still not satisfied. But this time, Sona decided to help him since he didn't deny anything today like what he's doing in the past. Sure. But we have a bit of situation here. What is it? Kisuke happily asked. Hey. Why are you ignoring me? Hestia muttered from the background. We accepted someone else in our party, Aika answered Kisuke's question, still ignoring Hestia. Fine. If you don't want to answer, then don't. No need to ignore me. Hestia then started sulking on the sofa while nibbling on her cookies. Kisuke could only smile wryly at her actions. Hestia-sama, stop eating those snacks for now. It'll spoil your appetite for dinner. Medusa is cooking some food and should be done any minute now. Hearing that, Hestia immediately stopped sulking and finished the cookie in her hand before setting aside the rest. Great. I look forward to it. She then happily ran towards the dining room. So you decided to add someone to your party. That's a lot earlier than I thought. But that's fine. Kisuke resumed their conversation. You're already expecting it. Of course. And I did tell you it's fine to make friends. Aside from that, you guys are still practicing and I doubt you'll ask for potions from me when it seems you're trying to be independent. However, potions are not enough or too expensive for your team, so I thought that you'd hire a healer sooner or later. Although I have some concerns about the trustworthiness of that person, I trust that you three can help each other figure out the other party. Are you stalking us, Kisuke-senpai? Kaneko suddenly said. Kisuke only chuckled at her words, hee, so I got it right. You're really terrifying. Sona muttered, I also want to learn that. It'll take you some time, Kisuke replied. Time is what I have the most. Remember, I'm a devil. Right. By the way, here, Kisuke then passed them potions, drink it. Receiving one bottle for each of them, Aika asked, this is. It's a medicine that I based on this world's high-quality potions. Those things are amazing. It's really hard to believe that they managed to create something like that. But I guess this is thanks to fauna and developmental ability, mixing, which should be the accumulation of an insane amount of data and passing it to the skill user through the subconscious part of the mind. Right. We don't really understand. What will this do to us? Aika ignored his rumbling as he would continue forever if entertained. I modified it so that it helps you guys with your specific conditions. Although this will cure some of the problems in your body, it's mostly for stabilizing your conditions for better treatment in the future. I would also like to get a hold onto those highest quality elixirs first before I start your treatment in earnest. Hearing that, the three immediately drunk the potions for them. Good. Then going back to the topic. You hired a healer. Yes, Sona answered after wondering why the potion is strawberry flavored. Did he really needed to do that? How's she? How did you know she's a girl? Kaneko asked. Would you accept a man in your party? The three thought about it and instantly rejected that idea. Aside from the fact that they already dedicated themselves to Kisuke, they didn't want other men entering their mini-girl group. Her personality resembles Asia Argento, but she's not naive and she gives a more mature feeling than her, Sona answered. And I assume that she already knows about you guys controlling mana directly. Yes. Watching her expression change from this to that is fun. Aika answered him this time. Due to her circumstances, we managed to strike a deal with her and asked her to join our party to heal us in exchange for teaching her how to control magic directly or even modifying it. And in addition to that, I also promised her that I would introduce her to a doctor that can teach her medicine and healing magic. Sona added. A doctor? Who? Sona looked at her in confusion. Huh? Aren't you a capable doctor? You can treat us, after all. Listen here, lady. I'm a candy store owner and not a doctor. I won't change my profession. Ever. Kisuke answered with all seriousness. I'm sorry that I ask. Sona finally recalled how he seems so proud as a candy store retailer when he's clearly not good at it. He can earn a lot more if he just scams people. Sona then proceeds to tell Kisuke Line's story. Someone with an interest in medical knowledge. I'd like to see her for myself first. And if she's really good that like you describe her, then maybe I'll teach her the few things that I know. You can save someone extremely poisoned and on the cliff of death. But you only knew a few things. I'm a storekeeper, a businessman, and not a doctor or a medical expert. Kisuke emphasized his profession again as if becoming something else besides a candy storekeeper is a great downgrade. The next morning, Sona, Aika, Kaneko, and now with new additions, Kisuke and Medusa met Line in front of the fountain near the Tower of Babel. Nice to meet you, Arsh-san. I heard a lot about you from the girls. I'm Kisuke Urahara, the captain of Hestia Familia, and this is Medusa. We'll join you for today's exploration. Line is a bit shocked when someone else will be joining them today but still greeted them properly. Good morning, Kisuke-san. I'm Line Arsh from Loki Familia. Nice to meet you too. Chapter 319, Common Sense, Not Found. Since Kisuke and Medusa are with them, the group went straight to the 8th floor, bypassing the 7th floor where the killer ants and other insect-type monsters spawn. The amount and size of rooms from 8th to 9th floors increase and the length of the hallways between them becomes shorter. Also, the ceiling changes height from 3 to 4 meters from the floors above to nearly 10 meters above. Moss covers the brown-colored walls and the ground below becomes a short grass plain. The strong light from the phosphorescence above is similar to the light from the sun. No new monsters appear, however goblins and kobolds are stronger than above. It's recommended for level 1 adventurers to have the status of at least E in their basic abilities to explore these floors. Is it fine to just jump to this floor? Even though our group became larger, it's still dangerous because aside from stronger monsters, the spawn rate is also a lot faster and can overwhelm us. Line asked in concern. She doesn't know anything about Kisuke and Medusa's capabilities, but she assumed that their abilities are also around the level of the trio. And why are you not wearing armor? That attire is from Eastern lands, right? Even if you're fond of that attire, you should at least wear some steel plates that could protect your vitals. Are you underestimating the dungeon? On top of that, where's your weapon? Why are you bringing a cane? Arsh-san, I heard that you're learning the way we use magic. Instead of answering her questions, Kisuke asked. Line wanted to pursue her issue about their armors, but when she looked at Kisuke's eyes, which is shadowed by his strange hat, she could help but focus on his question instead. It's as if he has strange powers that do not allow you to go against him, yes. Line answered briefly, their whole familia use magic this way as expected. What do you think about it? What, you say? I still think it's ridiculous. Even now, I still don't fully believe if I can really do the same thing you're doing. Line stopped walking and looked down at her own hands, but I hope this would be the key to my dreams. For letting me know about this kind of magic, thank you very much. She gave her gratitude to Sona's group again. Kisuke smiled at her response, she's earnest and it seems that she's a hard-working too. Kisuke thought as he noticed the bags under her eyes and traces of turbulent mana inside of her, signifying that she's been using magic to the point that her mana kept moving even after stopping. Line wanted to say something else, but a group of 6 goblins and 4 kobolds came. As if remembering something, Aika grinned and looked towards Kisuke. Kisuke, have you started practicing your flash step? Kisuke looked back at her and answered, I'm too busy with some things and couldn't do any practice. Since I'm free today, I figured I can do it today. Then go. We'll give you this first batch of monsters. Kisuke then peeked at Line reaction, although she's confused on what we're talking about, it seems she's aware of flash step. But not the real thing. Oh well, it'll be harder for her to accept things later, so better show her some of it now. Facing forwards, Kisuke used the mana the Falna provided and directly got hold of it. Circulating the mana according to the technique, Kisuke flawlessly performed flash step and appeared behind the group of monsters 10 meters away. He then pulled out the blade in his cane and did a large swing, beheading all 10 monsters in an instant, so you can really gain Exilia as long as you power yourself up with the provided mana. And they gave a lot more than the upper floors even though they're not much stronger. What was that? From behind them, Line exclaimed in confusion, how did he suddenly appear there in an instant? However, the girls didn't humor her, Here I thought that he would fail at least for the first time. Aika pouted as she muttered. That's the difference between him and us. His handling is 1,000 times better than us. Kaneko followed. Looks like we have to speed up our training. Sona also inputted. Line then looked around in shock, Is that normal? Am I the weird one here? Line felt like she entered the wrong neighborhood. A dangerous neighborhood that threatens to undermine her understanding of the world. No way he's level 1. He should be at least level 4 or 5 with special skills. But they still couldn't attend to her as another batch of monsters approached them the opposite direction Kisuke went. The first one to react is Medusa as 2 daggers connected to a chain suddenly manifested in her hands. Without waiting for anyone, she dashed towards the monster after strengthening her body to the limit of her mana. From that dash, Line estimated that she has the same speed as a level 4 or an agility-focused level 3. Medusa went through the group of monsters and during the time she passed by them, she instantly beheaded 2 goblins and while at it, her chains become longer and entangled 2 kobolds, throwing them towards the 6 remaining monsters, destroying their formation. Medusa turned around and threw both of her daggers towards 2 different monsters. The daggers then went through the targeted monsters' throats. Medusa held the chains to control the daggers' flying direction and beheaded another 2 monsters. With another pull, the daggers went through the last 2 monsters. She killed the remaining monsters just through her finesse control of chains and daggers. The chains became shorter and the daggers returned to her hand as Medusa picked up the magic stones and went back walking nonchalantly to the group. During this time, Kisuke also returned after picking up the magic stones. Dang it. It seems like we're really in the bottom of the hierarchy in terms of combat strength. Who would have thought that she's that strong? And she only used the mana provided, right? Aika muttered with twitching lips. Kaneko couldn't say anything after seeing that and only clenched her little fist as determination and desire burned brightly within her. We should really speed up our training. Sona became sure that they're falling behind, by a lot. Someone. Please. Explain what's going on. Line couldn't process the events that unfold in front of her anymore. She heard from Sona and the rest that their whole familia comprises only of level 1 new adventurers. But after seeing this, she firmly believed that they're lying to her and to everyone. After all, what Sona and the rest showed her yesterday is already the limit of her understanding. Chapter 320, More Dungeon Crawling. During the abrupt break, Line had to take in everything she had seen while drinking the offered warm tea. She dare not to think where the warm tea came from as she had enough. Is that magic too? Line asked her first question. Since everything that constitutes manipulation of mind or mana is magic, yes, it is, Kisuke answered while enjoying her troubled expression. How is that even possible? Kisuke stayed silent for a moment to think of a way to explain the logic behind body strengthening. Imagine a normal adventurer. He goes to the dungeon to gather Excelia. After that, his god would update his status, raising his parameters according to the amount of the Excelia he gathered. The act of updating the status is the act of converting those Excelia to mana, or mind, that will permanently mix with your body to strengthen it. Hence, your parameters are raised. Line nodded as she somehow understands his explanation. Of course, not every mana goes to the body to strengthen it, as some or more of them just floats around the body, and you could probably guess what represents those. Line thought about it for a moment and her eyes lit up as she came into a realization: the magic parameter. Correct. It's probably due to the way the Excelia is gathered or the said adventurer's aptitude that magic parameter increases. But this is the main reason why a mage's physical ability is a lot weaker than a warrior counterpart. And there's just so much mana you could fit in the body in a level. I see. It is as Kisuke said. Everyone already accepted that it's due to aptitude, and the way they fight in the dungeon is the reason for a mage's development in the magic parameter. However, no one thought of it as just excess Excelia that couldn't strengthen the body like Kisuke is saying. Obviously, it's a lot more complicated than that due to the existence of skills, magic, developmental abilities, and most importantly, the level ups themselves. Level ups? Ah. So it's like adding another barrel to the body when the first one is already full. Line muttered. Haha, Kisuke chuckled and patted her head after hearing her words. Looks like you're gullible enough for me to teach you some magic. Line was startled and felt embarrassed when his hand landed on her head, but when she heard what he said, Line pouted, at least call me open-minded. Strangely enough, though, she doesn't mind his hand. Yash. That's enough. Aika then suddenly interrupted the two of them and goes in between. Let's go hunting. Would you please stop patting other people's head randomly? Sona added. We don't want another victim. Kaneko muttered. Well, it's just my habit. My bad. How should I return the favor? Since you're going to teach me your magic, it's only natural that I should compensate you in some way, but I don't know what should I do. Line suddenly asked after fixing her hair, which was ruffled by Kisuke. For now, just help the girls explore the dungeon. That should be enough. There's no way that's true. You're teaching me something that could undermine the whole world's take on magic, so how could that be enough? Simple. Because I said so. Kisuke chuckled as he started walking. That's ridiculous. Line could only mutter that as she follows the group while also thinking a way to return the favor by herself. In this regard, she's really too earnest. Since the monsters here are still too weak for Kisuke's taste, he asked Line to lead them directly to the 10th floor, which she immediately protested against. But after a minute of persuasion from him, she agreed after making them promise that they'll immediately retreat if things get too dangerous. This is after knowing their capabilities. It's really hard for her to suddenly change her outlook. The 10th floor keeps the same structure as the 8th and 9th floors above, however, the light from above becomes reminiscent of morning mist. The mist appears across the floor, making vision terrible. Large category monsters such as orcs and infant dragons begin to appear here. Navigating through the mist for a few minutes, they came across a huge pig-headed monster that reaches about 3 meters in height. It wears old hide at the waist like a skirt. An orc. An elf female knight. Why does that enter my mind after seeing that? Aika asked. Sona blushed and glared at Aika. Don't go there, Aika-san. Kaneko looked at them curiously and innocently as she asked, why? Kisuke put his hand over to her shoulder, which made her look at him, and he said seriously, they've delved deep on the internet. Don't mind them. Although still curious, Kaneko finally gets it when Kisuke said it like that. Kaneko could only sigh and think, I'm surrounded by perverts. Not the time to be talking. What should we do? Medusa asked as she watches the orc starting to run towards them. Since this is the first time we encounter this monster, Aika, Kaneko, you two take care of it. It's good for you to learn how to respond to something unknown. Kisuke instructed. What about me? Sona asked. You better off learning how to assess your surroundings. Later, you'll have to take the lead and command everyone when a bigger scale of the battle starts. Sona nodded in understanding and watched Aika and Kaneko as they approached the orc's flanks. The orc, in response, swung its arms around to deter the two adventurers. Aika didn't expect the speed that the orc's arm and ended up stopping on her tracks, while Kaneko immediately reacted by ducking under the arm's trajectory, and she arrived at the monster's left leg. With a single huge swing of her fist, ha! Kaneko broke the orc's kneecap, then retreating after the attack. Grah. With its scream of pain, the orc came crashing down and Aika used this chance to pierce the monster's throat, killing it. Phew. It was unexpectedly fast. Although it's not agile, the swing of its arm is enough threat. Aika commented. Aika-senpai, are you still not used to move around without your scanning abilities? Kaneko went to her side after picking up the orc's magic stone and asked. Yes. But I can feel some improvements, so I should be fine after some more training. Aika answered as they walked towards the rest of the group. Good work out there. Kisuke greeted them with a small smile while Medusa passes each of them a towel to clean themselves from some dirt they got. By the way, Kisuke. Why did you stop us from updating our statuses? Sona suddenly asked. Last night, they asked Hestia to update theirs but they were stopped by Kisuke. Updating their parameters should make things easier for them to fight monsters. I want you to get used to your current strength first. Once I think that your control should be enough, then you can update your status. However, what comes next is more important. And that is adapting to a sudden gain of strength. I want you to experience it at least once. Due to the nature of fauna, it could give you sudden strength which will actually do more harm than good. Aside from worsening your control, it may go over to your head and unable to make a sound judgment of the situation because you have a wrong perception of your own power. Chapter 321, Practice. After a few more monsters like orcs, imps, and bad bats, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko decided to take on groups of these monsters that only Kisuke and Medusa are fighting. Kisuke asked Medusa to supervise them as she has a lot more experience than the three young girls and it would be helpful for them if she can pass them some of her knowledge regarding responding to different situations. After the four left, Kisuke and Line became alone. Due to this, Line became slightly nervous as she anticipated Kisuke's next instructions. How far have you practiced magic? Kisuke asked first. Sona-san asked me to feel the flow of mana inside me when I cast magic. I practiced until late at night yesterday until I can properly observe the movements of mana without risking myself causing an ignis fatuus. Mind showing me your magic? Line nodded at him and cast healing magic on him. Kisuke observed the magic and Line herself and nodded at her, good. Now I have an idea where you are. And I have a way for you to improve fast, however, it'll be dangerous. Of course, there's an easy and safe way, but that would take months or years of hard work. What will it be? Which would you recommend? Instead of deciding by herself, Line asked. Although she's tempted to do the hard and fast method, she doesn't actually know if that's the best for her and her future. Oh. This is great. She can become an asset sooner than I expected. She'll also help me create connection to the Loki Familia. Sona and the rest really found someone interesting. Kisuke thought and said, either is fine as it would result in the same thing. Then I want to improve fast. I'm already hovering around level 2 for a very long time now. Great. But don't ever bring that impatience when you actually practice. That's one of the dangers of this method. It's fast but you can't be impatient. I understand. Please tell me what to do. Line nodded eagerly while also taking a deep breath to calm herself down. Grinning, Kisuke gave her the first thing she should do, first, deliberately cause an ignis fatuus. Huh? Line asked in confusion as she doesn't understand how losing control would help her control the violent mana. And on top of that, ignis fatuus, if extremely unlucky, it may injure her permanently and her path towards magic will be forever closed. I told you, right? It'll be dangerous and you can't be impatient, or else, it could make you retire being an adventurer. In Line's perception, Kisuke's grin became that of a madman which he is actually. Swallowing her saliva, Line asked nervously, but why ignis fatuus? Not specifically the ignis fatuus, but the way you'll be casting your magic which will cause you to lose control of your magic. I assume that you already memorized some parts of your healing magic. Yes. Then what you'll need to do is to cast your healing magic and while at it, you're going to catch one of this mana strand and move it yourself according to the original movement. I see. It may sound simple but the moment you try to grab mana, it'll revolt despite following the original path of the magic which will cause ignis fatuus. Right. You have to try and try again to find a way for you to actually control it. Hence, the contents of your training will be causing an ignis fatuus, and if you become injured, you'll use your magic normally to heal yourself and try to memorize more parts of your magic. I'll be watching you while you do it so that I can give you more instructions depending on your progress. I understand. I'll start now. Kisuke just nodded at her and sat down on a protruding rock to watch her. Line took another deep breath and closed her eyes as she cast her healing magic on herself. After a few seconds, however, the light which was supposed to heal her suddenly blasted her with shockwave which sent her flying backward. Kaya. Line thought that she would be rolling on the ground in pain and scratches but that didn't happen as she suddenly felt someone catching her in midair. Kisuke, with Line on his arms, landed on the ground. Realizing their position, Line's face heated up and felt embarrassed. However, Kisuke immediately put her down and said, "Continue," with a flat tone that roused her from embarrassment. Seeing how serious he is in teaching her, Line shook her head and threw away her useless thoughts and answered with renewed determination, "Okay." Since he's properly teaching her, she should take it very seriously. That's the only she can do for now. For the next 3 hours, Line would be thrown away by her own magic, which would sometimes injure her greatly that she had to use some of her expensive potions as her healing magic isn't enough. She also got used to Kisuke always catching her, so she focused entirely on her magic without minding much about her safety, while also following Kisuke's advice of not being impatient so that she won't cause a fatal ignis fatuus. The group who's hunting for monsters also returned for lunch, but what they saw after returning to Kisuke and Line make them stop their steps. "K Kisuke, what did you do?" Aika asked while her mouth is twitching, and the rest of the girls also has similar expressions. Ah. Kisuke looked towards them and became confused at their expression. He then looked back at Line, who also just opened her eyes. Since he's only focusing on her progress and the movements from his surroundings, he didn't realize Line's appearance after being repeatedly activating ignis fatuus. Line's clothes, after countless shockwaves that hit her, became so tattered that it revealed her underwear, hence, the reaction of the girls. Line looked at them, who's looking at her like something is wrong with her. Now that her mind has been taken off from the training and Kisuke's serious atmosphere already disappeared, she finally felt the cold draft grazing her body. She then looked down and her mind blanked out before she screamed on top of lungs as she covers her body, "Kaya." Kisuke immediately pulled out a blanket from his inventory and draped it on top of Line. "Ehem. Let's rest for now and eat our lunch." He tried to defuse the awkward position. But feeling the other adventurers coming due to them being attracted by Line's scream, he suggested, "Let's go somewhere else before that." The girls also realized that it's a misunderstanding and sighed in relief. Medusa approached Line and helped her stand up while also offering her to fix her clothes. Thankful with Medusa's offer, Line sighed. But her mind went back to her training and her progress. "I already memorized 3/4 of the overall magic circle of my healing magic, and I can only write my own lines of mana, albeit only slightly. But it means that it's really possible to control mana." Clenching her fist, Line promised herself to work harder after seeing a visible achievement and improvement. Chapter 322, Plans. The group resumed their activities after their lunch and went on exploring for the rest of the afternoon before coming out. Since it would be too attention-attracting if they exchange all the magic stones they gathered for today, they all traded in 1/4 of their total earnings. However, it still earned them around 160,000 valis due to the sheer amount of monsters they killed. The figure surprised the guild staff again, but not so much this time, as the 10th to 12th floors are a lot more lucrative than the monsters from the 6th floor where the group of girls is exploring yesterday. But it's still an impressive amount since they're all level 1s. After getting the money, Kisuke immediately passed 100,000 valis to Line. "Wait. Wait. Why are you giving me this? I didn't even join the group that hunted monsters. On the contrary, I should be the one paying you for the tuition fee. Take it. You went through all of your potions and magic potions today. Go buy something better with this." Kisuke didn't listen to her and just pushed the pouch of valis into her hands. "But I'll tell you what you can do later as tuition fee. I never thought of this as a free tutorial, so be prepared." Line looked at him for a moment before sighing in relief. "I understand. Thank you very much." "Good. Then we'll go ahead. Once you return home, don't ever try to control your mana directly. You still need supervision as your proficiency in it is almost non-existent. You are better off memorizing your healing magic first." "I'll do that." Kisuke nodded and started walking away, and the girls followed him after bidding their farewells to Line. But then, Kisuke suddenly remembered, Arsh-san. He called out to her departing back. She turned around and looked at him curiously. "What is it, Kisuke-san? Don't update your status for now." "Okay." Once they returned home, Medusa immediately separated from the group as she still has to prepare for dinner. And since Aika, Sona, and Kaneko still has some energy with them, they intended to practice their magic, flash step, and overall control on their body strengthening. After today's hunt, they realized something, and that is there's a limit on how long they could use mana to power up. From today's experience, Aika and Kaneko could only do a power-up across the basic ability for about 5 minutes before they start experiencing debilitating headaches for the overuse of mana. If they save it and only power up what they needed depending on the situation, they can last a lot longer. However, switching between the parameters they want to raise has noticeable gaps or cooldowns that anyone a bit proficient can take advantage of. And if it's monsters, a wrong switch would potentially expose them from a fatal attack. So for the rest of the day, they intended to polish their mana control and body control. After reminding them not to overdo it, Kisuke went directly to his laboratory to get some results from the currently running experiments. He first approached a 2-meter-tall cylindrical tank with a terminal in front of it. Checking the progress through the terminal, Kisuke muttered, I only need to adjust it for a bit and I'll be able to extract clean mana from the magic stones. He then went into work mode. Kisuke only came out when the dinner is ready and coincidentally, Yoruchi and Kuroka returned from their own activities. Since it'll be a few minutes before the dinner is set, Kisuke invited the two of them back to his laboratory to hear them out. After giving Yoruchi a small peck on her lips, Kisuke asked, "How is it?" Yoruchi and Kuroka sat down before the former started speaking. "We've gathered most of common sense here and I'll be able to compile it after a day or two for you to read. The only part of the town that we haven't explored much is the so-called Deadless Street. I already did some preliminary investigation on the said place, Naya. Kuroka took over, but there are so many hidden parts and hidden paths that it'll take a while to investigate and map out even just a small area without me revealing my abilities, Naya. And a place like that is, obviously, a gathering spot for unsavory individuals, Naya. On top of that, it seems that there is some sort of eyes watching the area. I can't tell where it is but I feel it, Naya." Kisuke rubs his chin in contemplation. "Southwest, that place also has some sort of surveillance in it." "What do you mean?" Yoruchi asked with furrowed brows. "I didn't notice it immediately but there is also some sort of surveillance in the dungeon. Although it's only some parts of it like the entrance or some rooms, it's still surveillance. But why we didn't feel anything when we entered the dungeon the first time? It's because there's no one watching us at that time. But earlier today, I felt a gaze on me despite having no one around our group. Then what should we do? We don't want to alert them so we do nothing. But that doesn't mean we'll stop our dungeon exploration. Basic techniques that the girls use will be fine but if we want to do something serious inside the dungeon, then we would have to avoid it. I'm going to the dungeon again tomorrow to figure out how to do that and find every point where they can look through." "Understood. Then Kuroka and I will continue gathering more information for a few more days before we enter the dungeon." "No. You can take it slow. Go gather information for a whole week." "Why?" "I have to supervise the girls for this whole week, but after that, you, me, Kuroka, and Medusa will go to the middle floors or beyond. I assume that we could at least take care of monsters down there despite our limited physical abilities and if we cooperate and use our techniques to the fullest we should be able to kill stronger monsters." "I see. That way, we'll immediately reach the counter-stop of our parameters." Kisuke grinned and continued, "Right. And it'll be more exciting fighting those than playing with low-level monsters. It's only possible because this group has experience fighting terrifying monsters and can control their mana at will. In addition to the most versatile use of magic and skills that are unknown to this world, no monsters from the middle floors could actually threaten them. It's also around this time that few individuals would notice their uncommon existence. However, they wouldn't realize how terrifying Hestia Familia really is until much later." Chapter 323, Successful. For the next few days, Kisuke, Medusa, Sona, Aika, Kaneko, and Line from the Loki Familia continued delving deeper into the dungeon until they reached the 12th floor where the visibility is too bad due to thick mist. However, the girls are also getting used to it because they can now use mana to strengthen their senses. But before they can reach the state where it's actually useful in a real battle, Kisuke and Yoruchi had to teach them how to process the information that is entering their senses. If not, even with stronger senses, it would just be noisy information for them instead of useful information. During this time, Line was also able to memorize her own magic circle and can now almost complete the spell without the assistance of her incantations. And with a final push from Kisuke, before lunch of their 5th day in the dungeon, Line finally cast her healing magic after a few minutes of concentration. "I did it." Line cheerily jumped and exclaimed, "I did it, Kisuke-san." And due to her sheer happiness, she ended up hugging Kisuke in delight. It's only a few seconds later that she finally realized what she has done and she immediately separated from Kisuke with a blushing face. I am sorry." Kisuke didn't mind it as he chuckled and ruffled her hair. "Congrats. Still feeling embarrassed, she moved his hands away. "Geez. Please don't treat me like a child." Line muttered as she pouted. But after that, she looked straight at him with still slightly flushed face, "And thank you very much. Still, you are only on your first step. Although you succeeded, it took you a few minutes to cast simple magic and in addition to that, your control isn't very precise yet as most of your mana were wasted. It's as if you cast your magic 7 times. I know. But now I actually did it, I'll work even harder. Your enthusiasm is good but you shouldn't cast magic continuously. I allowed you to do it these past few days because I figured that it won't do any harm on you for now. But now, I can see that you're very tired so you should only do that for a few hours a day." Line went silent as she indeed intends to do it non-stop even after going home. She would only stop when her magic potions were gone or she entered a mind-down state. "However, you also shouldn't waste your free time," Kisuke continued and took out a book and passed it to Line. "Take this and study its contents." Line grabbed the book and scanned a few of its pages. The book is all sorts of magic circle diagrams that are making her dizzy just by looking at it. Those are the basic magic formulas that would help you create your own magic. Try reading and casting the first example. Following Kisuke's instructions, Line went to the first page of the book and memorized the simple magic circle. Opening her left hand, she carefully weaved mana on top of it and drew the magic circle from her memory, and a small flame sprouted in it. I did it. Magic not provided by my Falna. Line muttered as she watches the flame dance on her hand. At this time, the hunting group returned. Oh, it seems that you succeeded. Congratulations. Sona first said. Line couldn't reply as she kept staring at the flame on her hand. All this while, even after seeing them do it, she actually still has some doubt. But now that she cast magic not listed from her Falna and she didn't have any skill that allows her to do so, all of that was blown away and were replaced by an unknown feeling that she didn't know how to describe. And during this time, her consciousness started drifting away as she entered in some sort of trance. Underneath the guild is the room of prayer. Sitting on a throne is white hair and blue eyes old man. He wears a white robe with a black hooded cloak and sandals. While sitting quietly, the old man's eyes suddenly widened as if he was startled. From the darkness of the room, a figure that wears black robes that cover their face, making it impossible to tell their gender or any other features, appears. What's wrong, Arenas? The figure asked with a ghastly voice. Fells. Arenas muttered his aide's name, for an instant. I thought I felt the dungeon, expressing happiness. Fells didn't really understand, but before he could ask more, Arenas continued, it's probably just my misconception. Anyway, what happened with the Xenos? Some new members arrived. I see. What about the Ganesha Familia? Their captain, Shakti, is taking care so that no information leaks. However, I also discovered that some adventurers are deliberately searching for them. Do you have any plans? For now, I asked Ganesha to be careful of these individuals. However, we really need more people regarding this. It's hard to find someone who would willingly accept a monster as a friend. Hearing that, Fells became quiet. With their conversation regarding the Xenos, Arenas completely forgot his misconception, which actually isn't. Twilight Manor, the home Loki Familia, which is located in the northern part of the labyrinth city Orario, is described to be a huge structure built on a small area of land. Multiple tall towers overlap and support each other, with the middle tower being the tallest. The home is also described as being carved out from flames. In a certain room, all the top executives gathered, along with Loki, are talking about their next upcoming expedition in 5 days. How are the logistics? Finn asked Riveria. Food, supplies, potions, and weapons are all already prepared. Finn nodded. Good. Now then, the quest we received the Dien Sect Familia. The quest is to gather a certain amount of Cadmus Spring from the 51st floor. Other than that, all the other quest is to gather some materials from the lower floor, and we can leave that to other low-level members. And finally, our main goal. The exploration of the 59th floor, where the only familias who were able to reach it is the Zeus and Hera Familia. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. Finally, they were about to reach the deepest floor recorded in the history of the dungeon. With that said, all of you need to rest and condition yourself. So no more entering the dungeon, especially you, Ace. Ace head dropped down. Yes. Now, Finn. Seeing Ace's reaction, Loki immediately interfered. Don't go too hard on her. Loki, you can't spoil her. Finn answered. Ace became even more depressed after hearing that. This time, Riveria sighed. Ha. Finn, please allow her. As if an angel descended, Ace's eyes lit up as she looked towards Riveria. Even you, Riveria. At least postpone the mandatory rest until 2 days until the expedition. Riveria then looked towards Ace, and Ace, you can't go alone. Take Tiona and Tioni with you. That's the condition. We'll accompany you, Ace. Tiona energetically answered. If the captain allows it, then I don't mind. Tioni followed. Sighing, Finn agreed, fine. Let's go with that. At least, it's better than let Ace secretly enter the dungeon. Now that's decided, let's have Lunk. In the middle of speaking, Loki's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth furrowed their brows at her. What's wrong? Loki went silent for a moment, making everyone slightly nervous, before smiling wildly and muttering, it seems that something very interesting is happening out there. I wonder what is it. Chapter 324, Line Status Update Part 1. Somewhere beyond the heaven, Tenkai, a space of chaotic elements where no being could possibly survive, even a god with their arcanum, suddenly stirred up. Among the vast space, a voice suddenly resounded, is it that little tiger? Or someone with it? The voice sighed, I never would have thought that the person who could have better potential saving dealing with that once it awakened below more than Zeus' protege would be some invader. I look forward to our meeting in the future. Late in the afternoon, everyone is gathered around Line, who's still blankly staring at her flame magic unmoving. It's been 5 hours now. Are you sure that she's fine? Sona asked in concern. Kisuke didn't immediately answer as he observes Line's current state. Aside from unmoving, the Falna of goddess Loki is also shining behind her. The mana in the surroundings, on the other hand, is gathering around her and entering her body little by little. It looks like she's fine. It seems like the world is helping her because she achieved something. Even Kisuke didn't expect this outcome and is already trying to think of the events that could possibly happen in the future because of this. However, it only served as a headache as he doesn't have much information to begin with the Falna reacting alert Loki too. And is there any record that this happened in this world's history? All sorts of similar questions kept popping in Kisuke's head. But since it already happened, he could only do his best to turn this to his favor. It seems like Yoruichi and Kuroka would need more time gathering information. A few minutes later, Line's eye suddenly blinked and her consciousness returned. Her flame magic was suddenly dispelled and she looked around. Since when did everyone arrive? You don't know what happened? Kisuke asked. What happened? Line asked back in confusion. First, tell me what you're doing. Don't hide anything. Line noticed the seriousness in his voice and didn't hesitate to answer her teacher's question. Let's see. The moment I cast that small flame magic, I was immediately attracted to its magic circle. But when I stared at it, it seems that I can see and feel the inner intricacies of the magic circle. Thanks to that, I'm now able to control mana better. Kisuke went silent for a moment before asking, how long do you think you've stared at the magic circle? I think it should be only a minute or two. You've been staring at it for at least 5 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours. That's impossible. Line immediately retorted. She couldn't even go unmoving for an hour or two, let alone 5 hours. Let's go out for now. Kisuke decided. It's useless to explain it to her since it seems that she's unaware of the most things that happened to her. The group exited the dungeon and went outside of the tower. It's already this late. Did I really stand there for 5 hours? Well then, Arsh-san. Please tell me if you're feeling any different. Line stopped for a moment and did a self-reflection and she was surprised at what she found out. I can perceive mana much easier. Let's go home for now. What should I do? For now, inspect anything you can do. Kisuke then suddenly thought of something. You can't really escape it, so ask Loki-sama later to update your status and find out what's different. Line nodded in agreement. Okay. I have to do it secretly, right? If possible, convince her to keep quiet about your status before you get an update, Kisuke added. All right. Line then bowed to everyone. Thank you very much for today. Take care. And don't forget to study the book. Understood. But what if someone sees this book? Well, it won't be that much of a problem. Only you would be able to understand that because of my lessons these past few days. Maybe someone out there could do so like Riveriel Joe's Al from your Loki familia, so be careful around her. After a few more reminders and instructions, Line separated from Kisuke's group and immediately went home. The first thing she did when she reached the Twilight Manor is to look for Loki. Along the way, Line came across an elf with jade-colored hair that reaches her waist. Riveria-sama, good evening. Line. Good evening. Did you go to the dungeon today? Riveria looked towards the girl who greeted her. Yes. I just came home. I see. Then you must not have heard the announcement yet. Announcement. Line tilted her head in confusion. No one is to go to dungeon until our next expedition in 5 days unless you have special permission, so get some rest or hang out with other kids. Line was a bit surprised, but she already expected it. Thank you for your reminder. Special permission, is it? Line thought as she bowed down in respect. By the way, Riveria-sama. Have you seen Loki-sama? I need to talk about something with her. Riveria thought for a moment before answering. I think she's in the lounge with other girls. Thank you very much, and good night. Bidding her farewell, Line immediately left. Unbeknownst to her, Riveria followed her with her eyes until she got out of her vision. Something's different about her. But what is it? Riveria muttered. In the lounge, Loki is having a small talk with Ace, Tioni, and Tiona when Line entered the room. The moment she stepped in, all their gaze went to her and she became nervous because of it. While Ace, Tioni, and Tiona's stare are that of curiosity, Loki's expression became serious as she opened her eyes slightly to get a better look at Line. However, she didn't let her children the change in her expression, so her face immediately reverted back. Yo, Line-chan. What brings you here? As the only one who saw her change of expression, Line swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She noticed something. While keeping her composure in check, she asked, Loki-sama, may I have a bit of your time? Yay. A cute girl is inviting me for a night date. Let's go. Running towards her, Loki suddenly grabbed her waist and brought her away, leaving the dumbfounded trio. Line could only let out a confused and frustrated noise as she is dragged away. Is it okay to leave them? Tiona asked. Well, nothing bad will happen, probably. Tiona didn't really care. Ace only stared at the door where the two left but immediately returned her attention to the two Amazonas to discuss their dungeon exploration tomorrow. Inside her room, Loki let down the disgruntled line and closed the door before sitting on the couch. Tell me what happened. Why did you suddenly awaken the mage developmental ability without your fauna being updated? Loki went straight to the point. She immediately noticed the mana or mind surrounding her as if she's the same as any other high-level rearguard adventurers. Mage developmental ability. You don't know. Well, let's update your status before we talk so that we could see what really happened. Loki demanded her to sit and strip down. Line didn't move, Loki-sama. Before that. Please promise me that you won't leak anything regarding my fauna to anyone. Loki's expression became serious once more. Why? Chapter 325, Line Status Update Part 2. Why? I can't tell. Line immediately answered honestly. Since Loki can tell if she's lying, her only choice is to answer truthfully even if Loki becomes mad at her. That's the least she can do for her benefactor. For Loki's reply, it's the same question, why? Line looked straight into her eyes, because I promised. That's the only I can give for anything regarding this. She knew that Loki would be able to discover Kisuke's group with just a bit of investigation, but if she could promise not to tell anything regarding her fauna, it'll also automatically hide Kisuke's existence to a certain extent. And maybe due to her interest, the Loki familia could also give them some protection as the top familia. Loki didn't speak and only stared at her. I can promise you that it won't be detrimental for the Loki familia. Line continued. Fine. I promise that I won't leak anything regarding your fauna or the cause of its changes. Loki relented. I can see her achievement through a status update, so it's fine. Loki thought. Thank you very much. Line then started undressing and sat down on Loki's bed. Loki approached her back and instantly noticed it. My incher is undone. The spell that locks the adventurer's status is gone, so she immediately asked, Line, did anyone use status thief on you? Line recalled that there is supposed to be a searing pain when someone used a status thief on you. And besides, her clothes weren't moved in any way when she regained her consciousness. I don't remember anything like that being used on me. Since Loki knew that she's not lying, she didn't ponder on it because it's useless. Cutting a bit of her fingertip, she activated Line's fauna and her excelia immediately came to her. A few seconds later, Loki's scream resounded to every corner of the Twilight Manor, WHAATT. Loki-sama. What's wrong? Line also panicked due to her reaction. How did you? But before she could finish her question, Riveria, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni arrived at her front door. Loki. What's wrong? Riveria shouted from the other side as she opens the door. Since it looks like an emergency, she didn't hesitate to barge into her room. What came into view when they entered the room is Loki fondling the flushed and topless Line while wearing a dirty old man expression. Damn, girl. I thought that your boobs became twice as large as before. What was that illusion? How did I fall for it? Kaya. Line immediately covered her top with both of her hands and escaped from Loki's clutches. Those who came for her rescue immediately regretted doing so. Ace came close to Loki without any expression and smacked her head. Ouch. Ace-tan. You're too violent. Ace left the room without minding her, and Tiona, and Lafia did the same after sighing. Riveria was the only one left, but instead of looking at Loki and her antics, she kept observing the embarrassed Line and asked, what happened? Loki immediately stopped her acting and smiled, not telling. Riveria looked at Loki and then sighed, as long as you're okay with it. She then left the two of them. If you knew that Line could cast any magic as long as she knew the logic behind it, then you wouldn't be this calm. Loki thought as she found the situation funny. Let's meet that poor Chibi's children later. Taking out a sheet of paper, Loki pasted it on Line's back and did a gesture to copy the fauna's contents to it. Taking a look at it, Loki chuckled before passing it to Line. This has become interesting. Are you going to the dungeon tomorrow? Line grabbed the paper, but before she looks at it, she nodded at Loki's question. Then I'll give you special permission until the day of the expedition. Use that time well. Loki then exited the room and went to find the girls to have some fun. She also intended to tell Finn her decision of allowing Line to enter the dungeon. Although Loki didn't know what exactly happened, she's pretty sure that someone is assisting her. I look forward to the future. Seeing Loki leave without many words, Line wondered what she's thinking by just letting her go easily. She then took a peek at her status. Line Arsh. Level 2. STR, F359. Vit, D623. Dex, C701. AGI, F301. Mag, B802. Magic, Healing Light, obsolete. Skill, Magia Imperium, limit, ability to control magic at will. Boost the acquisition magical parameter as long as the user doesn't rely on any assistive system in place. Improves memory and clarity of magic lines. Developmental abilities, Mage. The moment she finished reading her status, she couldn't believe its contents. She thought that Loki might have made some mistakes, but remembering her confident expression, she shook aside that possibility. The first thing she notices that changed drastically her VIT, DEX and MAG parameters that improved to frightening levels. But even then, she has some ideas why is that the case. First of all, her VIT improved because she repeatedly took damage from Ignis Fatuus, and DEX probably improved due to her trying to control mana directly instead of relying on her chance. While MAG is through the endless practice that always puts her into a mind down these past few days. A small change happened on her magic as her healing light has an additional line which is obsolete. She didn't know what it means, but she's worried that her magic disappeared, so she immediately chanted her healing magic, but contrary to her worries, it works perfectly fine. And finally, the largest change that appeared, a skill that she didn't have before, Magic Imperium, Magic Control. Reading its description, she can easily understand what it does. But although it's listed in her Falna as a skill, she has a feeling that it's only telling her what she can do without. She thinks that the Falna only gave it a name and described what it can be controlling mana directly due to herself. In other words, it isn't a skill that came from Loki's blessing. Clenching her fist, a wave of gratitude for Kisuke's group took over her, and she promised to return this favor in the future. But for now, the only thing she can do is to improve herself so that she wouldn't let Kisuke down. Line didn't want Kisuke regretting the fact that she taught her something very important. Running towards her room while carrying the bag containing the book that Kisuke passed to her earlier, she intends to study it for the better half of the night before resting. Now that she took her first step and probably her last chance, Line doesn't intend to waste any more time. Chapter 326, New Branch. For the next 4 days, Kisuke's group became busy with the dungeon until they reached the 15th floor where the Minotaurs spawn, a cow-headed humanoid monster that is one of the strongest monsters for level 2 adventurers. Although Sona, Aika, and Kaneko could fight someone stronger than them, the difference in basic abilities won't allow them to fight a Minotaur one-on-one. The trio could only defeat a single Minotaur with their cooperation. It's also thanks to Sona's effective use of magic by drowning the Minotaur's head with muddy water that they were able to deal with it. However, the fact that they were able to deal with a Minotaur, which is a nightmare for most level 2 adventurers, while only having I-rank abilities, is already a miracle in this world full of gods. This is also the last day that they'll be exploring the dungeon with Line for a while, since she would have to go with the rest of the Loki Familia as a supporter in an expedition that aims to reach the deepest floor reached by any Familia, the 59th floor. So instead of taking a lesson from Kisuke, Line joined the trio to act as auxiliary support and heal for everyone. Finding a single roaming Minotaur, they immediately commenced attacking. Kaneko ran in front of the Minotaur, baiting it to attack. The moment the Minotaur swung its arm towards Kaneko, she disappeared in front of it and reappeared at its side. Although not as fast as a flash step, it's enough for a Minotaur. Swinging its other arm, it intended to a follow-up attack to Kaneko, but before it could do that, the Minotaur felt pain under its armpit. Unknown to it, Aika sneaked on the other side, rendering the Minotaur's arm useless by cutting it on its armpit where most of its tendons are. Moo. In a rage, the Minotaur's attention switched to Aika. However, the moment it stepped towards Aika, it lost its balance and broke its ankle. A small pitfall appeared that trapped the Minotaur's feet below it. While falling, Kaneko used this chance to give the monster a good whack on its head, disorientating its senses. Now that the Minotaur won't be able to react fast, Aika put forward her long sword and stabbed its left eye until it reached its brain, killing it. And that's our 4th Minotaur for today, Aika muttered. It became easier to read its movements. Kaneko also muttered while picking up the magic stone from the dead Minotaur. The two returned to the group and Aika immediately wrapped her right arm around Line's shoulder. That's Pitfall's timing is perfect. I still have a lot to learn. Although Line said that, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Finally, she could use magic aside from her healing magic to help her teammates despite it only being a small and weak kind. She then recalled Kisuke's words the other day, magic's effectiveness is not about firepower or unique effect, but the way you use it. Even the weakest of magic could turn the tides against the strongest opponent if used correctly. Looks like you don't need my help anymore against a Minotaur. Sona chuckled and also happy for their improvements. Let's defeat a few more single Minotaurs and Ligerfangs before we take on a pair. Aika, Kaneko, and Line expressed their agreement with Sona's arrangement. It seems that you guys will be fine now, so I'm going back to the surface now to check on the progress of my shop. Kisuke suddenly spoke. While diving in the dungeon, Kisuke also hired some carpenter to build his Urahara Shoten, and today will be the day it'll be finished. Medusa, I'll be leaving them in your care. Be sure that they don't do something too reckless. Medusa nodded at him, so a bit of recklessness is fine. Understood. Kisuke was about to leave, but Line grabbed the hem of his clothes and stopped him. Kisuke looked towards Line, who is already bowing down. Kisuke-san. Thank you very much for this past week. I'll treasure everything that I learned from you. Kisuke only smiled and patted her head. You still need to learn a lot of things, but you're doing great. A lot better than I thought, in fact. As for your gratitude, I did say that I might need your assistance in the future, but for now, take care of my girls. Line already got used to his hand landing on her head, as he would do it abruptly from time to time, and every time he does, Line would only enjoy the strangely warm and gentle hand. Although something doesn't feel right when Kisuke said, my girls, she didn't ponder on it. For the past week she has been with them, she still doesn't know Kisuke's relationship with the other girls. All this time, she thought that they're only a normal familia outside from ridiculous and strange use of magic. Kisuke then left them alone and went straight towards the newly done shop, which has the same layout and blueprint as his first two shops. When he arrived in front of his shop, 5 dwarves approached him from behind. How is it? Asked the brown-haired dwarf in front. Kisuke didn't turn around and went inside. Let me check it first. It took Kisuke half an hour to check every nook and cranny of the shop the dwarves built and came out satisfied. He could have built it on his own, but he wanted to see this world's technology in action, and it would be incredibly suspicious if a wooden building suddenly appeared despite the surrounding being mostly desolated. He also has a choice of doing it slowly, but he's too busy with some other things to take care of it on his own, so he hired some experts. Kisuke then took out a slip of paper. Written on the paper is the contract from the guild for the project with Kisuke's signature. By giving it to the guild, the dwarves will be able to withdraw their payment from Kisuke's deposit. Thanks, everything is amazing. It's also a very interesting project for us. It's not often we get to work on Eastern-type building in this city. The dwarf in front received the paper and put it in his pocket. But just as they're about to leave, Kisuke stopped them. Wait. Let me give you something else. Kisuke then went to the abandoned church. The dwarves are confused, but they choose to wait. A minute later, Kisuke came out while carrying a sealed barrel with him and putting it in front of the dwarves. This is. Kisuke then popped open the small opening on top of the barrel and a certain smell whiffed out, getting the attention of the liquor-loving race. This is ale. And such high quality too. The leader dwarf then looked towards Kisuke. What is this for? A small gift. I would rely on you in the future as well. Bohahaha. Then we accept this small gift. Be sure to call us if you need anything else. We'll prioritize your needs. The dwarves felt happy with this gift, as it's very rare for their customer to give them any additional gift, and some might even try to haggle after the said project, which infuriates them. After their farewells, Kisuke faced his shop. Urahara Shoten, Orario branch, now opens. Chapter 327, Goliath Part 1. Early morning, everyone is gathered around the fireplace with Hestia and Kisuke standing in the middle. With everyone looking at him, Kisuke feigns a cough and started speaking. Ahem. Well then. Yoruchi, Kuroka, Medusa, and I will be going deeper into the dungeon and will probably stay there for a few days. So for the 3 of you, limit yourself until the 12th floor only. Better yet, stay on the 7th floor and try defending yourselves from the siege of killer ants for as long as possible. That way, you can train your endurance and the way you manage your reserves in a drawn-out battle. The 3 nodded at him, as they also think that is for the best. The 15th floor is still too dangerous for them, especially when the dungeon suddenly spawns multiple monsters around them. Done with what he had to say to the 3, Kisuke then faced Hestia and passed her a booklet. Hestia-sama, please take care of the shop in our absence. Written inside it is Urahara shop's snack merchandise along with its prices ranging from 10 to 50 valis. Even if you gave me this, I don't know most of this and won't be able to tell apart your snacks. Hestia scratches her head as she looks at the list. No worries. I already put labels on everything on the shop, so you just have to consult the list for the price and handling method. Alright. I'll take care of your shop. Great. Kisuke then picked up the bags they are going to carry. It only contains some food and potions, as it only serves as a disguise. It would be incredibly suspicious if they aren't carrying anything if they're on the deeper floors. We'll leave now. Sona also stood up and approached Kisuke. Take care. She then leaned forward to give him a quick peck on his lips before separating with him with a small smile and blushing face. I want to get another one after you returned. Kisuke was a bit startled, but he only chuckled and patted her head. Okay. Aika and Kaneko both pouted their mouths as they also want a goodbye kiss, but they knew that both of their relationship with him is not yet at the level where they could ask the same from Kisuke. Arriving at the dungeon, Kisuke and the rest first rush towards the 12th floor where the mist is very thick. They then immediately find a spot where there are no eyes on them before Kisuke distributed a black cloak and white mask to everyone to wear. Hiding our identity is a must, as we're just level 1s. If someone out there managed to recognize us, we would be in a lot of trouble that is a pain to deal with. Wearing everything, Medusa then spoke up. What floor should we start, master? But as she finished her sentence, she was shocked that her voice became muffled and unrecognizable. It's that mask's sole function. It's a basic thing, but it's pretty effective. Kisuke explained, for now, let's go down to the 18th floor safe zone and see what's in there. Since everyone already memorized the map until 50th floor that Yoruichi and Kuroka got during their investigation and infiltration, they moved, following the shortest path that will lead them to the 18th floor, including the holes in the floor that goes straight down. It wasn't long until they reached the 17th floor where the monster Rex, Goliath spawns and stopped in front of its entrance. Say, why don't we deal with Goliath? The Loki Familia is the one that is supposed to deal with that boss-type monster, but it doesn't hurt to kill it ourselves. Yoruichi suggested after seeing a big crack on the wide 17th floor. If anyone passes through that, the Goliath will suddenly come out of it. It'll be hard for us to actually damage, more so, to actually kill it if we're just going to rely on our current basic abilities. But it should be fun. Kisuke thought before agreeing with Yoruichi. Yash. Let's do it. Are you sure, Naya? Kuroka asked in concern. The Goliath doesn't stand a chance against even one of them, but that is if release their powers. And she didn't really want to break that rule early in their exploration. It feels like she would lose. It's fine. If we can't kill it, we retreat. Kisuke answered her while taking out several long swords and strapping it on his back. In total, Kisuke is now carrying 10 swords. What is that for? Medusa asked curiously. For killing it. Yoruichi guessed what he's planning and asked for long swords too. Give me 5. Kisuke gave Yoruichi 5 swords and asked the 2 other girls if they wanted to. But both of them refused as it'll only hinder their mobility if they're carrying something that heavy. They also don't understand how they would use it against the gigantic monster. After their preparations, they stepped into the 17th floor and the whole floor started shaking while the cracked walls also started crumbling down, revealing the monster Rex of the 17th floor. It is a humanoid type of monster, has a large body that reaches 7 meters and has gray skin. With a roar, the Goliath spotted and charged towards the group. The Goliath then swung its large arm towards them, prompting the group to separate in different directions. The first one to make a move is Kuroka. Using Yujitsu, she summoned multiple white balls of flames and launches it towards the monster's face. However, the moment it hit, it didn't do anything aside from leaving a few burn marks on its skin. Despite its ineffectiveness, Kuroka managed to catch its attention, which is her goal from the start. Unknown to it, Yoruichi and Kisuke already sneaked behind it and both of them slashed the back of its knees. But despite getting a free shot, they only left a small cut on its skin and Kisuke and Yoruichi decided to retreat. They both looked at their swords and saw that there are some nicks on the blade of the sword. That guy's skin is a lot tougher than I thought. Yoruichi muttered. Well, it won't be a boss monster if that is capable of slaying a group of level 3s if it can be dealt with level 1 stats, Kisuke replied and pulled another sword from his back. However, this disadvantage only added fuel to the flames in the group's heart. Even though they can't let loose, the adrenaline in a fight like this makes them happy. They, who grew up in the battlefields, want peace and the safety of those important to them. But they also don't mind excitements like this from time to time. Chapter 328, Goliath Part 2. After Kisuke and Yoruichi retreated, the Goliath turned to their direction and opened its mouth. From its throat, bluish mana started gathering. Seeing this, Kisuke immediately used Flash Step and just as he disappeared, the ground where he's just standing exploded into pieces. However, the Goliath is done yet as it continued shooting out invisible bullets at both Kisuke and Yoruichi, who's jumping from place to place in response to this highly compressed air bullet. Effective as a surprise attack, but that's a big weakness there. Calculating the attack's interval, Kisuke strengthened his arms to the limit of his basic parameters using mana. While the Goliath is aiming at Yoruichi's position, Kisuke suddenly threw the long sword he's holding towards its mouth. The Goliath successfully sent the air bullet but Yoruichi already dodged. And just as it started charging its next air bullet, Kisuke's long sword arrived and pierced through the turbulent mana, creating a big explosion and reducing its head into lumps of flesh, sending it everywhere in the room. Kuroka, who's holding a chain, suddenly asked, "Did we do it?" In response, Kisuke started running towards the headless Goliath and shouted, "Yoruichi." Kuroka raised the flag. "I know." Yoruichi also dashed towards the Goliath while pulling out 2 long swords from her back and covered them with oscillating mana, effectively turning them into sonic blades. The Goliath started moving again and sent its fist towards Yoruichi after feeling the threat from its swords. Is that my fault?" Kuroka muttered while carrying Medusa's chain and ran around the Goliath's feet. On the other side, Medusa did the same while carrying the same chain. "What is a flag?" she asked curiously. The 2 of them started pulling the chain and it wrapped tightly around the Goliath's leg. With its leg tied, the monster lost its balance and fell forward while swinging its fist. We're probably the only group who can talk casually about inane things while fighting a monster a lot stronger than us. Yoruichi jumped and landed on the arms of the falling Goliath and ran through it to reach its back. She slashed it with both of her swords, leaving a cross-shaped deep wound on its back. Yoruichi then jumped back to avoid the splatter of blood. She looked at the swords that already started crumbling. I'm not really good at fine controls. Well, isn't that just fine? I think it's a lot better than talking about some philosophical things in the middle of a fight trying to justify your actions. Kisuke then appeared above the back of the Goliath via flash step and did the same thing as Yoruchi, converting the long sword into a sonic blade before throwing it in the intersection of the wound. The sword flew in subsonic speeds, leaving a whistling sound and embedded itself inside the Goliath, destroying its magic stone. The Goliath finally fell down on the ground and a few seconds later, it exploded into lights and ashes, covering the whole room they are in, only leaving the magic stone which is now in pieces. Kisuke landed and let out a deep breath. That was a good warm-up. You consider that as a warm-up? That guy is probably one if not the strongest monster we'll go against in this whole outing, Naya. Kuroka could only sigh. But she also likes the feeling of sweating up a bit. It's really a good warm-up. Yoruchi then walked towards the path leading to the 16th floor while Kuroka and Medusa went to the other path leading to the 18th floor to check if there are incoming adventurers. It's not really important if others were to witness that they defeated the Goliath. However, what Kisuke is about to do is something different, something that is not known in this world, and that is space magic. While there are records of gravity magic and some rumors of resurrection magic, space magic is unknown territory for the inhabitants of this world. Signaling Kisuke that no one is around, he then started gathering the magic stones and tossed it in his personal subspace. Although they can't sell it, it's a valuable specimen for Kisuke's research. It took him a few minutes to gather everything and they decided to move to the next floor. The 18th floor is a safety point where no monsters are born, though some monsters can come up from the floor below. It is also called the Under Resort. The floor is filled with crystals and nature. Large forests and lakes cover the floor. Within the forest are blue crystals of different sizes that reflect the light from above, causing the forest to be filled with a pale blue glow. The exceptionally high ceiling is filled with brilliant shining crystals of two colors, white crystals in the center that resemble the sun, and blue crystals surrounding it that resemble the sky. The amount of light from the crystals depends on the time and cycles throughout the day. On the eastern side of the island facing the lake stands the city of Rivera. It is located 200 meters above the lake on a cliff. Level 2 adventurers would need to be extremely capable to reach this floor solo. This dungeon's layout doesn't make sense. This is just the 18th floor and the deeper you go, the larger it becomes. The deepest explored floor is the 59th floor and there should be more floors beyond that, so that should be in quite a deep place in the earth. Kuroka commented after seeing the scenery. It's actually easy to explain that. The space around the dungeon, especially on the deeper floors, are warped. This is the reason why it took me a few minutes to gather the magic stones earlier, as it's very hard to control space magic in this place. Kisuke replied. How about teleportation magic? Yoruchi asked. I'm still observing the place, but based on what I gathered now, it would be advisable not to use it as it might just send us to some different place. However, it's not that we can't use it, but I have to find a location to set up a teleportation array. While I have to calculate how much the space is bent to set a proper location as a destination, it isn't possible. In other words, we can't use teleportation magic to immediately get out of the dungeon. Medusa asked. Yes. We have to find a proper base inside the dungeon where we could set and hide the teleportation array. And finding that base will be hard, as not every place in this dungeon could be an anchor point. Enough with complicated talks. We'll leave it to you, so let's go see this Rivera where the outcast adventurers gather. Maybe we could find something interesting. Yoruchi then led the group and started walking towards the direction of Rivera. Chapter 329, Hunting. The group decided to leave for the 19th floor, as after reaching Rivera, nothing is really worth seeing, as it's just a gathering of people who can't go up and people who are just resting. The 19th through 24th floors are known as the Large Tree Labyrinth. The walls, ground, and ceiling are made out of wood, making it seem like the inside of a giant tree. Instead of phosphorescent light, radiating moss grows across the floor and gives off blue light. These floors contain a large number of unexplored areas and a large variety of insect-type monsters. Having the abnormal resistance development ability is key to safely passing through these floors due to a large number of poisonous monsters on these floors. But with Kisuke around, he could easily analyze the monster's poison and could create a mana circulation that allows them to resist its effects. The plant diversity on these floors often provides ingredients used to make healing items, which result in many resource-gathering quests being issued for this area. Gathering these materials is also one of Kisuke's goal for this exploration for his own concoctions. He also intends to give the Maic Familia some of it because they actually have a good mixing ability. The only problem they have regarding making higher quality potions is the absence of good materials. The 24th floor, in particular, is very close to being considered as one of the lower floors of the dungeon. It is much larger than the previous floors, being at least half the size of Orario. There are rare trees that produce valuable gems that can be sold at a good price. The monsters on this floor are larger in number, more frequent to encounter, and some of them are stronger than level 2 adventurers. It's recommended for level 2 adventurers to have the status of at least C in their basic abilities to reach this far. From here on out, the group intended to slowly work the way down to the 24th floor, and the first monster they encountered after stepping into the 19th floor is a group bugbear. It's a monster with a considerably bigger head than the rest of its body and resembles a bear with pointy ears. This bear monster that is faster than it looks. Its strength and defense are on par with a minotaur. There are around 5 bugbears and they didn't hesitate to engage. Medusa made the first move by throwing both of her daggers towards the monster's eyes, immediately disabling the 2 of them. The 3 others then ran towards the bears while carrying their sonic blades and dodged the monster's wild swings and piercing through their throats when they got a chance. Before a minute passed, all the bear monsters already turned into magic stones and a drop item, a bugbear nail. It seems that we have to limit ourselves only until the 24th floor for this outing, Kisuke muttered. Yep. It'll be too hard for us to go further with our current abilities. Yoruichi also agreed. That's obvious. There shouldn't be a group of level 1s hunting in this place, and more so beyond that. Kuroka added. Medusa, on the other hand, just silently collected the magic stones and the drop item before putting it in her bag. The group came across more monsters like lizardmen, humanoid lizard monster covered in red scales, mad beetles, medium-sized monsters that walks on 2 legs, sword stags, stag monsters, and trolls, another humanoid monster that has regenerative capabilities. It's the evening of their first day they managed to reach the 24th floor, where monsters are considerably stronger and more frequent than the previous floors. Since it's already late, Kisuke decided to camp down. Even though they can keep going without sleep, Kisuke needs to process and record the data he got today from hunting the monsters. At this point, Kisuke is already pretty sure that the dungeon is not just some sort of system but a living being. The next day, they resumed their hunting, but they didn't go further down. Using all the extra time he had last night, Kisuke improved his long sword, Yoruichi's short sword, and Kuroka's daggers so that it could withstand the mana injected in them and make it last longer against the enemies of this floor. A few minutes of wandering around and picking up herbs, they met for the first time a mammoth fool, a large elephant-type monster 7 meters tall with dark red fur and long, curved, spear-like tusks. And as its name suggested, it's an idiot as it only knew how to charge in a straight line. The monster is a free pin cushion and Excelia when it's turning around. It took a whole day for the group to meet all monsters except for a Vuivra, female humanoid dragon monster. They have a red stone in their forehead known as the Vuivra's tear. They are very rare, on par with unicorns and green dragon, a dragon that protects a treasure tree which is said to be worth at least a few 10 million valis. It's around late afternoon that they felt another movement that doesn't seem to be coming from monsters. Everyone looked at each other and decided that they should take a look. And after a few minutes of walking, they found a large group of adventurers systematically moving through the forest. That insignia. Loki Familia, huh? So this is their expedition party. Kisuke muttered. He also spotted Line, who's carrying a big backpack in the middle of the pack. Do we greet them? Yoruichi asked. With our attire? As if that's totally not suspicious. So we follow them. Yoruichi found her answer. No. Let's quietly grind for Excelia for now. I understand. We'll follow them later. Yoruichi said as if she understood Kisuke's intention. Kisuke could only pinch her cheeks. We do that later. Please stop flirting right now, Naya. It isn't the time for that. Kuroka finally reminded the 2. Kisuke and the rest let the group pass before continuing their hunt. The group became so familiar with the movements of the monsters that they split into 2 groups, with Kisuke and Kuroka partnering up and Yoruichi and Medusa going together. Before they separated, Yoruichi faced Kuroka and said, "All right. Kuroka, you can't ask for relief. Don't do it in the dungeon." "I won't ask for that, Naya." Kuroka immediately retorted. "Just a bit curious. Why not in the dungeon?" "'Cause I'm calling dibs for the first time." Kuroka's eyes widened and nodded in understanding after a few seconds before walking away, "So I can ask it after her." "That perverted cat is too obvious," Yoruichi muttered. She then faced Kisuke. "Oi Kisuke. Don't follow the Loki Familia without me." Kisuke smiled wryly and followed Kuroka. I know. The reason why they split up is so that they can have more challenges when going against monsters. Another important reason is that each group has its own secondary objectives. For Kisuke and Kuroka, they'll be searching for a way to use ki with mana that the fauna produces, as it is too much of a waste if they can't use it. Yoruichi and Medusa, on the other hand, will search for the way to integrate the strength that the fauna bestows them on their original strength. Kisuke and Yoruichi noticed that level ups aren't just simple body strengthening, as it's probably more of a body and soul refinement. If that's not the case, it'll be hard to explain why the parameters return to almost 0 after a level up. If their guess is correct, it would mean that it could also help both Kisuke and Yoruichi reach further heights that they didn't know. After all, Kisuke's hypothesis in transcending is about stepping into a new realm, whereas every build-up in Foundation could prove useful. Chapter 330, the 50th floor. 3 days later, Kisuke already decided to put an end to their excursion after slaying almost 1,000 monsters and filling up the Excelia they needed to level up. They don't know what will their basic parameters end up with, but they don't really care, as they wouldn't level up if it's not par to their expectations and will try to fit more Excelia in their bodies even if it's already full. As for the key utilization, Kisuke and Kuroka were successful and were able to let their fauna generate its own ki by letting it mix when they're gathering Excelia. Although it isn't much, it should change when they updated their status, as they've been using it more than magic. With Yoruchi and Medusa's objective, they didn't get that much aside from every time they gather Excelia, the fauna's connection with their soul strengthens. Kisuke also noticed this long fact, but he has been actively suppressing this because he doesn't know how it'll affect him. However, in Yoruchi's case, when she tried to suppress it, Byako forcefully reactivated the connection, making her and Kisuke question its intentions. "What do you think?" Yoruchi asked. Kisuke didn't answer because he doesn't know. He doesn't have any information regarding this connection, but he also knew that he wouldn't get any if he keeps suppressing it. After a few minutes of silent contemplation, he decided to gamble and allow the fauna to connect to his soul. Let's see where this would take us. However, Kisuke isn't leaving anything to chances. Although he would allow the connection, he would also keep the core of his soul where his sentience is located. Kisuke then faced Kuroka and Medusa. "Before we level up, I'll teach both of you and the rest how to protect the core of your souls. That's the only compromise I can't let go before we go with this." The two of them nodded. "You're not going to take the both of us with you, right?" Kuroka suddenly asked. "Yep. It'll be just me and Yoruchi. I ask you two to take care of the trio upstairs." Kisuke replied with a smile. Kuroka sighed. "Fine. I also have to teach those girls how to use ki." She then faced Medusa. "Let's go, Mido-chan. We're already leaving. We don't have anything else to do on this floor. Let's just teach those girls how to fight properly." Medusa nodded and faced Kisuke and Yoruchi. "We'll be going now, Master, Yoruchi-san. Please take care of your safety." Kisuke patted her head and replied with a smile. "Take care of yourself too. Be sure to rest properly." Medusa smiled brightly and nodded. I will." After Medusa and Kuroka left, Kisuke turned to Yoruchi. "Turn around." Yoruchi didn't say anything as she followed Kisuke's words. Kisuke put his right hand on her back and sent a pulse of Ryatsuki to her. "Remember this pattern. I'm worried that if we release our Ryatsuki, it might destroy the fauna and everything we just worked for, with the least of our worries if that were to happen. This should segregate the fauna so that it won't be affected by our Ryatsuki temporarily." Yoruchi nodded. I've guessed that actually may be the case, so I'm also a bit worried." "Thanks." Kisuke and Yoruchi spent the next 3 days to catch up with the Loki Familia because Kisuke kept getting distracted by a lot of things and would inspect it for a few minutes if it's short and a few hours if it's long. And when they reached the 50th floor, which is supposed to be safe zone, they saw the Loki Familia's camp being besieged by countless giant caterpillar monsters. "What going on?" Yoruchi asked. "No clue. But I can tell that they're not having fun. Obviously. Those bugs are creepy and disgusting." "Yeah. And it reminds me of Mayuri. Half an hour ago, the executives are gathered in the center of their camp discussing their next plan. Let's review our plan moving forward." Finn gathered everyone's attention to himself and continued. "This expedition's goal to trailblaze unexplored areas of the dungeon remains unchanged. However, before pushing to floor 59th, there is a quest to complete." "Quest? You mean the one issued by Dien Sect Familia?" Tioni asked, who sat beside Finn. "Yes. They want us to collect a large amount of water from the Cadmus springs on floor 51st. Unfortunately, each spring only allows for a small yield. So to be efficient as we can, we'll split into 2 small parties." Finn stood up. "Tioni, Tiona, Ace, and Lafia will be the first party, while the second one will be composed by Gareth, Bet, Raoul, and me. We'll head for the 2 springs at once." You want me to come?" Raoul instantly reacted at Finn's instructions. Ignoring Raoul's question, an elf with long golden yellow hair, round dark blue eyes, and pointy ears asked in a panic, "Why was I chosen to go over Riveria-sama?" Riveria just closed her eyes and answered calmly, "I shall remain behind to protect the camp. Lafia, you are the only one who shall eventually follow in my steps. Go in my place." That's true, but..." Lafia understood Riveria's reasoning, so she couldn't think of anything else to say. On the other hand, Tioni started protesting the group arrangement. "I should go with the captain." However, Tiona was able to hold her down. No. The captain already gave his instructions. Just follow it." Moving on, Finn continued, "Cadmus Spring Go, its name for a reason. A Cadmus dragon calls it home. With the exception of floor bosses, it's the strongest monster ever discovered in the dungeon." Finn then looked towards the group of girls with a smile. "Even so, I strongly believe all of you will absolutely succeed. Finally accepting their task, the girls answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Moving to the 51st floor after their briefing, the first party immediately made their way towards the Cadmus Spring according to the map that Lafia is carrying. And on their way there, a large group of black rhinoceros monster that walks on two legs, appeared in front of them. Tiona, carrying her custom-made weapon, Urga, immediately charged towards the group of monsters, Haya. With a large swing from her large double-bladed sword made from the finest adamantite, she instantly bisected several monsters around her. As the tasked group leader, Tioni started giving instructions, "Ace. Give that idiot some cover. Stay close, both of you." Ace immediately joined the fray with her desperate, a rapier with Durandal property, which makes indestructible, allowing the continuous use for the wielder. It Ace weapon of choice for her to continuously fight monsters without worrying about her weapon. "Ace, I call the right side." Tiona passed by her. "Okay." And Ace nodded in agreement. "Both of you are too far out. Don't forget that you're the front line." Tiona shouted at them as she threw her daggers towards the incoming monsters, instantly killing them. Lafia. "Signal us when you're ready." Lafia, who only started chanting after hearing Tioni, answered, "Oh okay." However, while in the middle of her not-so-great chanting, a monster suddenly emerged from the wall beside her, a deformous spider, a large spider monster that is red and purple. It has 8 legs and multiple eyes. Due to its appearance, Lafia stopped her chant and was frozen in fear. But just as it's about to reach Lafia, a flying dagger went through its head and was killed instantly. "Keep casting." Tiona shouted at her. But due to fear, Lafia could only look at the dead monster with teary eyes. Lafia. Another call from Tioni finally emerged her from being stunned. Where was I?" However, her magic circle already disappeared, signaling her failed chant. My magic circle." Until she heard Tiona's jolly voice, "That's the last one." Lafia looked up and saw no monsters standing. Chapter 331, The Loki Familia. Lafia had to apologize repeatedly after failing to meet their expectations. Ace tried to comfort her because it's normal for people to be afraid of monsters a lot stronger than them when they approached. However, it ended up backfiring when Ace couldn't think of anything to say and only stared at Lafia. The group then resumed their track towards the Cadmus Spring and stopped at the corner where the Cadmus Dragon respawns. Crouching down, the group tried to feel where the exact location of the monster through the sounds it makes. However, Ace noticed that it's too quiet and came out of their hiding place. Tioni and Tiona tried to stop her, but it's already too late as Ace already entered the room where the dragon is supposed to be. But when they followed Ace, they too noticed that the dragon is nowhere to be found and there's only a hill of ashes and melted boulders. "Is this perhaps the remains of a Cadmus?" Tioni asked. But all of them already knew the answer to that question. "Perhaps another familia slew it before us?" Lafia questioned. Tioni examined the ashes closely and found an item hidden beneath it. "Very few parties can make it this deep. We would have heard if any of them were on an expedition at the same time." Tioni then pulled out the buried item, and the drop items are still here. Tiona took a closer look at the drop item that is in Tioni's hand and exclaimed, "Oh, wow. Cadmus hide. That stuff's worth a lot. No adventurer would leave something this valuable behind." Tioni continued as she looked around for more clues. Something was here. Something strong enough to kill a Cadmus. Something other than adventurers. The group took out their weapons and looked around for potential beings that could have killed the dragon but found nothing. "I've got a bad feeling about this." Tioni then started giving orders, "Hurry and collect the water. We should get out of here as soon as possible." Lafia collected the quest goal and the group hurriedly backtracked back to their supposed meeting spot. "So, what do you think?" Tiona asked her older sister. "Logically, this has to be the work of another monster. A monster that can kill a Cadmus." Tioni couldn't believe it as it's the strongest monster aside from Monster Rexes. Tiona couldn't also believe this and muttered, "There shouldn't be a floor boss around here. And even a swarm of the monsters of this floor wouldn't stand a chance. Then most probably an irregular." Ace continued her words. But a few minutes of walking in alert, they heard a shout of pain coming from someone familiar. "Ahhh." The group faced the direction where the shout came from, that voice. Raoul. They then ran towards that direction and a minute later, they met the second party with them running away from what seems to be giant caterpillar monsters. Raoul, who the voice came from, is being carried by Gareth while wincing in pain. "See caterpillar." Lafia felt grossed out by the monsters. "Captain." Tioni called out in worry but also wondering why they're running away from the monsters. They are, after all, the top adventurers of Orario. Tiona, on the other hand, didn't hesitate and charged at the caterpillar monster with her Urga. Seeing this, Finn hurriedly warned her, "Stop. Tiona." But it was already too late as Tiona already stabbed the monster on its head with her Urga. Since it's already useless, Finn gave another instruction, don't let that stuff touch you. Finn is referring to the caterpillar's blood which already spurting out from the wood Tiona made, She immediately pulled out to retreat, and didn't let its purple blood touch her, but then, she noticed that her Urga became light, too light even. And as she looked at it, her beloved Urga's blade already melted and gone, what? Tiona then hurriedly threw away her weapon as the erosion didn't stop, it's melting. No. Her important custom-made weapon is now gone. A never-before-seen monster, a new breed. More importantly, it's a bomb of corrosive sludge. Ace gritted her teeth as realized how dangerous the monster is, not to herself, but to her companions. Tiona wasn't satisfied with what happened to her weapon and still wanted to fight, damn you. How dare you? My precious Urga. Seeing her staying behind, Bet immediately warned her, run for it, you moron. There's more of them. Huh. Tiona then saw what's on the back of the giant caterpillar, and their giant caterpillar monsters, a whole lot of them, chasing after them with their corrosive liquid, UWAAHHH. Tiona then ran with all her might and arrived at the front of the group, what are those? Just what are those? This isn't funny. I don't know. They came out of nowhere. Finn explained, the first one popped up after we took down the Cadmus and got the water. After losing our weapons, we had no choice but to retreat. Tiona then asked in concern, Captain, are you hurt? Finn shook his head, the three of us are okay. But Raoul took a direct hit of that stuff. It ain't gonna be good if we can't heal him soon. Gareth followed up. As they run away, black rhinoceros also kept spawning but the caterpillar seemed to be more interested in devouring them than chasing after the adventurers. They're killing other monsters too. Tiona exclaimed as this is the first time she saw monsters fighting each other and the other members also has a serious look on their faces. This new species attacks anything that moves, not just us. If anything, they seem to go after other monsters first. Tiona then passed the Cadmus hide to Finn, Captain, we discovered a slain Cadmus dragon at our spring. The drop item is intact. Tiona then passed the second item, a part of Cadmus magic stone that is already melted, as well as this. Finn grabbed the melted magic stone and couldn't help but smile wryly, That settles it. These things can kill a Cadmus. Finn, Ace then called out for Finn, can they be beaten? Finn looked towards Ace and answered, our attacks inflict damage, but at the cost of a weapon, for each hit. It's not worth it, and facing that swarm would be nearly impossible. He then looked towards Lafia, but magic is a different story. Buy enough time for an incantation, and unleash a spell powerful enough to wipe them out all at once. Everyone else also looked towards the soul mage in their team. But before they could say anything, another swarm of caterpillars appeared in front of them. Everyone, turn right now. Finn was forced to move the group to the only path. Tiona, how is your stock of weapons and items? Oh yes. Everything's here. Except for Tiona's weapon. Good. Pass them around. The room ahead is a dead end. Take Raoul to the rear and heal him. Tiona then started passing around the weapons and Bet couldn't help but complain when he received a small dagger. Hey! The hell am I supposed to do with this toothpick? Captain's orders. So shut up and take it. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Finn muttered while biting his right thumb, my thumb's tingling. It probably means they're coming. The dungeon is filled with the unknown. Why does it exist? Why does it heal itself? No one knows why some walls emit light or why the hallways are so complex. Only one thing is certain. The dungeon is alive. And birthing monsters. And when they reach a dead-end room, a monster party of black rhinoceros appeared. Around 200 of them. A monster party room in front of them and a swarm of dangerous monsters behind them, the Loki Familia is trapped. But as first-class adventurers they immediately reacted and moved with teamwork in mind, Bet, Gareth, Tiona. Hold them off and protect the rear. Ace and I will take on the new species. Keep your distance. Attack. On it. Okay. Their plan is simple, hold the monsters back until Lafia finishes her incantation and release a magic bombardment. Lafia has enough firepower to annihilate the monsters but her fear became her Achilles heel. However, with a bit of motivation from her idol, Ace Wallenstein, Lafia was able to gather enough courage to trust everyone and ignore the monsters as she focuses on her incantation. And with that, Lafia was able to successfully casted her most powerful spell with almost all of her mind, Fusillade Fallerica, a fire element wide area attack magic, and annihilated every monster in the room. But just as they started celebrating, Finn gathered their attention. Before escaping to this room, monsters came at us from the front. That path leads directly to the 50th floor, our route back to camp. Everyone understood what he's trying to say, back to camp. Full speed. With his declaration, the group speedily ran back to their comrades and a few minutes later, they reached the 50th floor. The group is already expecting that the camp is being besieged by the caterpillar monster, but what they didn't expect is that two black-cloaked people are going around, killing the monsters. They can understand someone killing the dangerous bomb-like monsters, but the way they're doing is so out of the mood. Hey, totally not suspicious. I already got my 100th kill. And by the way, your name is too long. One of them shouted at the other while swinging his sword, which is a sleek, medium-sized sword. The hilt's grip, which has a gentle black decorative wrapping, bends forward at the end, with a pommel-shaped overlap 3 times, and a crimson tassel dangling from its base. Don't be proud, totally legitimate merchant, I'm already at my 106th kill. And I don't want to hear that from you. Calling yourself a legit merchant is too much, you scammer. Replied by the other figure, who seems to be a woman, as she punches the torso of the caterpillar. What's strange is that a hole suddenly appeared behind the said caterpillar, killing it. What's going on? Tiona asked. Chapter 332, The Loki Familia Part 2. A few minutes before the main group of the Loki Familia arrived, the Loki Familia is being besieged by the new species from all sides, and Riveria kept issuing commands to keep the team functioning. Close the formation. Don't let a single drop of that liquid through. Riveria shouted, seeing that the formation is already started crumbling. Lean, Amos, lit. Take the injured to the rear. Supporters. Take out all the potions we have. Anyone who can still move, grab pots, cutting boards. Everything and anything that can be used as a shield. Mages. Cast small magics to lighten up the load on the vanguard. However, keep the mind usage to a minimum. Riveria has her hands tied. She is supposed to be already casting a bombardment spell, but she kept stop commanding the others. Our vanguard is too weak. The rear guards couldn't do a focused fire on the enemies because they're too close. Riveria gritted her teeth as she tried to think of a way to push the monsters away with their current members, but failed, so she could only opt for the next best thing, buying for time. Finn, Ace, and the others are due back from their quest any moment. We must hold out until they arrive. Those who can already move from the back. Get back to front after grabbing a shield. Line, who's at the rear, treating the wounded by pouring high-class potion as if it's some cheap water, knew that the situation is bad. While the rate of vanguards being sent to the back due to being injured is increasing, the amount that the rear guard and supporters can treat kept dwindling because they're already running low on potions. If this keeps up, sooner or later, the front line will collapse and the rear guards will be sitting ducks from the corrosive bombs. What should I do? What should I do? Line kept asking herself in panic. But then, she suddenly remembered the spell she has been working on but fails to realize it each time. Should I do it? But if I fail, I'll do more harm. But then again, at this rate. However, at the time she's hesitating, it's as if she heard Kisuke's voice. Desperate situations call for desperate measures. Line looked around in shock but didn't see Kisuke, of course. Why would he be here? I'm just hallucinating. But I do remember him saying something like that. Shaking her head, she smiled wryly before clenching her fist and reaching a decision. Even if I fail, I trust Riveria-sama would do something before that happens. After sending the adventurer she is treating back to the front line, Line stood up and closed her eyes while holding her wooden staff close to her as if she's praying. A few minutes later, the mana from her surroundings started circulating around her and a golden magic circle is being drawn in a span of 50 meters in diameter, covering the whole Loki Familia. Immediately noticing this, Riveria shouted at her, Line. What are you doing? She didn't expect that someone from them would do something reckless when they're already in the middle of a dangerous situation, controlling the mind directly and trying to cast a spell. Just what is she? Riveria's thoughts, however, stops as the golden magic circle became increasingly complicated. One of the easiest modifications that you could do to your magic is increasing its area of effect. So instead of just healing a limited amount of people, you could heal everyone around you. Line recalled Kisuke's words. Since that, she has been studying and practicing how can she expand the range of her magic. She was able to find the part where she could modify to increase the range, but she hasn't succeeded yet in casting it. Kisuke also told her that she's in the right direction and what she only needs to succeed is more finesse control on mana. Ignoring all the distractions around, Line focused only on her magic as she weaved the magic circle. Failure doesn't only mean that she'll disrupt the other members, but the resulting ignis fatuus of this scale could injure her gravely. And that's another reason why Riveria didn't want to interrupt her. A minute later, the rate of vanguard being injured increased to the point that Riveria didn't already know what to do, but also at that time, Line finished her magic which envelopes everyone from the Loki Familia, heal. Opening her eyes and raising her staff, she shouted the effect of her magic. Putting all of her mana into that spell, she managed to heal every wounded person to a certain extent that they'll be able to join the fight again. She did it. Riveria muttered in shock. Although she's capable of control mana to a certain extent, the only thing she could do with that is to cast a very weakened version of her own magic, which is the complete opposite of what Line did. How did she? Thank goodness. Seeing that her magic is effective, Line smiled in satisfaction as she slowly falls down along with her eyelids closing. But before she could fell on the ground, a hand caught her and Line heard a whisper, "Good work." Putting her all into opening her eyes, she looked up to the masked person who caught her. But somehow, this unknown person is giving her a very familiar feeling, and after hearing his words, her smile grew larger as she lost her consciousness. Yuwa. That stuff is gross. You could only see that melting slime in porn. Kisuke commented, seeing the scene where the Loki Familia's camp, situated on top of a hill, being besieged by thousands of giant caterpillars, spewing out corrosive sludge, from all sides. No. You could only see that stuff in horror movies. What the hell is a kind of slime that also melts flesh in porn? Yoruichi immediately retorted. Well, there is some really gross stuff out there, especially in the doujinshi section of porn. I don't know if they have intended audience though. I seriously hope none. Yoruichi shuddered as she didn't know that part of the internet existed. Anyway, what should we do? Let's help them so that I can send an invoice to the Twilight Manor later. Then why aren't we moving yet? I want to see if Arsh-san could do it. Arsh. Ah, you mean that line Arsh that you have been teaching? Where is she? That girl in glasses and braided hair who's pouring a potion on her fellow adventurer. Oh. So that's the one. But it seems that she's hesitating a lot. I'm giving her a push. Kisuke then sent her a telepathic containing, desperate situations call for desperate measures. After that, Kisuke and Yoruichi noticed that Line became determined and started casting her healing magic with a better range. And Kisuke knew that due to the situation, Line was able to focus more than normal and her previously clumsy handling of mana became a lot better, but still on the clumsy side. However, that is enough for her to succeed. As she started falling down, Kisuke used Flash Step to arrive behind her and whispered, "Good work." He could see a satisfied smile on her face, but too bad for her, as Kisuke is thinking of making a harder training schedule as she was able to reach a milestone. A second later, Yoruichi also appeared beside him with Flash Step, and both of them startled everyone from the Loki Familia. "Who are you?" Riveria shouted as she gritted her teeth. She didn't know if the arrival of the strangers is a good or a bad thing for them, but she's already expecting the worse. Chapter 333, Totally Legit. "Who are you?" Riveria gritted her teeth. "This is the worst. Someone unknown went inside our perimeter while we're being besieged. Those who recovered thanks to Line's healing magic are now surrounding the two cloaked and masked people instead of going back to the front lines. What everyone wanted to know is how they suddenly appeared in the middle of their camp without anyone noticing. Invisibility. But I should have felt their presence because of the magic they used." The first one to speak is Yoruichi, with her deep muffled voice. "Hi. I'm totally not suspicious." She said it while wearing something that would toast a normal person in summer. Kisuke looked at her and said, "What? You're going with that?" He then looked back to Riveria while feigning a cough. "Ehem. Hello there, Alf-san. I'm totally legitimate merchant." "Eh? That's not what I mean." "Well, whatever. I suppose it's a good enough name. What should we do? What's up with these two?" Riveria became even more confused at their motives. But instead of answering Yoruichi's question, Kisuke asked Riveria, "Want some help?" "Help?" Riveria furrowed her brows. Kisuke nodded. "Of course, it won't be for free. I'll ask someone to take the payment from the Twilight Manor later." "And what if I disagree?" "You don't really have a choice, do you?" Riveria could tell that the unknown individual is giving her a large smile despite his face being covered. And just what as he said, she doesn't have much choice, but she still couldn't agree. Understanding what she's thinking, Kisuke reached a decision. It's better to move than just waiting for her. "We're going to help them, regardless." He then turned to Yoruichi. "Push those guys away, please." "What are you?" Riveria's eyes widened and she took a stance, ready to wave her staff around. The other members also did the same but didn't attack immediately as one of them is still holding Line who just healed them. Yoruichi didn't wait for Riveria's question to finish as she raised her right leg and stomped it with a shout, "Ha!" A small earthquake manifested after her move and minute cracks appeared all over where they are all standing. The Riveria was about to command everyone to restrain them, but before she could do so, she heard shouts of surprise from the front lines. Looking back, the ground between the fighting Loki Familia and caterpillar monsters rushed up with spikes, piercing through some monsters and pushing away the rest. "What?" Riveria could mutter such a question and, obviously, nobody could answer her. "That's some fine control." Kisuke giggled and stabbed his sword, 2 inches, to the ground before muttering, "Kumon, mirror gate." Transparent walls of iridescent colors suddenly erected from the space created by Yoruichi. When the walls reached around 5 meters high, the same transparent energy film covered the top. Both Kisuke and Yoruichi's expression changed under their mask as they suddenly felt the dungeon reacting to the barrier. However, the dungeon didn't do anything further than the mana in the surrounding became more turbulent. They looked at each other and decided to continue what they're doing and observe, as it seems to be a good chance to observe the dungeon. The caterpillars got back up and splurted their acids towards the wall. However, the moment it made contact, the acid bounced back with greater velocity towards the caterpillar that released it and melted under its own attack. It's effective, but it won't last for an hour under these kinds of attacks. Kisuke evaluated the situation. Riveria was shocked at the effectiveness of his magic, but she's more surprised to the fact that this magic doesn't seem to be emitting any mind like all magic she encountered in her life. And more so the fact that he only muttered a few words to cast such a strong barrier which would take her a minute of incantation to do the same. Who are they? Aside from obvious cautiousness, curiosity arose from her. She then recalled the strange thing that Line did and their sudden appearance to catch Line. Are they related? Although very unlikely, Riveria couldn't throw away this line of thinking for some reason, especially after remembering Line's smile. Pulling out his sword from the ground, Kisuke then pointed it upwards, and a small hole was created on top of the barrier. Yoruchi first jumped out and Kisuke set Line down slowly before following Yoruchi outside and closing the hole. Riveria became nervous when she saw them leave and close the hole and was about to instruct others to break the wall even if it seems to be protecting them. She just couldn't put her trust in the unknown individuals with unknown abilities. Don't. A single word from Kisuke, however, stopped her from her tracks. What's this pressure? After scaring Riveria for a bit, Kisuke and Yoruchi then started slaughtering the monsters at their own pace. Yoruchi used her Hakuta, hand-to-hand combat, techniques to destroy the monsters' insides before moving away so that their acids won't be able to touch her. Kisuke, on the other hand, used his sword normally to kill the monsters as their acid doesn't really affect it as it's a mana construct. And a minute later, they managed to kill about 100 each. Hey, totally not suspicious. I already got my 100th kill. And by the way, your name is too long. Don't be proud, totally legitimate merchant, I'm already at my 106th kill. And I don't want to hear that from you. Calling yourself a legit merchant is too much, you scammer. Despite the tense situation, the two started a verbal conflict and Riveria doesn't know how to take it seriously. Where did these two come from? Then a second later, a figure rushed to the crowd of monsters while enveloped by sharp winds, reducing the monsters that came in her way into pieces. Ace! Riveria shouted the name of the newcomer. Kisuke and Yoruchi also looked towards the golden-haired adventurer, who is followed by the rest of the Loki Familia members who came down to get the water of the Cadmus spring. Kisuke stopped slaying the monsters and waved at them. Hi there, Wallenstein-san and friends from Loki Familia, my name is Totolino Tascammer and that over there is Miss Sexy Butt, and we're here to he. Before he could finish his sentence, however, a rock flew over and hit the back of his head with a loud thud. Ow. What are you doing, Miss Sexius? The rock broke into pieces from the force of the impact. If you hit other than me, then they'll sue you. I'll sue your ass. Stop talking about my butt to everyone. Yoruchi threw another rock towards Kisuke but he dodged it this time. Finn and the rest of the main party didn't know what to make out of their greeting but they are cautious against them and didn't return their greetings. Finn immediately commanded everyone to go back to the camp where the rest seems to be trapped inside a barrier. Since Ace focused on slaying the monsters, the first ones to arrive at the camp is Bet, Tiona, and Tioni, and their first move is to attack it. Wait. Stop. Riveria tried to warn them but it's already too late as their attacks landed on the surface of the barrier and immediately sent them away. It's a good thing that they were able to hold their attacks back when they heard Riveria, or else, they won't be just sent away without any injuries. Chapter 334, Insane Characters. Hey. Are you alright? Kisuke asked. Bet couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him, shut up you bastard. Is this your doing? Kisuke, however, happily replied, damn right. Amazing, right? This barrier could reflect attacks. Although it's pretty weak when you attack it from inside. Aside from telling its features, the masked man also revealed its weakness which is, without a doubt, a stupid move. Huh. Of course, coming from someone who's cloaked and masked with obviously fake voice, Bet and the rest of the Loki Familia became confused. For all they know, he might be tricking them to attack the barrier from inside. Finn approached the barrier and inspected it. Riveria, what's going on? Riveria shook her head as she's also confused, but so far, their actions are helping us. This barrier is indeed protecting us from the acids. Despite having doubts, she wouldn't deny the help that Kisuke and Yoruchi gave them. Finn nodded at her and faced those outside the barrier. Ace, Bet, Tiona, Tioni. Take care of the monsters. Gareth, Lafia, stay near the barrier while you treat Raoul. Yes, Captain. Tiona energetically got back on her feet and started assaulting the monsters while the rest also followed his instructions. Watching them fight, Kisuke and Yoruchi estimated their power levels. If it's from our previous world, just their physical strength alone could let them contend with a mature high-class devil. Kisuke muttered. Comparing them to our original world, they're around lieutenant level. And if they were able to use mana properly. Yoruchi added. Yep. Falna is amazing. But too bad, they're too dependent on it. And that Ace Wallenstein, although she looks like a human, she's far from one. That golden-haired girl. How so? Not sure, but she's giving me the same feeling as Medusa and Sona. I see. So that's the weird feeling she's giving. What? In the middle of her sentence, Kisuke and Yoruchi felt another movement from the dungeon. Something is coming. Kisuke looked around as the mana and spiritual energy started gathering on one spot of the dungeon wall. We should hurry it up then. Yoruchi then separated from Kisuke and went to the southern part of the safe zone. Kisuke, on the other hand, called out the Loki Familia, "Hey! This is getting tiring, so we'll take care of this in one fell swoop." Huh. Just stay where you are. We don't need your help. Bet didn't like Kisuke's idea. But instead of giving them another warning, Kisuke just made his move, Shibari, Benihime, Bind, Crimson Princess. With a wave of his sword, Kisuke launches several long condensed energy in a form of the tangible blood-red net to multiple directions. The nets then dropped on the monsters binding them. Continuing, Kisuke stabbed the intersection of all nets and muttered, "Hayasobi, Benihime, Juzutsuneji, fire-playing Crimson Princess beaded mesh." From each intersection of the net, a bead on the size of a baseball emerged. Seeing this, Finn's thumb was pierced by a prickling pain and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone! Get back! Now!" Everyone was shocked at the flustered Finn, but they didn't hesitate to follow his orders and gathered beside Finn, Gareth, Lafia, and Raoul. "What's wrong, Finn?" Bet asked him in confusion, and the rest also has the same expression. While biting his thumb, Finn answered with a serious expression, "I don't know what he's trying to do, but that is dangerous." They then watch as beads emerged until the end of the net, and a second later, all the beads exploded, creating a tremendously large and devastating explosion. The explosion is so powerful all those outside the barrier had to drop to the ground to keep their position against the onslaught of the shockwave created. What the hell? Tiona asked in dumbfounded expression. Did you hear him chant? Lafia asked with a terrified expression, and Riveria also has the same question. After all, the magic of that scale is only possible if all of the rearguards of the Loki Familia started a barrage with all their minds. Maybe the sword he has is a very strong magic weapon. Bet muttered. But he too couldn't believe it, as he knew that even the famed Kratzo magic weapons doesn't have that kind of potency. Ace only stared at the unknown figure quietly. It's unknown what's on her mind. Finn could only smile wryly after seeing this. It seems like an insane character just arrived in Orario. However, even though they still haven't recovered from Kisuke's display, another one started. Limit of the 1,000 hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. When they looked behind them, the second figure, who is obviously a woman from her figure and the other one refers to her, started chanting, while floating in midair. She's floating. Lafia exclaimed. She and the rest tried to find a magic item that gives her the ability to fly but couldn't find any. Yoruchi ignored them and continued, "The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders." Several spheres of red light then started appearing all around her, and each of them possessed a tremendous amount of energy which everyone from the Loki Familia could feel. Oh boy. Isn't that woman a fighter? Why is she suddenly casting what seems to be very large-scale magic? Bet mouth's twitches. Different from this world's incantations, which only allows the mana to move around to a predetermined logic, incantation from Kisuke and Yoruchi's world is not just an assisting tool but are words that empower the will and consciousness of the caster, resulting to a more effective art: light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Disease Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Pointing towards the spot where the most monsters are gathered, Yoruchi shouted, "Hada number 91, Senju Kutentaiho, 1,000 hand, Bright Heaven Culling, Spear." The 9 orbs of red lights that Yoruchi summoned then became spears of light and launched towards the monsters where she's pointing. Hitting a single focal point, the culminating explosion is exceedingly devastating, more than what Kisuke did. On Kisuke's side, the towers of flames subsided and what's left on the ground is just a pool of lava. Yoruchi's side, on the other hand, is a large hole spanning a few floors below. "You overdid it." Kisuke muttered out loud. "It's been a while, so I forgot to hold back. And can't blame me. That pool of magma is probably flowing until the 51st floor." Due to their actions, another point in the dungeon wall started gathering mana and spiritual energy much faster than the first one. But due to the limited amount of mana in the air, both of them are competing, which ended up slowing the process. But before the emergence of the 2 big monsters, one other monster appeared which brought the entire Loki Familia back to their senses. Ayya. After those big moves, we're tried. Kisuke jumped on top of the barrier and Yoruchi followed him. "If someone from you wants to take care of that thing, then please." The monster that appeared is a giant, 50-meter tall, standing monster that seems to be in the middle of transforming from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Its upper body reminisces of a woman's figure, but it only made the whole thing more disgusting. Stepping out, the mostly silent Ace spoke after Kisuke, "I'll go." Chapter 335, Leave if you don't like what's coming next. I'll go. Ace stepped out with a deadpan face. Ace-san. Lafia exclaimed. If you're going, then I'll go too. Tioni also stepped out. Of course, you're including me. Bet felt some sense of rivalry against the masked man and also stepped forward. Don't forget about me. Tiona couldn't let herself be excluded. That. Me too. I've also recovered some of my mind. Lafia was dragged by the flow. Wait. As all five of them about to go, Finn stopped their advances. Ace. You go alone. Captain. Everyone except Ace exclaimed. But instead of Finn, Kisuke answered and supported Finn's decision. Dame-san is right. She should go alone. Huh. Who are you to butt in? And as always, Bet has something to say against Kisuke. Kisuke, however, didn't mind him and continued speaking while shrugging his shoulders. I'm just stating my opinion. And if you want to know why, putting it nicely, Wallenstein-san is enough with her magic. And putting it badly, you're just going to hold her back. What was that? Bet couldn't take it anymore and was about to attack Kisuke when Finn blocked his way. Finn. Move away. Sighing, Finn agreed with Kisuke. He's right. Ace should be safe from its corrosive attacks with her aerial. However, you lot are not the same. Ace would have to protect you lot from that acid which will just hold her back. Bet stopped with an ugly expression on his face, but... I'll be fine. I'll go alone. Ace then tapped his shoulder and looked towards the girls. I'll come back. Be careful, all right? Tioni understood what the masked man and Finn meant and didn't push forward the idea of her joining any further. Ace nodded and turned to the monster, Ariel. With a gust of wind, Ace flew straight towards the giant monster. Seeing her leave, Finn then turned to Kisuke. What's your goal? Well, nothing much. We're just on our own exploration when we saw your camp being overrun by disgusting monsters. As fellow adventurers, we choose to help. Kisuke explained herself. And I assume that this isn't for free. Of course, I already told Alf-san that I'll be sending an invoice of the service rendered to the Twilight Manor later. Whether you pay or not, it'll be up to you. Finn stayed silent and looked at Riveria, who nodded at him. He then turned his attention towards Gareth, who also nodded at him. All three of them reached a consensus that rather than making an enemy out of them, they'd rather have a friendly relationship. That way, they would also have a bigger chance of uncovering the identity of the two. However, that doesn't mean they trust him and put an appropriate cautiousness against them. Kisuke was about to say something else when the movement of mana around sped up, which was also noticed by Riveria. What's going on? Kisuke and Yoruichi jumped down from the barrier and dispelled it. Finally out, the Loki Familia members rejoiced while the leaders looked at him in puzzlement. If you don't want what's coming next, then leave. Kisuke only said such before he resumed watching the fight between Ace and the monster that is now releasing explosive powders that Ace easily dealt with using her wind. The always friendly Tiona then asked, Hey, what do you mean? What? Could it be that you forgot? It was Kisuke's turn to ask in confusion. What? Still not getting it, Tioni asked again. Kisuke then pointed at the hole on the ground which was created by Yoruichi. Miss totally not suspicious here, just punched a hole through several floors. Tioni, Tiona, Bet, and Lafia and the rest of the Loki Familia except for the captain and two vice-captains only looked at them in more confusion. The trio, finally getting it, immediately reacted and Gareth shouted, Curses! A juggernaut is about to spawn. A 50th floor juggernaut. They couldn't believe they forgot something so simple just after seeing that much destruction. Hearing him, everyone shuddered. A juggernaut of floor 50 is unheard of, but if they were to estimate its strength, it should be at least a level 7. But that's still underestimating it, as it's most probably a level 8. Take the bare minimum and withdraw as fast as possible. Finn immediately ordered everyone while Riveria shouted at Ace, Ace. Either retreat now or finish it off. Ace don't know what's happening as she focusing on her battle, but when she heard Riveria, she started charging for the last big attack. While everyone is clamoring, Tiona noticed that Kisuke and Yoruichi haven't moved and were only watching Ace. Why are you still not moving? Could it be that you don't know? A juggernaut of the 50th floor could be a level 8. In the history of Orario, only the Hera family had ever had someone like that. And most important of all, boss-type monsters are generally stronger than an adventurer with the same level. Kisuke and Yoruichi then looked at each other. Hey, Miss Sexy Butt. Level 8, she says. Yep, Totolino Tascammer, I heard her. And it sounds dangerous. When Tiona thought that both of them understood the dangers, she suddenly heard both of them chuckling while simultaneously saying, How exciting. The top executives of the Loki Familia stopped momentarily to take a look at these two crazy people. But then, a sudden possibility emerged from their minds and Tiona asked them, Are the both of you level 8s? Let's see. Kisuke then pretends to think deeply. Yoruchi elbowed him in response, "Stop putting on airs. You're still far from becoming a level 8. Yoruchi's words made everyone else more confused, but they couldn't question it as they suddenly heard the cries of the monster Ace is fighting. When they looked in that direction, everyone saw a big hole in the middle of the monster's chest. A few seconds later, it dropped down, spilling all acid inside its body. But thanks to the hole that Yoruchi created, it acted as a funnel and the acid went down on the deeper floors. Ace sighed in relief and satisfaction after seeing the monster go down. However, her companions don't have the same feeling. "Ace! Behind you!" Riveria shouted in extreme concern. The fastest of the Loki familia also tried to reach Ace's position. Hearing Riveria's shout and seeing her companion's actions, she looked behind and saw a giant hand threatening to flatten her. Ace panicked and tried to get away, but it's already too late as the hand is too fast. Ace crossed her arm and controlled the strongest wind she could to receive the impact. She doesn't know if she can survive after being slapped away, but she can't give up. Not yet when there are still things that she has to do. For the first time since her reawakening, she experiences flashing lanterns of memories. Ace gritted her teeth as she hates this feeling because it's the same thing that happened to her before she lost something very important. But just as the giant hand is a few meters away from her and nobody could possibly reach her, Ace suddenly felt a tug behind her as someone grabbed the collar of her clothes. "Geez, don't let your guard down just because you defeated a boss. You don't know if it still has a second or third form. A tone of voice that doesn't match the situation, but also strangely calming even though she doesn't know what he's talking about. Within a split second, she saw his arm and sword appearing in front of her from over shoulder and she felt her back landing on something soft before hearing, "Chikasumi no Tate, Blood Mist Shield." Chapter 336, A Proper Sound. The moment the hand appeared, however, Yoruchi already started casting a Kidu, Bakuda number 37, Tsuruboshi, Suspending Star. A stretch of a star-shaped film with its tips anchored to various rocks appeared. However, everyone ignored what she's doing as what's happening to Ace is more important. For a brief moment, everyone saw something appeared behind Ace. However, the monster inside the wall didn't care about that and slapped them with its whistling hand away. "Ace! Ace-san!" No. They saw the figure which is supposed to be Ace flew across the 50th floor, almost breaking the sound barrier. Not even a split second later, Ace landed on the cushion that Yoruchi prepared a few seconds ago. However, the cushion instantly stretched to its limits and was punctured immediately. Although it's not obvious, it reduced the force Ace is traveling by quite an amount. Ace then landed on the wall, creating an explosion of earth and dust, AIS. Just from the amount of force she landed, Finn, Riveria, Gareth and the rest knew that Ace is at least heavily injured. At worst, she's fatally injured or died instantly, AIS. The Loki familia did their best to reach the place Ace landed and with Lafia already crying her eyes out. Contrary to the Loki familia, however, Yoruchi only calmly called out, "You alive?" A small shockwave erupted from the wall that blew away the dust, revealing Ace, fate, yep. Though I probably broke some bone. The muddled voice of the strange man resounded. The Loki familia stopped on their tracks and were shocked at what they saw. Ace currently had her eyes wide open in shock while he's being held by the cloaked men from behind who apparently cushioned her fall. When did he catch her? All of them have the same question, but some of them remembered seeing something appearing behind Ace before she was attacked and couldn't imagine what kind of speed is needed for the unknown man, who's just talking with them, to suddenly arrive beside Ace, who's at least a few hundred meters away. Wallenstein-san. I'd really like to move now, but I can't do it if you don't move away first. Kisuke said to the still shocked Ace who came close to death. Since they're embedded in the wall, Ace has to move away first before Kisuke. However, the moment before and after being slapped away is still replaying inside Ace's head, making her deaf to those around her. Seeing her not reacting and the monster is already half outside of the wall, Kisuke made a decision. Without any hesitation, Kisuke grabbed her waist and threw her towards the rest of her companions. Catch! The entire Loki familia was dumbfounded that someone would throw a maiden without any remorse. Tiona, the nearest among them, jumped in panic and caught the spinning Ace in midair, and once they landed, she immediately checked her condition but didn't see anything very serious. Ace! Ace! Finally, Ace recovered after Tioni's repeated calling and the rest of the Loki familia also arrived. Tioni. Guys. Finn took a look at her condition and gave instructions to Lafia. Lafia, give the rest of the elixirs to Ace. Lafia nodded while wiping the tears on her face. Ace-san, please drink this. To reach Yoruchi's position, Kisuke has to walk past by the Loki familia and he reminded them once again, if you want to leave, make it fast. This reminder made them look back at the monster emerging, but as they recognized the monster, they were shocked yet again. Why is the Baylor here? Riveria muttered as cold sweat started to pour out from her back as she can tell that this isn't the usual Baylor that they knew. The Baylor is the monster Rex of the 49th floor and the strongest monster Rex ever discovered as of yet. Just like the FOMOIers of the same floor, Baylor is a goat-headed humanoid monster except for a few big differences. Contrary to 2-meter-tall FOMOIers, the Baler is a full 40-meter-tall monster, and while the former only has a pair of horns, the Baler has 4 pairs, which made some of them sprout from its back. And the biggest difference is the presence of the Baler's third eye, which is the leading cause of death for the top adventurers despite knowing its powers. However, the current one is very different from what they knew. This one is at least 10 meters taller than the one on the 49th floor. On top of that, it has black skin and gray fur, contrary to the usual light brown skin and dark brown fur. However, the eye-catching change it has is the extra pair of horns on toe of its head, which made the total count of 10 horns. A few seconds later, the full form of the Baler is revealed along with its landform weapon, a bone club, which is befitting of its size. Roar. Another piercing pain attacked Finn's left thumb, but even without that, he knew this different variant of Baler is bad news. Riveria. Start casting your strongest defensive magic. Gareth, Ace, Tiona, Bet. Stand by for any incoming attack. The rest of you, hurry it up with the essentials, and retreat. The members of the Loki Familia resumed taking down the camp, while the top executives nodded at Finn's command solemnly. Ace doesn't have any time to rest or think about what happened earlier and only looked at the monster nervously with her sword drawn out. Hey! Minotaur, Fomoir, and this guy. Couldn't they let out a more normal sound? Why do they sound like a tiger or a lion when they're just a cow and a goat? An out-of-place comment was suddenly heard throughout the panicking adventurers. I'm wondering about that too. But say, do you think we could become friends if I give it some of my high-quality hay grass? Kisuke replied to Yoruchi's question while also asking something of his own. Probably. Wait. Why the hell do you have hay grass in your inventory? I told you, right? I'm always ready for anything. Having a fucking grass is your inventory is beyond being ready. Correction, I only have high-quality hay grass. By the way, I have several types like alfalfa, bahia grass, timothy, Bermuda, orchard, oat, and straw. Stop the grass talk. I don't care. Yoruchi held her forehead over her mask in frustration. Anyway, you'll take care of that. Yep. Kisuke then started walking towards the Baler. Wait. Tiona couldn't take it anymore and call out to him. Doing her best to ignore the nonsensical talk about grass, she asked Kisuke, "You're not retreating. And you're going alone. Why?" Kisuke stopped walking and turned to her. "It's probably our fault that thing appeared, so we have to take responsibility. I'm a responsible man, after all. I don't get it. And even if you wanted to fight, why are you going alone? It's because we don't have much choice. But there are 2 of you. Well, there are 2 of them too. What do you mean?" In the middle of Tiona's question, another part of the wall burst open and a skeletal dragon monster came out of it much faster than the Baler. Roar. The Juggernaut. Now that's the proper sound. Chuckling, Yoruchi dashed towards the Juggernaut. Chapter 337, Baler and Juggernaut vs. Kisuke and Yoruchi Part 1. The Juggernaut. Tiona exclaimed. Now that's the proper sound. Chuckling, Yoruchi dashed towards the Juggernaut. The moment the Juggernaut appeared, the Loki Familia also finished packing up and started moving towards the 49th floor. And soon after, Riveria also finished her spell, surround us, become a great barrier of forest light and protect us. My name is Alf. Via Shilheim. In the lead are Raoul and the rest of the level 4s as they exit the 50th floor while the executives reach the stairs last. However, just when everyone is about to escape, Ace suddenly stopped. Everyone immediately noticed this and turned back. Ace. What are you doing? Tiona shouted at her. Ace stayed still for a while as the roars of battle erupted behind her. She looked up with determination and said, I want to watch. No. Bet immediately rejected her idea, it's too dangerous. Even though they sound confident, I doubt they could really defeat both monsters at the same time. And once they're done with them, the Juggernaut will be chasing after us. Right. Tioni also joined in, and even if we can fight the Juggernaut, it's not now when we don't have weapons and potions. But instead of listening to them, Ace only looked at Finn, who's also staring at her intently. A few seconds later, Finn sighed, fine. Finn. Gareth and Riveria shouted at him in surprise. Captain. Why? Tioni asked. It's as Bet said. If they can't defeat those monsters, then the Juggernaut will be chasing after us. Then why? If the Juggernaut came to us with everyone else around, forget about fighting, protecting others would prove to be harder and casualties would be inevitable. With that said, Finn then looked towards Gareth's position. Gareth, Bet. Lead everyone to the upper floors first. Riveria, what do you want to do? Riveria closed her eyes and said, if Ace is staying, then I'm staying too. Finn nodded, all right. Please maintain the barrier. Once the 2 of you successfully led them up, come back to us. Bet understood Finn's reasoning and nodded after gritting his teeth. He and Gareth then went up to catch the other, and the only remaining Loki Familia are Finn, Riveria, Tiona, and Ace. Thank you, Finn. Ace gave her gratitude to their captain. It's all right. I'm also curious about how much they can do. And ever since we stepped on the stairs leading to the 49th floor, the pain in my thumb has subsided by a lot. Back to the battlefield, Yoruchi came face to face with the 30-meter-long skeletal dragon, and the first thing she did is to rush to it using Flash Step. Yoruchi reappeared on top of its head and was about to break its skull with a kick. However, just as she's about to unleash her attack, the skeletal dragon moved in subsonic speeds, throwing off Yoruchi's stance just the shockwave generated alone. It's then the Juggernaut's turn to appear behind her and threatened Yoruchi with its claws, RAWWR. Yoruchi was shocked at its sheer speed and dodged using Flash Step, retreating for good. Oi, honey. This guy is fast. Although her burst speeds are much faster and quieter, the Juggernaut's movement is much nimbler. On Kisuke's side, Kamisori, Benihime, Razor, Crimson Princess. After sending out multiple blood-red sword arcs towards the Baler's face, he answered, "We're already expecting this." The Baler was able to block a few of Kisuke's sword arcs, but the rest changed their trajectories and successfully hit its face. Multiple small explosions resounded, but the result only cut a bit of the Baler's face, which already started regenerating. In a few seconds, it'll be back to its former appearance. This is going to be hard. Although their injuries are already fully healed, they still haven't recovered all their strength after almost being poisoned to death. And due to releasing so much of his hollow Ryatsuki last, Kisuke couldn't use his hollowified form. On top of that, he also can't use his Bankai, final release, due to certain reasons. Try not to die, dear. While saying that, Kisuke dodged the Baler's club swing by jumping upwards. But due to its size and speed unbefitting of that size, just a single swing from it created an air pressure that is enough to uproot the boulders around. The barrier placed by Riveria on the stairs towards the 49th floor got some cracks on it after being hit some of the boulders, and everyone from the Loki Familia didn't know what face they're making, as Riveria's barrier is capable of taking on the strongest of magic. This is insane. Tiona muttered. I know. How can they still keep their calm composure in the face of that? And how are they floating anyway? Tioni asked. Instead of floating, it's more like they're stepping on air. Though I also don't know how they're doing it. Their boots are probably some kind of magic item. Finn answered her. And that guy's sword? A magic sword? But how is he able to use it like a normal sword? And that chant, it's my first time hearing that language. Riveria also said something of her own. Ace, on the other hand, could only stay quiet while also clenching her fist. How? How are they keeping up with those monsters? And aren't they afraid of dying? Kisuke and Yoruchi met each other in the middle of the 50th floor with both of their backs on each other, while the monsters both kept their distance, watching both of them from afar. Although the monster's instinct is telling them to slaughter the humans in front of it, some of their instincts also tell them that the two floating humans are very dangerous. Even the watching Loki Familia was surprised yet again with a sudden stalemate. All their experiences tell them that monsters aren't capable of strategizing, but it seems to be a different case for these monsters who are at least level 8s. Can you really not activate hollowification? Maybe for a minute if I really want to. Taking more time will be dangerous. We don't know what else the dungeon is cooking for us. I know. Like the gods and goddesses, it seems that the dungeon is reacting to our spiritual abilities. Once we sealed up our Ryatsuki, it shouldn't do anything else. So, what's the plan? Put those guys on the same place and restrain them for a few seconds. The Juggernaut is not a problem since it's fragile against physical attacks. If I put everything out, I'll be able to chase after it easily. However, the Baler still hasn't opened its third eye. From the information I gathered, it seems to be capable of energy beam attacks. However, this guy is a different variant. That energy beam might have some more tricks in it. Regardless, we have to move now. Those guys are getting impatient. Alright. Let's go. With Kisuke's declaration, Yoruchi immediately released everything she had. Shunko. Reijin Senki. Chapter 338, Baler and Juggernaut vs. Kisuke and Yoruchi Part 2. Releasing her Thunder God War form, 6 orbs of pure and compressed lightning materialized behind Yoruchi. Also along with it is her cloak being reduced to ashes. However, Kisuke and Yoruchi are ready in case their cloak was destroyed. Even before entering the dungeon, Kisuke created 2 chokers that they can use to magically change their appearance. For Yoruchi, it changed her skin color to pale white and her hair to snow white. While Kisuke got his skin to become tanned and his hair black. Using Flash Step, Yoruchi closed the distance between the Juggernaut and her. The Juggernaut, however, did the same thing as their first engagement and went around Yoruchi. But Yoruchi is already expecting this, so she chased after it using another Flash Step. Thanks to her transformation, she was able to temporarily remove the limit of her body of usage of Flash Step. One should remember that due to having a physical body, flash step and other physical techniques put both enormous pressures for Kisuke and Yoruichi because they can't match their soul's strength. And even though they managed to train their bodies, they were only about to do it in for a decade, which is not enough for their centuries-old souls. But now they're in this world, that is about to change. Catching the Juggernaut off guard, Yoruichi attacked with a wild smile on her face, Shunrit Sugeki, flashing fierce strike. One of the lightning orbs behind her disappeared and her right fist became covered in lightning before unleashing a punch towards its head. Although Yoruichi is only aiming for it to be disabled, it doesn't hurt to kill it outright. However, the Juggernaut is still fast enough to move its head to the side out of a fatal situation. A roar of pain resounded from it as half of its ribs were reduced to pieces from the punch that carried concentrated lightning strikes. But the Juggernaut won't go down without retaliation and used its tail, breaking the speed of sound, to attack Yoruichi from behind. Yoruichi instantly felt something threatening behind her, but she just finished a pretty big move, so she can't immediately use flash step. So instead, she jumped sideways to create some distance, got one of the lightning orbs to her side before detonating it. With a large explosion of lightning, Yoruichi was able to slow down the tail, and thanks to the force behind the explosion, she was able to get away from a seemingly fatal strike. But also thanks to the explosion, Yoruichi flew off uncontrollably before landing on a clear transparent film, cracking it. Behind the barrier, the Loki Familia was taken aback when Yoruichi suddenly smashed to their barrier, further cracking it. "Hey, are you okay?" Tiona couldn't help but ask, seeing that half of her body is scorched and full of cuts with blood flowing out in large quantities. If any of them got this sort of injury, they could only retire after one more desperate attack. However, contrary to their expectation of her grimacing in pain, Yoruichi stood up normally and looked back. "Oh. You guys are still here. It seems that you're fine." Tiona's mouth twitches. Ace, who's watching all of this closely, clenched her fist harder. Yoruichi was about to go back when she suddenly thought of something and turned towards the Loki Familia again. "You know, fighting those things isn't easy, and we're giving away our lives here. And all of you are just watching such a great show without doing anything. With that said, I require some payments. Give me all the elixirs you have." Yoruichi only intended to explain her point, but she thought it's a pain, and she sounded like a female bandit at the end of her sentence. Why is someone as strong as she sounds like some random hoodlum on the streets? Riveria questioned her sanity. But while contemplating that, she rummaged her pockets and was able to take out the last 2 of her elixir that is supposed to be used on emergencies. "Here's our payment." Yoruichi smiled happily and took it away from the small gap from their barrier. Although they can't really see her face as it's still covered by a mask. "Thanks." Tiona, Tioni, and Ace looked towards Riveria with some admiration from their eyes, as expected of Riveria. She's still unfazed by what's happening. "I already stopped thinking long ago." Tiona expressed her admiration. Riveria ignored their stares as she's feeling guilty about it. She also stopped thinking about what's happening long ago and focused on everything. She has to memorize everything that is happening so that she could review and contemplate on them later. Yoruichi drank one of the elixir and poured the other one over her injuries. Fua. An expensive elixir is really different. After the 2 elixirs, most of her injuries are cured, but the expended energy didn't return. While she's healing, Kisuke, who's keeping the Baylor at bay and waiting for Yoruichi's cue, suddenly reappeared beside her and started casting Healing Kida, which further fixes her injuries. "Wait. What are you doing here?" Yoruichi asked and looked towards the monsters. The Loki Familia members also did the same in panic, as they thought that he left the monsters unattended, which means both of them would attack to where they're standing. But when they processed what's happening, a second Kisuke is flying around the 2 monsters, provoking them. Seeing this, Yoruichi understood. "Ah. A jigai. But since when were you able to control them remotely?" "I'm improving every day." Kisuke grinned at her and he then turned serious. "That was too reckless. I'm sorry. I got too impatient." Yoruichi knew that he's angry, so she immediately admitted her fault. But also deep inside, she felt happy for his concern, which isn't very obvious when they're still fighting for the Soul Society. Kisuke sighed and patted her head. "Just be careful next time." Yoruichi nodded meekly. "Well then. What do you want to do?" Yoruichi looked up and without hesitation, she declared, "I want to finish it off." Kisuke smiled wryly. "I see. Remember to be careful. I will seriously start a rampage here if you got hurt again." "Ugh. Please spare me with that. Cleaning up after your mess won't be funny. Even more so if you get too hurt doing that." Controlling the 2 of the remaining 4 orbs of lightning, Yoruichi shaped both of them to short swords and took hold one for each of her hand. "I'm going." Sighing, Kisuke refocused himself. He's been very passive since the start of the battle because he doesn't know what the Baylor could do and has been trying to uncover its abilities. But thanks to that, he took too much time that Yoruichi got hurt without him being able to do anything. Blaming himself, he tried to change his mindset. "In this case, I should just go at it like a big idiot. Isn't my forte adapting to changes? I should just improve on it on every second or split-second basis. Deciding on the next course of action, Kisuke started spamming Kido like a broken game character. Hada number 48, Gaki Reku. Hada number 58, Tenrin. Hada number 63, Reiku. Kaiza Kidu, Jigiki Hayapo Rankin. Bakudu number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Bakudu number 75, Gacha Tekken. Chapter 339, Baylor and Juggernaut vs Kisuke and Uruchi Part 3. Hada number 48, Gaki Reku, Raging Light Fong. While pointing his sword towards the Baylor, Kisuke cast his first spell. From the tip of his sword, a circle of energy appeared, before firing blasts of green light from its center in a cage-like formation. Hada number 58, Tenrin, Orchid Sky. Kisuke didn't wait for it to hit as he pulled out his another spell. Still from the tip of his sword, a widening tornado-like blast is fired towards his first spell, adding a spinning force to, resulting in a more destructive force. However, the main aim of the tornado is to give Uruchi an edge against the Juggernaut by using it as a foothold. Kaiza Kidu, Modified Demon Arts, Jigiki Hayapo Rankin, Hell 100-Step Fence. Kisuke still didn't wait for the result of his spell and fired his next one, his own modified version of Bakuda number 62. Instead of short rods like it normally should, Kisuke's modified version changed it into long blood-red metal spikes. As the first two Kidas hit the Baylor, it only backed up a bit. However, the concentrated fire of Kisuke first Kida burned some of the Baylor flesh on its chest, making it screaming in pain, grrroaarr. And on the same spot of the burnt flesh, tens of blood-red metal spikes embedded themselves in it. Hada number 63, Reiku, Lightning Roar Cannon. With his fourth spell, Kisuke generated a ball of compressed lightning similar to that of Uruchi's and fired it like a cannon. Normally, the Baylor's flesh is enough to block the attack, albeit incurring some heavy damage, but nothing it can't recover from. However, due to metal spikes that are embedded in the specific places where nerves gather, the lightning cannon didn't just blast away its flesh but was also able to paralyze it for a short period of time. As a bonus, its regenerative capabilities also slowed down. Bakudu number 63, Seijo Sabaku, Winding Binding Chains. Not wasting this chance, Kisuke used Flash Step to decrease his distance from the Baylor before tying up its left leg with chains of light that appeared between his fingers. He could have tied both of its legs and pulled it to make it drop to the ground, but for Kisuke, that's too much effort and there is a much more effective method. Turning his attention towards the Juggernaut, who's having a dog fight with Uruchi, Kisuke waited for the right timing and sent the other end of the chains to wrap around its tail. The skeletal dragon, whose full attention is to catch and evade the hateful human, was caught off guard when its body became unbearably heavy. It then looked back subconsciously to search for the tugging force and saw its tail tied to something and tried to bite it down. Since this is a huge opportunity, Uruchi didn't let it pass and her twin lightning swords became whips of lightning. Feeling the threat behind it, the Juggernaut chooses to forego the chains and tugged it forcefully to dodge Uruchi's attacks. Although she wasn't able to catch its head, Uruchi was able to get its other arm, and now the Juggernaut is just a skeletal dragon with arms that forced it to walk on its hind legs, resulting to reduce speed and maneuverability. Because its leg was suddenly tugged, the paralyzed Baylor lost its balance and started falling down, back first. Seeing the desired result, Kisuke didn't let up, casting his sixth spell. Bakudu number 75, Gacha Tekken, Quintet of Iron Pillars. Kisuke summoned 5 thick and tall pillars of iron connected by chains, and each one of them dropped on the Baylor's limbs. 4 for legs and arms and 1 on its forehead where the still closed third eye is located. Although the big pillars are incredibly small for the giant Baylor, it did its job of temporarily adding another layer of control on the Baylor. Within the span of the Baylor is falling and being pinned, Uruchi was finally able to kill the Juggernaut, reducing it into pieces of bones, thanks to it losing its arms and being tethered on something. Kisuke then stepped on the air and pulled Benihime to his side before pooling most of his Ryatsuki for one final attack. As the air becomes heavier, spiraling blood-red energy envelopes Kisuke's sword. The Loki Familia is calmly watching everything beyond their common sense unfold when a sudden pressure was put on their shoulders, which woke them up with a great start. They could ignore the physical pressure being put on them, but the real shocker and terrifying one is the mental pressure that is emitting from the masked men. While watching in horror, the masked men muttered in a language that they don't understand, Tsukusasu, Benihime, Pierce, Crimson Princess. The spiraling energy then solidified as it created a gigantic spike and launched towards the unmoving Baylor with great speed. Kisuke intended to finish it off by destroying its magic stone after disabling its defenses. He's been on guard on its third eye but nothing as of yet. However, he won't let his guard down just because he's about to win in the next second. And just as he expected, the lids on its third eye moved. As it moves, every mana of the Baylor gathered on it. The pillar of iron which is pinning it suddenly exploded into smithereens as the golden slitted eye fully opened. Kisuke and Uruchi became guarded as they waited for their effects to be shown. Kisuke already guessed what sort of abilities it could possess and already formulated a plan against most of those. A few seconds later, the air suddenly becomes heavier. No. This isn't just some atmospheric pressure manipulation. Kisuke tried to think of any other possibilities as he watches his attack slows down. Damn it. This is stagnation. Kisuke guessed it right. It's not that the air really became heavier but the time itself became slower for their surroundings. Although everyone's perception is still the same, everything, including their bodies, were reduced to 1/50 th of the normal speed. Kisuke, Yoruichi, and the Loki Familia trying to break free from the effects of time manipulation, the Baylor lifted its head and looked towards Kisuke before turning to Yoruichi, all in a normal speed. The gray skin and black fur then started receding towards its third eye, leaving the Baylor pale white as the effect of stasis became much stronger. Its third eye then started glowing brightly before it releases a large beam of golden light aimed at Yoruichi. This is the Baylor's final attack, using everything it has and intended to take down at least one of them with it. It determined that Kisuke could still have some ways to dodge or defend from its attack, but it already saw Yoruichi getting injured before, so it targeted her. On the way of the beam is Kisuke's piercing attack, but as the two collided, the crimson spear was pierced by the golden light instead. Fuck. It has annihilating properties. Kisuke knew that Yoruichi still has some ways to defend herself, but he didn't want to risk it, so he immediately decided to use two of his few trump cards that could instantly turn the situation. His first trump card is to force himself to shook of the effects of stagnation. He transformed himself into full hollowified form, the Vasto Lord form. Due to this, his cloak and mask burst open as his Ryatsuki shoots up and became malevolent. His choker's ability to disguise was also rendered useless. From the Loki Familia's perspective, a monster in humanoid form just appeared. Although it isn't as large as the Baylor and Juggernaut, they have a feeling that it's more terrifying than them. Thanks to his Ryatsuki pressure, Kisuke was able to move normally and hurriedly use Sonido to arrive in front of Yoruichi. Putting his free hand forward, Kisuke intended to use his second trump card, but the beam of light is coming fast. Looks like I have to sacrifice more than an arm. As he braces himself, two orbs of lightning suddenly flew past him and detonated, delaying the golden light for only less than a second, but for Kisuke, it a very valuable time bought. Hadu number 96, Itakusu, single blade cremation. Fiery red light like veins emerged from his pale white clawed arm as it starts to burn. A split second later, a huge pillar of flame burst out from the said arm in the shape of katana, slashed through the golden beam of light and divided the Baylor in half, ending the battle. Chapter 340 Going Back. As the giant pillar of flames in the form of katana tip bisected the Baylor, the effects of stagnation disappeared. Kisuke's transformation was also undone and his enamel-like skin started to flake off as he falls to the ground. Yoruichi hurriedly caught him as the last visage of his hollowification disappeared and hurriedly covered his face with reminders of the broken-up cloak, only revealing his eyes. The choker also started resuming its functions and changed his skin into healthy tan and his hair to black. However, not everything returned to normal, as his left arm is still charred black with a wisp of flames on it. But despite its looks, his arm is still so hot that it is capable of burning Yoruichi's skin despite the layer of protection from her Ryatsuki. But even then, Yoruichi didn't mind it one bit and carried him on her back to go towards the rest of the Loki Familia. With a few large jumps, Yoruichi reached them and laid down Kisuke on the ground. Do you still have any potions in you? The Loki Familia is still stuck in their place as they watch the Baylor reduced to ashes and only leave behind the large bisected magic stone, and only came to it when Yoruichi arrived and asked them for potions. The first one to react is Riveria, and she looked towards her fellow elf, Tioni. Give her the remaining high potions. Tiona also recovered after being suddenly called out by her superior and hurriedly looked towards Finn and saw him nod before taking out the remaining 5 high-class potions and 7 mid-class potions from her bag that Lafia passed her earlier. Thanks. Yoruichi then started pouring everything on Kisuke's charred left arm and left shoulder. As the potions touched Kisuke's arm, it immediately evaporated, but Yoruichi determined that her guess is correct as it's much more effective than just pouring water on it. After the potions, Kisuke's arm's temperature was reduced to a bearable level and the fiery veins and wisp of flames already ceased existing. Sighing in relief, Yoruichi asked, "Can you move?" "I can move. But I don't really want to." Kisuke answered in a hoarse voice as he scanned his surroundings. "I guess that's the limit of the dungeon. After spawning those 2 monsters, the mana from the surrounding became depleted that I can't feel any monsters being spawned." "How about your arm?" "I can't feel it. However, if I must say something, although it's my first time using it, it seems to be very effective. Well, it wasn't known as a sacrificial spell for nothing. But if you can still speak like that, then you're fine. Though I didn't expect it to suddenly pull out time-slowing ability just like that. I already expected that though. That's why I was able to react quickly. However, this really reminds me of one of Rias Gremory's bishop, Gaspar Vladi." "Oh, right. That trap. Forbidden Baylor view, was it?" Yoruichi then faced the Loki Familia. "Mind if we join you to the trip outside?" Yoruichi's decision stemmed from the fact that dungeon seems to respond to their spiritual energy, so, in addition to the Juggernaut, it also spawned a special variant of Baylor. She could sneak her way out, but she would have to use her Shinigami ability, so instead of guessing the dungeon's intentions, it'll be a lot easier for both Yoruichi and Kisuke to guess other people's intention. Hearing this, Finn was about to refuse as there are no advantages for them to let some unknown strong stranger join their group. In fact, it'll only put them in danger. But before he could refuse, Yoruchi continued, "We'll sell you that magic stone from Baylor for half the price. You can sell it to the guild and we'll only take half of the selling price." Finn hesitated, but after a few seconds of contemplating, he thought that it's just money and still couldn't justify the fact that they might be dangerous for them even if they helped them earlier. Seeing that he still won't agree, Kisuke added, "I can tell you why everything slowed down earlier. Despite his hoarse voice, the jolly tone still couldn't be hidden. And instead of Finn, those words are for the fidgeting beautiful high elf. Finn, let's take them with us." Riveria immediately suggested and Finn could only smile wryly. "Well, I also want to know what just happened." Finn determined that it'll be valuable information if they can explain the Baylor's ability so that they could create a countermeasure against it in case that they faced something like that in the future. Fine. Finn then faces their other companions, Tiona. "Gather those magic stones and we'll leave." Roger. The twins ran towards the magic stones buried in ashes. While running through the destruction that was created by their battle, they still couldn't believe something like that was possible. Ever since they became level 5s, they can already see their limits and surely, it was far from this. After Tioni and Tiona returned, the group then left the place. While walking through the 49th floor, Riveria couldn't stop herself from asking anymore, "Can you tell us now what sort of magic the Baylor used?" She wanted to ask about his magic too but figured that he won't answer anything about it. A secret so that you could cast more than just 3 magics, very attractive, but Riveria knew her boundaries. "I'll just find a way to ask about it later." Kisuke, who's on Yoruchi's back, answered, Let's see. There are 2 parts on the Baylor's third eye's ability. The first one is time stagnation and the other one is a beam with annihilating properties. Time stagnation. Annihilating properties. Riveria asked again. This is her first time hearing such terms used in magic. After all, the mainstream is elemental magic and the rare one consists of healing and curses magic. Let me explain the annihilating magic first as it is easier to understand. Basically, annihilating magic is simple magic that reduces everything it touches to elementary particles upon contact. AA magic like that exist. How do you defend against it if it destroys everything it touches? Riveria continued to ask. Contrary to her usual demeanor, her companions can tell that she's excited, which surprised them, especially Ace. But before Kisuke could answer, Tiona interrupted them. "How does that magic look when it works?" Kisuke asked Yoruchi to pick up a rock and replied to her first, "Imagine that this rock is you." Aha. Tiona looked towards the rock on Yoruchi's palm and nodded. Then when you're hit by that magic without being able to defend, Kisuke then gave Yoruchi the cue and she suddenly crushed the rock on her hand, reducing it into dust. That happens. As she did, imaging herself in the position of that rock, Tiona shuddered and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. This type of annihilating magic weakens or destroys the link that is keeping your body together, so when you're hit, you'll be reduced to blood and gore if the magic is weak, or you'll be reduced to ashes. Same as those monsters when they die. Kisuke continued. Chapter 341, 2 Birds in 1 Stone. Finn furrowed his brows and asked the same thing as Riveria. How do you defend against it? There are multiple ways, but the easiest and simplest ones are just to use the same amount of mana to offset its effects, barrier magic that replenishes instead of sustained one if you're a group, or just dodge it, though if it's the same situation as earlier, you don't have a choice but to face it head-on. Kisuke happily continued and Yoruchi thought for the nth time, this guy really loves explaining things. Though Yoruchi doesn't say anything about it as Kisuke really seems happy doing so. Riveria understood about the first and third methods, but she's confused with the second one, barrier magic that replenishes instead of sustained one. Can you elaborate more on that? Kisuke looked at her for a moment and suddenly recalled one thing. Oh, right, you guys only knew how to divide barrier magic between 2 types, against magical attacks, and against physical attack. Riveria felt her pride being chipped away hearing his words. But she couldn't get angry as what he said is true, as common sense dictates that there are only 2 types of barrier magic. One magical and one physical, which can be divided into more subcategories depending on element and type of physical attack. However, the man and woman in front of her don't seem to be in the scope of that common sense. Seeing her reaction, Kisuke felt something tickling his inner bully but kept it to himself for now as it isn't the right time and continued speaking. You can keep the durability of a sustainable type of barrier by pumping more mana to it, but against a type of magic that can annihilate everything, the structure of the magic itself could be erased or corrupted, so even if you pump more mana, it'll only go nowhere. On the contrary, the replenishing type is by creating a multi-layered barrier with each layer has its own structure. When the first one is destroyed, the second one is still intact, and while these layers are being destroyed, you can create new layers from behind, thus replenishing it. Hearing it, Riveria's eyes lit up and the sour mood from earlier disappeared as her curiosity and interest drowned it. I see. If sustainable is like a shield that you enchant, then the replenishable type is having multiple shields stacked together. Well, that's basically it. Kisuke nodded at her while thinking inside, hee hee hee. Looks like I found a great customer. I should give more teaser. Deciding on how he should lead things, Kisuke continued speaking, and barrier magic isn't only just about blocking attacks. That's just the most basic use of it. Kisuke successfully caught Riveria's attention and the latter immediately asked like an excited child while also closing the distance between her and the duo, such as. Finn wanted to push the conversation towards the next ability of the Baylor's third eye, but he's also curious about the other uses of barrier and didn't stop Riveria. It's also has been a while that he saw Riveria excitedly talk about magic. The path towards the exit is still long, so I guess it's fine. He's also giving us free information. The trio, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni, who's following silently behind, however, were shocked as this is the first time they saw Riveria happily ask others about magic. Despite being carried by Yoruchi and lethargic since his tired, Kisuke became energetic as he let Yoruchi hold Benihime and started his sales pitch. For example, you can do this. Raising his right arm, a magic circle suddenly appeared on top of his hand before a thin film of translucent barrier manifested around the group. Riveria is very, very curious at his ability to cast seemingly any amount of magic and doing it without chanting, but stopped herself from asking about it. I can do that later. The trip is still long. She then started inspecting the barrier along with others, so this is a barrier that doesn't block attacks. What does it do? Instead of answering her, Kisuke turned to Ace. Wallenstein-san, can you please walk out of the barrier? Ace looked at him for a moment before turning around and went through the barrier, arriving outside, and she then looked back to wait for further instructions. Now then, Alf-san, please call back Wallenstein-san. Riveria couldn't guess what he wants to do but still did what he told her to do. Ace, come back here. Contrary to their expectations, however, Ace didn't move and just continued to stare at them with a confused expression. Ace, what are you doing? Riveria asked but still got the same response as before. Thinking for a moment, Finn guessed the barrier's function and he himself got out of the barrier before turning back. Riveria, try to say something. Seeing Finn's actions, Riveria also finally guessed it and spoke out loud, I see. So that's how it is. What's going on? Tiona asked while Tioni kept observing, also trying to guess what's happening. Witnessing their mouths move but not hearing anything, Finn nodded and went back with Ace. You can't hear anything coming from the inside of the barrier. Tioni and Tiona's eyes widened and went outside immediately and tried to talk to Ace but to no avail. Ignoring the antics of the three girls, Kisuke continued, this barrier blocks the sound waves from coming out. This is very useful for secret meetings. How? How can you cast these types of magic with great versatility? Is it a rare skill? Riveria couldn't stop herself anymore and asked, breaking the unwritten rule of the adventurers, asking for the others' skills. Riveria. Finn warned her. Although he's also curious, he didn't want her to break this rule. They can do their own investigation to guess the adventurer's skills, but asking directly is a no-go. Riveria got hold of herself and immediately apologized, I'm sorry. Please forget what I just said. Kisuke only chuckled and waited for something before continuing to speak, ahaha, it's fine. I don't mind. But it's not like you can't learn it yourself. As Riveria and others heard those words, they blanked out and took more time to process what he meant. You can learn it yourself. Not waiting for them, Kisuke went on as if he just dropped trash on the roadside instead of a bomb. Now then, let's talk about the second ability of the Baylor's third eye. Wait. What do you mean by Finn? Ace. Tiona, Tioni. And old hag. Are you okay? Before Riveria could finish her question, however, a certain wolf came and shouted at them. Interrupting something very important, Riveria became very frustrated, and added to that is the idiotic dog calling her old hag, making Riveria instantly hit the boiling point. She then threw her very sturdy staff towards the oncoming dog, catching it off guard with a sudden attack, and being unable to judge, resulting in him being hit square on the forehead, GAH. Despite telling himself not to let out his inner bully, Kisuke's malicious intents couldn't be stopped from leaking and Yoruchi could only sigh and laugh wryly at that. Kisuke, on the other hand, is cheering while watching all of this happens. This is what I call two birds in one stone. Chapter 342, Time Magic. So, what's going on? Gareth came back with Bet after leading the rest of the Loki Familia on the 39th floor, a safe zone, in a hurry. Finn explained the situation to Gareth while Riveria is berating Bet for suddenly interrupting something important. Understanding the situation, Gareth came over to Kisuke and Yoruchi and greeted them. It's great that you came out alive. Though I should say, you're not in very great shape. Here, have this. As thanks for keeping the camp safe earlier. I heard it from our supporters. Gareth took out an elixir set aside for himself and gave it to Kisuke. Kisuke smiled and accepted it, thanks. Although I won't be able to use it now since I need to recover some of my strength naturally first. Gareth didn't mind it and only nodded back at him, let's go. The group then resumed walking and a minute later, Riveria went beside Kisuke and Yuruchi. About what you said earlier. As if remembering it now, Kisuke replied, oh. Right. The second ability of the Baler's third eye. And no. Before that. You mentioned that I can learn what you just did too. Ah. About that. Loga-san's arrival reminded me of someone and I thought I should not really tell these things. WY. Riveria doesn't know that she currently making a face that Kisuke enjoys with all his soul. And although not as much as Kisuke, Yuruchi also wanted to laugh, so this is this guy's goal. Kisuke stopped himself from grinning and put on a very serious expression despite the fact that his face right now is covered by a piece of clothing and nobody could possibly peek through it unless they have X-ray visions. I'll tell you about it later before we separate. Okay. Riveria then proceeded to give Bet a cold stare before continuing. Please continue on to the next ability of that Baler. This elf is really fun. And that horny dog will get it later. Too bad, I can't watch it. Kisuke thought before clearing his throat with a fake cough. Ehem. As I told you earlier, the other ability of the Baler's third eye is the time stagnation. Riveria's expression went back to normal as she furrowed her brows. Time stagnation. Could it be magic that manipulates time? Huh. Old age. Bet spoke while nursing his whacked forehead, but before he could finish, she received another glare from Riveria. Riveria, could it be you really believe him that magic that manipulates time itself is possible? And if something like that is really possible, then it's only for the gods. Indeed, it's easy for gods to cast a time-related spell, but it's also one of the most useless spells for them because it could only affect those a lot weaker than them, and against other gods, it's completely useless as they can't be affected by it because their flow of time is a mess. As you probably know, those guys are eternally unchanging beings. Bet wanted to say more, but the Amazonas twins shut his mouth forcefully. Seeing this, Kisuke continued, that said, it isn't just gods who can use them. Although space and time types of magic are very complicated compared to other types of magic, it's possible. What the Baler used is time stagnation, which slows down the time flow of everything around it. However, there are obvious limitations on it as it can't slow down our perception, that's why we can easily feel it. Everyone became silent after hearing Kisuke's words. Except for Riveria, they can't wrap their heads around the concept of time manipulation easily. Isn't slowing down time too much? What if the Baler just made everything heavier, hence, became harder to move? Finn asked, and Bet wholeheartedly agrees. In your perspective, that's indeed the case. But that's only because you're not familiar with the unique feeling that time magic gives. So you're saying that you've already experienced time magic multiple times, that you're already familiar with it? Riveria's brows furrowed deeper as her suspicions grow, but more than that, her interest and curiosity is growing faster. There's nothing else she wanted to do now than to sit down and talk about magic with Kisuke. She also has lingering thoughts if she should ask him to take her as his disciple. Successfully leading the conversation, Kisuke smiled widely. Yep. I'm a bit familiar with it. And if you want proof, then I can at least tell that Wallenstein-san came out of a time stasis long ago. About a decade ago. After this revelation, everyone from the Loki familia stopped walking with shocked faces, especially Ace, who, in addition to shock, a hint of fear crept to her face. How? Yuruchi also stopped walking and faced everyone with Kisuke. What is this guy planning now? I really wish he would inform me of things he wanted to do. As if not noticing their expressions, Kisuke answered Ace nonchalantly. I told you, right? I can tell if time magic is cast. Especially in your case. I can tell that you've been in a pretty strong time stasis. How long have you been asleep? 10 years? 30? 100? Or perhaps 1,000 years? Ace shuddered and slowly took a step back. How? And as if only noticing it now, Kisuke looked everyone with widened eyes. Ah. Is that supposed to be secret? My bad. It's just that her situation really bothers me. You're abruptly woken up and there were some parts of your physique that are not working quite right. If that can be fixed, then you'll be stronger than you're now and you'll have an easier time with your training. Ace's fear subsided for a bit as she listens. Now instead of fear of being seen through, she's now more interested in the fact that she could become stronger. But before she could ask about it, she finally noticed that her fellow familia members are looking at her with shocked expressions. Ace. Is what he said true? Riveria asked. Ace herself didn't know about this time stasis that Kisuke is talking about, but she indeed woke up in a different era, she presumed 1,000 years later, and the only people who knew of this are Loki and the unknown people who woke her up and sent her to Orario 9 years ago. She didn't want to lie to her comrades, so the only thing she could do is to stay silent and look down in guilt for hiding it from them, which is the same as admitting it. The rest of the Loki familia doesn't know how they would process this information, but the first one to calm down is Riveria as she approached Ace and gave her a hug. It's all right. Nothing really changes even if we knew that. You're still the Ace that I watched growing up. Riveria whispered to her lovingly. Ace didn't know what to say or to do, but she hugged her back so that she can feel Riveria's warmth more. Along with it, is some sort of weight disappearing from her chest. Although she's still hiding a lot of things, it's a big relief for her that someone could still accept her despite her being different from others. Chapter 343, An Adventurer. From then on, the group could only stay silent on their track until they reached the next safe zone, the 39th floor, where everyone else is waiting for the arrival of the main party. Raoul and Lafia came running to the group. Finn. Ace-san. Lafia came running towards Ace with a crying face, not noticing the strange atmosphere. Are you hurt? And while Lafia is bothering Ace with her concern, Raoul reported to Finn the status of their members. While some got injured pretty badly by the acid that came from the irregular monsters, none died or would be left disabled. But because of that, all of their supplies that should last until the 59th floor were depleted. We'll rest for 10 hours before we start moving. Tell everyone that this will be the last long break we will be getting until we reach the surface. Also, those who are level 4s will party up with some level 3s to gather food. Finn gave his instructions after hearing the damage report. Understood. Raoul ran off after a quick peek towards the two strangers. He's curious but he already received his orders and that takes priority. As Finn looked around, all those who just came all agreed not to talk about Ace's situation. He then faced Kisuke and Yuruchi. You can use one of the tents. Riveria, please lead them. Riveria nodded at him and turned around. Please follow me. Yuruchi, with Kisuke on her back, followed her, but not just her. Ace also started moving along with them while peeking at Kisuke. What's going on? Lafia asked in confusion. However, nobody answered her, and not just that, Tiona and Tioni decided to follow them without a word. Seeing this, Lafia also followed, wondering what's happening. Bet also wanted to follow, but Gareth and Finn stopped him since they can tell that the unknown man isn't very fond of the werewolf. And adding to that is Bet's unstoppable mouth, which is why they decided that they shouldn't be together as much as possible. They then reached a tent at the edge of Loki Familia's temporary camp. The tent is big enough to house around 10 people, so Yuruchi is thankful, and both of them also knew that they won't be leaving the two of them alone, so a large space is better. Putting down Kisuke, both of them checked the state of his arm. If there's something else that you need, don't hold back and tell me. Riveria followed them inside and offered. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia also entered the tent and saw what they are doing. Lafia then finally noticed the status of Kisuke's arm and exclaimed, what happened to that? At first, she just thought that it was painted black and didn't pay attention, as Ace needs her attention more. But now that she took a closer look at it, it looks like charcoal. Just got a little bit burnt. Nothing too serious. Kisuke answered nonchalantly as he continued to inspect his arm. But hearing his word, Lafia couldn't help but retort, if that's not serious, then what's serious? Here. A high potion. Lafia then took out her remaining potion. Yuruchi smiled and took the potion without any hesitation. Thanks. This is just what we need. She then turned to Kisuke. So we do that, after all? Yes. While wondering what their conversation is about, Yuruchi turned to Riveria. Can I please have some bandages? Riveria and the rest thought that they wanted to wrap his arms with it. Riveria then faced Tiona. Tiona, please get some. Okay. Tiona ran out cheerfully to get the bandages. How can she still be cheerful after all that happened? Her sister, Tioni, muttered, but nobody could answer her. Perhaps, that's just how her sister is. A minute later, Tiona came back with several rolls of bandages along with some clips and passed it to Yuruchi. Yuruchi then took out her knife, but before she could do what she intended to do, she warned everyone watching, can you take some blood? The girls looked at each other. Her question though, for them, sounded like she's underestimating them. What's a bit of blood for them, who's already been to countless battles in the dungeon? Everyone shook their head and watched what is Yuruchi without blinking their eyes. They thought that Yuruchi is only about to scrape off some of the man's skin to see what's inside. However, contrary to their expectations, Yuruchi suddenly pulled Kisuke's arm and brought down the knife to his shoulder, severing his burnt arm. Riveria, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni's eyes widened and frozen on their spot witnessing this, while Lafia outright screamed, Kaya. Hearing her scream, Finn, Gareth, and Bet instantly arrived at the tent. What's happening? Finn asked before meeting their guest's arm missing and his shoulder spewing out blood, which also froze him on the spot. Kisuke and Yuruchi's expression didn't change as the latter pours out the high potion that Lafia gave them earlier. Yuruchi only poured enough potion so that the blood would only stop flowing and not outright heal it. She then slowly wrapped the bandages around the stump of the shoulder. Why did you suddenly cut your arm? Lafia asked. She couldn't think of any reason to give up on an arm easily as they did, and the rest also has the same question in their minds. But instead of Yuruchi who cut the arm, Kisuke answered them while grabbing his severed arm. Why? It's because it's essentially useless. He then proceeded to break the arm's pinky and showing it to them. See? It's already brittle and burnt until the bone. No way to heal something like this where all the cells are already destroyed. Riveria took a closer look at the finger and indeed, even its inside is burnt. I understand why you came to that decision, but, is losing an arm something trivial for you? Trivial? No way that's the case. I lost a freaking arm here, you know. Then why? Why do you seem so nonchalant? Even more so, you look happy. Kisuke didn't immediately answer as he looked towards their surprised faces. Why are you guys looking at me like that? What? I mean, you're adventurers, right? Even though you might not agree, I thought that you guys would at least see my point. From surprise, their eyes became clouded in confusion. Seriously? You still don't get it? You guys are focusing on the fact that I lost an arm, but aren't forgetting something. I didn't lose it for nothing. Slowly, realization dawned on them. Smiling from his makeshift mask, Kisuke continued, I lost my arm for saving my partner and for the life of that guy. I must say, even just one of those is already worth the price. And besides, I earned some valuable knowledge that I can use in the future, so why shouldn't I be happy? You guys are adventurers, seeking adventure in the dungeon. No matter your reason is, it's for getting stronger, seeking knowledge or looking for excitement if you're here. Or maybe I'm just getting it wrong. The top familia of the labyrinth city Urahara is already proud after getting out of the dungeon unscathed. If that's the case, what are you guys doing here? Did you know that you could lose your life here? The Loki familia, after processing his words, were frozen in their place again, but one of them could take it lying down. You bastard. Are you insulting us? Bet shouted at him. I'm sorry if that came out strongly. It's just that I might have been expecting more. You guys only focused on my injury and not what I have achieved. Kisuke shook his head in disappointment. If you're only entering the dungeon in hopes that you can get out safe, then you better quit being an adventurer. What was that? Bet wanted to say more, but he suddenly felt a heavy hand dropping on his shoulder, stopping him before hearing a loud laugh that echoed throughout the camp. Fwahahaha. Gareth's laugh woke everyone else from their stupor. Indeed. It seems that we're forgetting something very important. I still don't want to stop being an adventurer, but it seems like my spirit is slowly whittling away. Thank you, lad, for reminding me of my flame. He then walked out of the tent while loudly muttering, it seems tonight's drink will be tasty. Seeing this, Finn sighed before chuckling. The wisping flame from the bottom of his heart so started to regain their former glow. He then looked towards Kisuke with a smile, I also thank you. It seems that we're really forgetting something important. And I'm sorry. I can't quit being an adventurer. Not yet when I haven't accomplished my goal. Not waiting for anyone, Finn also turned around and exited the tent. He intends to join Gareth's drinking party. Chapter 344, New Customers. With their blood boiling, Tiona, and Bet left intending to bash some monsters. What Kisuke said just let them realize that they're indeed declining, and that isn't a very good sign for top adventurers like them. And since they want to talk alone, Riveria asked Lafia to leave to get her duties done. With that, the only ones left in the spacious tent are Riveria, Ace, Kisuke, and Yuruchi. As Yuruchi bandages Kisuke, Riveria asked Ace to get some drinks and snacks for all of them. When everything is ready, Kisuke took a sip on his drink, ale, and said, what can I do for you, Alf-san? Riveria wanted to ask a lot of things, but she first pointed out something. You still haven't told us how can we counteract this time stagnation. There are two ways, an easy one and a hard one. The easy one is to overpower its effects. Well, frankly, as long you're strong enough, you always have a choice of overpowering everything. Riveria knew that the easy method is impossible for them, so she asked, then what's the hard one? Setting up a space where it's harder to manipulate time. There are many ways to do it. From setting it up beforehand to carrying catalyst around for mobile usage. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, but one thing is a must. You need to have knowledge about how to set up one, and learning it is pretty hard, as you would need many prerequisite subjects before you could dive into making that space. After all, you'd want something that affects the very law of the world. That's impossible for us. Riveria muttered as she gritted her teeth. She didn't even know it's possible to use magic that is outside of your own fauna, so how is she supposed to set one up? Are there no other ways? Barriers. But then again, you need to be strong enough and at least basic knowledge of time magic. Then how are we supposed to face that when we encounter it? Riveria asked in frustration. Run. Escape. Retreat. Whatever you fancy. But if by some chance you wanted to fight, or who have no choice but to fight, then fight using your all. Maybe with your willpower, a miracle can happen. Riveria smiled wryly. Willpower? If you don't have real power, then what's the point? Kisuke, however, just smiled happily. Don't underestimate it. I've seen some people never giving up even in face of death and actually surpassing themselves in the process with a crazy smile on their faces. Ace, who has been silent until now, muttered a word while clenching her fist. How? Kisuke, Yuruchi, and Riveria looked at her and the former answered while rubbing his chin with his remaining hand, There's really no concrete way how to do it as it's always up to you, but if you want some sort of advice, all I can tell you is, single-minded pursuit without losing sight of those around you. On how you interpret it. It's up to you. Hearing those words, Ace became lost in thought but before she could make a wrong decision, Kisuke continued, however, never mistake your that willpower as your real power. You'll only get killed faster. Nothing beats the good old effective training regimen. Riveria nodded at Kisuke's words and then she asked, It's really hard to believe that someone could surpass themselves just because of single-minded pursuit. For the long years that I've been alive, I never saw someone like that. What sort of motivations can lead to that? Hearing her question, Kisuke and Yuruchi inadvertently laughed as they remember a certain someone. What's funny? Ah. I'm sorry about that. We just remembered someone surpassing himself because of a very stupid reason, proving that as long as your willpower is strong enough, almost anything is possible. What sort of reason? Riveria curiously asked while Ace also perked her ears up. She doesn't intend to miss anything that could potentially help her. While chuckling, Kisuke proceeded to tell them the story. There are these two guys and we'll call them Red and White. White is an enemy that Red could never contend with due to sheer difference in power. However, when the White guy threatened to shrink the Red guy's woman's breast, all hell broke loose. Riveria and Ace thought that they're listening to a serious story, but they didn't expect it to be a vulgar one. Despite this, however, Kisuke still continued, in his desperation, however, Red guy came into an idea and that is to absorb a power that is diametrically opposite of what he has. Just by combining these powers, his body should have been exploded into pieces and died on the spot, but the determined guy just gritted his teeth, endured all the stress his body is taking and successfully absorbed the power. And with that, he pummeled the White guy into oblivion until he escapes. All of that for his beloved woman's boobs. While Ace has a faint blush on her face, Riveria could only reply with a twitching mouth, That's really stupid. It is. But it's effective, nevertheless. Kisuke closed his eyes as he wondered what's happening on the other side right now. Riveria went silent. If this is true, then she has to find her own motivation or goal. What is it again that I wanted to do? She asked herself. Ace, on the other hand, is still contemplating on Kisuke's word, single-minded pursuit but not losing sight of those around you. She already has a goal that she wanted to achieve no matter what, but she lost with, not losing sight of those around you. After thinking for a bit, Riveria chose to set it aside first and asked what she wanted to ask in the first place, about the magic which I can learn too. Can you please tell me more about it? Regarding that. I can't really help you. Riveria gritted her teeth and asked, why? I'll be leaving Orario sooner or later, Kisuke answered simply. If that's the case, then there's really nothing she can do as she can't follow him. Seeing the beautiful elf making a difficult expression and he can already properly move, Kisuke knew that it's already the right time. However, there might be someone who can teach you some stuff. Riveria's eyes widened in delight, really? Who? Seeing her expressions today, this is the first time Ace saw her so many faces in just a day. All I can tell you is that he's in Orario and will be staying for a while. It's up to you if you can find him. Kisuke then stood up and started walking towards the exit of the tent while picking up his sword while Yuruchi also did the same and picked up his severed arm. Riveria also stood up in a hurry and chased them. Wait. How can I find him within thousands of people? Kisuke and Yuruchi didn't stop walking but Kisuke still answered her, you already have a clue on how to find him. I already have a clue. Riveria stopped her steps as she suddenly recalled the other strange event that took place today, right? Line cast magic without her usual incantation. And more than that, she changed and improved the effect of her magic. Before leaving for good, Kisuke turned around for one last time and faced Ace who was beside Riveria. As for your time stasis problem, that guy can also help you to some degree. But remember, if you're going to ask him something, then get ready for his demands. Kisuke and Yuruchi then started running towards the stairs leading to the 38th floor, leaving the Loki Familia behind. On the way, Yuruchi finally asked Kisuke, what was that for? With a grin, Kisuke answered, customers that we can milk. Spare them a little bit, alright? They're good people. Though I don't care if you skim that dog to death. Don't worry, I won't milk them dry. It's a different story for that dog though. Kisuke giggled before his expression turned serious, and besides. Something about Ace Wallenstein is wrong. Wrong. What is it? I don't know yet. But it's something dangerous that could actually threaten us. So the reason why you wanted her to go to you is... right. To investigate that malevolent thing inside her. Chapter 345, A Mao Xiaozhou and a Lowly Dragon, DXD side. Seraphol ignored the questions the other leaders are asking regarding the note that suddenly appeared from Kisuke's rift-splitting spell by saying the same answer. It says that Sona-chan is already safe and they will go in hiding for a while, over and over again. Everyone sighed at her stubbornness but they couldn't do anything. And just as they're about to discuss what just happened, in front of Serafal, a little girl in gothic Lolita outfit appeared. Everyone was stunned of the sudden appearance of the little girl, and even more so when Serafal recognized her aura and muttered, "Ouroboros dragon." What? The three leaders simultaneously exclaimed, "What is he? Wait, he's now taking a form of a little girl, so she. Anyway, what is she doing here?" Azazel asked, and he also recalled that the last time he saw Ophis, he's taking a form of a middle-aged man. Serafal couldn't answer his question until she noticed that the little girl is intently staring at the chocolate bars in her hands, which made her recall the contents of the notes again. Picking up one of the chocolate bars, Serafal asked, "Want this?" The other three leaders were dumbfounded at Serafal's sudden question. After all, the one in front of her is the dragon god of infinity, which is feared by almost all, and the leader of the terrorist group threatening the peace across the realms. However, contrary to their expectations, the feared dragon suddenly snatched the chocolate bar from Serafal's hand. She already learned from Kisuke that she couldn't take snacks without permission, so she waited for Serafal to offer her the chocolate bar. Ophis then started looking around. However, seeing that there's really nowhere she could sit on, Ophis chooses the next best place where Kisuke's aura and scent are present, Serafal's lap. The dumbfounded leaders how they should react at the supposedly transcendent and strongest being, silently nibbling her chocolate bar on the Devil King's lap. Serafal. How did you do it? Surzek asked curiously. I also don't know. However, Serafal does know that it has something to do with Kisuke, and she wanted to ask her where is the guy now, but afraid to do so now as it might just reveal his location to others who are listening in. I have to ask her later. While the leaders are contemplating what should they do with this assault of the dragon god, Ophis stopped nibbling her chocolate bar and looked up to Serafal. Donuts. Cookies. Caught off guard with such a question, Serafal immediately answered without thinking much, and nothing. He just gave me those chocolate bars. She then looked back down to her chocolate bar and furrowed her brows while resuming on nibbling it. Is this really that Ophis? It is the question they can't answer. They would rather believe that she's just an innocent child who didn't get all of her snacks like she's promised. Taking a deep breath, Serafal came into a decision and faced the other leaders. Let's postpone the meeting for now. I have things that I have to do. What do you plan to do? Surzek asked. Taking care of her, Serafal answered before disconnecting her magic circle with the rest without waiting for what they have to say. Ophis-chan, is it? Without standing up, Serafal asked. Ophis only nodded and kept on nibbling on her chocolate bar. Where is Kitan? Kisuke Urahara. Ophis stopped eating and looked forward before speaking. Somewhere. Far. Very far. I can't reach. I see. Serafal answered absent-mindedly as she looked out of the window, for the dragon god who can travel all the realms to say that. Just where are you? Although what Ophis said isn't anything good, Serafal is positive that no one can find them and will be safe from their pursuers. I at least should create a place for them when they return. Inside a certain house in the Belial territory of the underworld, 4 people are eating on the dining table. There's Sakura, Cleria, Masaomi, and Claire. They escaped to this place 2 weeks ago in accordance with Kisuke and Yuruchi's instructions. Thanks to Kisuke's disguising artifacts that we set aside in times of emergency, they were able to live peacefully with their time here. Still, how was he able to secure this place? Cleria asked while eating the familiar of her territory's cuisine she hadn't had for years. Who knows? But I want to know what happened to him. I worried. I hope he's all right. Sakura sighed. She doesn't have much appetite these days. He's probably fine. That guy is terrifying, you know. I doubt they could actually land a hit on him. Masaomi tried to comfort his sister-in-law. However, Sakura glared at her and said, "Don't call my cute son terrifying." Masaomi raised his arms in surrender, feeling the pressure from her glare. I'm sorry. Giggling, Cleria chooses to help her husband. Masaomi is right, Sarah. Kisuke is probably all right. Just imagine what more he can do when he was able to provide this place and 7 other places for an emergency. He even gave us the way to contact Big Brother Daihauser discreetly. By the way, did you contact him already? Sarah nodded at her sister. It's already been 2 weeks and we still haven't heard anything from him. I think he's in a place he can't leave, or else he would have visited us already. And I can't wait any more when I heard those rumors about a dangerous terrorist that killed the offsprings of noble devil houses for a strange ritual named Kisuke Urahara. Cleria furrowed her brows and became silent after remembering those rumors. It's obviously not true, but they can't do anything about it, and it's probably the main reason why Kisuke and Yuruchi asked them to escape. They have already foreseen this kind of result. While Masaomi is entertaining Claire so that she wouldn't put attention to their conversation, a knock suddenly resounded from the front door. The 3 adults looked at each other before Masaomi escorted Cleria back to their room. Inside their private rooms are magic circles that would teleport them to another location, and it's their means of escape if they needed to. The sisters waited for Masaomi and Claire to leave before Sakura answered the door. Who's there? I'm from the Belial house. Lord Daiha's Belial sent me here to pass you a message. The hooded figure from the other side of the door spoke after a little bit of contemplation. Hearing his voice, Sakura and Cleria looked at each other before they started giggling to themselves, which confused the person outside. While wondering what's wrong, the door suddenly opened and Sakura, using her different face, greeted the hooded person. I didn't expect that Big Brother Daihazer would send himself to pass me a message. Big Brother? Who are you? Not just anyone can call me that. The hooded person furrowed his brows and tightened his guard. Although her voice is somewhat familiar, he hasn't seen her before in his life. Oh. You already forgot my voice, Big Brother. While asking, Sakura removed the bracelet on her right arm that is disguising her appearance. Once it was removed, Sakura returned to her former appearance, but instead of her usual pale blonde hair and black eyes that Kisuke usually sees, her hair and eyes are now colored gray, which is the hereditary appearance of most of the people from Belial clan. It was only for his curiosity that he chooses to meet the person that claims that he had seen her cousin who disappeared long ago with her lover, Sarah. As for anticipation, he didn't have much as there are already countless reports of something like this and none of it turned out the truth. He came by himself since it came from the same person that claims that Kisuke Urahara and Sakura Urahara are related to Sarah Belial. Even though they have the same surname as the men who took away his cousin, Ryuta Urahara, there have been similar reports of those with the same surname, but it turns out that only the surname is the same and not related to the man himself. So he couldn't just base it on the name. He already helped the guy named Kisuke Urahara when he messed something up with the raiding game between the Phoenix and Gremory houses since he wanted to investigate this claim. However, no matter how much he looks into, not much info came out. The only substantial information that came is from those in Kao's brigade as he heard something unusual which his office protected him. And now that he was announced as a terrorist, he doesn't want anything to do with him and planned to uncover the person who sent him such information in person and deal with him. However, he didn't prepare for what came next. Although, even if he prepared himself, he couldn't possibly saw this happening. Sarah. Chapter 346, Reunion, DXD side. Sarah. Daihazer exclaimed. The one and only. Sarah laughed at his reaction before realizing what she had just done. Crap. My son's antics are already infecting me. But I guess that's not bad since it's fun. Daihazer, a big man with a graceful face who has gray hair and gray eyes, similar to Sakura, started shaking. Hey, are you really Sarah? Yep. Ignoring the other person, Daihazer gave Sarah a big hug. Thank goodness. You're alright, and came back. Daihazer separated for a bit to take a closer look at his cousin's face with a gentle smile. Although her demeanor is opposite of that of the past, it's indeed the face he recalls. It's been so long. And during that time, it seems that you became more cheerful. Although I miss your former apathetic expression, this suits you a lot better. It seems that Ryuta took great care of you. Hearing her late husband's name, Sakura could only let out a sad smile. Indeed. He took great care of me. Until the very end. Daihazer's eyes widened, but his expression became disappointed as he gave Sakura another hug. I see. I at least wanted to talk and thank him for taking you away all those years. Sighing at the missed opportunity, Daihaz continued, now. If only Cleria is still with us. Hearing her name, Cleria finally interrupted them. Ahem. Please don't go killing me off, Big Brother. Daihazer looked towards the other person present and became confused again when another one called him Big Brother. But when he saw Sakura tittering and noticed the same bracelet that she removed from her wrist, a possibility emerged from his mind as he started shaking again in delight, wishing that he's correct. Why you? With a large grin, Cleria removed her disguising artifact and she returned to her former appearance. It's been a while, Big Brother Daihazer. Cleria. With a shout of delight, Daihazer ran towards her and gave her a big hug while tearing up. You're alive. Cleria also teared up a little as she returns his hug. Yes, Big Brother. I'm alive. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. It's fine. As long as you're alive. It's fine. After letting them hug for a few seconds more, Sakura finally interrupted them. Let's go inside first. We don't want someone recognizing you here. You also have to meet 2 more people. Daihazer agreed and entered the house with the sisters. Sakura then started preparing another set of utensils for Daihazer for him to join them in their dinner. While Cleria called back the duo, who were playing in their room. Coming out, Claire noticed that there's a new person and immediately hid behind her father. Masaomi, on the other hand, immediately recognized the newcomer, and after seeing the smiling faces of the sisters, Masaomi also removed his disguising bracelet, revealing his true appearance and putting his hand forward. It's very nice to finally meet you, cousin-in-law. I'm Masaomi Yagaki. I hope you can bless mine and Cleria's relationship and get along in the future. Daihazer didn't immediately reply and only stared at Masaomi silently with a blank face. However, that didn't last as Daihazer can feel an intense glare from behind him coming from Cleria. Smiling, he accepted his hand and introduced himself, Daihazer Belial. Thank you for taking care of my cousin. I too hope that we can get along in the future. He doesn't really care that he's a human as his own late aunt, his uncle's second wife, and Sakura's mother is a human. Daihazer then finally transferred his sights towards the little girl behind Masaomi. Seeing this, Claire hid her body completely from the stranger. Sakura, Cleria, and Masaomi could only smile gently after seeing this. Masaomi then turned around and kneeled in front of his daughter to match her sight and gently told her, Claire, it's your uncle, a new family member so you don't have to be afraid. Greet him and introduce yourself. Despite being nervous and shy, with just a pat to her head from her father, Claire nodded with a determined expression. Moving in front of Daihazer with small steps, Claire introduced herself, Good evening, you Uncle D.D. Hauser. I'm C. Claire Yagaki, 7 years old. And nice to meet you. Even with some stuttering, Claire managed to do it. Daihazer started laughing at her adorable figure and also kneeled down to match her gaze and patted her head, Nice to meet you too, Claire. Let's get along. Claire then smiled happily and looked back at her parents with a proud expression. Seeing this, Daihazer is liking this niece of his more. He then grabbed Claire and carried her, letting her sit on his arm, My dear niece, I'm sorry that uncle doesn't have any gift, so how about this? We go around the town tomorrow and browse some toy stores and I'll buy any toys for you. Thanks to the gentle aura he's emitting, most of Claire's anxiety also disappeared, and when she heard that they'd be strolling around tomorrow, she became excited. However, she also remembered that she still hasn't gotten her parents' permission, so she looked towards her mother, Cleria, and asked, Mom, can I go with uncle? With a smile, Cleria approached them and pinched Claire's chubby face, Of course, honey. You can have fun tomorrow, but first, we have to finish our dinner. Cheering loudly, Claire asked her uncle to put her down and sat back down to her chair to finish her food. Cleria then signaled her husband, and Masaomi understood what they want to do, so he went to Claire's side and said, Claire, why do we go watch some TV shows while you eat? Mommy, aunt, and uncle have something to talk about, so I'll be joining you. Successfully luring Claire away, Daihazer sat on the dining table with the sisters while food also served in front of him, Thanks. After eating some of it, Daihazer immediately went directly to the topic he wanted, Can you please tell me everything that happened and how you came to this place? The sisters then started talking about what happened, starting from the day that Kisuke saved both Cleria and Masaomi from the exorcists of the church and Rizavim's apparent participation. Half an hour later, Daihazer drank the warm tea served to him and sighed, I see. So Kisuke Urahara is my nephew. And he coincidentally saved his aunt and her husband and also managed to fool everyone that you two really died. On top of that, years later, he brought back your family after he and his lover made a mess in Mount Olympus territory. For some strange reason, Sakura didn't want to talk about her time when she and Ryuta just escaped and how her husband died. However, if she didn't want to talk about it, Daihazer won't ask. So the claim of Ares from the Mount Olympus has some truth to it. That Kisuke Urahara helped a heinous criminal escape. Daihazer continued to mutter. What? No. Anna could never be a heinous criminal. In fact, she just escaped their eternal torment. Kisuke saved her. She's a good girl. Cleria immediately refuted his words. Calm down, Cleria. There's nothing we can do regarding that. Especially now that he's missing and everyone wants to find him. By the way, do you know what happened? Sakura tapped her sister's shoulder, prompting her to calm down. Although she's also angry, she really can't do anything right now. We have some idea, but since we've been staying here for the last 2 weeks, we don't really know what's happening and we don't dare venture out for news as some might find us. Daihazer nodded and told her what happened on the day of the Three Great Faction Alliance Conference. Chapter 347, Really Strange. By rushing without using their Ryatsuki aside from strengthening their bodies so that they wouldn't provoke the dungeon any further and avoiding monsters while also searching for a suspicious or great spot for teleportation magic, they got back on the surface 2 days later. But before coming out of the dungeon, Yoruichi and Kisuke stopped on the 4th floor and looked for a secluded area. Once both of them settled down, Yoruichi helped Kisuke unwrap his bandages while he takes out a 5 ml syringe containing a liquid with intertwining red and white colors. While unwrapping her bandages, Yoruichi asked, Can you tell me now what you found out? Kisuke didn't answer immediately as he first arranged his thoughts before speaking. I've confirmed that the dungeon is alive, but I also found out some surprising things. Like, the dungeon isn't a single entity. Yoruichi finished unwrapping the bandages and furrowed her brows. What do you mean? There are at least 2 intents or wills in this dungeon, and from what I can tell, those intents don't get along. Of the 2 intents, one is predominant while the other one is very weak, which is why I didn't notice it immediately. While explaining, Kisuke injected the medicine he developed using his own hollow part to regenerate the lost limb. While it's still an experimental drug that only works on him without any side effects since it came from him, Kisuke used the same drug on Sona when her limbs were severed because of the poison due to lack of options. Because of that, he's keeping close attention to Sona's body condition by examining her almost every day. From Kisuke's words, Yoruichi formulated a few guesses of her own. Are you suggesting that there's a battle of wills in the dungeon itself? And the dominant one is the one producing these monsters which are hostile against people? Right. But I don't have any solid evidence yet. However, if I'm correct, then somewhere in this dungeon are monsters that are produced by the second weaker will, and chances are the monsters of the first dominant will are hostile against them. If they're hostile against people, I don't know. I don't have enough information. As he speaks, the stump on his shoulder started bubbling with a white matter before it slowly grew into an arm in hollowified form. Once it regenerated completely, the white shell started peeling off, revealing his new unblemished arm. However, a few seconds later, crimson flame-like veins started crawling on his skin and his arm's temperature started rising rapidly. I guess it isn't that easy. It'll take a few days to fully heal this. While Kisuke is taking out a new set of bandages and applying heat resistance magic on it, Yoruichi talked, so we have to watch out for any strange monsters that will appear, huh? Let's leave that with others. After Kisuke finished applying enchant magic on the bandages, Yoruichi helped him wrap his arm again. Anyway, should we continue our trips to the deeper floors? No. Even if we're in our full strength, the dungeon, which can spawn something like those, is more than we can chew if we accidentally go against it. So for now, let's focus on recovering our strength and leveling up. If we can reach around level 8 or 9, we should be able to have a strength that is comparable to what we can use when we're using our Ryatsuki, and even more so when we combine both of them. Yoruichi nodded and didn't speak any further. After Kisuke's arm, Kisuke then started healing the rest of Yoruichi's wound she sustained when she detonated her own technique to use as propellant. Once they're done, they put on new sets of cloaks and exited the dungeon and returned to their base of operations. Since it's still early in the afternoon, nobody is in the underground base. Hestia is manning the still deserted shop while the rest are exploring the dungeon. The first thing that Kisuke did is to go to his laboratory to create a specialized drug that could help his arm while Yoruichi returned to their room to rest and recover her expended energy. It's late in the afternoon when others returned and noticed that Yoruichi and Kisuke got home too. And since Kisuke still hasn't come out of his laboratory, they started pestering Yoruichi. Yoruichi-kun, why didn't you even tell me that you guys already returned? I'm just outside, rolling on the shop's tatami floor. Hestia immediately protested. Well, we don't want to disturb you rolling around happily, so we just walk past by. Yoruichi replied while scratching her face. Disturb me? Disturb me because I'm bored that I can do nothing else than roll around. Hestia wanted to cry at her answer. She didn't want to enjoy rolling. Hestia-sama, calm down. Yoruichi-san is just messing with you. Sona comforted Hestia. Due to her stature, natural endowment and cheerful nature, she's reminding her of her beloved sister, Seraphal. While Sona is comforting Hestia, Aika approached Yoruichi and asked, where is Kisuke? Did he went straight to his research again after coming back? Yoruichi nodded and answered, yep. But his goal this time is creating medicine for his wound. After hearing that, everyone's face suddenly took a turn for the worst. What, Naya? He's wounded. Is Kisuke-senpai alright? Just what did you fight for him to be wounded? Even if he's partially weakened, he's still someone who played around with a cadre-level fallen angel. Sona also stopped comforting Hestia and asked in a hurry. How long has Master been in there? What about you? If he's wounded, then chances are, you're too. Aika looked around Yoruichi's body to spot her wounds. Yoruichi raised her hands to stop their question. We're fine. We just really didn't expect that the dungeon can spawn something like that. And you know Kisuke, he probably got sidetracked while doing his study, but he should come out soon. The girls sighed in relief, but they still couldn't calm down without seeing the man himself, so they sat down to wait for him to come out while Medusa started preparing the dinner. However, one of them didn't want to end it this way and asked, answer me, Yoruichi-kun. Just which floor did you go? Hestia didn't really want to know as she has a feeling that she wouldn't like the answer, but she still has to ask and do her duty as the goddess of their familia. Yoruichi let out a big smile and answered, the 50th floor. We saw that the Loki familia is having trouble, so we gave them some assistance. But in the middle of it, a monster Rex and Juggernaut spawned, so we had to fight more. Hestia stood there unmoving, and a few seconds later, she slowly covered her face with both of her hands and her back started bending over while she lets out a strange noise. Aw. Aw. Ah. Strange. Really strange. I didn't hear anything from Hephaestus about two level 1s going down to the deeper floors on their own and helping out a very strong familia against monsters. And she said she already told me everything I need to know. That's clearly a lie. Chapter 348, A Madman's Plan. Just as Hestia is doing her reality check, Kisuke came out and greeted everyone. Oh, everyone's already here. How are y'all doing? They all simultaneously looked at him after he spoke up. With a quick look up and down, the only thing different at him is the bandages around his left arm. Seeing his usual perpetual grin, they all finally sighed in relief and their worries entirely disappeared. You told us not to be reckless, and here you two are the first one to charge against a strong enemy. Sona approached him and took a closer look at his arm, checking it for herself. Kisuke then patted her head and said, "Not really. We have multiple ways of going out of that situation. We're just caught off guard and blood rushed through our heads. Either way, it's just a minor injury, nothing you should all worry about." Kisuke then looked towards the rest and asked, "Want to update your status now?" Aika, Kaneko, and Sona looked at each other before deciding. Stepping forward, Kaneko relayed their decision. "We would like to hold it off for a few days more. We're only starting to get used to it, and we want to master the proper way of controlling mana first before we move on." Kisuke nodded at her. "I think that's good. What about you, Kuroka?" "I'll wait for Chiron and the rest's update first. If it's like that, then let's postpone it until the three decided to update." Kisuke decided that he and Yoruchi's status update should come after the trio so that they would not have any unrealistic expectations. "Yoruchi and I will be resting for a few days, so you guys continue what you do. And Kuroka, we have to talk later." "Okay, Naya. You can assist me while at it, Naya. Hestia, who has been listening quietly all this time, asked, "I've been wondering for a while now. What's Kuroka-kun doing that she always needs Kisuke's assistance?" However, her question didn't result in any answer from anyone. What's with the silence? Thankfully, Medusa came in time and extracted them from the awkward topic. "Dinner is ready. While thanking Medusa internally, the girls gave Kuroka a look of blame while Kuroka herself just looked away whistling. After their dinner, Kisuke talked to both Kuroka and Medusa. He wants the two of them to follow the three girls in their dungeon exploration and try to push them to their limits. He knew how dangerous this is, but it's needed. If they want to get stronger and follow their steps in the future, they would need some hardships. Of course, Kisuke won't just leave them without protection, and the three of them took about an hour to work a plan that will lead them to dangerous scenarios without them knowing about it. "I know that you're worried, Kuroka. But we can't always baby them, and this will be a valuable experience for them. You know that it'll be more dangerous if we don't do it now. Especially when we return to our previous world where all sorts of being going after us. If by chance that we're not on their side when something really dangerous happens, that'll cost them their lives." Kuroka gritted her teeth, but she understood Kisuke's point. Even if he didn't point it out, she already knows that she can't forever protect her sister, and it'll only be dangerous if Chiron couldn't protect herself in time of need. "I'll follow the plan. But do you have any life-saving items? In case the worst happens." "Of course. I'll give you some experimental drugs that will save them as long as they still have a single breath in them. We could give them items for protection, but they're smart enough to figure the usage of such item, and I also plan to disable their current protective charms in this instance, so you have to watch them closely but without being discovered." "Experimental, you say? What are the side effects, Naya?" "I'm not yet sure. But I already used it on Sona, so it should work for others as well. However, I would also prefer it if you don't use this." "I know. It's only for extreme situations. But what if anything fatal comes to them without any protection? That even this drug of yours fails to save them? After all, this plan is crazy. We would lead monsters to them with just enough numbers and strength capable of killing them. If they don't go over their limits like we are expecting, they would probably die." Medusa at the side nodded in agreement. She wanted to tell Kisuke that he's a madman, but a lot of people probably told him this, and her telling him that is useless. "I know. But I have appropriate measures in place. Even if their bodies die, as long as their soul is intact, I can save them. That I can guarantee you. I know it may sound crazy, but you know my skills regarding souls, so trust me with this one." "You're really asking for something insane. You're telling me to only watch even if my sister is about to get killed?" Kisuke looked straight to her eyes and answered, "Yes." Kuroka returned his stare, trying to figure out if there are any lies from his answer. "You know that Sona, your woman, is also going to get killed if this fails." "I know." "Then why are you so confident?" "Because I already prepared everything I could think of. For cases of them instantly dying, their souls dispersing in the air, the heavens suck up their souls, and many more. I prepared for all the scenarios that I could think of." Kuroka and Medusa can tell that this is the only instance that Kisuke became very serious, aside for when he went out for revenge before they transferred in this world. "You're going to get hated, Naya. Better than them dying if they kept following me." Kuroka scratched her head in frustration before letting out a large sigh. "Fine, Naya. I agree." She then stood up and shouted at his face, "But by any chance that Chiron dies for real, Naya?" Then a large amount of killing intent crashed into Kisuke. "I will kill you. Even if it kills me trying to." Kisuke closed his eyes and nodded. "Fair enough." Kuroka then sat back down and said, "Let's continue revising, Naya. I don't want anything wrong to happen. And let's do this after the three got more used to manipulating mana so that we can properly gauge their abilities, Naya. And on the day this will happen, I want you and Yoruchi to be around. Then start giving me your suggestions. And it's a given that Yoruchi and I would be around, though we will be only showing ourselves if they die. While saying so, Kisuke took out the complete profile of Aika, Kaneko, and Sona. In the next few days, Kuroka and Medusa would help them train in some survival techniques, and they would need their profiles to properly give them efficient training before they would be thrown to the real thing. It took them all night to plan out everything, but they would have to revise it again depending on the trio's performance in the next few days. Chapter 349, Commencing Plan. 4 days later, Kisuke already fully healed his right arm and called everyone for a meeting first thing in the morning. And that does not include Hestia, as she's still sleeping. I called everyone today because there will be a change of schedule. Kisuke started. This is sudden. What happened? Sona asked. She knew that Kisuke wouldn't easily change his schedule, and today is the day they are supposed to update their status so that they can move away from the I-rank parameters. Some of my scanning instruments detected some strange activities in the dungeon, and Yuruchi, Kuroka, Medusa, and I will be going to investigate it, as it might be something that urgently needs attention, Kisuke explained without a change in his tone. With that, we will be postponing the status update for today. What about you three? What do you want to do? Sona, Aika, and Kaneko looked at each other. They're already satisfied with their control in mana, but since the update is not going to happen, it's not bad if they can improve more. We'll continue our exploration. But since it might become dangerous if you detected something, then we'll only stay on the 9th floor to practice. All right. Be careful. Kisuke then dismissed the 3 of them so that they can buy some potions and head to the dungeon early. Once the 3 of them left, Yuruchi faced Kisuke. Are you sure about this? Kisuke stayed silent for a moment before answering seriously, I am. Yuruchi sighed and faced the 2 other people left in the room. Let's review the plan. According to their capabilities, the optimal monsters that they should face are minotaurs. Kuroka nodded and added further, Sona can, at most, hold 3 minotaurs at once with her muddy water, while the Chiron and Aika can run around 1 each. With that, we need 6 minotaurs too. Kuroka was about to say, kill them, but stopped herself, but the rest understood what she meant. So here's the plan. Yuruchi and I will be keeping a close watch on their souls, while you, Kuroka, and Medusa will lure the appropriate monsters. I already changed the effects of their protective charms. Instead of protecting them from fatal attacks, its effects are now to seal their real powers so that they would only able to use their fauna to defend themselves. Thanks to that, it should become easier for them to take the fauna's abilities for themselves in the future. What about those that will protect their souls? Kuroka asked. Aside from the existing protection that I gave them before, these past 4 days, I didn't sleep to add more protection. 9 more layers to protect their souls from any damage, 6 more layers of protection against the influence of the world itself, and 3 more layers against the gods' prying eyes. Of course, even with all of those, it's not possible to cover every possibility. That's why Yuruchi and I will be focusing on their soul states. And in case that they really die, I already prepared 3 jiggies or fake bodies that aim to preserve their souls before I fix or remake their existing dead bodies. I am relieved to hear that. But you really know how to revive the dead, huh? Kuroka still couldn't believe that someone is capable of something like this. Kisuke smiled and corrected her, however, it's not reviving the dead. I can't revive the dead. The death you're talking about is just a state of existence. And true death for me is when someone ceased existing. And I can't revive that. Kuroka finally understood his point of view. It turns out that they're perceiving death differently. Medusa, on the other hand, only nodded at Kisuke's words. After all, she already died countless times and tried to find a way to cease herself existing before. Now then. Let's go. I'll leave it to the 2 of you to decide how you should proceed. But remember. No matter how hard it is to watch them, don't help. You'll be defeating the entire purpose of this plan. Kuroka and Medusa nodded at his instruction with very serious faces. They then left their base to follow the trio. I hope this goes well. Yuruchi muttered while watching them leave. I really do hope so. I don't want them to be added to our growing amount of weak points. Even though I can take revenge when something happens, it'll be long over for regretting. He also didn't want to resolve in this method too, but with how fast things are moving, he can't just let them naturally grow. Hearing that, Yuruchi couldn't help but smile. He has changed. He's already afraid of losing the things he has now. Kuroka and Medusa went in the dungeon's first floor and put on a robe to hide their overall figures before putting up an optical barrier that lets them blend in with the walls. Kuroka also used her key techniques to hide both of their ori and waited for the arrival of the trio. Half an hour later, the trio arrived and went past them without them noticing. After allowing some distance, the Kuroka and Medusa started following them discreetly. The 2 of them also took care not to stare at them directly, as they might get noticed. As an alternative, the duo followed them by following their traces. And since they're taking their time, it took them about an hour to arrive on the 9th floor where they would be practicing their techniques. The 3 girls then started slaughtering the kobolds and goblins on their way. Kuroka and Medusa gained some distance from them and started talking about their next step. And once they predicted the path that they would take, Medusa proposed that she's going to the middle floors to lure the minotaurs they're going to need while Kuroka will keep track of the group. When Medusa successfully lured the minotaurs, she'll give a signal to Kuroka when they arrived at the 9th floor and Kuroka will let out a signal of their exact location and where Medusa should go to trap the girls with the minotaurs. Verifying their plan, Medusa hurriedly went down to the 13th floor to look for minotaurs. However, once she started her search, all minotaurs here are alone and figured that she would need to be on floor 15th or 16th to at least get a group of 6 minotaurs. Without wasting any time, Medusa descended towards the 15th floor, but once she arrived, the number of minotaurs on this floor is lower than she expected and descended one more floor. It was then that she noticed the commotion coming from the 17th floor and decided to take a look. If things don't look good, she would need to cancel this plan and put it on hold. When she arrived in the big room, which is the 17th floor, she saw a horde of minotaurs, around 100 of them. And in front of those monsters are the Loki familia who just arrived and came across the monster horde. She decided that there wasn't much threat and intended to gather the 6 minotaurs that she needed from the 16th floor, but before she could leave, the horde of minotaurs suddenly started running away from the adventurers of the Loki familia after their initial clash. Should we cancel? However, seeing that the horde is running towards her position, the entrance of the 16th floor, Medusa decided to push on. No. I'm already here, so I should just get 6 monsters from that horde. Hiding from their sights, Medusa took out a candy which is made by Kisuke. Inside this candy is a large amount of compressed mana attuned to her own so that she can make use of it. After swallowing the candy, from her child form, Medusa returned to her very mature form that is more beautiful and graceful than most goddesses in Urahara. She then materialized the blindfold that can stop her eyes' abilities because she didn't bring her glasses. Since her attire is also a problem, she constructed her former attire before. With everything ready, Medusa appeared in front of the running Minotaur horde and the Loki familia group who's chasing after them. Chapter 350, Mystic Eyes. After 6 days of marching, the Loki familia reached the 18th floor safe zone and decided to split their group when going further up as it would be too crowded if they all went at the same time. The first group consists of Finn and Gareth along with some injured in their familia and some higher-level supporters. While the second group consists of Riveria, Ace, Tiona, Bet, and Raoul with most of the supporters carrying their supplies. Finn's group left first as they need to bring the injured to the Dien sect familia for treatment. And an hour later, Riveria's group started moving. On the 17th floor, while walking, Tiona is complaining, "We could have kept going. I didn't have enough fun yet." Especially after hearing that. She's talking about the strange man's definition of an adventurer. Her sister, Tioni, already had enough of her whining and told her off, "Enough already. You're testing my patience." Dropping her hands down, Tiona became a deflated balloon, "But we worked so hard just to get to the floor 50. She then recalled the fighting figure of the 2 unknown individuals, but really. Where did they come from? If just one of them is needed to slay that unknown variant Baylor by just exchanging an arm, the guy at least should be a lot stronger than the king, right? That's correct. Finn, Gareth, and I already had a few run-ins with the king and he couldn't even match the pressure the strange man can emit. Riveria confirmed her guess. Old H-, however, just with a single glare from Riveria, Bet stopped. She still hasn't forgiven him from interrupting their talk on the 49th floor, Riveria. Just what is that magic he's using? Aside from those weird barriers, I heard from Finn that the strange guy used at least 7 different magics and that's not counting the variety of magic that his magic sword produced. And on top of that, although you lot didn't see it properly due to how fast and far it is, he transformed. What's up with that? Riveria didn't answer immediately as she tried to guess to that question too. However, she failed to even come up with any theory that makes his magic possible from the common stand of view. I don't know. But maybe. He's using an entirely different system with his magic. A system that doesn't rely on a god's blessing. And a system different from those who didn't receive any blessing. Riveria then took a glance towards Line, who's carrying a large bag, doing her supporter job, and taking it off just as fast. Either way, I don't have the answer you're looking for. I intend to ask Loki if she knew anything about this. And if she doesn't know about it. Ace suddenly asked. Riveria looked towards her eyes for a few seconds before answering with a serious expression, "Then that's a very big issue." From the side, Lafia raised her hand timidly, Maybe he has a similar skill or magic to mine. Known as the Thousand Elf due to her rare magic, Elf Ring, which allows her to cast any magic that an elf cast as long as she knew the said magic's effect and chant. Riveria shook her head, "There's that possibility. But something tells me that that isn't the case at all. In the first place, when he used those magic of his, except those barriers, I didn't feel any movements from mind. And the enchant magic that the woman used to clad herself in lightning. I also didn't feel any mind in it. How's that possible? Riveria-sama, any magic should have fluctuations in mind but you didn't feel any. Lafia asked for another confirmation and she got the same answer from her. They met the dead end of their topic regarding the two enigmatic figures. With nothing else to do, Ace looked around, looking for minotaurs that should appear on these floors, but she first saw Line having a hard time with her luggage and sat down for a quick rest. Ace approached her and offered her help. Need help, Line? Line stood up in a hurry and refused her offer. You're a first-year adventurer, Ace-san. Carrying the bags is a supporter's job. But Ace wanted to insist, but Bet approached and stopped Ace. Don't bother, Ace. Don't worry about the small fry. He then gave Line's bag a small soft kick to get her to move on, get going. Facing back Ace, he continued, getting involved with weaklings is a waste of time. Even if they mess up, don't go helping them. Bet then passed by her, do you best to look down on them. You should stay the way you are because you're strong. Ace looked at his departing back and thought, Bet Loga-san. Just as strong as to be expected. Maybe even more so for someone who takes pride in power. Perhaps that's why he treats me, a fellow first-year adventurer, differently from the familia members. She then started to look around and noticed the space created around her, but though not as much as they do with Bet, it seems like everyone is very reserved with me. If there's a mirror right now, Ace would want to look at her reflection. Am I scary? From the distance where Bet went, Tiona intercepted him after seeing Ace's troubled expression. Hey! Don't upset Ace, you idiot. Shut up. A weaponless pigeon brain like you should just go help the supporters. While the two are growling at each other, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared in front of them when they're about to reach the stairs towards the 16th floor. Enemies sighted ahead. Minotaurs. And a whole horde of them. Raoul immediately announced. Tiona then elbowed Bet. See. They came to shut you up. In response, Bet only rolled his eyes at her. Yeah sure, dimwit. Riveria. There's quite a few, so can we join in? Tioni asked. Yes, that's fine. Riveria then turned to Raoul. Raoul, orders from Finn. You'll take command during this battle for the experience. Why yes, ma'am. Assuming his role, Raoul immediately issued instructions. Supporters, fall back. Stay in tight formation and conserve the remaining supplies as much as possible. Also, Tioni-san. Tiona-san. Bet-san. The middle levels are for lower-ranking members to gain experience, that's the rule. However, seeing their faces, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop them. Don't go breaking it. He warned them nevertheless. The still frustrated trio found the best outlet of their stress, a horde of monsters. He, no problem. No problem. Ha ha ha, a fist fighting Better give them a handicap. Tioni couldn't even answer as she just kept laughing strangely. And not even a minute of their clash, the horde of minotaurs got scared because of the strangely violent adventurers, who were either swinging them around with just an arm, crushing their throats barehanded, or crushing their limbs barehanded, started running away from the group. What? No way. They're running. Tiona got the shock of her life today as this is the first time something like this happened. Oh oi. You call yourselves monsters. Even Bet got a bit peeved at the monster's strange behavior. Seeing this, Riveria immediately shouted and reminded the group, after them. All of you. There's no telling what a panicking monster will do. Realizing this, the whole Loki familia started chasing after them. I'm not good at hand-to-hand combat. Lafia let out her concern and she got a reply from Bet, just whack them really hard with that stick. Got it. There are other adventurers in here. If any of them run into a horde of stampeding minotaur, most wouldn't stand a chance. Ace thought as she rushed to cut the running monsters. However, the monsters are too many and they didn't stop as they desperately run away. Wait. The path upstairs. Damn. There are tons of rookies up there. Tiona exclaimed. Without her Urga, she's limited with her bare hands which slowed down her killing rate considerably. But just as the group of minotaurs about to reach the 16th floor, a tall blindfolded woman suddenly appeared on the path. The woman is wearing a robe and has purple hair with unknown length due to her attire. However, what caught the attention of everyone from the Loki familia, aside from her blindfold, is the large scythe attached to a chain. A blind woman. Hey! Out of the way if you don't want to die. Bet shouted. However, he and her fellow familia members how the woman would evade if she's blind. The purple-haired woman ignored them and took off her hood and put her hand on her blindfold, removing it which revealed her otherworldly beauty. Tioni and the rest didn't have time to appreciate this as they were about to warn her again and Ace was about to rush in using her aerial, but suddenly, the blind woman opened her eyes, revealing her beautiful gem-like purple eyes but with strange inhuman square irises which are a darker shade of purple in color. All of them couldn't help but be attracted to those eyes, but suddenly, they discovered the horror of focusing on those eyes as everyone's blood started to run cold. The Loki familia inadvertently stopped on their tracks while some of them started muttering, "W Watts is that?" They didn't have time to question each other regarding those eyes as they noticed the Minotaurs also started slowing down, but different from the Loki Familia who stopped due to unknown dangerous feeling, the Minotaurs are being stopped, and slowly but surely, the Minotaur's limbs started to have strange colorations and it has the same shade as the walls around. After the Minotaur's limbs became petrified except for 6 that she needed, Medusa put on her blindfold again, let the 6 Minotaurs pass by her before following them upstairs. When the purple-haired woman disappeared, Riveria immediately recovered and hurriedly gave out her commands. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Bet, follow her. The rest of you. Kill these Minotaurs but save one. Raoul chose someone to fetch Finn. Riveria then started running towards the 16th floor with the executives of the Loki Familia. Chapter 351, vs Minotaurs. While leading the Minotaurs using her chains and large scythe, Medusa looked back and saw that the executives of the Loki Familia are following her while recalling Kisuke's reminders. We need witness, right? Kisuke reminded Kuroka and Medusa that they can't hide their abilities forever, especially when they can fight those beyond their levels, which seems to be a very rare feat, and it's better to have someone vouch for them in case if someone questions them. And that someone would be better if they have real power in Orario, which, in this case, the Loki Familia. Medusa then took out a token and broke it. Once she did, it should send a signal to Kisuke that Loki Familia would be the witness and he will be sorting out things on the goddess side. After informing Kisuke, Medusa then secretly sent a message to Kuroka so that she wouldn't needlessly expose herself to the Loki Familia. For her, since this is not her usual form, she would act like she's related to the 2 unknown people that they met on the deep floors that has an unknown goal. A few minutes later, Medusa got Kuroka's signal pertaining to the trio's exact location and the route that she has to take to lead the Minotaurs because Kuroka will be blocking some paths so that the girls would be trapped. Hey, you! What are you doing with those Minotaurs? Bet shouted from behind Medusa. Due to the speed that the Minotaur is running, they are moving quite slow for their levels. However, since they're guarded against Medusa, they couldn't carelessly approach her. These are the newbie zones. You can't bring those monsters up here. Similar questions came from Riveria, Tiona, and Tioni. However, Medusa only ignored them and kept on diverting the Minotaur's path towards the upper floors. A few minutes later, the mixed group of monsters and people arrived on the 9th floor. Medusa also took care not to meet any adventurers and would take the roundabout way to reach certain destinations which were also noticed by everyone from the Loki Familia. Now they wondering how she is navigating through the dungeon and figuring out where the adventurers in advance while blindfolded. When the Loki Familia was about to lose their patience due to how dangerous this stunt for adventurers on the upper floors and about to stop the Minotaurs, Medusa guided them to a certain hallway which leads to a large room and she stopped running, prompting the others to stop too. A few seconds later, Medusa herself entered the hallway and stopped before the entrance of the large room ahead before taking out another token. The Loki Familia also stopped not far away from Medusa wondering what she's trying to do and what is the Minotaurs doing in the room ahead before they heard a shout of desperation. Damn it. Kaishu. Kaniko-chan. We have some pass by them and run towards where we came from. Before the members of the Loki Familia could react, however, Medusa dropped the token in her hand. When the token touched the ground, it emitted a small light before a small shake in the ground happened which shocked everyone and put up their weapons against it. Still not having enough time to properly assess the situation, another cry of desperation came from the room. What? The tunnel collapse. How? It seems that we're trapped in here. Aika. Kaniko. We have to fight to survive. Or at least, until Kisuke notices what's going on here. Riveria and the rest finally figured out it's rookies that are in the room, trapped with the Minotaurs. This is bad. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Bet. Save them immediately. The High Elf decided to ignore the strange woman for now and prioritized saving the adventurers. She doesn't know what the girls inside the room meant by trapped when there's clearly a path towards them, but she can just figure this out later. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Bet immediately moved, but before they could reach the entrance, Medusa suddenly swung her large scythe towards them, prompting them to jump back to evade. Hey! Are you trying to kill those girls? If then, we won't have a choice but to fight you. Tiona growled at her while the rest got ready for a fast clash to open up the path. Medusa then faced them and said, they won't die. So please don't interfere. To their surprise, the large scythe on her hand suddenly disappeared into motes of light including the chains that are connected to it. After this, Medusa walked towards the entrance to the room and stopped there, watching the clash that is happening in the room. While the 4 are contemplating on what they should do, Riveria suddenly walked past them, and to their surprise, she stopped and stood beside Medusa to watch what's happening. Riveria. However, contrary to their expectations, Medusa didn't do anything and just continued facing the room to watch what is unfolding. After a few seconds of hesitation, the rest also followed suit and saw what's inside the room. Currently, there are 3 girls and 6 Minotaurs duking it out, but the first thing they noticed is the other entrances to the room are blocked with their hallways collapsed into rubbles which only made the entrance they're standing the only path to escape. A few minutes earlier, Sona, Aika, and Kaniko are roaming around the 9th floor, looking for goblins and kobolds that they could practice their moves on when suddenly, from the distance, they heard some roars of the monsters. What was that? Sona asked. Kaneko, who has the best hearing among them, answered, it sounds like the roars of the minotaurs. Huh. But there shouldn't be any minotaurs on this floor. Aika asked in suspicion. However, the roars kept getting nearer as time goes on and even Aika and Sona could confirm that those are indeed the roars of the minotaurs. Let's move to the room ahead. There should be multiple pathways leading to that room. We can decide which one we can take once we confirm those minotaurs' actions. Sona commanded and hurriedly entered the room in the room. However, the 3 other paths that they're expecting are blocked by rubbles, as if the hallways collapse. What's going on? Sona asked in bewilderment while the group got closer to the blocked paths to inspect it. However, before the other 2 could answer her, the roars of the minotaurs suddenly sounded much nearer and they can already hear the hoofs hitting the ground, sending out tiny vibration through the floor. When they turned around, they saw 6 minotaurs, 2 of them with landform weapon clubs, came entering the room, blocking their only path to escape. Assessing the situation is very dangerous for them, Sona instantly decided, Aika, Kaneko. Release your powers. She whispered to them while eyeing the monsters. But when they released their powers, nothing happened. Something is blocking it. The 3 of them looked at each other in surprise and suddenly recalled Kisuke's words this morning, the dungeon is strange today. If the strangeness of the dungeon is blocking their real powers from manifesting, then they're now in a very dangerous situation as they can't take on 6 minotaurs at the same time. Looking towards the minotaurs, Aika gritted her teeth and shouted, damn it. Kaishu. Kaneko-chan. We have some pass by them and run towards where we came from. But due to bad luck, the last hallway collapsed on their watch, trapping them with the minotaurs in this large room. What? The tunnel collapse. How? It seems that we're trapped in here. Sona knew that they became restless, including her, because their situation just became worse from very dangerous to life and death situations. So in response to that, she tried to comfort them, Aika. Kaneko. We have to fight to survive. Or at least, until Kisuke notices what's going on here. Chapter 352, Dangerous Situation. The 3 girls don't really know what to do in this situation and the fact that they can't use their real powers added significant stress on their mind in addition to the fear of death. What should we do, Kaishu? Aika asked as they watched the minotaurs frantically running towards them and readied their weapons. We would be at a big disadvantage if we put up a defensive fight, so we have to take initiative. Put down the bags and put on every dagger and potions we have on your bodies. 1 dagger could only slice a bit of their flesh before it breaks, so be sure to only use them on critical moments. Sona instructed and opened fire towards the oncoming minotaurs with her short bow. However, just as she expected, her bow is ineffective as it was easily blocked. Aika and Kaneko hurriedly threw down their supplies and took out small pouches to strap it on their bodies along with daggers in their holsters. While the potions are strapped on their legs, the daggers went around their waist as another means of protection on top of their existing armors. I'll hold off those 3 with weapons. Go. Sona then aimed her hands towards the heads of 3 minotaurs holding a club each, and muddy water immediately started gathering when 3 small magic circles appeared in front of her hand, covering their sights and drowning them, which made them panic and threw off their weapons so that their hands can be used to remove the ball of mud on their heads. At the same time, Aika and Kaneko started running towards the other 3 to disrupt their momentum, buying them the much important time for either help to arrive or the first 3 minotaurs drowns to death. While it's unknown when will the help arrive, they knew that it would take around 15 to 20 minutes for a minotaur to drown to death. If they can last that long, then they would have a chance to kill them all. Oh boy. Another incantation, less magic. And is she using 3 of them? How's that possible? Tiona asked the others due to another unbelievable sight. Although the magic is simple and weak, the fact that it appeared without even voicing a single word and 3 at the same time at that is already a ridiculous notion. Riveria, the leading expert among them, couldn't answer her question. Although she too can use smaller versions of her actual magic, she can't cast it multiple times at the same time. Maybe they're related to that strange man and woman that we met on Deep Floors. Tioni muttered while also taking a peek at Medusa but failed to get any reaction from her. What's this? Can't they see us? And Riveria, can you tell me what language they're using? Bet asked and Riveria only shook her head. All this time, they can't understand the thing they're saying because the girls are talking in Japanese. However, the fact that they can't seem to see us and has to be because of that. Riveria then pointed at the token that Medusa dropped while looking at her. Medusa, in response, nodded and explained, it's a stack of 2 different barriers. The first one a sound-blocking barrier while the second one is a light-bending barrier that paints a fake image for those who are outside of the barrier. The small tremor earlier is just a small bonus so that it'll be more believable. Riveria didn't think that she would explain it for real, so she could only ask again, are you related to a man name? Ah. Totally legitimate merchant. Or was it Totolino Tascammer? Puffed. Hee hee. Despite looking all serious, Medusa couldn't help but giggle a little bit at Riveria's words. It's very likely that I know the guy you're talking about. I won't give any more answers beyond that. While they're talking, Aika and Kaneko kept running around the three Minotaurs and baiting them. Although they can't beat the Minotaur in any parameters, even if they boost themselves, the barbaric ways of the Minotaurs put them on a slight advantage. Aika and Kaneko thought that it's easier than they thought and they only had to wait for the other three to drown before they launched their attack. But because of this, Medusa and the Loki familia furrowed their brows while Bet commented, "TCH. They're getting complacent. Woman. Stop with this nonsense. Once they're caught off guard, they are going to die. And it would be too late to save them." And just as they expected, the Minotaurs, as if they planned it, suddenly behaved differently. Instead of the completely chaotic moves until now, as if someone just commanded them, the three Minotaurs suddenly covered each other's back. This sudden change of pattern immediately caught them off guard and the Minotaurs all focused on the faster one, Kaneko. In a blink of an eye, the Minotaurs pivoted themselves and trapped Kaneko in the middle of their formation. "Kaneko!" Aika shouted at her. Kaneko wanted to use the flash step, but if she did so, the sudden unplanned use of it would damage her legs and it'll be harder for her to move again. In addition to that, if she got a bit wrong with her execution, she'll smash towards one of the Minotaur and her situation will become a lot more dangerous. Those two reasons added up and became the reason for her to hesitate, and that hesitation became her undoing. Even if she wanted to use it now, it's already too late as the Minotaurs suddenly attacked at the same time. Kaneko was able to dodge the first three attacks, but she had no choice but to escape to the air by jumping straight up. Although she became more vulnerable, she intended to create a foothold using mana. However, that too is already too late as one of the Minotaurs suddenly grabbed a stone as big as a fist and threw it to her. Without being able to dodge, Kaneko was hit straight to her stomach, breaking the daggers covering it and recoiled back for a few meters. "Goha! Kaneko!" Another shout from Aika and Sona came, but that can't do anything. To make it worse, Kaneko landed and rolled just behind one of the Minotaurs and it immediately turned to her direction, intending to kick her head away. If this hit, Kaneko would be lucky if she could keep her head on her shoulders. Aika immediately used Flash Step without any regard to the consequences it would do to her legs and reappeared between the Minotaur's foot and Kaneko. She wanted to drag Kaneko away, but because of the rashly used Flash Step, her legs couldn't move properly for a short amount of time, so she could only use one of her short swords, aligned with her arm, to block the incoming attack. When they're about to make contact, a blue magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Aika's sword and blocked the foot. However, the hastily created barrier was immediately shattered and hit Aika's sword. Although it reduced some force behind the kick, it still immediately broke the sword and Aika was left to block it with her own arm, which immediately broke too, but was enough to protect her and Kaneko as both of them flew away. Due to an awkward angle that Aika is positioned, she and Kaneko flew to different locations and hit the wall. Sona wanted to help them, but due to her casting barrier to help Aika and Kaneko, one of the Minotaurs she's holding back was released and it immediately grabbed its weapon. It knew that it would be dangerous to be drowned again, so instead of running towards Sona, the said Minotaur instead threw its weapon towards her. Sona then hastily released the remaining muddy water from the other two Minotaurs and did her best to cast the strongest barrier she can in front of her head where the flying club is aimed. The club made contact with her barrier, but it didn't last more than 1 second and shattered it. But thanks to that, she was able to significantly reduce the force behind it. However, she was also left unguarded and the club hit her head, which made her fall to the ground with broken glasses and a large amount of blood flowing to the ground. The situation was instantly turned against them. Chapter 353, Retaliation. Great. They're still alive. Tiona shouted. All of them, except, of course, of Medusa, don't know what exactly happened back there. At the moment that person got done in, the whole party should have died without them being able to help since it's already too late. But because of their strangely fast movement and strange instantly appearing barriers, they were saved. However, they don't have time to contemplate that as they need to save them first since this will be their last chance to do so. But as they're about to jump out, Medusa blocked their way again and took out her scythe for the second time today. It's obvious that they can't fight anymore. What are you trying to do? Riveria, for the first time, shouted at her, Ace. Get them with Ariel. She commanded the fastest among their team. Ace nodded and muttered, Tempest. The wind started gathering around her body as she readied her rapier. Medusa wasn't having any of that and finally removed her blindfold while also secretly contacting Kuroka to come to her position, as she won't be enough to stop all of them if they still insist to save them. Seeing her reveal her eyes again, Riveria warned the others, don't look at her eyes. Too bad for them, Medusa's mystic eyes of petrification doesn't work that way. The moment they witness her eyes for the first time and even they turn away from that gaze, the moment they thought about her eyes, they'll be affected as long as they're within Medusa's line of sight. So when she turned to them and they evaded her eyes, everyone from the Loki familia still felt their blood run cold and they immediately their bodies slowing down. The Loki Familia noticed the slowing effect isn't that much, however, when they recalled the fate of the Minotaurs on the 17th floor whose limbs turned to stone, they shuddered and didn't move. Riveria was about to give a cruel order of retreat, leaving behind the three girls to their death as their members are much more important to her than those unknown adventurers, when the slowing effect started disappeared. They all looked up and saw that Medusa returned her blindfold again and said, "Please don't interfere. This is just the start." Medusa then turned back to the three girls while gritting her teeth. They have to surpass this. Or else they'll be following behind forever. They don't know what Medusa is talking about, but they can easily tell that those words has more emotion than her apathetic actions until now. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Bet looked towards Riveria to wait for her decision. Riveria, in response, could only sigh in defeat. We watch. While a Minotaur is approaching her, Aika tried to stand up, but as she did, an unbearable pain suddenly stabbed her left arm that she used to block the Minotaur's kick and couldn't help but scream, "Ahhhh." When she took a look at it, she was horrified that her upper arm is broken with sharp bones sticking out and only flesh is keeping her hand from falling off from the rest of her arm. Guh. Even with Yoruchi and Kisuke's brutal training, this is her first time being almost dismembered and she got dizzy and wanted to vomit after seeing her arm's sorry state like any normal person who lived most of their life in peace back on Earth. With the Minotaur looming over, tears started to paint Aika's whole face as her life seemingly started to flash before her eyes. Am I going to die here? When a big shadow covered her, she unconsciously looked up with her tear-stricken face and saw the Minotaur who she could only imagine sneering at her. I'm going to die. Kisuke. Save me. Save me. Save me. Save me. Aika kept repeating those words inside her head, but then she suddenly realized something. Me. Again. Do I have to hide behind him again? Aika recalled Kisuke's smug face, although he will surely save me again when needed. Isn't this the main reason why he hesitated on taking us with him? Aika remembered the fact that they can't join Kisuke's group when they went deeper in the dungeon and it's because they're weak. Because of them, the three of them tried their hardest to catch up to them, but apparently, the distance between them is still increasing and sooner or later, they might just be so far away, they couldn't even see his back. While staring blankly at the Minotaur, who started preparing its fist to finish Aika off, she muttered, "Hardest. I have already tried my hardest." The Minotaur then brought down its fist to blast Aika's head away. From Aika's perspective, the world suddenly became slow as her thoughts accelerated. Seeing the large fist about to hit her face, she gritted her teeth and shouted while backing away and gripping her remaining short sword, "I see that I'm just deluding myself that I already worked hard. That's complete bullshit coming from me to myself." The Minotaur was shocked when she suddenly moved and evaded its attack, but it wasn't able to think more. When a short sword suddenly pierced through its hand and pinned it to the ground, grahhhhh. After carefully stabbing the hand of the Minotaur so that it wouldn't break the sword, Aika jumped towards the Minotaur's head, "And I'm not going to die. Not now. Not anytime soon." She then took out one of the two remaining daggers she had on her waist and shoved it inside the Minotaur's wide-open mouth, "And not when he hasn't taken my virginity yet." Along with her arm, Aika shoved the dagger on its throat and immediately took out his arm before the Minotaur closes its mouth. She was able to wound its throat, but she knew that it wasn't enough, so after dropping down, she jumped again and gave its throat a good punch. The dagger inside its throat broke into many pieces, however, it was able to pierce through its nape and a few seconds later, the Minotaur dropped down without being able to cry before turning into ashes. Everyone became silent after this. Even the Minotaurs stopped their advancement when they saw one of them was suddenly killed. Unbeknownst to Aika, her golden-colored eyes became more pronounced along with her irises becoming slits. She killed it. Tiona muttered, but where did she pull that sudden explosion of strength? Ignoring the shocked expressions of everyone from Loki Familia, Medusa sighed a huge relief and said, "This is it." Chapter 354, A Fine Weapon. Kaneko is clamping down on her stomach while Sona is about to lose her consciousness when they heard Aika's shout. Thanks to her, they were reminded of what they are doing here in the dungeon. They contemplated if they had really worked hard enough to follow him, and they realized that they went down without even putting up much of what they're capable of if they give it all, until they collapse from exhaustion. And strangely enough, despite being ridiculous and vulgar, those last words of Aika calmed the fears in both Kaneko and Sona. While two Minotaurs stopped in front Kaneko, she stood up while gritting her teeth. "Me too. I can't die yet." She then looked up at the two Minotaurs who started to run towards her. Her eyes, instead of normal golden color, became wine red with blue hue appearing around them. "Not yet when he hasn't accepted me." Kaneko right now is also feeling desperate, similar to that of what happened on the raiding game of Phoenix and Gremory households, but more intense. Instead of fear of disappointing her master, right now, she fearing the fact that she would be left alone again. And thanks to that, she entered some sort of trance that allows her to take in ki in the air more efficiently and integrate it with her fauna. Due to that, although she didn't grow up, similar aura to when she's rampaging on the raiding game emerged as her ears and tail caught on white flames. When Kaneko looked up towards the two minotaur running towards her, the monsters abruptly stopped their charge. It is as if a predator just put them in her hunt list and the minotaur's instincts started kicking in and desperately charged towards her. Inside Kaneko, aside from power emerging, a violent feeling is also welling up, so instead of her usual style of hit and run, she returned to her former style, bulldozing her way with brute force. Kaneko crouched down and launched herself like a bullet towards the two minotaurs, cracking the ground she is standing on, which caught them off guard. Spinning herself in midair, Kaneko gained momentum as she punched one of the minotaurs on the snout, sending it flying backward with broken nose and teeth. However, this attack also destroyed her gloves and her fist started bleeding as it can't take the stress it went through. But still, Kaneko ignored this. Instead of attacking the one beside her, Kaneko ignored the other minotaur and chased after the one she attacked and pulled out the remaining two daggers on her back. Just as the minotaur landed, Kaneko proceeded to pounce on top of its neck and stab the two daggers on her hand in its eyes. The minotaur could only roar in pain as it loses its sights. What was that? Tiona exclaimed, why does it look like she multiplied her strength? And what are those flames? Some sort of enchant? Bet asked curiously. Her eyes became red and her demeanor also became more violent. A magic that is probably similar to the captain's Helfenega's. That's probably she's pulling that kind of strength. But for a level 2 adventurer to have that rare magic. Where did they came from? Tioni voiced out her thoughts. On the other hand, Riveria and Ace stayed quiet as they continued to observe the battlefield. As a magic user and enchant user, both of them knew that it isn't that simple as Tioni says it to be. It's as if they're looking at something very foreign. Now that the minotaur was disabled, Kaneko decided to change her target to the other one. But before that, she positioned herself on top of the minotaur's head and grabbed both of its horns with her two hands before pulling it apart with considerable force and breaking it off. She could have pulled out the two daggers on the minotaur's eyes, but its horns are a lot sharper and more durable than all the weapons they brought today, hence, it's the best weapon around. Hearing the clashes from Kaneko's location, Sona slowly stood up as she wipes away the blood on her face, clearing her vision. Geez. You two are amazing. As your senior at school and also experience, I can't fall behind. Despite her calm demeanor, similar to the two, a scalding hot vigor also lighted up in her chest. And even though she just had a dangerous concussion, her mind is strangely clear as she too entered some sort of trance similar to Aika and Kaneko. Using this clear-eyedness, she started something that is very dangerous for her current skill, and that is controlling the mana outside of her body directly to cast magic. Aika-san. Please help me hold them back a bit. Aika came running with her dangling arm and answered with a smile, with pleasure. But you don't mind me killing them off instead, right? Sona closed her eyes and replied, if you can, then go ahead. But I would have to disappoint you because I'm going to annihilate them before you do. We'll see about that. Aika, with her remaining short sword and small dagger, charged towards the three minotaurs. She first chooses to approach the minotaur without a weapon and thrust her short sword toward its left eye, but the minotaur was able to evade by bending over. However, using this chance, Aika used flash step, but the failed one, and only on her right leg. Using this failed technique, she managed to accelerate her leg faster than she could normally and kicked the minotaur's leg. The first minotaur tipped over and Aika continued her attack by targeting the monster's eye again. This time, she was able to pierce it, however, she failed to reach its brain as her short sword couldn't take the stress anymore and broke into pieces. In exchange for blinding one of the minotaur's eyes and disabling it for a few seconds, Aika lost one of her weapons and fractured her leg. However, she thinks that it's a good trade and immediately went to attack the other minotaur holding a club, ignoring the pain from her leg and arm. The minotaur, in response, swung its club on the incoming Aika. Normally, Aika would have already retreated, but she now knew that that is more dangerous and she couldn't create an opening doing that. So instead, she ducked low and pushed forward. The club brushed the top of her head, but Aika was able to approach the minotaur and touched its chest. While Kaneko is duking it out with the other minotaur, the Loki Familia's attention was caught by Aika's charge, and when she reached the second minotaur, they couldn't help but disapprove of her decision. TCH. What is she doing? She did a good job disabling one of the minotaurs, but what is she going to do with just one small dagger and one arm? She can't even reach the minotaur's head from that position. Bet muttered in frustration. He doesn't really like what's happening right now. He's imagining if he can do the same if he's on their position. And the answer is no. Right. She could only aim at the softest part of the minotaurs if she wanted a chance against those. And she only has a small fragile dagger which can only be used to blind it and maybe disable it for a few seconds. Tiona added. While dealing with the first minotaur, Aika thought of something good and wanted to try it right away. Using the same principle as the failed flash step, she cast it on her hand and using the minotaur's chest as foothold, Aika was able to launch her fist upwards, dragging including her whole body. The rocket uppercut successfully hit the minotaur's chin and its feet were lifted by a few feet off the air. As Aika continued to soar for a bit longer than the Minotaur, the monster first landed on the ground, and while coming down, Aika endured the pain of her broken knuckle and pulled out her last dagger and dropped it down on one of the Minotaur's eyes, giving it the same fate as the first one. What the hell? What's up with that strange movement? These guys are weird. Tioni couldn't believe what she's seeing. Since Aika stood back up, they have been breaking all of their expectations. However, they couldn't stop predicting the battlefield, as that is already second nature for them. I guess she would retreat now since she doesn't have a weapon any. What? Is she trying to die? What she is going to do without a weapon? Yet again, contrary to their expectations, Aika continued charging towards the last Minotaur. No weapon. Medusa suddenly giggled. She still has some though. Because of the turn of events, Medusa could already let go of the nervousness that she's feeling. Even though only one of the Minotaurs is killed, Sona was about to change that. Everyone from Loki Familia then tried searching for the weapon that Aika could use but couldn't find any from her vicinity, so they were confused about the weapon Medusa is talking about. Due to its companions going down in quick succession, the last Minotaur became scared. But it still swung its club downwards towards Aika. However, Aika stopped in time and was able to step back a little bit before charging forward again, using the Minotaur's club and arm path towards its head. As the Loki Familia was wondering what will Aika do without a weapon, Aika leaped forward and grabbed her disfigured arm and ripped it off. Ahhhh. Due to pain, she couldn't help but scream, but despite that, using the tip of the sharp broken bone of her upper hand, she stabbed one of the Minotaur's eyes. She's mad. Medusa chuckled and said, "Sharp bones make a fine weapons too." Chapter 355, 1. No, no, no. Don't say it like it's something natural. Tiona couldn't help but retort. Tiona, Bet, and Ace couldn't agree more to her words. They didn't think that there would be someone crazy enough that they'll use their own broken bones. Riveria, on the other hand, already switched her attention to the last of the three girls and furrowed her brows. What is she doing? Does she want to die? With Riveria's words, everyone also put their attention to Sona, who had her eyes close and hands together. While Tiona and Tioni don't know what's going on, Riveria, Ace, and Bet could subtly feel a considerable amount of mind gathering around her hands. In essence, what she has now is a bomb and could blow up at any moment. What's with these girls? Ever since they went down for the first time, they've been doing nothing but suicidal acts. Bet muttered. Suicidal acts? Don't be stupid. What they're trying to do is survive. If they wanted to die, then they could have just stayed and let those monsters bash their heads. Medusa replied with a cold tone. Bet wanted to get angry, but he couldn't, as he can also see that. However, as an adventurer that explore the deep floors of the dungeon and always put their safety into consideration. Fighting like a dying warrior when there's no hope anymore is always at the bottom of their list. But then, they recalled the mysterious man's word about being an adventurer. Although they don't completely agree with his logic, this is the prime example of the adventurer he's talking about. And seeing it in person is completely different than just hearing and seeing it from a single person. Without being aware that they're stirring the hearts of everyone from the Loki Familia, Sona opened her glowing violet eyes. Aika, move away. From her hand, which has been gathering mana all this while, a magic circle that is bearing the Citri clan's insignia appeared. The magic circle then started summoning large amounts of water and compressed it. A few seconds later, after Aika moved away, the water in Sona's hand suddenly shoots out towards the three Minotaurs, who Aika disabled. While in midair, the water instantly solidified its shape and it became a large serpent whose head is as large as a Minotaur. The serpent opened its mouth and revealed its two large fangs, biting a Minotaur and leaving two large holes in its body. The serpent then coiled around the two other Minotaurs, squeezing it to death while the head went for the Minotaur that Kaneko blinded. And as this is all happening, Kaneko managed to kill the last Minotaur she's against by stabbing the two horns on its chest. In an instant, all the Minotaurs that are threatening to kill them died. They did it. Tiona muttered, they actually did it. What is that magic? A large water snake. And aside from the strangely familiar and ridiculous incantation-less instant magic, that scale of magic is for level 3 or 4. Why is she so physically weak? I just noticed it now. She doesn't even have a wand. Tioni followed after analyzing the situation better. Once the Minotaurs became ashes, Sona fell down and lost her consciousness. Aika did her best to catch her and was successful before dragging Sona and her beaten-up body towards the center of the room. Kaneko's eyes also returned to their former color and the blue tattoo around her eyes disappeared along with the white flames as she felt all of her strength leaving her body. But she still did her best to walk towards the Aika and Sona. They both knew that this isn't the end and they could only rest easy once Kisuke and the rest rescue them and got off the dungeon. And just as they both expected, the dungeon wouldn't let them rest and started spawning a large amount of goblins and kobolds from the walls. Aika and Kaneko could only smile wryly at each other as they prepare for the next round despite their bodies already screaming for them to stop moving. But just as the goblins and kobolds landed on the ground, from one of the supposedly collapsed entrances, a large scythe connected to chains suddenly went through the rubbles without disturbing it, and it went around the room, beheading most of the monsters. While wondering what's happening and putting up their guard more, the water serpent also collapsed as it already lost support from its summoner for some time now and almost flooded the whole room. Aika and Kaneko then noticed that instead of completely flooding the place, the water went through the 3 entrances without being impeded and realized that those rubbles are just illusions. It is then Aika realized more. Although the scythe is unfamiliar, the chains it's attached to are very familiar, and she sighed in relief before closing her eyes. But before she loses consciousness, she muttered, "Kisuke. You bastard." After hearing Aika's words, Kaneko also somehow understood what's going on and sighed in relief and closed her eyes to rest. With 3 of them huddling with each other and left for their dream worlds, Medusa took back her scythe and faced the still dumbfounded Loki Familia. "Everyone from Loki Familia. Please keep what happened here a secret." Riveria looked at her and replied, "And what if we announce what we just saw to the whole world? If you do that, then you wouldn't be able to benefit in any way. So you're saying that there's a benefit in keeping this a secret? And what would that be? You'll be able to understand it later. And besides, we already arranged it with Loki-sama." "With Loki? When?" Medusa didn't answer her question and said something else. "Of course, there are some things that I request you to announce." Riveria sighed and figured that she should just ask Loki herself regarding this. "And what is it?" "Even if we keep what happened today a secret, they won't be able to hide their abilities completely and would attract more attention than necessary. So I'm requesting you to announce that the party of 3 girls defeated 2 minotaurs. That isn't much better than just saying they didn't encounter minotaurs at all. They're level 2 or 3, so defeating 2 minotaurs is only a normal achievement." Medusa didn't reply and started walking past them, intending to go back. "Also, please bring them up for treatment." "Thank you." The Loki Familia followed her with eyes. However, as they turn around, someone else is standing behind them, which made them shudder. "Who are you?" Bet shouted at the masked and robed individual. The robed figure didn't answer her and only waited for Medusa to walk past and followed her without a word. "A companion. But since when is he standing there?" Tiona mumbled with a hint of fear in her voice. "It seems that unbelievable individuals arrived at Orario." Riveria whispered as she watches them leave. "Everyone, clear the remaining monsters and I'll heal the girls. Finn and the others should be coming soon." Everyone nodded at her instructions and started killing the goblins and kobolds that are still spawning. Before going to the 3 girls, Riveria first picked up Aika's severed arm and frozen it with her magic. She then started healing the 3 girls with the first level of her healing magic, Phil Eldis. A few minutes later, Finn and some supporters arrived while the Riveria, Tiona, Tioni, Bet, and Ace are watching the 3 girls sleeping peacefully. "Riveria, what happened?" Finn also saw the petrified minotaur on the 17th floor and became a bit worried, so when he heard that Riveria and the rest followed a person who had done that, he immediately chased after them. But seeing that all of them are all right, he heaved a sigh of relief. Riveria was about to answer him and a shout of exclamation came from one of the supporters that came with Finn. "Sona-san. Aika-san. Chiron-san. What happened?" Line came running in after seeing the familiar faces. "Line, you know them?" Tiona asked. "Yes. I've joined their party a few times. Please tell me what happened." Line replied while also taking out some potions and poured it on Aika's inflamed leg and arm. She didn't want to touch the severed arm as the potion might just do more harm than good since she saw Riveria holding a frozen arm. "Minotaurs. 2 minotaurs attacked them." Tiona recalled what Medusa told them and chose to abide by it first. 2 minotaurs. That's impossible. Line kept pulling out potions from her bag and pouring it on the 3 and no one stopped her. Even though they're just level 1s, 2 minotaurs shouldn't give them any problem. Is it a strengthened species? In panicked, Line blurted out without thinking. "What? Say that again." Bet shouted. Chapter 356, A Rude Kid. Medusa and the robed person, which is Kuroka, decided to walk slowly towards the surface as they talk about the battle earlier. "It seems that Chiron managed to combine her ki with her fauna without us even teaching her, Naya." Kuroka happily voiced out. Medusa nodded in agreement, while Sona also managed to circumvent her fear of failure. It's good that she thinks about everything carefully, but because of that, she's too afraid to try something if it's too dangerous. Aika's change, on the other hand, might not be obvious, but her improvement should be the best. After all, of all 3 of them, she's the most normal. With this, she shouldn't treat anything like a game anymore as a means of escape, Naya. Right. It's really bad that she isn't taking reality seriously. There are other ways of making her realize that, but I guess, this is really the most effective method. And we didn't have to do it multiple times. Kuroka then started chuckling, "But after all of those, I really look forward to Kisuke's reactions, Naya. That guy, despite being such a smartass, is not really very good with the men and woman relationships. Kisuke is probably thinking that the girls will be hating his guts after this. Well, I can't deny that. Master is really strangely slow in this type of thing. However, after this, he won't be able to find any reason to push them away anymore. As they are talking, they soon reached the 5th floor when they suddenly felt a movement from the ground. Both Medusa and Kuroka stopped to watch their surroundings carefully. Something is drilling from below. Medusa muttered. It's coming this way, fast. Did you attract it when you used your abilities? Kuroka asked. I don't know. But that's probably it. However, it seems that it can't pinpoint my location, although it'll still reach the 5th floor in a few seconds. Just as they expected, they felt a small tremor, but along with it, they also heard a scream of terror. This is bad, Naya. Medusa immediately launched herself towards the source of the scream while also taking out her scythe. A few seconds later, after turning a corner, she saw a white-haired adventurer being chased by a gigantic snake, a worm whale. Medusa recalled the information about this monster that seems to drill through the dungeon, but they shouldn't have come on the upper floors. But when she saw that the snake monster immediately locked on her, she became sure, so it came for me. I feel sorry for that kid, so I should end this. With the adventurer and the snake coming towards her direction, Medusa threw her scythe towards the snake, but the snake easily dodged it. However, with a pull of her chains, she immediately recalled the scythe, and the snake didn't even notice its blade is already on the back of its head before it was beheaded. The white-haired adventurer, who's below the snake, was bathed with its blood and stopped running as looked towards Medusa, dumbfounded. Are you all right, boy? Medusa asked, but instead of her expected thanks, the white-haired kid screamed and ran away from her. Medusa was speechless. Even Kuroka, who just arrived, couldn't help but mutter, what was that? A rude kid. Medusa answered, let's forget about him. I still have to prepare for lunch. She didn't really mind the boy's actions, as he was probably too scared and choose to forget about it, as there is more important thing aside from that, and that is what she should prepare for lunch. You're right. I also have to find something to gift for Chiron since she'll be sulking for a while. Kuroka agreed with her. What? Say that again. Bet shouted at Line. However, the latter only focused on pouring potions on the 3 girls and ignored the nonsensical question. Normally, Line would be too afraid of her secret crush, but right now, that doesn't matter. Bet exploded when he was ignored. All the frustration he has been feeling was about to drop down on Line. Hey! Answer my question. As Bet was about to grab Line's shoulder, Ace intercepted him by grabbing his arm. Stop that. Bet. Calm down. You can't push your frustration to others. Riveria also reprimanded him. TCH. Realizing what he's about to do, Bet clicked his tongue and walked away. He acknowledged that he's in the wrong this time but couldn't apologize, so he just left. Wait. Aren't they familiar to you? Tiona suddenly asked. Companions of the guy who scammed Bet, Ace answered. She along with Riviera already recognized their faces but aren't sure if they're really the same people since the aura they're giving now is very different from when they're in Mia's pub. Ah. So they're that. Why haven't I noticed it? Because you're drunk. 3 level 1s against 2 minotaurs. That very impressive. Although not without some sacrifices. Finn commented after observing the unconscious girl's injuries. However, he noticed that the other's expression doesn't add up. What's wrong? And now that he thought about it, Bet's reaction is also weirdly intense. Riveria shook her head and said, I'll tell you about it later. She then faced Line and asked, are they really level 1? Yes. I've seen their fauna. Although I can't hieroglyphs, I can at least read levels. Riveria's face became even more complicated along with others. Finn wanted to hear what's going on now, but something must have happened that they're keeping it secret. Take out the stretchers. We'll take to the guild's treatment facility. The Loki Familia brought the 3 girls to the guild's clinic in a hurry, and the first one that was notified is their advisor before the guild sent out a messenger to notify the Hestia Familia of what happened. Before leaving, Riveria told their advisor, Sophie, that they were injured because 2 minotaurs managed to escape from them, but they were also managed to defeat them on their own, which shocked Sophie. The Loki Familia soon left, leaving everything to Sophie, and went back to the Twilight Manor. Although it's not the usual turn of events, they were happy that they returned. Welcome back. Loki welcomed everyone, but on her face is a palm mark. We're home. But they choose to ignore that she has probably groped one of the members when they got back. If it's the normal Loki, she would immediately pounce on Ace after her return. However, an urgent matter came to her earlier and wanted to talk to Finn about it. Finn, let's talk inside first. There are probably things that you want to talk about. Indeed. I do have some. But did Gareth already told you what happened on the 50th floor? 50th floor? No clue. I want to know about the rookies that you supposedly bring out of the dungeon. What? Finn furrowed his brows. How did you know that? A certain annoying short goddess uncharacteristically came to me earlier about that. It seems that the other side is already expecting you to bring those rookies out. Chapter 357, Emergency Meeting. Calling for an emergency meeting, Loki, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and lastly, Ace. Riveria wanted to bring Line in too but decided against it. Inside Finn's office, Finn sat on his desk chair, Gareth and Riveria sat on the chairs in front of his desk, while Ace and Loki sat on the sofa. Finn, start by telling me everything. Finn nodded at Loki and started narrating from the moment they reached the 50th floor and set a camp. Once he reached the part where they returned to the camp and saw it being besieged, Finn passed the baton to Riveria. Riveria's narration started when the irregular monsters started appearing from the staircase to the 51st floor in large numbers. When she mentioned the part where the two mysterious people appeared to help them with unconventional techniques and magics, Loki furrowed her brows in contemplation. And while listening to her narration of the battle against the Juggernaut and Balor, Loki's eyes widened in disbelief and interrupted her, someone like that could be from the Poseidon Familia who were clearing the seas. But it's useless to make guesses as they could be from anywhere. But it should be easy to find them with their techniques. It's impossible for someone like that to remain unknown. Finn, go commission someone to investigate it. Will do, Finn answered and continued their story. Loki became intrigued by the mysterious man's explanation regarding the Balor's magic, but when he reached the part where he guessed that Ace came out from a time stasis, Loki became silent and wore a very serious expression. Finn didn't continue and only waited for Loki to say something. She knew that she couldn't just brush this under the rag and sighed, what he said is true. However, I don't know much more than that and I don't intend to force Ace to tell me more. It's fine, Loki. We just wanted to confirm it from you as this is truly unbelievable. Nothing will change the fact that Ace is a precious and irreplaceable comrade. Finn then faced Ace. However, how do you intend to take his suggestion? Suggestion? What suggestion? Loki asked. The mysterious guy told her that there is some problem in her body that is keeping her from being stronger because of this time stasis and told us that someone in Orario right now could do something about it. Everyone then looked towards Ace. I'd like to go. She answered. Everyone in the room already knew that she would answer like that and no one could actually stop her, so Loki, as a concession, said, fine. But you're to never go alone. Besides, he didn't tell you exactly who's this person, right? How are you going to find him? I'm going with her, Riveria stated. Oh. You already know where to find him? Finn asked. Riveria nodded and answered, it's related to those girls that we brought to treatment. While Finn and Gareth are confused, Loki muttered, so that's it, huh? That brat couldn't possibly have this kind of connection, so it should be her children, which are strange. She then smiled mischievously. How wonderful. Finn sighed after seeing Loki's expression and turned to Riveria. Could you explain? Riveria nodded and started. Before you and those unknown people arrive, Line did something unbelievable. Without any incantation, she summoned a magic circle on her own and healed people in a large area. Line, despite being slow, is a genius. However, that kind of thing should have been impossible. I, for one, could only use a very weak version of my magic without incantation. Even if she didn't show it to others, they knew that Riveria is proud of that achievement. But now that someone did something beyond her skill, that pride was chipped away. Hearing those, Finn connected the dots. I see. She said that she has been partying with those girls who defeated two Minotaurs, who were related to another unknown individual who can turn others to stone. Wait. What? Someone who could turn others into stone? What's up with that? Loki interrupted. We don't know much. We only know that her eyes seem to be the main source of her power and we couldn't stop its effects even after looking away. Aside from that, she could make her weapon and disappear at will. We can also assume that she's related to the man and woman we met on the deeper floors. Riveria explained, and Finn, you're wrong about the two Minotaurs. The reason why we couldn't believe that they're level 1s is that it isn't just two Minotaurs that the unknown woman led to them, but 6. And those 3 girls killed them all, by themselves. What? Finn and Gareth's eyes widened in shock. They can't be level 1 then. But Finn already heard that Line already confirmed that they're level 1, how is this possible? Riveria shook her head, I don't know. But what's sure is that they have something different than anyone else. I see. That's why that Chibi asked me to announce that her children defeated 2 Minotaurs. I thought that she's just looking for fame and reprimanded her, but it seems to be the opposite. Loki rubbed her chin while contemplating before chuckling, I don't know what kind of game they're playing. But I'll play along, Kisuke Urahara. Loki recalled the words that Hestia told her earlier before she left, my children don't have any intention to harm your familia. It seems that the future will be interesting. I need to prepare my children. They continued their meeting until late evening, figuring out what steps they should take in the future. Soon after the Loki familia left, Kisuke and Yoruichi arrived at the room where Sona, Aika, and Kaneko are receiving their treatment. The only one in the room aside from the three of them is their advisor, Sophie. Thank you for the hard work, Sophie-san. Sophie faced the captain of Hestia Familia and gave him a reprimanding look. You're late. I'm sorry. Kisuke apologized simply before saying, I'd like them to be discharged. Sophie glared at him first before asking, why? Is it because you don't want to go into debt because of the price of the treatment? If so, then go ahead. It'll be your fault if they stop being adventurers. These kinds of situations are just too common. Small familias who couldn't afford the treatment for their adventurers mostly abandon those adventurers. So when Kisuke asked them to be discharged, she became disappointed at him. Looks like I have a wrong impression of him. Kisuke only smiled at her questions. He didn't angry because he knew where she's coming from, so instead of answering her, Kisuke just pulled out an elixir from his shihakushu and showed it to Sophie. Sophie's eyes widened in shock, but a few seconds later, she gave him a sneer. I'd like to see you actually use it. Kisuke put back the elixir he got from the Loki Familia and said, I don't need to do that. However, I can promise you, they'll be coming to you again in a few days to get more information about the dungeon and listen to some of your advice. Sophie frowned, but a few seconds later, she sighed, I'm looking forward to that day. She then arranged their discharge documents. Chapter 358, Necessary. It took Kisuke half an hour to restore and cure everyone's injuries that they sustained fighting those minotaurs. Once he got out of the clinic he built in their headquarters, Hestia is looking at him with a cold expression, almost grim. Kisuke-kun. Mind explaining to me some things? Kisuke nodded and asked, what would you like to know? Are you the one who put them in this situation? Hestia went straight to the point. Yes. Without hesitation, Kisuke confirmed her guess. Hestia furrowed her brows and asked, why? This time, Kisuke didn't answer and just stared at Hestia. For a few minutes, the two of them only stared at each other before Hestia sighed, Let me change the question. Is it necessary? Kisuke smiled slightly and answered, yes. I see. Hestia then turned around to go back to her fireplace. I don't know if it's your madness or kindness. Or maybe both. But please don't do this again. I'm sorry. I can't promise anything. This might happen again or it may not. I don't know what the future holds. After Hestia left, Yoruchi came out from the corner of the room, also looking at the spot where Hestia disappeared. She's naive and innocent. But when it comes to those in her family, she's very sharp. I guess that's what you could expect from someone whose divinity is about home and family. A whole day later, the first one to wake up is Aika. The moment she opened her eyes, the first thing she recalled are the minotaurs that are about to kill them, ahhh. She immediately sitting up on her bed with cold sweat running on her back and forehead and tears threatening to fall from her eyes. But soon after, she recalled how the three of them managed to kill those 6 minotaurs and sighed in relief. It seems that you have calmed down. She looked towards the source of the familiar voice and saw Kisuke sitting beside her bed in his usual outfit but without his beloved hat. Seeing his face, all the memories from that time returned, including the giant scythe that went through the blockage and mowed down the goblins and kobolds that appeared after the minotaurs. Aika took a deep breath and asked while looking down on her hands, it's not right for me to get angry without confirming it, so I'll ask, are you the one who did it? No. That's not the right question. Are you the one who planned it? I did not plan everything. But that doesn't mean that I'm trying to shrink my responsibility. I just wanted to tell you the truth. The one who had this idea is me. It's also me who pushed through things despite the disagreement of others. So you could say that I'm solely accountable for what happened to you, Sona, and Kaneko. Aika gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. A few seconds later, she removed the blanket on top of her and went down of the bed, revealing her current appearance. Aika, the same with the rest, only has a white robe over their bare bodies. Different from her usual appearance, Aika's hair was let down that reaches below her shoulder and she doesn't have her glasses. She stopped and stood up in front of Kisuke. Kisuke couldn't see her eyes because of her bangs, but he could see her gritting her teeth. Aika then took a step back and went into a stance before using all of her strength to punch Kisuke's face. For Kisuke, the punch is slow, very slow, however, he did nothing to dodge it. If he could abate a bit of the hate she's feeling, then he could keep going all day. Aika's punch landed on his face, but Kisuke didn't think that she would hold back and didn't feel much force from her punch that it didn't even move the position of his head. He then looked up to her face and felt something inside him stir. Aika's looking at him with glazed eyes and tears running through her cheeks. Kisuke then told her what's on his mind, I know that you hate me, and even if it's for your own good, it doesn't change that I need to apologize. I'm sorry. Aika took back her fist, but instead of keeping, she straddled on him, sitting on his laps and wrapped her arms around her neck, hugging him and putting her chin on his shoulder, while sobbing, you bastard, sniff sniff. You miserable idiot, sniff sniff. I'm very mad right now. Kisuke put his arms around her back in response, I know. It's my fault. Aika stayed on her position until she stopped sobbing a few minutes later. She then whispered in his ear, This is why I'm calling you a miserable idiot. Aika then straightened up her back, putting her face in front of Kisuke's face. Kisuke noticed that the fear enveloping her already disappeared, and despite her eyes red from crying, she's now giving him a smile. I'm angry about what you did. Even though you did it's for our good. I couldn't help but be angry. That's normal. However, what makes me angry the most is the fact that you actually thought that I'd hate you. You miserable idiot. Kisuke's eyes widened. You don't. If Kisuke is in their position, he would, for sure, hate the person who set him up. However, what he failed to consider are the feelings of the girls and their apparent understanding of his personality and antics. After all, he always categorizes emotions as an uncalculable variable that could change anytime without rhyme or reason. Of course not. Even if you ask the other two, you would only get a slap each and a date, and you would get their forgiveness. Kisuke would be really happy if he could just get away with something like that, but he first chooses to focus on the girl straddling on him with her robe about to be undone and asked, "Aren't you afraid? Just now, you had a nightmare, and I know for sure that you would be suffering from that for a while." True. I'm afraid. But the fear that I'm feeling is from the possibility of not being able to play with Sonakaishu and Kaniko-chan anymore. The possibility of not being able to receive Yoruchi and Kuroka's teaching anymore. The possibility of not being able to eat Medusa-chan's cooking anymore. And finally, the possibility of not being able to stand beside you. Cheesy, right? But that's what I genuinely felt when I was able to disregard my fear of those monsters. I never thought that I would be that desperate for your embrace while on the verge of death. I'm really sorry for being such a pervert. However, I would also like to use this chance at least to remove some of that fear. To the speechless Kisuke, Aika closed her eyes, planted her lips on him, and even used her tongue to explore his mouth. A few seconds later, Kisuke reacted and tightened his arms around her before responding in kind. Chapter 359, Reasons. Kisuke and Aika's solo world went for 1 full minute before they separated from each other. I'd really like to continue, but... Aika then looked towards the door and saw 4 pairs of eyes watching the two of them. While Medusa is giving Aika an encouraging look, Yoruchi and Kuroka are making these smug cat expressions on top of each other, and Hestia is at the bottom and peeking through her fingers with a faint blush on her face. Kisuke, on the other hand, looked behind Aika and saw Sona and Kaniko already awake, intently staring at the two of them while laying on their beds. From this, Kisuke heaved a big sigh of relief as he could now believe what Aika said about them nothing hating him as he anticipated. A woman's heart is truly a mystery. But I don't think I should study it. Maybe it's something better when vague. Aika got off his laps and sat back down on her bed, crossing her legs and not even bothering to fix her almost undone robe. Since they knew nothing is happening any further, the 4 people watching from the door entered, and here I thought you'd pull out his junk while you're at it. Yoruchi kept her smug and said. I would if not for all the eyes on me. I wouldn't mind if everyone undresses with me though. Aika answered. Different from the past where she would just avoid or react blandly to Yoruchi's remarks, she now had confidence. Hearing that, however, Kisuke immediately interrupted them. Let's not go there. Not now. Before they could say anything else, Kisuke changed the topic and faced both Kaniko and Sona. I apologized for what happened. Although I deemed it necessary, what I did is still over the top. I hope that you could forgive me. Sona and Kaniko looked at each other before both of them turned to Aika, who in response, just shrugged her shoulders. Sona sat up on her bed and faced Kisuke. I want to know what pushed you to do something like this. Although I can guess, I would like to hear your reasoning first. Kisuke nodded and explained his actions. There are multiple things that I want to achieve when I planned for this to happen. However, the main and biggest reason is for you to experience what it feels like to participate in a losing battle and experience the real horrors of the battlefield where those important to you could die. And aside from that, I want you to push yourselves more. The more time passes, I can see that you're getting complacent. Even though it's not much and you're still working hard, for the most part, you girls are already afraid to risk yourselves. I'm not saying to put yourselves in danger, but you should really think of ways that you could improve yourselves by yourselves. It's true that we are going to be together for a long time, but that doesn't mean that you have to depend on me, or to any of us, to teach you things that you should be the one discovering. We can only give you advice or point you to a direction when you're confused, but it should never reach the point where we had to lead you by hand. And once I noticed that you girls are walking the path of a dead end, I had to correct your mentalities because it's my fault in the first place for spoiling you. I watched the 3 of you fight those minotaurs and I honestly thought that you did a lot better than what I could hope. You should think back when you felt cornered and you'll understand what I'm talking about. There are some other things, but those are just minor things that I prepared for the future. Sona, Kaniko, and Aika recalled their battle again, and sure enough, it pushed them to their limits that they didn't know possible. For Sona, she got over her inhibitions of controlling mana directly and using it for her magic. The mana of this world is very volatile and she already gave up the notion of controlling it without absorbing it in her body first. But because of desperation, she was able to achieve, and countless possibilities and ideas to improve her magic entered her mind. For Kaneko, since she can't access her own stock of ki due to Kisuke's sealing, she was able to go around this by forcibly combining the surroundings ki to her own fauna and use it. Although it's a very crude method, it opened paths for her own development. Aika, on the other hand, had the least improvement ability-wise, but as the most normal of all of them, her mentality had a big evolution. Ever since Kisuke took her in, somewhere in her mind, she thought all of these is just a dream that she would wake up from one day. She had lived most of her life as a normal human, and even though Kisuke and Yuruchi has been trying their best for her to adapt, it couldn't happen abruptly without a big catalyst. Her battle against Kokobile doesn't really count as she's under her self-hypnosis that Yuruchi thought her and that only allowed her to escape reality further, but in the battle to the death against the Minotaurs is just what she needed. After a minute of contemplation after hearing Kisuke's explanation, Sona sighed, "Please don't apologize. Although what you did is cruel, it's for our own good." Kaneko also nodded in agreement. "She's right, Kisuke-senpai. You're a jerk, but a very kind jerk. However, because of this, you've also lost all the reasons for you to kick us away. Although it hasn't happened yet, you're not allowed anymore to keep us out when you're going against something. Once we return to our our hometown, your position won't be good and everyone will probably be coming after your head, but you can't leave us out anymore. We could now help you no matter how small the help we could provide. Thank you, senpai, for granting us this chance. The chance of fighting beside you and not just watch as a bystander." Kisuke truly didn't expect this, as he's only hoping for them to be safe when his enemies come after him. However, he didn't refute Kaneko's words because aside from Yuruchi and Tessai, they are the only ones who expressed their intention of joining him without his manipulations. He might have manipulated them from the beginning, but he never did so that they would join him. Kisuke then noticed that he cared for them more than he should have. But then again, he would never regret it. After all, because of them, his world expanded. Shaking his head, Kisuke proposed, "Let's have our status updated." "Oh. It's finally my turn. Let's go." Hestia finally spoke up. She didn't want to interrupt their important talk, but now they're done, they don't have to ignore her anymore and it's her time to shine. Hestia then started walking towards the door. However, once she reached the exit, she remembered something. "By the way, Kisuke-kun. Do I have to prepare? Mentally, I mean." Let's see. "Have you seen others' status, Hestia-sama?" Kisuke asked. Hestia shook her head. Kisuke then grinned, "Then there's nothing to worry about. You don't have anything to compare it to, so it shouldn't be weird from your perspective." However, the girls knew enough that when Kisuke said there's nothing to worry about with a shit-eating grin of his, something or someone had to take the brunt force of his antics. Chapter 360, Second Status Update Part 1. "So, who should go first?" Hestia asked. Let's go with Aika, Sona, and Kaneko first." Kisuke set another barrier that keeps energy from going out in case something doesn't go as expected and attract others' attention. Once he's done with the entire setup, the first one to update her status is Kaneko, as the three of them decided to go from youngest to oldest. Before getting on the bed with Hestia, Kaneko disrobed, revealing her developing buds and smooth crotch. Although she has a faint blush on her face, she doesn't mind Kisuke's eyes anymore and unceremoniously lay down on her chest. Hestia knew how strange this is but didn't say anything and only focused on her job of updating their status. Pricking her finger with the prepared pin, Hestia's blood dropped on Kaneko's back, revealing her fauna. While updating her fauna, Hestia's face kept changing, but she didn't say anything. Although she has nothing to compare it to, she knew the abnormalities of what she's seeing. Once Hestia finalized the update, the surrounding mana, ki, and spiritual energy of the world suddenly revolved and entered Kaneko's body before Hestia closes the fauna. Kisuke and the rest were stirred by this phenomenon but didn't do anything, as they can see that the status update ended peacefully. Hestia, while making a weird face, put a sheet of blank of paper on Kaneko's back to copy and translate her status to common language for anyone to see before giving it to Kaneko. And not just Kaneko, everyone approached to see her status. Shiron Tuju. Level 1. Basic Abilities. STR, SS, 1059. Vit, SS, 1069. Dex, S, 998. AGI, SS, 1010. Mana, A, 872. Ki, E, 596. Magic. Hohu, Movement Techniques. Hakuda, Hand-to-hand Combat Techniques. Yujitsu, Demon Arts. Senjutsu, Sage Arts. Sage Mode, Devouring White Flames. Skills. Nikosho Bloodline, increase the effectiveness of Yujitsu and Senjutsu. Sage Mode, meld inner ki and outer ki to become one with the world. Boost and release special ability of Nikosho Bloodline. Affects the user's state of mind. Mana Exceed, convert mana parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 4:1. Ki Exceed, convert ki parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 2:1. This is more amazing than I thought, Naya. Kuroka felt amazed after seeing her little sister's status. The MAG became mana while Ki parameter also appeared. She added. It seems that Felna accommodated our perception, Kisuke commented as he rubs his chin, and those skills and magic. Instead of granting them, the Felna only told us what she can already do. However, it seems that it can't tell the mastery over the said magic or skills. Another thing is it didn't include anything isn't major. Yoruchi muttered, it didn't include the ability to manipulate mana directly to cast simple magics which Kaneko should be perfectly capable. While the group is analyzing Kaneko's status, Hestia didn't speak. She can tell something is very wrong with her status but don't have anything to compare it to, so she doesn't really know which part. What she didn't know is that everything about it is wrong. How do you feel, Chiron? Kuroka asked. Kaneko stood up and tried moving around before answering, uncomfortable. My body feels light. It's hard to balance. Well, figures. Your parameters just jumped multiple times, and before we came here, your actual strength is only around level 2 or 3, so the status is already catching up to you. Kisuke explained. Kaneko put on her robe again. I'll go exercise for a bit. Before exiting the room. She wanted to see everyone's status, however, she wanted to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling first. While you're at it, try to gauge the limits of your strength, Yoruchi said before Kaneko exited the room with the latter nodding in understanding. My turn. Aika then removed her robe without any hesitation, revealing her breast which is as big as Sona's and also not a single hair down there, before laying down on the bed for Hestia to update her status. During the update, Hestia also didn't speak, however, everyone can tell that as the time goes, her expression kept getting weirder and they knew that she's just holding it in as much as possible. They then started guessing when will Hestia start cursing and breaking down. When the status update was about to end, the same thing happened when Kaneko is updating her status, mana, ki, and spiritual energy started gathering and entered Aika's body. Trying her best to keep a poker face, Hestia gave them Aika's status. Aika Kiryu. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SS, 1001. Vit, S, 989. Dex, SS, 1092. AGI, SS, 1002. Mana, A, 898. Extra abilities. Reiki, B, 703. Dragonic Aura, C, 669. Magic. Hohu, movement techniques. Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat techniques. Zanjutsu, sword art techniques. Zanpakuto, Soul Slayer Aeternam Somnium, first release. Shihakushu, Soul Garment. Dragonification, partially activated, depends on Dragonic Aura. Holofication, Hollow Mask Materialization, unavailable. Skills. Shinigami, allows the usage of soul arts with the soul. Grants Zanpakuto and Shihakushu. Shinigami with body, allows the Shinigami's soul to merge with the physical body using ki. Generates extra parameter, Ryatsuki. Soul transformation, allows the Shinigami's soul to use another power source, holification. Temporarily doubles Reiki parameter. Blessings of the Dragon God and the True Dragon, allows usage of body strengthening and transformation, dragonification. Mana exceed, convert mana parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 4:1. Ryatsuki exceed, convert Reiki parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate 1:1. What the hell? I didn't know I have this much. Aika commented at her own status. Oh. So it can read this much. Kisuke muttered after seeing Aika's status. You also got those extra parameters. Maybe that's the system's way of accommodating other power systems. And dragonification. I guess that the other result of absorbing your sacred gear's spirits to your Zanpakuto. Ryatsuki, I have an idea. But how do you even increase that Dragonic Aura? Should I spam dragonification? How do I even use it? Looks like I'll be busy. Aika muttered. Instead of asking Kisuke or Yoruchi, she wanted to try things on her own first, as she had learned from Kisuke, and now I understand why Kaneko said it's uncomfortable. Are you going? Sona asked. Nope. I want to see everyone's status first. Alright, it's my turn. Like the other two, Sona removed her robe without any hesitation. Hestia-sama, please. Hestia nodded. But before she gets on the bed, she first took a deep breath. Trying to recover her composure, which is about to be depleted. Don't say anything for now. Hestia. You can ask later. As a goddess and leader of this familia, I can't lose composure. Shy Psyche herself. For the third time, the mana, ki, and spiritual energy gathered and entered Sona's body. Kisuke, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Medusa couldn't describe the face Hestia is making, but they can tell that she's trying her best to keep a straight face. However, because of that, she's making a weirder expression if she just let her natural expression come out. Sona Citri. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, C, 698. Vit, A, 901. Dex, S, 925. AGI, C, 699. Extra abilities. DEMPOW, SSS, 1302. Magic. Citri Magic. Devil Holification, unavailable. Skills. Noble Devil Lineage, mana parameter will be exchanged with demonic power. Allow usage of Citri Magic. Improves physical ability slightly. Mana Lord, control the world's mana to cast magic. Failing to control the mana may result in user's injury or death. Leviathan, depending on the user's understanding, it allows the control of all water-based magic. Enough Mastery, allows the user to control any hostile water-based magic. Hollow Factor, description unavailable. Sona. Kisuke called out. Sona couldn't look at him, don't say it. You shouldn't skip leg day. Even though Sona's parameters are supposed to be the normal one, they're the group that exceeds normality and Sona's basic abilities can only be seen as below average. You haven't been abused enough. You should join Kaneko and Aika's training and gain some muscles. Yoruchi added. Alright. I really need exercise. Sona then looked at her status again. However, what's this devil holification and hollow factor? Is it the same thing as yours and Aika's? Since it's devil holification, it's probably something similar, or something very different. I'm not really sure. Kisuke answered. And why do I have it? I used my own hollow powers to heal you in desperation. Back then I didn't even know if it's compatible with you devils, but I don't have much choice at that time. The only other contender is separating your soul from your body and create a new one. However, that will create crippling damages to your soul, so I instead used my own regeneration factor to heal you. Sona smiled happily and said, I see. Thank you for saving me that time. And I don't think this is a bad thing. I was worried that I'll be too normal compared to all of you. I'm glad that I have something like this, and it's even related to you. Kisuke smiled wryly and patted her head. I'm sorry for telling you this late. Chapter 361, Second Status Update Part 2. Sona also decided to stay and watch the proceeding. So I'm next, Naya. Kuroka got on the top of the bed and as if she's competing with others, instead of just undressing the top portion of her kimono, she unwrapped her obi and dropped the entirety of her kimono, revealing her voluptuous body. Everyone's modesty is already down the drain, huh? And why are you not wearing any underwear? Ah. Sorry for asking. I just remembered that you never wear those. Kisuke commented. Kuroka ignored Kisuke's remark and laid down on the bed. After a minute, Hestia's face is already nearing the breaking point, but she's still holding on. They didn't say anything about this, but every one of them wanted to laugh. However, they didn't do so as they didn't want to disturb her working hard. Kuroka Toju. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SSS, 1349. Vit, SSS, 1401. Dex, SSS, 1203. AGI, SSS, 1304. Mana, SS, 1098. Ki, SS, 1027. Magic. Yujitsu, Demon Arts. Senjutsu, Sage Arts. Spacetime Magic. Skills. Nikosho Bloodline, increase the effectiveness of Yujitsu and Senjutsu. Mana Exceed, convert mana parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 2:1. Ki Exceed, convert ki parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 1:1. Looking at her own status, Kuroka muttered, I got to have Chiron teach me that Sage Mode and Flash Step. Although her basic parameters and some skills are largely better than Kaneko's, she doesn't have the stronger skills that Kaneko has. Right. You have enough muscles, but you don't know how to swing your fist. You'll be joining me with my practice. Yoruchi commented. Understood. When it's Medusa's turn, different from the previous girls, she just opened the back part of her maid uniform and showed Hestia her falna. The oldest and youngest looking among them turned out to be the one with most modesty. Medusa. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SS, 1099. Vit, SS, 1058. Dex, SSS, 1401. AGI, X 1500. Mana, X 1500. Magic. Nameless Dagger, Mana Construct. Harp, Immortal Slaying Scythe, Mana Construct. Chains, Mana Construct. Magic Detection. Bellerophon. Blood Fort Andromeda. Breaker Gorgon. Pandemonium Cetus. Skills. Sibylle, Mystic Eyes of Petrification. Riding, allows the user to mount creatures on the level of phantasmal beasts and divine beasts. Mana Lord, control the world's mana to cast magic. Failing to control the mana may result in the user's injury or death. Corrupted, description unavailable. Blessing of the Dragon God, authority over snakes, monster. Mana construction, construct weapons that are closely linked to the user's identity using mana. Mana body, changes body according to the user's state. Passive basic parameter boost depending on available mana. Can infinitely heal itself as long as there is mana available and the core isn't destroyed. Greatly reduces the available mana for usage to keep the body intact. Finally, they saw what seems to be the counterstop of a parameter. 1500, huh? Just according to my estimation. Kisuke muttered. Sibylle. So those eyes has a name. And I didn't know that scythe has that kind of effect. Yoruchi commented. Is that mana body what I think it is? Sona asked. And Medusa nodded her head to her question, yes. I don't have a physical body. Sona, Aika, and Kuroka gave Medusa an incredulous look. They never expected that their lowly maid is closer to a ghost than a living person. Either way, this is the second time we saw Ophis blessing. Do you think I have one too? Kisuke changed the topic and asked while pointing at himself. Let me check mine first. Yoruchi undressed and showed her back to scarily quiet Hestia. Hestia-sama, please. Before updating Yoruchi's status, however, she took another few deep breaths to calm her nerves. It won't be worse than that, right? She thought. And she's gravely mistaken. Yoruchi Shihuin. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, X 1500. Vit, SSS, 1390. Dex, SSS, 1403. AGI, X 1500. Mana, SS, 1002. Extra abilities. REIKI, X 1500. Magic. Shinigami Arts, Hohu, Hakuda, Zanjutsu, Kidu. Shunko, Flash War Cry, Shunku, Raijin Senki, Flash War Cry, Thunder God War Form, Shunshin Chohenjin, Flash God Super Transformation Shunku, Reiju Senki, Shunryu Kakubyu Senki, Flash War Cry, Thunder Beast Battle Form, Flash God Black Cat Warrior Princess. Zanpakuto, Soul Slayer Byako, Spacetime Manipulation, unavailable. Shihakushu, Soul Garment. Beastification, Tiger, unavailable. Feline Transformation. Skills. Shinigami, allows the usage of soul arts with the soul. Grants Zanpakuto and Shihakushu. Shinigami with body, allows the Shinigami soul to merge with the physical body using ki. Generates extra parameter, Ryatsuki. Contract with the Wandering Sovereign, grants, beastification, spacetime manipulation, feline transformation. Mana Lord, control the world's mana to cast magic. Failing to control the mana may result in the user's injury or death. Mana Exceed, convert mana parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 2:1. Ryatsuki Exceed, convert Reiki parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate 1:1. Looking at her status, Kisuke's mind ran through possibilities. It looks like we found the reason for your strange transformation and inability to control your super transformation. It seems like it. But thanks to that, I now know what I should do. Coming to this place is really not a mistake. Yoruchi smiled happily. Thanks to the system reading her status, she was able to discover the things she's wondering. Now I'm excited what it's going to say about me. My turn, Hestia-sama. You can do it. I'm the last one. Kisuke undressed the top portion of his Shihakushu and laid down. However, he didn't forget to cheer up the shaking goddess. He knew that after his turn, she'll be barraging them with questions and he already thought of some answers. He also has a choice of not answering if that is more convenient for his group. Ugh. Hestia slowly straddled on his back and proceeded to update his status. After this, she can finally explode. Kisuke Urahara. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, X 1500. Vit, X 1500. Dex, X 1500. AGI, X 1500. Mana, X 1500. Extra abilities. REIKI, X 1500. DEMPOW, I 10. Magic. Shinigami Arts, Hohu, Hakuda, Zanjutsu, Kidu. Zanpakuto, Soul Slayer Benihime, absent. Shihakushu, Soul Garment. Hollowification, Hollow Mask, Vasto Lord. Skills. Shinigami, allows the usage of soul arts with the soul. Grants Zanpakuto and Shihakushu. Shinigami with body, allows the Shinigami soul to merge with the physical body using ki. Generates extra parameter, Ryatsuki. Soul transformation, allows the Shinigami's soul to use another power source, holification. Temporarily doubles Reiki parameter. Soul merge, initial stage, merge of the two power source, Shinigami, and Hollow. Possession of the Dragon God, grants slight authority over the concept of infinity. Hogyoku, description unavailable, Noble Devil lineage, sealed. Noble Devil lineage, sealed unlocks extra parameter, demonic power. Allow usage of Belial magic. Improves physical ability slightly. Mana exceed, convert mana parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate, 2:1. Ryatsuki exceed, convert Reiki parameter to other physical parameters. Conversion rate 1:1. Mana Lord, control the world's mana to cast magic. Failing to control. The mana may result in the user's injury or death. After being updated, Kisuke felt that he's being liberated. I see. For each level up, my original abilities and the Falna's abilities will be merged further. And damn. This system can even read what's sealed inside the Hogyoku. I underestimated it. Hey, Kisuke. Yoruchi suddenly called out to him and pointed at one line on the paper. It seems that Office-chan really likes you. You damned lolicon. Kisuke couldn't say anything. All this time, he's only expecting a blessing from the lowly dragon and maybe get something out of it. He didn't see it coming that the lowly dragon would possess him instead. Is she a ghost? But regardless, he became very interested at, grants slight authority over the concept of infinity. However, before he could ponder more on that, he suddenly felt a tug on the hem of his clothes, and when he turned around, he saw Hestia giving her a bright smile before it contorted to almost crying face. What the hell was that? Even though I don't know much about what is normal, I can see this is strange. Very strange. She exploded. Chapter 362, Family. Kisuke shut and calmed Hestia down by shoving a lollipop in her mouth. Hestia-sama, just one by one. And indeed, Hestia was able to calm down and arrange her thoughts. She sighed and said, I have so many questions. But I don't think I'll understand any of it even if you explain it to me. It's enough for now that I know that you and your group are strange. Do you regret taking us now? Kisuke asked. If she didn't want to ask, that'll be a lot better for Kisuke, as Hestia is right. Even if he explains it to her, nothing will become clear as all of their abilities are literally out of this world. Not bound by this place's common sense. Hestia immediately shook her head. It might be too much for me, but I don't regret it. She then stared intently at Kisuke. Did you know? I didn't come here just because I'm bored in heaven. Kisuke and the rest looked curiously at her and asked, then why? She then looked at everyone with a smile on her face. It's because I got tired of protecting my empty home. I went down hoping that I would be able to find something real, something full of life. Kisuke could only smile wryly at her words. And I suppose you found that something. Yep. I don't think that we're qualified for that. Considering that we have too much strangeness. So you're aware that you're strange. However, I know for sure that I became closer to you, all of you, after knowing some parts of your secret. And that's enough for me to consider you guys as my family. Kisuke sighed and sat down beside her before patting her head. Please don't make me feel guilty for tricking you. Hestia didn't mind his hand on her head and replied with a small smile on her face that doesn't match her childish stature. I didn't really care about that. I judged that you people are genuine, and that's enough for me. Which is why, even though you guys are very capable, it feels like I'm too useless. I can't even think of a way to help you aside from granting you with my Falna. You didn't have to worry about that though. As this familia's goddess, I want to contribute something. Hestia then stood up and went in front of Kisuke with a serious expression. So if you need something, please tell me. I know you have things that you want to achieve but don't have any means now, but try telling me about those. Maybe I'll be able to do something about it. So what she wants is to contribute something so she doesn't feel left out. She's too childish for someone of her age. Well, not that I haven't met someone like that before. Kisuke then proceeded to think of things they needed right now. What we really need now is weapons. I plan to make sacred gear for all of us, but this world's weapon forging is also fascinating. Alright, let's go with that. Kisuke looked at Hestia's eyes and replied, I really need someone who could show me some high-level blacksmithing dash. But before Kisuke could finish his sentence, Hestia's eyes lit up. I know someone who could help you. Ah. Is that so? Does she know some high-level blacksmiths? Kisuke thought and said, in that case, I'll leave it to you to introduce us, Hestia-sama. And please choose someone who's trustworthy. Leave it to me. I'll go to meet her tomorrow. Hestia thumped her chest, which made her chest jiggle in a declaration. Kisuke wasn't really expecting much from his request, as he already planned to do it himself in the future after they level up to 2. Well then. Let's go and follow Kaneko and get used to the update. After that, we'll also go to the hostess of fertility to celebrate. Oh. It only took Kisuke and Yoruichi a few minutes while Kuroka and Medusa needed an hour or two to get used to the changes in their bodies. Meanwhile, Sona, Aika, and Kaneko would need the whole afternoon to move normally, so Yoruichi, Kuroka, and Medusa helped them by sparring with them. On the other hand, Kisuke used the whole afternoon to prepare some non-alcoholic drinks that they could enjoy, since the three from them couldn't drink alcohol and the fruit drinks in Mia's pub isn't very appealing for the girls who are used to the modern society where they could get innovative and cultural drinks just about anywhere. And since he's going to bring some, he also made enough so that the waitresses could have some and more. It's also so that Mia couldn't say anything about bringing their own drinks. Evening, the group decided to stop what they are doing and made their way towards the hostess of fertility. On their way, while pulling a cart with a large wooden jar on it, Kisuke asked everyone, "I would be leveling up tomorrow. What about you guys?" "The three of us, especially me, would need to gain more excelia," Sona answered. "Same with them, Kuroka, Medusa, and I would dive deeper to get some more of the tasty EX stats." "How did you get a full counter stop anyway?" Yoruichi asked. "Ah. I know the answer to that, Naya." Kuroka raised her hand. "That guy, when we're on the middle floors, would happily jump in a group of monsters alone even if he can't kill any of them, and a single hit from those could end his life. I even witness his limbs fly around a few times. That guy really likes living on the edge." With a twitching face, Hestia asked, "Aren't you afraid to die? You really are a madman. I'm worried that you can't go out of the dungeon, so please stop doing that. I always go for maximum efficiency." Kisuke just laughed it off. "I'm sorry for being proud after just experiencing just one hardship and one flying limb." Aika suddenly said. "Aika-chan. Don't compare yourself to this idiot. Even I won't do anything like that." Yoruichi patted Aika's shoulder to comfort her. "She says that, but Yoruichi-san would always go one-on-one with strong monsters. It's really heart-pounding to watch her always almost getting hit." Medusa added. "Either way, it seems that our hard work isn't even that hard for you." Sona muttered, but at the same time, motivation filled her while thinking, although I can't compare, I should at least close the distance further. While discussing their respective plans, the group reached the ever-so-lively hostess of fertility, and when they entered the premise, they instantly attracted the attention of a certain group, and each of them is giving them an inquisitive gaze. Without hesitation, Kisuke greeted the group, "Good evening, Loki-sama, and everyone from the Loki Familia. Fancy meeting you here." Within just a few days, the top executives of the Loki Familia changed on how they look at Kisuke's group. Chapter 363, Meeting the Loki Familia Again. Putting his white fan over his face, Kisuke greeted the group who's looking at them, "Good evening, Loki-sama, and everyone from the Loki Familia. Fancy meeting you here." Loki put down her drink on the table and smiled while slightly opening her eyes. "It's really a fancy meeting you here. A celebration for recovery, I presume." Before Kisuke could answer her, however, a certain individual came running to them and grabbed Sona's hand. "Sona-san, Aika-san, Chiron-san. You're all right. Thank goodness. I came to where you're staying, but nobody's around." Sona didn't mind her actions and just smiled brightly at her. "We got treated somewhere else. Thank you for your concerns." Tipping his hat, Kisuke stated, "It's thanks to the Loki Familia. I heard it from our guild advisor. I wonder how I could thank you." Loki rested her elbow on the table and invited the group. "For starters, why don't you join us since both of us are celebrating? The more the merrier, right? But that shorty over there. You can just leave it behind the counter. Oomph. And here I thought you're seeing your imaginary boobs that you can't see me." Hestia immediately retaliated. Loki immediately stood up after hearing that and looked down on Hestia. "Huh? If you aren't such a shorty and irrelevant, do you think I'll miss you down there? Huh? I'm really short compared to you. So tall and straight. Even if I'm directly below you, I'm confident that I'll be able to see your nose hair." While glaring at each other, a white fan suddenly went in between their faces and Kisuke's voice came from their side. "All right. That's enough of your besties' greetings. We're here to celebrate. And Loki-sama, thank you for your offer. We'll take upon it." "Who are the besties?" Both of them retorted before going back to glaring at each other. Ignoring them, "Seer-san, menu please." Kisuke called out to the waitress that is sitting beside a white-haired kid. Ever since Kisuke and Yoruichi entered the pub, both of them noticed the kid and thought, "Such a pure soul." Kisuke in addition also noticed something familiar, that aura. "It reminds me of Kurosaki-kun and Issei-kun. With all of this coincidence. Could it be?" The two cat-person waitresses arranged the additional tables and chairs beside the partying Loki Familia, and Seer came running with the menu on hand. "Good evening, Kisuke-san. I assume you brought something new." Her eyes are on the wooden jar that Kisuke brought inside. Kisuke sat down and nodded before facing Mia's direction, who's already giving her a glare. "I prepared everyone's share." It was then, Mia smiled slightly and continued her work, but he can tell that she's paying attention at him. Well, that's to be expected. Our group got invited by Loki Familia for the second time. And this time, the Loki Familia is obviously observing our group. Kisuke ignored the stares that are the executives of the Loki Familia are giving him and put his attention to the trio who hasn't sat down after talking with Line. We saw an acquaintance, so we'll greet him first. The three then walked towards the white-haired adventurer that caught Kisuke and Yoruichi's attention. Krenel-san, good evening. It's nice to see here, but... Sona looked around but couldn't find the person she's searching for. Is Mayake-sama and Naza-san with you? Bell Krenel, a young teenager with white hair and red eyes, often compared to a rabbit based on his appearance, is the newest and only other member of the Mayake Familia aside from Naza Arasuis, where they always buy their potions. Bell is staring at the Loki Familia that he didn't notice the trio coming up to him and was startled. Why yes. Ah, Sona-san, Aika-san, Chiron-san. You're here. About that, Naza-san said that she and Mayake-sama have a dinner date, so I'm here after being invited by Seer-san. Ah, is that so? Then please enjoy yourself. We have to get going. I don't know when will our captain be attacked by those hungry wolves. Nodding slightly, Sona turned around and left. You should find a companion when you come to places like this. Well, being alone is fine too. Anyways, enjoy your evening. Aika added before following Sona, while Kaneko only nodded at him before following the two. Bell curiously followed them with his eyes and was shocked when they sat among the Loki Familia members. He then saw a man with a bucket hat looking at him. The men smiled and nodded at him in the form of greeting before turning around to face the Loki Familia. Is that their captain? Kisuke finally faced the Finn, Gareth, Riveria, Ace, and Lafia, who's intensely looking at him while Bet, Tiona, and Tioni are looking at the trio. Smiling wryly, Kisuke voiced out his concerns. Please stop staring at me like that. The poor me will become weak-kneed if the top adventurers of Orario continue to give me so much attention. Still not cutting his stare, Finn replied, but you don't seem scared at all to me. Riveria already told Finn, Gareth, and Ace that Kisuke might be the mysterious man he is referring to. However, they couldn't easily believe it, as the man just arrived not long ago with his companions in Orario and just a level 1 who claims to be on the verge of a level up after a quick investigation regarding him. But the reason Lafia is staring at Kisuke is that Ace is giving him an uncanny interest, which also interested her, in a bad way. Without changing his expression, Kisuke replied, aside from being an adventurer, I'm also a businessman, and one of the basic skills of a good businessman is to keep their fake composure. If I can deceive you with my bluff, then I'm doing a good job. His companions, however, only gave him a blank look. Far from being a good businessman, this always in red merchant still has a gal to pat himself at the back. That's not fake composure but just plain shamelessness. Feeling the stares from the girls, Kisuke feigned a cough and continued, Ehem. First of all, I thank the Loki Familia for saving our members. If you need anything, please tell me. The destitute me will find a way to fulfill it. Finn chuckled, it's fine. It's also our duty to save the lower-level adventurers if they're in danger and we come across them. However, my comrade here indeed has something to ask, but let's set aside that for later, as we're here to dine and drink. Kisuke nodded at him and started ordering food. After getting his orders, Seer asked, should I bring some ice and empty glasses? Before answering her, Kisuke faced everyone, does any of you want some fruit drinks? Non-alcoholic. While most of them shook their heads and thanked him for his offer, Riveria and Ace became interested. As someone who doesn't drink alcohol, could I have some? For Ace and Lafia too, if possible. No problem. Kisuke then faced Seer, just the glasses. We don't need the ice. Got it. 10 extra glasses. She then went to the kitchen with hurried steps. Make it 11. Kisuke didn't forget about Line. All right. Kisuke-kun. While waiting for their food, Finn suddenly called out. If you don't mind me asking, how did you cure those girls? I heard you pulled them out of the guild clinic. Oh, about that, I'm a bit of a doctor myself and I got a much-needed elixir from an acquaintance. Kisuke then pulled out an empty vial of elixir which Gareth, who gave him the elixir, instantly recognized. An acquaintance. I see. Finn glanced at Loki and got her signal that he isn't lying. Chapter 364, Otherworldly Drinks. Thanks to that empty vial and Loki's confirmation of truth, they can now be sure that Kisuke Urahara is the guy who could supposedly help Ace's condition and tell Riveria more about the magic she didn't know existed. Kisuke's statement passed through Loki's test because he indeed told the truth. He received the elixir from Gareth, which he considers an acquaintance, and everyone from them didn't even consider the possibility that Kisuke is the mysterious man himself, except for one, which is Loki herself. She's the sole individual who didn't drop this possibility. However, she also didn't have any evidence or anything that could support that possibility, so she didn't tell it to everyone. But for her, the suspicion is enough to be on guard. It's really hard to trick a god. And it's the goddess of mischief on top of that. Well, I should be happy that she didn't point out the obvious flaw. Kisuke thought after feeling Loki's stare and keeping the empty vial. During this time, Tiona, the petite Amazoness, started interviewing the trio with a jolly attitude. Hey! Sona, Aika, and Chiron, was it? How did you do that? Of course, she's referring to the time they fought the Minotaurs. And since Tiona didn't have any motives in asking that question aside from genuine curiosity, the trio didn't mind it. And aside from the executives in line, everyone knew that the three of them defeated 2 Minotaurs, which Sona, Aika, and Kaneko has to be mindful of when they answer. How you say? We just followed the saying, desperate situations call for desperate measures. We had to stake everything just to defeat those and were lucky enough to pull it off and getting out alive of that situation. Sona answered after thinking for a few seconds. Desperate situations call for desperate measures. Those words didn't just attract Tiona, but everyone listening to it. After staying silent for a moment, Bet snorted, "Oomph. That really sounds nice. But don't make it sound like everyone can see through it." The three already know how this mutt runs his mouth and decided beforehand to just ignore him, as they didn't even look at him, which in turn infuriated Bet, but he can't say anything about that, oomph. Smiling wryly, Tiona continued asking, and this time, her question is directed to Aika. How about you? Why did you think that you could use your own bone as a weapon? But thanks to that question, she got a smack at the back of her head from her twin sister. What the hell are you asking? Can't you see we're eating? Although both Amazonas is fine with this topic to be discussed over a meal, it's not the same for everyone, especially the elves, who are now making a pale face as they already heard the story of Aika ripping off her own arm to use it as a temporary dagger. And as if not understanding the situation, Aika answered normally, I mean, what choice do I have back then? A broken fist, or a sharp bone? I think we both know which is better. I'm convinced. Tiona muttered. All right. Stop that topic, the food is coming. Yoruchi interrupted them and received the food from Seer and the elf waitress named Rio. During the meal, Riveria would keep sounding out Kisuke for what he knows about magic and Ace condition indirectly, while Kisuke would only give answers that would add more fuel to her curiosity, which would look like he's doing it in purpose, which he is. And also during that time, Loki and Hestia competed to who can drink more, and no one could stop them. And it's not like they'll die from intoxication or poisoning, as their bodies automatically cleanse all the substances that enter it. Another reason why Loki tried to compete with Hestia is to ask her some questions regarding Kisuke and the rest. Although Hestia isn't very good at keeping a straight face, and would always reveal how she's feeling on her expressions, she knew how to keep secrets and no one could pry it from her mouth, even intoxicated. Loki already knew that much, as she knew Hestia from way before, but it doesn't really hurt trying. They finished their meals with Kisuke's group satisfied, while Riveria is becoming increasingly frustrated. Even Lafia, who looks up to her as her teacher, felt incredulous, as she can read her mood, which she isn't even very good at. As Finn and Gareth decided to leave this, they could only to the increasingly pouty Riveria. At this moment, Riveria herself is very tempted to drink alcohol, which she doesn't like to drown her frustration. But just in time, Seer came with the empty glasses that Kisuke requested after their meal. Kisuke-san, here are the glasses that you requested. She then left without asking for their share, as that would be rude. Kisuke then stood up and brought up the wooden jar on the table and attaching the 2 mechanical levers on top of it to serve as the pump. The wooden jar is divided in the middle, so there are 2 types of drinks that Kisuke prepared that should also serve as dessert. Everyone stopped talking and curiously looked towards the jar. Although they aren't interested in the drink itself, the strange device attracted their attention. Without minding them, Kisuke asked Yoruchi first, strawberry colada smoothie or frosted lemonade? Frosted lemonade. She answered. Due to the strange choices, however, some became interested in the drink itself. Ignoring them, Kisuke picked up 1 glass and placed it under the nozzle before pumping the lever. What came out is a milky white foamy drink with a sweet and citrus scent. Here you go. He then placed it in front of Yoruchi and gave her a metal straw that he already prepared earlier. Yoruchi happily grabbed her glass and took a sip on it. Great. Just what I needed. However, it's not very cold anymore. She then faced a certain individual. Sona-chan, please. Sona nodded and pointed at her frosted lemonade. I'll get strawberry colada smoothie. As she stated her request, a magic circle appeared on top of Yoruchi's glass and instantly chilled the drink. Thanks. As someone who's an aspiring mage, and witnessing it for the first time, Lafia asked the high elf, Riveria-sama. Her chant or magic activation is weird. Why is that? That's not a chant. Huh. While confused, the rest of the girls also asked for their own drinks and Sona chilled them all, which confused Lafia even further. Continuous activation after a single chant. She couldn't consider the possibility that Sona didn't need a chant at all. What about you 4? Kisuke asked the 4 girls who requested the non-alcoholic drink. We'll get the frosted lemonade. Riveria answered for all of them. And since there are no rejections, he served them their drinks. Thank you. Do you want it chilled? Sona offered. Please. Riveria didn't remove her hand on the glass, as she wanted to feel and see the magic circle closer, and the instant it appeared, she immediately tried to memorize it. However, of all the magic circles she had seen, not a single one of them even remotely resembles Sona's magic circle. Could it be that she didn't need to chant? Lafia finally discovered the truth and looked towards Sona, How? However, the latter only smiled at her and didn't answer her question. Since she couldn't find any clues regarding her magic circle, Riveria became even more frustrated that she's no regretting attending this celebration party. But as she sips on her frosted lemonade, her eyes opened widely and looked at it. This is the first time she lost her composure over a drink, which shocked everyone. Chapter 365, Drinking Contest. Seeing Riveria's unexpected reactions, Ace, Lafia, and Line immediately took a sip on their chilled frosted lemonade. What's this? It's sweet, creamy, and citrusy. Such a strange combination, yet I can't get enough. Lafia muttered while Ace and Line just happily sipped theirs. Never had anything like that? Kisuke asked. Lafia was startled that Kisuke suddenly talked to her but still answered, no. While taking a sip on his own drink, Kisuke explained, it's actually easy to make. It's just the combination of lemonade and vanilla ice cream. Vanilla ice cream? You don't know about the ice cream? Lafia shook her head. I see. So ice creams don't make their rounds here. Another one added to the menu. Kisuke muttered as he celebrated the new addition to his totally not a scam product lineups of overpriced items. What's that? Kisuke, give me some too. Loki approached the girls after knocking Hestia out with liquor. The other girls of the Loki familia also wanted to ask for some, but they don't know Kisuke or anyone from his group, so they just watch the four from there enjoy it. Ah, sure. Seer-san. Another glass please. After receiving the glass, Loki asked the same as the four girls from her familia. Whoa. Did you invent this? Loki asked after taking a sip from the otherworldly drink. Nope. It's a common drink from the place where I came from. While sipping, Loki saw Riveria's rare frustrated expression and decided to come to her rescue. All right. The night is still young, so let's have a drinking contest, Gareth. Gareth chuckled at her invitation and accepted. Very well. I'll best you at your own game. By the way, the winner gets to do whatever they like with Riveria's boobs. Loki suddenly declared, and it was followed by cheers. I'll join. Me too. And me. Same. Since everyone already had their drink, all of them were a bit tipsy, including Finn, who Tioni kept giving drinks for some reason. Then me too. Captain. Tioni grabbed his shoulder and tried to dissuade him. Our Riveria-sama. Lafia called out to her superior in concern. Riveria only closed her eye and sipped her drink. Let them say what they will. Riveria didn't really care, as Loki always wins and she could just bash her head when she tries something funny. However, Loki's next words made her realize her plans. What about you, Kisuke-kun? Want to join? Loki suddenly invited him to join in the fun. Oh. I can join. But is that fine with Riveria-san? Kisuke asked. Loki looked at Riveria, and Riveria nodded. Do whatever you want. Riveria isn't considering the consequences that she'll be put on if Loki lost, as she trusts her and nobody in the whole Orario could actually match her in drinking. Her focus is also on thinking of the questions she can, as while Kisuke is intoxicated and putting herself on the risk is a small price to pay. Then let me in. Cheers. Grabbing a mug of ale, Kisuke chugged the entirety of it. Fua. The winner will be me. But just after that one mug, Kisuke's face became very red, making the Loki familia think that he's a lightweight. However, Yoruchi and Ko only gave Riveria a pitying look. Riveria noticed this but didn't mind it much, as she knew Loki better than them. Seeing Kisuke became tipsy after just a mug, Bet sneered and suddenly proposed, before competing, why don't you make a bet with me? Ever since being scammed for the first time, he has always been looking for a chance to redeem himself when Kisuke arrived in the pub. Kisuke grabbed another mug and chugged on it. Fua. Yeah. Sure. Bet internally laughed, thinking that he's an idiot. A drinking contest. If I win, you'll give me that pepper spray of yours and I'll empty that entire bottle on your face. Kisuke looked at him with widened eyes and asked, what if I win? What do you want? Kisuke looked around with swimming eyes before answering with a big smile, you pay for everyone's drink. Bohahaha. Fine. Drink up. Bet took a mug full of ale and chugged it. And Kisuke did the same. Great. Riveria was worried that Kisuke would go down immediately trying to compete with Bet before she could even ask her questions. However, those worries are proven to be useless, as, after half an hour of chugging, Bet fell down with his mouth frothing and his whole body convulsing. Seeing this, everyone from Loki Familia was dumbfounded, because despite being on the lightweight side, it looks like Bet could easily handle Kisuke. But after the initial state of being tipsy, no matter how much Kisuke drank, it only worsened a little. They couldn't tell if he's really a lightweight or not. Swaying a little bit, Kisuke crouched down and called out for the frothing puppy, Oi. Bet-san. Hick. It's your turn. What are you doing down there? Bet is already unconscious so he can't answer, but Kisuke pretended not to know that and gave a good loud slap across his face. Oi! Bet-san. It's your turn. They were about to declare Kisuke the winner, but thanks to that loud and clear slap, everyone from the Loki Familia became frozen. What? Hic, are you pretending to sleep so that you can skip a turn? That's not good. Becoming infuriated with the cheating dog, Kisuke suddenly pulled a funnel out of nowhere and shoved it in his mouth and proceeded to drain a mug of ale on it. You can't skip your turn. The poor mud is being drowned in alcohol. Tiona immediately reacted and pulled Kisuke away from Bet. Stop. 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 He already can't continue. You're going to kill him. You already won. And why do you have a funnel with you? I always have it with me just in case, Kisuke answered while hanging on Tiona's arms. Just in case of what? Some idiot pretends to sleep and skip a drink in our contest. It's very convenient, you know. Why are you prepared for that? Kisuke then proceeded to ignore her and stood up on his own, so it's my win. Cheers. For all the drinks are free. After his declaration, everyone, including the members of the Loki Familia, cheered, yeah. Leaving behind the dumbfounded Tiona and the almost drowned dog, Kisuke went to Loki and Gareth's spot with swaying steps. Now then. Hic, whoever goes on my way to Reveria-san's boobs will go down. Reveria-san's boobs are mine. Reveria almost choked on her drink after hearing Kisuke's manifesto. This is the first time she met someone who could spout such things aside from Loki and ended up blushing a bit while coughing. She then recalled the stares of pity that she received from Kisuke's companions. It can't be, right? While the men of Loki Familia didn't know how to take that, Loki and Gareth only both laughed out loud. That's rich coming from a brat who's about to fall over. Reveria's boobs are mine. Loki said after downing a mug. Fwahaha. I like your spirit, kid. Gareth did the same and invited Kisuke to drink another one. Because of the question she kept asking Kisuke, she would regret ever agreeing to Loki's proposal. Chapter 366, AHH 3. Concentrating on her current goal, while the Loki, Gareth, and Kisuke were drinking themselves to oblivion, Reveria would insert some questions for Kisuke about magic, and even though he's still guarded, more and more information is being revealed, and that is making Reveria excited that she already forgot that her boobs are at stake. 30 minutes in, Reveria already refrained herself from asking questions because Gareth was already out of their game among all other contenders from the Loki Familia including Finn. She's now nervously staring Loki, who looks like she's already reaching her limit while Kisuke still looks the same since earlier. Loki, gauging herself, knew that she wouldn't last long. However, she already forgot the contest they're having because she's having fun talking to Kisuke and dissing Hestia, who woke up and joined their little game. By the way, Hic, I've been meaning to ask. Who among them is your lover? One of them is your lover, right? Who is it? I'm curious. Loki asked. But instead of Kisuke, who's thinking on how he should answer that question, Hestia stood up straight and blurted out for everyone to hear, all of them. All of them are his lovers. Everyone who's still in the pub, including the waitresses and Mia herself, stopped what they are doing and looked towards Hestia before their gazes gravitated towards the drunk man with a bucket hat. An unprecedented silence covered the hostess of fertility for the first time since it started its business. Loki sobered up a little and looked towards Kisuke with a surprised expression. Is that true? Kisuke continued chugging down his drink, ignoring the weird atmosphere, and answered casually, well, something like that. Loki and everyone then looked towards Kisuke's companions and didn't see any weird reaction or rejection. A harem. This is my first time seeing one. Someone muttered. I've also heard one, but that's a god. This is the first time I've heard a mortal having a harem. Someone else nodded. He stepped on God's domain. Slowly, the discussions became lively and the hostess of fertility became drowned by noises again. That day, Kisuke gained some fans, but he also gained jealous enemies more than fans. About 5 times more than his fans. Fwahaha. Is that so? Good job on that. Loki patted his shoulder in commendation. Let's continue drinking. Now that I think about it. Reveria's boobs are on the line. I'm not gonna surrender it to a pervert like you. Ha ha ha. That's rich coming from a goddess who sounded like a perverted old man. I'm going to have Reveria-san's boobs. Kisuke couldn't let go of Reveria. Especially after all those questions. She has to pay. His lovers, Yoruchi and Co., already knew that Kisuke is only baiting Reveria, so they could only give her a look of pity. Seeing those gazes again, Reveria became extremely nervous, and for the first time, she begged Loki, Loki. Don't lose this one. Please. The girls of Loki Familia are looking back and forth between Kisuke and Loki, anticipating the fate of Reveria's boobs. They know that Loki wouldn't lose, but they still couldn't help but be nervous. Some of them, however, is thinking of what would happen if Loki indeed loses this game. Since Kisuke confirmed if it is fine for Riveria, she can't go back to her words because of her pride. 30 minutes later, the only ones left in the pub are Kisuke's group, the Loki Familia, and the staff of the pub because Mia drove the people away who wanted to watch their game end. They didn't put up much resistance because they knew Loki's reputation of never losing in a drinking game and only wanted to watch how long the newbie last. However, contrary to their expectation, Kisuke is still swaying, but he has been like this since he competed with Bet while Loki is already gritting her teeth and already realized something. Riveria. Why yes. The already pale Riveria answered. We've been had. Loki smiled wryly. What do you mean, Loki? Stop joking. This isn't funny. Riveria put another mug of ale in front of Loki as it is her turn now. Drinking all of its contents, Loki replied, Gah. This bastard is never drunk from the start. How were you able to lie to me? Since it's his turn, Kisuke happily drunk through the mug of ale before answering, that wrong, Loki-sama. I'm drunk. The sharpness in his eye then returned and he grinned, shocking both Riveria and Loki. It's just that. My clear-headedness never went away like you thought it would. It's your turn now, Loki-sama. I see. Loki finally understood the weird feeling he's giving all this while. Sorry. I give up. I'm going to pass out with another one. Loki. Riveria exclaimed. Loki-sama lost. What will happen to Riveria-sama now? Lafia muttered with a mortified expression. Being reminded, everyone looked towards Riveria and Kisuke, who's chugging his last ale to seal his victory. Yay. I won. Struggling to sit straight up, Loki said, Sorry, Riveria. But you gotta let go of your boob rights for a few seconds. What the hell is boob rights? Everyone thought. Hearing this, Riveria started gnashing her shiny white teeth and is considering going back to her words. Seeing this, Kisuke threw his final bait. He stood up and got ready to leave. It's fine. It's fine. I'm already expecting that this won't happen. After all, she's proud elf and wouldn't let anybody touch her. After Kisuke's words, blood rushed through Riveria's head. What? He's already expecting this. Hasn't it been going according to his expectations all this time? And me going back to my words is also included. Damn him. I'm not going to break your expectations this time. Thanks to nervously watching earlier, Riveria had a few sips of alcohol which she doesn't normally do, and now that alcohol hindered her from realizing that Kisuke is only baiting her. Standing up, Riveria put on a serious expression. You don't have to leave yet. I'm not going back on my words. Riveria. Ace, Tioni, and Lafia exclaimed as they're expecting Riveria to disagree with this. Thinking that her choice is right since the girls are also expecting her to reject Kisuke's advances, it boosted her confidence and urged the still-standing Kisuke, what are you waiting for? We don't have all evening. Kisuke's grin became wider, but he still asked for confirmation, are you sure? Yes. Get on with it. He then suddenly approached her, which startled her and making her back off a bit, but Kisuke didn't do anything further. Kisuke instead reached out for his sleeves and pressed a button hidden in it before he positioned his hands to as if he's about to grope something. Seeing this, all of Riveria's confidence disappeared and she closed her eyes while gritting her teeth and blushing for a bit. This is the first time that a man would ever touch her. She didn't think it would happen today or this way. As Kisuke's hands approached Riveria's chest, everyone who's still awake from the Loki Familia and the staff of the pub watched on the edge of their seats and didn't dare to speak. A few inches away from her breast, Kisuke's groping gesture suddenly changed into a pointing gesture. Thanks to observation ability, which he uses for all the inane things, Kisuke was able to identify where are Riveria's nipples. Finding his targets, Kisuke immediately poked Riveria's nipples, which startles her greatly and blushing even more. However, she didn't move or opened her eyes, thinking that it's all of it. Of course, it's Kisuke we are talking about and wouldn't leave with just a targeted poke. Utilizing his Ryatsuki, he sent a wisp of it in a particular way towards Riveria's nipple. That wisp of Ryatsuki is the culmination of his research with Yoruchi and Kuroka's help. In an instant, Riveria felt the energy that Kisuke sent to her through her nipples running throughout her body and coming back to her breasts. With a sleight of hand, Kisuke immediately pulled back his hands and took out a camera from his sleeves and did a burst shot. A second later, Riveria's blush deepens and became weak on her knees. She unconsciously closed her legs and covered her chest with her arms before letting out a sensual moan, AHH. Riveria fell down on her chair and realized what she just did and covered her mouth with her mouth. Chapter 367, The First Customer. Silence. Different from the anticipatory silence from earlier, the pub is now covered in awkward silence. Even those who are down due to alcohol except for Bet all instantly woke up with mouths wide open. Everyone's stare is congregated on the high elf, which is the source of that seductive moan and now covering her mouth with a red face, not knowing what to do. During this time, they suddenly heard clicking sounds from the person who started all of this and gathered everyone's attention. On his hand is a black box with strange protrusion and buttons. The man himself has a large grin on his face and said, "Yay. I got something good. After saying so, Kisuke took back his camera and decided to leave. Signaling the girls, they all stood up and started walking towards the exit while ignoring everyone's stares. Yoruchi grabbed the unconscious Hestia via Princess Carrie and followed everyone. Seeing that Kisuke was about to leave, Riveria muttered while shaking, What did you do?" Her question pertains to several things including the function of the black box, his method of reducing her to this state, and his goal. Before exiting the pub, Kisuke turned around and smiled, "Did you think that you could get away with those questions for free? Then let me tell you this, there's nothing more expensive than free. That man told you, right? Be wary of my prices and this is the price for those information and trying to trick me in answering your questions." He then followed his girls outside to go home. The silence continued for a few minutes and Riveria was able to calm herself down sufficiently and stood up, intending to leave. "I'm going first." She hurriedly exited the pub to escape with a still blushing face. Riveria-sama. Riveria. Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni and some other girls immediately chased after her. Finn couldn't stop himself from asking any more, "What was that?" Who knows? Loki replied, "But that's the first time I've seen Riveria make that kind of expression. I don't know if I should be happy or pissed that someone else pulled out that expression from her." After hearing Riveria's first ever moan, she instantly sobered up. To reduce the prideful elf just like that. "He's a terrifying kid." Gareth commented. "I told you, right? That kid is dangerous." Loki added and Finn and Gareth indeed recall those words from her. That night, Riveria didn't come out of her room no matter how much the others call for her. The next day noon, Riveria finally came out but she pretended that nothing out of ordinary happened yesterday and when she caught someone talking about the events of the last night, she'll use her authority to send them to annoying errands or ask them to train by running around the whole Twilight Manor 50 times. Just an overnight, she became a tyrant. However, not everyone is afraid to poke fun of her as Loki kept pestering her despite her bad mood. While laying on the floor after being smacked on the head, Loki asked as she noticed that Riveria is getting ready to leave, "Where are you going?" "To that man, Kisuke Urahara's place," Riveria answered simply. Loki looked at her with a dumbfounded expression before descending into laughter, "Ahahaha. Great. I assure you that you'll finally break that guy's expectation. But be sure not to kill him. No way I'm going to do that. I'm going there for a proper business." Loki could only smile while watching her leave. Early in the morning, everyone woke up pretty early, including Hestia, which shocked everyone. "What? Is it so surprising that I woke up early?" "Yes." Everyone simultaneously answered. "Ugh." She can't really say anything back as she's living a pretty carefree life. "I'm going out to invite the blacksmith that I know. It might take some time, but it shouldn't last for 3 days. That long." "Where are you going?" Kisuke asked. "She's a very person so it might take some time to convince her." "I see. Please be careful." After breakfast and dressing up, Hestia went away with jolly steps. "What about you girls?" "We're all going to the dungeon. I'll be leading them to the 16th and 17th floor where they could bash the heads of the minotaurs to remove their lingering fear of them." Yoruchi answered. "Then I'll be manning the shop today while I arrange some of the data I got from the dungeon." Kisuke then gave her kiss to the forehead. Smiling brightly, Yoruchi replied, "We'll be back early in the afternoon. Before walking away. However, instead of following her, the girls lined up in front of Kisuke. "I can understand Sona and Medusa. Even Aika and Kaneko. Why even you, Kuroka. I don't want to be left out, Naya. And besides, you should just accept me. You know I'm not going to let anybody touch me anymore, so you gotta take the responsibility, Naya. Don't want to be left out. But you're in front of the line. It's called preemptive strike, Naya. They're too slow. Well, it's not like I'm not expecting this to happen. I guess I'm blessed enough in this life to have everyone's affection." Kisuke sighed and gave her a kiss on her forehead. "Thanks, Naya." Kuroka wanted to ask something of another level like a kiss on her lips but stopped herself since there's still a long line behind her. But before separating from Kisuke, Kuroka gave him a wink and said, "I'd like to schedule a session later. She then hurriedly followed Yoruchi. Kisuke has a feeling that they will be going all the way later and could only smile wryly, "My first world problems." Kisuke then proceeded to give everyone a forehead kiss and watch them leave before leaving for his candy shop that he'll be manning for today. The whole morning went without any disturbance, which is good for Kisuke's research and bad for his business. But it wasn't until noon that an unexpected guest or customer arrived. "Oh my. I wasn't expecting this after what happened the last night. Good afternoon to you, Riveria-san." Riveria blushed for a bit after hearing him mentioning the last, "Good afternoon to you too, Kisuke Urahara-san. But it's really hard to believe that you're not expecting me. After playing with me last night. Please just call me Kisuke." And believe me that I'm not really expecting you to come today. I predicted that you'll only come a week or two later. After all, what I did isn't very flattering. Riveria's blush grew deeper and said, please stop mentioning the last night. It was also my fault for trying to trick information from you and I sincerely apologize. So please forget what happened last night. That's impossible. But since you apologized, I won't be mentioning it for about an hour. Kisuke thought but he didn't say it out loud. What's the purpose of your today's visit, I wonder? I doubt it's for the candies on my shelves that attracted you. Riveria is unsatisfied that she didn't get a reply of promise from Kisuke but set it aside for now and answered his question. I'm here for a formal business. Regarding your magic. I see. Kisuke then stood up. I'm about to have lunch. Please join me. He then invited her to the inner portion of the shop for lunch and private talks. Riveria finally remembered that she hasn't had lunch or breakfast yet as she's too busy silencing people in the Loki Familia and reluctantly agreed to Kisuke's offer. Thank you. Chapter 368, Isn't Magic? Inside the living space of the store, Riveria looked around curiously and asked, Did you came from the Far East? Something like that, Kisuke answered vaguely and led Riveria to the dining area. Please sit down. I'll prepare for lunch. But instead of sitting down, Riveria asked, Is there anything I can do to help? You're a guest, Riveria-san. You can take it easy. Well, I came uninvited and you're treating me to lunch so maybe I could assist you with something. Thank you, but I can manage. Kisuke brought a warm tea for Riveria to help her wait. Riveria didn't insist anymore and just sat down quietly and watched Kisuke do his work on the kitchen through the counter while sipping on her tea. And since it'll be boring and awkward to just wait in silence, Riveria initiated a conversation. Forgive for asking, but where are your I mean the other members of your familia. She was about to say lovers but figured that it was a bit inappropriate so she changed her question. Kisuke didn't mind her consideration and answered honestly, they're in the dungeon. They're aiming to reach level 2 within a few days. Arsh-san should be with them too. Riveria is interested in how Line joined their party and learned her magic, but she's more curious about another thing. They're not yet level 2 after that battle. How? That achievement should be enough to instantly push them to a level up. Because they're not yet satisfied. There's no need to level up if you can improve further at that level. But it'll be extremely slow and hard to gain more Excelia after that. Since they were able to defeat Minotaurs, their status should be on top than others of the same level. It would be faster to just level up and gain more Excelia easier. Riveria-san. They'll be only level 1s once and they wanted to gain every benefit they can. True, it's more efficient if they just level up as it'll really be easier that way. But you see, in considering the future, efficiency isn't always the answer. In addition, we really don't like taking the easy route if we can do better at the harder path. Kisuke then faced Riveria with a smile, and most importantly, we don't care how others level up. We'll do what we think is best for us. Even if we take years for a single level, if that can help us in the future better, then we'll work hard for those few years. Riveria's eyes widened hearing that. She then smiled wryly, I'm sorry. I just realized how stupid that question was. What you said is true. One shouldn't compare oneself to others and just do their best in their field that they enjoy. And truly, efficiency isn't about everything when getting stronger. It seems that my years of adventuring blinded me of something that should be obvious. Well, I can't really blame you. With competition everywhere, you just have to get strong faster so that you won't be overtaken. And feelings of impatience due to some goals should have added to that. There are ways to get stronger faster but one should never get impatient. You're right. And you just reminded me of someone who's on the verge of impatience. Then you should immediately warn that guy. He'll only get killed faster. I'm always doing it. It's just that she's really too impatient to achieve her goal. And it isn't even a very good goal. Kisuke knew that she's referring to the Sword Princess but didn't say anything about it. Whether the goal is good or bad, it's only the person who has it can decide that. Riveria looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Your words are like that of an old man who had already seen most of the world. Just how old are you? Ahaha, please don't call me an old man. I'm just a 17-year-old businessman. Most of the time, Riveria feels like she's talking with a child when conversing with Kisuke. However, from time to time, it feels like she's asking advice from a senior. Shaking that out her mind, Riveria asked another thing she's curious about. You said there are other ways to get stronger aside from leveling up. Ah, about that, wait. In the middle of his sentence, Riveria suddenly interrupted him. I don't want to hear it without hearing about the price first. She already learned from her mistakes, the hard way. Kisuke couldn't help but chuckle thinking that he had traumatized the poor elf of acquiring free knowledge. You don't have to worry about that. It isn't much of a secret and you could just answer my questions in exchange. No hidden charges. None. Riveria sighed in relief, then please go on. Feigning a cough, Kisuke continued, Ehem. To tell you the other way to get stronger, let me ask you this first. It seems that all of the adventurers that I came across are only relying on the skills and developmental abilities they have to progress their technique. Why is that? Riveria tilted her head and rubbed her chin in contemplation. Why, you ask? Aside from relying on those, what else can you do? Are you serious? It was Kisuk's turn to be dumbfounded. Are they this reliant on the system? Isn't that pretty bad if you want to reach the higher levels? After all, the stats that each level provides isn't enough to fight in the higher levels. Yes. What's wrong with that? Riveria is confused with his reaction. How do people practice combat? Sparring and monster hunting. Either of those. Are there no systematic art or school of martial arts being practiced anywhere? Systematic art. School of martial arts. I'm not very well versed with frontline fighters, so I'm not sure. Okay. I already figured it out with that answer. Kisuke wanted to do a facepalm, but he's currently frying some chicken, so he can't, so they went full practical and didn't even develop any martial arts. No. That's impossible. There should be some, but it should be incredibly rare. I guess you can't defeat an adventurer who devoted 10 years to reach a high level just with a masterclass martial artist who devoted his whole life to the art. What's wrong with it? Nothing. Nothing is wrong about that. It's just that. I can't really easily explain it with words. Kisuke then looked around the room and decided to just show it to her. I guess I have to sacrifice that cup. Please throw that cup to me. Kisuke pointed at the empty teacup in front of Riveria. Riveria is still confused about his reaction and wanted to know what he wants to do, so without hesitation, she tossed the cup towards Kisuke. When it's about to reach Kisuke, he raised the wooden chopstick that he's holding and as slow as possible, he cut the incoming cup into two, using it before catching the broken cup with his other hand. This is what I'm talking about. For your information, this isn't magic. What? Riveria couldn't believe what she just saw. Chapter 369, the sixth basic parameter. Riveria stood up and approached the counter where Kisuke placed the bisected cup to continue his cooking. Riveria grabbed the cup and examined it carefully. How did you do it? Is it not really magic nor skill? She also looked towards the chopstick that Kisuke used to cut the cup and figured that nothing is special about it. It's a technique known as sukawari, watermelon splitting. A simple sword art that focuses on cutting. Sukawari. Riveria knew that if Ace, who's the best swordsman among them, did the same, she'll just smash through the cup instead of cutting it. Kisuke didn't answer her as he didn't need to and placed the last chicken being fried on the plate he prepared and proceeded to make some soup. Riveria sat back down and stayed quiet for a moment to think of what she just witnessed. So you're saying that this isn't a skill or magic that is granted by a god's blessing? Yep. It's a skill that doesn't rely on falna. Even without it, I can still perform it. Although it's possible for magic. I didn't know that it's also possible for martial arts. I didn't even know that this branch of power exists. I've read it from some books, but I thought those are just fantasies and myth. Fantasies, huh? If you think that's the case, then these kinds of arts must be almost extinct if not entirely. But how can you use it? Although it isn't magic, if it's a technique, there should be some energy fluctuation from the mind. Kisuke stayed silent and Riveria thought that particular information already has a price, and she's right. A few seconds later, Kisuke turned his head to her and said, "Say, why don't we exchange basic parameters? More specifically, one of my familia members' basic parameters with your basic parameters from level 1 to 6. Riveria furrowed her brows at Kisuke's ridiculous offer. Why would she trade her basic parameter information from levels 1 to 6 for the basic parameter information of a rookie? However, she didn't immediately reject the idea as she knew that Kisuke's offer isn't that simple. Is that the price? Yes. And I don't think you'll regret this trade. Kisuke asked for her parameters because he wanted to estimate the strength of those in the higher echelons of adventuring. Riveria didn't agree immediately and contemplated silently for a few minutes. She then reached a decision and asked, "Do you have any parchment, pen, and ink I can use to write on?" "I don't have parchment, but I do have something you can use." Kisuke then pointed at the corner of the room. "Please open that drawer and you'll see what you need." Riveria followed Kisuke's instruction and opened the table drawer in the corner of the room and found two things. "This is paper. Such great quality. Where did you get this? And what's this cylindrical object?" Riveria brought both of them back to the table as they're the only items in the drawer. Kisuke did a taste test of the soup and thought that it's already enough and turned off the flame. He then took off his apron and approached Riveria to show her how it's used. Kisuke grabbed the cylindrical object and removed its cap, revealing the tip of the ballpoint pen before giving it to Riveria. "This is a pen. Use it like how you would a dip pen." Riveria inspected pen, which is very different from the feather quill pen that she knew. Moments later, she inspected enough and tried writing her name on the paper provided. She's amazed at how clean and thin the resulting ink is and even tried to touch it, but it didn't even smudge. Did he use monster blood for this? However, that is not important right now and continued writing while Kisuke went back to the kitchen to prepare everything else so that they could have lunch. A few minutes later, Riveria finished writing and waited for Kisuke. Everything is already done and all that is needed is to set the food. However, Kisuke thought that it would be a good idea to write Kaniko's basic parameters first and exchange it with Riveria so that they would have something to talk about during their meal. Kisuke wrote Kaniko's parameters and gave it to Riveria and Riveria gave hers to Kisuke. She didn't know why, but she trusted Kisuke more than those who display themselves as perfect gentlemen. Maybe she preferred Kisuke's straightforward personality, although she doesn't really like his tricky side. Kisuke read through her status and commented, so you have more balanced parameters on lower levels while you become more and more focused on magic parameter in your later levels. However, Riveria didn't listen to a thing that he said and just blankly stared at Kaniko's parameters. What's this? It's very surprising that she went through the supposed limit of parameters, but why is there a new basic parameter? What does this mean? While waiting for Riveria to arrange her thoughts and respond, Kisuke brought their meal on the table. It was until Kisuke placed a plate and utensils in front of her that she reacted, what's this? This is impossible. I know all of the adventurers only has 5 basic parameters. Why would someone have 6? Not minding her energetic reaction, Kisuke responded casually while also starting his meal, did you think that mana, or this case, magic is the only superpower in the world? What do you mean? Mana. Or mind is how you call it, is the energy that gives power to magic or most of the supernatural thing. Ki, on the other hand, is the life force itself. It's the innate power of almost all living beings has and emit. Tapping on this power also gives you strength. Could it be another power system that we aren't aware of? And the slash you did just now? Correct. It used Ki. My own vitality to perform it. Why? Why haven't we discovered it until now? Kisuke just smiled, Dunno. It's probably because it's harder to detect what's already part of you as opposed to the flashy things magic could do. Riveria then proceeded to calm herself down and started eating the food in front of her, thank you. Aside from shock, an unprecedented amount of excitement started to fill Riveria as a new and unknown path of knowledge opened in front of her. And aside from that, fear also started to take root on her because she got it too cheap and is horrified by Kisuke's non-monetary price. A few seconds later, she said, my basic parameters isn't enough. Would you like to see the rest of my status? Oh. Is that fine? It's fine. And honestly, I would really be happy if you would take a look at it. I'm really afraid now because maybe you have hidden charges for this. Information about the 6th basic parameter, her own status information is a cheap price to pay. Kisuke chuckled, well, I'll be taking your kind offer. And Riveria happily wrote down her magic, skills, and developmental abilities. It's a dangerous move for her, but she wanted to gain some trust from him as she needed him to teach her more than just about the 6th parameter. But before she could finish writing, Kisuke perked up his head and smiled, looks like I have some more guests today. Riveria looked at him curiously and a few seconds later, a voice she's familiar with came calling from outside, excuse me. Anyone in there? Chapter 370, Treasuring Feelings. Excuse me. Anyone in there? Tiona's voice rang out from the outside of the shop. How did you notice her before she even called out? Riveria faced Kisuke. I told you, right? Ki is an innate power that almost all living being has and emit. So you're also able to detect others' ki. That's very useful. I don't know why she's here, but what do you want to do? Kisuke stood up and went back to the kitchen, invite them in. They're going to know sooner or later that you came here and it's better to just show yourself to them. He then grabbed more chicken and some shrimp from the fridge to fry more to accommodate the additional guests. Riveria nodded and stood up and exited the room. Ace has been overthinking the mysterious man's words who they met on the deeper floor, single-minded pursuit without losing sight of those around you. But I don't have anything left or any time for other things aside from getting stronger as soon as possible. Tiona noticed her staring blankly towards nothing in particular, and if this is the Ace that she knows, she'll be diving in the dungeon as of now. She doesn't know what she's thinking, but she doesn't like the expression Ace is making, so without further ado, Tiona suddenly invited her to go shopping with her along with the forcefully dragged Tioni and Lafia. Why'd you force me to come with you? Tioni asked her sister while yawning. Isn't it nice once in a while? Nothing like shopping to get you going. Tiona replied with a carefree smile on her face. Lafia then curiously asked, Tiona-san, what do you plan on purchasing? Clothes. Let's go clothes shopping. You okay with that, Ace? Sure. Ace could only agree. There's a place that Tioni and I go to all the time. Lafia suddenly got a bad feeling, a place you two often visit. And just as she expected, they arrived at the shop called Terrafrime. This place is. Lafia muttered with a shaking voice. They just entered a shop that sells clothes for Amazonas, and Amazonas clothing doesn't really cover very many skins. By just looking at the lineup of clothes, Lafia and Ace couldn't help blushing. It's been ages. Maybe I could let loose a little. Tioni commented and came to Ace's left side. Ah, new designs are in. Come on, Ace, take a look. Tiona came to the other side of Ace. Since she's just standing in front of the store, Tiona and Tioni dragged Ace to enter the shop. Ace-san. Tiona and Tioni kept offering Ace clothes, and Ace could only mutter incomprehensible words in embarrassment while Lafia used her own body to block the two Amazonas. The group ended up not buying a single thing because Ace is very reluctant in wearing any of them, so Lafia suggested the shop she's frequenting. Opposite of the Amazonas shop, the elf shop is full of frilly dresses. Lafia kept grabbing heavy clothes and pushing them to Ace. Although Ace could wear them, she thinks that those clothes are actually heavier than her armor. While Lafia is looking around for more dresses, Ace sneaked out of the shop and started walking aimlessly, thinking about Kisuke's words again, trying to understand them. I don't know this area. I always head right back into the dungeon even after expeditions. So this is new to me. Why am I not in the dungeon now? Getting stronger should be more important than anything. In the middle of her contemplation, Tioni, who's standing in front of a certain shop and product, suddenly called out to Ace, "Oh Ace, what's wrong?" Ace was pulled out of her thoughts. Tioni. This street really has all kinds of shops, so I went exploring. Tioni took back her gaze and put it back on the displayed dress in front of the shop. See any clothes you want to try? Ace looked down. I don't know. I've only ever thought about how to get stronger. I don't know anything else. Tioni could only smile wryly hearing that. I see. Ace then looked towards the dress that caught Tioni's attention. Isn't this a wedding dress? Do you want to wear one, Tioni? Back in the day, I wasn't interested in men either. My sister and I were considered strange among the Amazons. Even the first time I saw the captain, I thought he was just some prum. Ace nodded in agreement. But Finn's really strong. Tioni continued her story. There's a tapestry of a goddess hanging in his office. Her name is Fianna, a mythical goddess that many prums believed in with all their hearts. Eventually, a group of prum knights united under her banner despite never seeing their goddess. And of course, when the real gods descended, there was no sign of her. The prums were devastated, spirits broken, their civilization fell into ruin almost overnight. Nowadays, you don't hear many stories about prum heroes or legends. Even as adventurers, most of them end up as supporters or working in the rear. The entire race is in decline. The captain came to Orario on a mission to revitalize his people. He's fighting for the sake of every prum in the world and every prum that will be born in the future. He's risking his life for a chance to become their new pride. Tioni then smiled brightly towards Ace. Once I learned about the enormous burden he carries. For the first time in my life, I fell in love with a man. I wanted to become special to him. That's why my goal now is to someday wear this dress next to the captain. Just for a moment, Ace thought that she saw Tioni wearing the wedding dress on display and she's shining brightly. Ace. Once I met the captain, I found a goal other than becoming strong within Loki Familia. Tiona and Lafia are spreading their wings. Finding things just as important to them as their own growth. So there's only one thing that I can tell you now. Why don't you try finding something that you can treasure aside from your singular wish of getting stronger? Ace's eyes opened wide, but she immediately closed it again. Is that so? I see. Maybe. But for me, I've already lost everything. Only getting stronger is left. Tioni figured that Ace is thinking that she doesn't have anything else aside from getting stronger, so she added, you know, I really think the reason we go into the dungeon as a party isn't just because it's more efficient. Everyone comes with their own reasons and history. But no matter the situation, Northwest matter the place. If we're together, we can fight without throwing that away. She brushed Ace's cheek with her hand. Ace, we're here with you. You were never alone. It would be really wonderful if don't just consider us as fellow familia or party members, but friends that you can rely on and share your feelings. My feelings? Yep. Your feelings. You should be more vocal about it so that we can understand each other better. And maybe down the road, find a man that you can be with. Wait. Scratch that. Loki will probably kill that guy. Look, what I mean is, I can fight at least 50% stronger whenever the captain's around. Doubling when he's watching me. Ace touched her cheek where Tioni brushed, single-minded pursuit without losing sight of those around you. She then looked towards Tiona and Lafia, who were running towards their direction, and accidentally bumped into a short twin-tailed goddess who's carrying a white and blue dress, somehow. Although not entirely, I understood what he meant. My bad, Amazon-kun. I'm in a hurry. Ah. Hestia-sama. Okay. Tiona could only blindly stare at the leaving figure. Are you all right, Tiona-san? Lafia asked in concern because she suddenly stopped. Look, Ace-san is right over there. That's Hestia-sama. Right. The one we met in the pub. Yes. I didn't notice it until now. The cute little goddess. Her chest was so huge. Tiona cried out. Tioni and Lafia ignored Tiona's cries and planned for their next destination. Grr. Don't ignore me. The two of you betrayed me once already. What are you even saying? Tioni asked in an exasperated tone. Like I care. Because our next stop is the lingerie show, Nudist. Just the name of the shop startled Ace and was pulled from her thoughts again as she watches the rowdy bunch. I refuse to be seen at such obscene establishment. If we must, we should go to my usual place, Pure White Lingeries. Lafia immediately retorted. If it's underwear, I know a good store too. Lots of sexy one for grown-ups. Tioni suggested. Ace honestly think that what they're doing is very embarrassing and couldn't help but look around to change the topic. By doing so, a dress caught her attention. Everyone is with me. So I'll try to treasure my feelings and find that important thing. She then called everyone's attention. I want to go to that shop. The three girls stopped bickering at each other and looked at Ace with surprised expressions before smiling brightly. Finally, the naive stoic swordswoman of their familia wanted something outside of battling. Ace came out of the shop wearing a white one-piece dress with golden linings which hardened her golden hair. Looking at the group of girls watching her, a smile went up to her face and said, "Thank you, everyone." Because of that smile, they descended into the chaos of who should hug Ace, and a few minutes later, they decided that they hadn't had enough and continued shopping for all sorts of things, since this is also a rare chance for Ace to take it easy. Around noontime, because of Ace's insistence, the group arrived at the deserted eastern shop that is near the abandoned church on the east side of Orario. But even after Tiona called out, nobody came out. Outside, Tiona, Tioni, Ace, and Lafia are peeking through the door of the shop but saw no one inside. Are they closed? Tiona asked. But the doors are open. So the shopkeeper is probably just inside getting something. Tioni replied. Ace-san. Just what do you need from this place? Lafia asked. Pepper spray. Ace answered. But more than that, she wanted to know more about the effect of the time stasis on her body. Pepper spray. Why does that sound familiar? Tiona asked. That's the first time I've heard of that though. What's pepper spray? Lafia asked again in confusion. Did you seriously forgot? Tioni sighed at her sister's poor memory. It's the thing that blinded Bet and the reason he's in debt. Tiona indeed recalled a scene like that. Ah. The pepper spray. Wait. Isn't the owner of that? Tioni nodded as she knew who is she thinking, right? The pervert who did that to Riveria last night. What? Lafia exclaimed, let's go home now and not disturb him. There's no one here anyway, so he's probably in the dungeon. The three indeed thought that maybe Kisuke is in the dungeon and was about to go home. However, before they can turn around, someone, who they are never expecting, came out of the shop. You're making too much noise, Lafia. Then all of them simultaneously exclaimed, Riveria. Riveria-sama. Chapter 371, Insurance Material Acquired. The group of four followed Riveria inside the shop while staring blankly at her, and now they're inside the living room when Kisuke came out of the kitchen bringing food. Have you had your lunch yet? The ever-so-honest Tiona immediately answered, no, we haven't. Great, please join us. This is too much for just the two of us. The four girls looked at each other not knowing what to do and then looked towards Riveria, who sat down on the dining table to continue her meal. Can we sit there? Tioni pointed at the group of a couch with a center table at the center. Sure, go ahead. Kisuke then proceeded to place the food on the center table and gave everyone enough utensils to use. The girls then absent-mindedly thanked Kisuke for the meal and quietly sat around the center table. They all grabbed their foods in an awkward while also quietly staring at Kisuke's retreating back until he sat back down in front of Riveria to finish his food. Are you sure you don't want to say something? Kisuke asked the elf in front of him. Riveria finally had a chance to taste the food as the arrival of the girls made her put her thoughts back in place and is now enjoying the simple but richly flavored fried foods. Let them be. If I say something now, it'll come out as me being defensive. By the way, how can you pull out this kind of flavor? I wonder if that's a good idea. Kisuke thought, but he instead entertained Riveria's question because he knew that Riveria doesn't want to talk about their previous topic with others around. I used some herb and spices on the batter. If you want, I can give you the recipe. That would be wonderful. Riveria smiled as she likes cooking in her free time if she's not studying. It's one way she relieves her stress. While the two are casual talking, Tiona couldn't help but whisper to Lafia, hey. Lafia. Do the elves have a strange tradition that they could only be touched by one man in their whole life? As far as I know. There's nothing like that. Why is she talking casually to that guy? Shouldn't she hate his guts? I don't know. Tioni then suggested something absurd as she recalls the events of last night. Could it be she finally awakened her sexual urges and here for the continuation of that? Ace and Lafia were heated up when the image of Riveria seductively moaning entered their heads, a continuation of that. However, their heads instantly cooled down when they suddenly felt an unnaturally but familiar stare. They then looked towards the source of it. Who's Riveria? Stop saying that nonsense. I'm here for official business. If glare could kill, there would be multiple holes in their bodies. They couldn't meet her glare, so they just focused on the food which they found delicious and just kept eating it to forget about the predator watching them. Riveria didn't continue glaring at them for long and asked, "And Wei, what are you doing here?" Since the other three are still afraid, Ace answered her, "I want pepper spray. I heard that I could get it here." Pepper spray. Riveria turned to Kisuke, "You're selling it here?" "I don't. But if she got a referral, then I can." Kisuke then asked Ace, "Wallenstein-san, who told you could buy it here?" "Sona Citri. I met them outside the dungeon along with Line and asked if you're selling those." "What are you going to use it for?" "I doubt that you need it. It's very hard for me to hold back and I didn't want to hurt people, so." Ace's voice trailed off, but she's hoping that Kisuke would understand her plight. And indeed, Kisuke understood her problem. "I see. So even as strong as you are, you're still a very beautiful maiden. You'd be the target of rude gazes all the time." Ace felt a little embarrassed being complimented straightforwardly and nodded, "I can't hurt them. I'll cause trouble for everyone." Hearing this, the Hiryut sisters immediately reacted, "What are you talking about, Ace? If you don't like it, just give them a punch on the face. No need to hold back." "That's right. If anyone aside from Captain took liberties from me, I'll beat them until I broke all of his limbs." "Ace-san. You could also tell Loki-sama about those guys. I'm sure she'll do something." Lafia also suggested. Ace then told Lafia with a straight face, "I'll also use it against Loki." She couldn't say anything back after that. Kisuke chuckled and said, "I can give it to you." However, like Riveria, Ace doesn't want to fall for his tricks and asked, "For what price?" "Don't worry about it. Riveria-san will cover the cost." "Huh? Wait. I want to hear how much it cost first." Riveria wouldn't accept it. Kisuke smiled and said, "Just think of it as an addition to things that will stop you from tricking me." Riveria's mouth twitches and muttered, "Tricking you, you say?" "Yep. I'm just a small business owner, after all, and you're from one of the largest and strongest familia in Orario. I need some insurance." "Wait. You mentioned one of the things." Riveria finally noticed something wrong with his words. "What are the others?" she asked nervously. Pretending that he only remembered now, Kisuke took out a small black box with several buttons on its surface. Oh, right. You don't know about this." "I forgot." Even though she doesn't know what this box does, bad premonition entered her mind and asked, "What's that?" Kisuke's smile became bigger and pressed the button in the middle of the box, "Something I saved for posterity." They were all wondering what he meant, but a few seconds later, they were all frozen on their spots as a familiar voice came out of the black box, "AHH." It repeated for a few more times before the shaking and almost teary-eyed elf jumped on Kisuke to grab the black box without regard to herself. "Stop." The image that Riveria built this past few decades was broken with just a single recording by the nefarious shopkeeper. Kisuke dodged the elf by stepping to the side before she could even make her move and kept the high-definition sound recorder. Gritting her teeth and glaring at grinning Kisuke, Riveria spoke, "What do you mean insurance?" "That's blackmail." "Insurance and blackmail. I hear the same thing. For someone like me who has a very weak position compared to you, it's essential." Riveria agreed to what he said. Right now, she needs something from him, and with their position, she has the power to push him around. Although she wouldn't do it, it's a real concern, and to promote proper exchange between them with classified information, it's essential to have almost the same position or power. However, she still couldn't calm down despite that. Even if that recording couldn't hurt her, her image would be, and even if she doesn't care about her image, she'd be too embarrassed to go out if that were to spread. Kisuke just got hold of one of the weaknesses of the prideful elf. Chapter 372, Basis of Trust. Sorry. I got it wrong, guys. This is Chapter 372. Sorry. I got it wrong, guys. This is Chapter 372. Chapter 373, Agreement. Thanks to Riveria's urging and threatening glare, the group of 4 girls hurriedly finished their meal. Within just a few minutes, the girls finished their food and took turns to say their goodbyes. They don't want to get involved whenever Riveria is angry. Before they left, however, Kisuke passed Ace the pepper spray that she wanted along with a white envelope. "Please pass this to Loki-sama once you got back." Ace received both things and inspected the envelope. There seems to be a letter inside, but it's sealed so she can't check what's inside. Ace looked towards Kisuke, who's still receiving a scary glare from Riveria and still has a big smile over his face, and nodded, "I'll deliver it." "Thank you." Kisuke was about to turn to Riveria when Ace suddenly called out to him, excuse me. The other three girls looked at her curiously while Riveria could only sigh, What is it? Kisuke asked. I'd like to consult you about something some other time. Ah. I can see what you need and that guy probably told you to come to me. Don't worry about that. Riveria-san and I will be discussing that, so you just have to wait. Ace looked towards Riveria and saw she nodding at her. She then turned back to Kisuke and expressed her gratitude, thank you. I'll be looking forward to it. After that, the girls left for good, and once they got a good distance from the shop, Lafia asked in concern, will Riveria-sama be fine? Do we really have to leave them alone? She should be fine. A level 6 versus a person around level 2. It shouldn't even be a contest. Tiona assured Lafia with a big smile. Tioni then goes ahead and smack her sister's head, idiotic sister, you shouldn't underestimate him just because he's a low level. Didn't you see how he played around Riveria and she couldn't do a thing? While nursing her head, Tiona's expression changed, you're right. Let's go back. Well, either way, I think she'll be fine. It's Riveria we're talking about. And that Kisuke Urahara is probably saying the truth about needing insurance because he can't go against the whole Loki familia with their small group. Eh? Are we that type of group? Of course we aren't. But that doesn't mean the opposite party doesn't think that way. He's just being careful. Although I don't think what he has on Riveria is a big deal. It's just a moan, right? Lafia immediately responded to that in an angry voice, of course it's a big deal. Think about Riveria-sama's position among the elves and their conservative thinking. If this were to spread, it's not an understatement that it'll affect the whole race of elves. Is that so? Tioni, along with the other two, was taken aback at her sudden outburst. Tioni then feigned a cough and changed the topic, Ehem. For now, let's report what happened to Loki and deliver her that letter. We'll just let her decide what should be done. The three girls nodded in agreement and hurried their steps back to the Twilight Manor. The other three still wanted to ask what Ace wanted to consult with Kisuke but didn't ask about it as it seems to be one of her secrets. After the girls left, Kisuke started cleaning up and Riveria helped him with it. After everything is done, Kisuke served Riveria another tea and both of them sat down. The first one to spoke is Riveria, why did you let them in? She's wondering if there's a need to invite the girls when they could have just pretended that they're not inside if the situation would only devolve into that. She can't see the point of their presence aside from Kisuke asking them to deliver something to Loki. Filling his own cup of tea, Kisuke answered, another insurance. Riveria's body shook for an instant after she heard the word insurance. As time goes, she's hating that word more, insurance. How? It's so that even if you wanted to do something to silence me it'll be harder for you to do it. You might be all from the same familia but I can see that you all have their own ideas and can move differently depending on the situation. Even if you want to silence me through violence, those girls won't turn a blind eye to it. Especially Wallenstein-san who needs me for something. That much, I can tell. I see. You've been closely observing all of us ever since you first saw us. You're terrifying. Riveria sighed. As much as possible, she doesn't want him to become the Loki familia's enemy. And it would be better if they can invite him to their side. He, I get that a lot. However, I'm just an adorable and friendly candy shopkeeper. I don't get the fear. If you're adorable, then there's nothing terrifying in this world. Riveria retorted inside her mind. She doesn't know how he can spout such nonsense with a straight face but she doesn't want to dwell on it and asked, am I really that untrustworthy? Drinking his tea, Kisuke replied, my trust must have a basis and I'm just creating that basis to trust you. While furrowing her brows, Riveria also said, but thanks to that, I also can't trust you. Well, I'm actually a very trustworthy person as I never break my promises but you don't know that. Kisuke then stood up and went to get a book under the center table of the living room and placed it in front of Riveria, however, I'm hoping that I can buy your trust with this. Riveria looked at him suspiciously and opened the book. What Kisuke gave her is a book about magic and the basics of the basics. Contrary to Line's book that is an exercise type and focuses on practicality, the book in Riveria's hands focuses on basic theories and simple magic equations. A few minutes into reading the book, Riveria's palms are starting to get covered by cold sweat. Half an hour later, Riveria put down the book and heaved a large sigh. She wanted to drink the tea, but it's already cold. Kisuke, however, noticed that and reheated it using magic. Used to the strange magic, Riveria grabbed the cup and drank it, thank you. So, what do you think? Kisuke asked with a grin. Riveria really wanted to pinch that nose, but stopped herself, it's mortifying, but if what written here is true, then I have no choice but to listen to your words. After reading the book, instead of answering questions, it only served as an appetizer so effective, she couldn't wait for the continuation of the book to answer her ever-growing number of questions. Kisuke then proceeded to refill her cup and said, since that is the case, let's proceed to the formal discussion of terms. Then let me start. I want you to please teach me about magic and help with Ace's condition. That's going to cost you a lot. I don't care. I'll do everything to meet your demands if you can meet mine. Of course, those demands must be within reasonable limits. Don't worry, we'll also discuss those limits. Riveria smiled wryly after hearing that. It looks like I'm going into a big debt. Chapter 373, Agreement. Then let me present what I want. The Loki Familia's aid when I requested it. Riveria's furrowed brows grew deeper and said, that's too vague. You do know that's impossible without a proper guideline. We'll discuss that in later time as we both need time to properly gauge each other. However, the main thing I want to ask when I said Loki Familia's aid is information and partial treatment of my familia. Information, I understand. But partial treatment. If this agreement pushes through, then we'll basically be in an alliance. You don't want to announce that. Kisuke shook his head. An alliance with a big familia like yours will only attract unnecessary attention to us. Knowing that you guys will decide things with us in mind is enough. And it'll be beneficial for you two not to announce our relationship in public. What do you mean? Not to brag, but we're experts in information gathering. I know your familia has smaller unknown groups that manage your intelligence gathering, but having us share the information we gather will prove to be useful. That way, it'll also easier for you to impart the information that you have. I see. What else do you need? Materials. I need materials. So instead of money, you want materials. Including the rare ones, I suppose. Yes. Have you estimated how much those materials would cost? Feeling thirsty again, Riveria picked up her cup of tea. Waiting for Riveria to start drinking, Kisuke answered, I'm not yet very familiar with the market prices, especially those rare items. But I guess it's around a few 100 million to a billion valis. Thanks to that, Riveria almost spat out her tea and choked on it, *cough*. Kisuke generously offered her a tissue paper and Riveria accepted it right away with her left hand while she uses her right hand to hide her face. Pardon me. After wiping her lips, she asked, can you repeat that? Around a few 100 million to a billion valis. Riveria massaged her forehead as a massive ache is currently attacking it. I'm the one shouldering the cost since I'll be the only one benefiting greatly from our trade, but that's too much even for me. I don't really need all the materials at one go and you can also ask Wallenstein-san to shoulder some of that for you. That's a good idea. But it still isn't enough. I think you'll be able to gather enough funds if you teach others what you'll learn from me. What? You heard me. You can teach others the things you'll learn from me. Why? However, she recalled Kisuke's position and the uniqueness of his familia. I see. You want to spread this knowledge so that you people wouldn't stand out as much. Yes. And I won't be able to do that myself. It's a lot better if this knowledge came from the greatest mage of Orario. But doing that would make me look like I'm the one who discovered these things. I don't care and I think that's better. Riveria then sighed, well, if I were to teach others, then I'll just announce the origin came from an ancient book that I've been researching. Kisuke smiled and refilled her cup, that's fine. But we have a bit of a problem. What is it? Although I'll be shouldering the cost, I still can't unilaterally decide on this. I need everyone's agreement with a deal this big. I don't know how valuable your magic and knowledge is, but do think that it's priceless just looking at this book. However, others might not think the same, so I would need something else to balance this trade. Kisuke started tapping his finger as he considered her request. He then thought of something and stood up to leave for a moment. Please wait for me. I'm gonna go get something that you might like. Riveria nodded and waited for him for a few minutes. When Kisuke returned, he's carrying a pouch that can be used to carry potions in the dungeon. He then placed it in front of Riveria. Check its contents. Riveria examined it closely before peeking through its opening to check its contents as Kisuke told her to. However, the inside is strangely dark as she can't make out a single thing from it, so without thinking much about it, she stuck her hand inside it. But once inside, her hand couldn't find anything, including the bottom part of the bag, and she then pressed her hand more to find anything. It was then she realized that the space inside the bag is so much larger than the pouch itself. That realization scared her and she immediately pulled out her arm before placing the pouch back to the table. What's this? A pouch with expanded space inside using space magic, Kisuke explained. Expanded space. Space magic. What? Those are something that I'll be teaching you in the future. Kisuke then grabbed the pouch. Just imagine this thing as a pouch with a stretched out inside so that it could fit more things but without the disadvantage of weight. I think it'll be useful to you. Riveria chooses not to dwell on space magic for now, but even then, a massive headache came, not just useful. It's a must magic item of expedition groups. So, what do you think? It'll be enough to get you to discuss these terms with the rest of the Loki familia. By the way, each one of this has a half of cubic meters of usable space and I can create a few of this a month. Riveria felt tired discussing things with him, but she's also happy with the outcome. It's enough. More than enough. I don't think they can disagree with this trade. Riveria then drank the rest of her tea and stood up. If that's everything, I would like to take my leave. I need to discuss this with others as soon as possible. Before you go, there's just one last thing. Please tell me. The confidentiality issue. Riveria nodded in understanding and said, I know. The one who'll be coming here will only be me and Ace. With that, I'll promise you that we'll keep your secrets from everyone. Including those from the Loki Familia and Loki herself. And if I want to bring someone else, I'll be sure to tell you beforehand. Oh. You can do that. Yes. As long as I promise Loki that your secrets won't endanger the Familia or its members, it should be fine. Well, I don't really have any plan to do something harmful to my comrades, so it should be fine. Thank you. And I also want to establish a good relationship with you. Frankly. You'll be one of the worst enemies we would have. I feel the same. I don't really want to piss Loki-sama off. Please take care of me in the future. Thank you for having me over. Once I've discussed this with others, I'll come back to present you the finalized deal. Kisuke then led Riveria outside of the shop, and before she left, Kisuke passed her the pouch. Ah, right. Before I forgot. Here. Riveria then passed her a piece of paper that contains her status information that she failed to give because the 4 girls from her familia arrived. Receiving the paper, Kisuke nodded, thank you. This will be useful. Chapter 374, Better Potential. When Yoruchi, Kuroka, Medusa, Aika, Sona, and Kaneko reached the fountain in front of the Tower of Babel, they saw Line quietly waiting for their arrival. Good morning, everyone. I'll be in your care today. Yo. Line-chan. Are you ready? Yoruchi greeted her. They already went through their introduction last in the pub while Kisuke is busy dealing with the entire Loki Familia. Yes. With her staff and shoulder bag, Line answered energetically. Sona at that time suddenly asked, is it fine not going to Sophie-san first? It's fine. Let's just focus on you people leveling up. Yoruchi then started walking towards the Tower of Babel while also reviewing their plan for today. It was then the girls except for Line suddenly felt a piercing stare and did their best not to react to it and just hurriedly followed Yoruchi. Such inquisitive stare. I guess she already received the news about the Sona, Aika, and Kaneko. But aside from that, a trace of confusion. Why? Yoruchi thought as she silently gauges that gaze. You haven't leveled up yet even after that? Line curiously and confusedly asked. Afterward, however, she suddenly recalled something that she has been evading. May I ask how many times did you update your status? Medusa then silently went behind Line and Aika answered, only a single time. Remember when Kisuke asked us not to update our status until he said so? We followed that and just updated yesterday. At the same time, Medusa used her hands to cover Line's mouth. A few seconds later, Line was able to get a hold of herself and profusely apologized. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I almost blurted out something important. Patting her back, Kaneko comforted Line, it's fine. Line-san. Let's talk about this when there's no one around, Kuroka suggested, and they all quietly followed Yoruchi until they reached the 16th floor. Making sure that no one is around, Line finally couldn't take the curiosity anymore and asked, did you fight those minotaurs with just I-rank basic abilities? Since she's so focused on receiving Kisuke's teachings, she forgot this very important fact. Yeah. I guess it's really a miracle that we survived that. Aika answered while scratching her cheeks, thinking about it again, Kisuke really did put us in a ridiculous situation. Line looked down and stopped walking. What's wrong, Line-chan? Kuroka asked while the rest also stopped walking and looked towards her. Taking a deep breath, Line looked up to everyone and with gleaming eyes, she shouted, please teach me how to get strong too. Isn't Kisuke teaching you magic? Yoruchi felt a bit interested and asked. Yoruchi-san. It isn't enough. Although I know that I don't truly belong with you guys, I still couldn't stop myself from being hopeful. True, Kisuke-san is teaching me magic and I can barely follow, but if I compare myself to any of you, it feels like I haven't tried enough. Even Sona-san is a lot better than me when it comes to physical abilities. I finally learned that if I truly wanted to be strong, I need to learn everything I can despite my apparent weakness and incompatibility with them. One day, I'll reach the limit of my magic and I don't want that to be the end of my journey, so, please. Teach me how to get stronger. I'll do everything I can to return this favor. After shouting everything she wanted to, her throat hurts but she didn't mind it and didn't break her determined gaze with Yoruchi. She figured that she's the one who holds the group together aside from Kisuke. And if someone could give her an answer, it would be her. Yoruchi's smiling face disappeared and was replaced with an indifferent expression along with the manifestation of a bit of her pressure, everything. Even if it means leaving the Loki Familia. Due to the unexpected pressure that came down crashing to her, Line became scared and her face started contorting due to her fear. But despite this, Yoruchi's question came loud and clear to her head, and without thinking much, she answered her question, and no. I can't do that. I would be really thankful if you can teach me, but I can't leave the Loki familia. They've taken care of me all these years and I can't return that favor by betraying them just because I wanted to get stronger. Yoruchi eased up her pressure and smile returned to her face. That's fine. What? Line was confused, but before she could think through it more, Yoruchi asked another question. If by some chance both the Loki familia and Hestia familia became enemies, which side are you on? Line blanked out on her question. That's. She honestly doesn't know how to answer that, but she still tried her best to think of one since Yoruchi seems to be waiting for her answer. She knows that she's being tested right now, but she also wanted to pass by being herself, so after a few minutes, she arrived at a compromise. I don't know. Yoruchi and everyone else looked at her with a surprised expression as her answer is too simple for the time she spent thinking. That's it. Feeling confident, Line continued, yes. I can only decide which side I'm going to be on when that actually happens, and I figured what each group is fighting for. Yoruchi approached her and put her arm around her neck. I'm actually just messing with you when I asked that question. You already passed the moment you answered the first one. Well, that's also a good answer. If you're torn between two things that you like and fight for, you first have to learn the whole story before you could decide. Although it isn't as simple as that in reality, it's a good mindset. Does that mean I pass and you'll teach me? Not minding Yoruchi's closeness, Line happily asked. Yep. Since Kisuke is already investing in you, I figured that I should do the same and see where are your limits. Thank you very much. I promise that I'll do my best. Separating from her, Yoruchi laughed out loud. I'll accept your gratitude for now since you'll probably regret this later on. What do you mean? Not entertaining her question, Yoruchi continued, however, as I see it now, you have more potential than that Ace Wallenstein. Line became even more confused when she suddenly compared to the Ace of the Familia. What? Either way, I would need you to sign a magic contract before we start. We'll need Kisuke's help for that, so for today, just watch and see what you can do. She then proceeded to give her instructions to the girls. The three of you need to shake off any of your trauma against this Minotaur, so you'll be separated and fight Minotaurs on your own. Sona, you'll go Medusa and Line. Kaneko, you'll go with Kuroka, and Aika, you'll be going with me. The three of them became serious and nodded in understanding while Line frantically followed their steps, not knowing what she just subjected herself to. Chapter 375, The Kitten's Frustration. The group separated according to Yoruchi's instructions. Sona, Medusa, Line, Kuroka, and Kaneko stayed on the 16th floor while Yoruchi dragged Aika to the 17th floor. The two groups on the 16th floor separated in opposite directions so that they'll both have some privacy, which is Yoruchi is aiming for. While evading the monsters, Kuroka and Kaneko reached the other end of the 16th floor where a large room is situated. Rumors has it that this room spawns more monsters than any other parts of the 16th floor, and it's also thanks to this that Kuroka and Kaneko chose this spot to do their hunting. A few seconds after stepping in the room, 5 Minotaurs immediately spawned from the walls. Chiron, can you do it? Watching the Minotaurs drop on the floor, Kaneko nodded seriously and closed her eyes. Kuroka jumped away from Kaneko for her not to disturb her. As the Minotaurs run and growl towards the white cat girl, Kaneko is slowly melding a small part of her ki onto the world to activate some of her sage mode abilities. In about a few seconds, the Minotaurs would reach Kaneko, and it was then she opened her now red wine eyes. Her canines grew longer and ears and tails caught on small white flames. The blue pigment around her eyes didn't appear since it's only partial activation of the sage mode. Kicking the ground, Kaneko jumped in the middle of the Minotaurs and used most of her strength to punch the monster in front of her. The targeted Minotaur tried to block her fist with both of its arms, but it couldn't do anything to the cannon-like punch as it broke both of it instantly, and the Minotaur itself flew back to the wall it respawned, on the verge of death. Kaneko, however, didn't watch the result of her attack as she immediately went for the next monster, and it was in this fashion that she annihilated the Minotaurs, a minute after they spawned. But instead of being happy with her progress, Kuroka frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Chiron?" She noticed that she's putting too much strength in each of her attacks, which is something Kaneko shouldn't do after her first punch almost killed the Minotaur despite its blocking. Instead of adjusting her power release, her attacks became more and more violent. Is the sage mode affecting her mind again? However, instead of answering her, Kaneko faced Kuroka with her flames getting stronger and the blue pigment around her eyes manifesting along with her third tail made out of white flames. Kuroka-nisama. Please spar with me. Chiron. Kuroka became confused and slightly nervous at her behavior. Did I do something wrong? Kaneko shook her head. You did nothing wrong, Ne-sama. However, her battle intent became more intense that Kuroka had to become alert to receive any incoming attack. And just as she expected, Kaneko started attacking even without waiting for her to agree. With the use of Flash Step, Kaneko reappeared on Kuroka's right side and threw a punch towards her face. Nevertheless, Kuroka didn't panic. She didn't even face Kaneko and just shifted her head backward before grabbing her arm and redirected the force behind it to another direction, resulting in Kaneko vaulting and spinning uncontrollably in the air. Still, Kaneko was able to find her bearing and land on her feet 13 meters away from Kuroka. At least tell me what's going on, Naya. Kaneko stopped her assault and stood straight up while looking on the ground and inaudibly muttering, UNF. Kuroka didn't catch it, so she slowly walked towards Kaneko. With a grieving expression, Kaneko looked up towards Kuroka, causing her to stop approaching, and shouted, "It's unfair." "What?" "It's unfair." Kaneko shouted again, and this time, she resumed attacking. "It's unfair. It's unfair. You're unfair." While dodging the flurry of attacks, Kuroka kept thinking about what she has done wrong for Kaneko to act this way, causing her to act passively, which resulted in Kaneko becoming more infuriated. "You're unfair. I'm the one who got close with Senpai first." It was then that Kuroka finally understood where she's coming from. She knew that Kisuke and Yoruichi would be able to notice her intentions, but she didn't expect that her sister would notice it too. Kuroka is a bit happy that her sister is watching her, but also sad and frustrated that she didn't notice her state. Chiron. "It's not a big deal. He'll also accept you in the future. I'm sure." Kuroka is correct. Kaneko also noticed Kuroka's intention to go all the way with Kisuke, and she also knew that he won't be rejecting her advances any longer. "It's not a big deal. Maybe for you. Not for me. I've been working so hard for him to accept me. However, even my small advances that took all my courage to do, but he only brushed it off to the side. He only sees me as a little sister. But you only came recently and you've already advanced your relationship with him at that point." That. Kuroka tried thinking of something to say but failed. She can see the frustration written on her face, and she probably has been keeping all of this feeling bottled up until it exploded today. Still not yet done, Kaneko let out everything without holding back, including what she doesn't mean to say. "Do you even like him that much? Aren't you just using your body to tempt him? Do you even like him that much? What you want are just his genes. Anyone strong could do." It was this point that Kuroka stopped dodging and slipped through one of Kaneko's attacks before giving her a loud slap across her face, which caused her to flew back. Kaneko wasn't able to catch herself this time, as she's feeling dizzy and crashed to the ground. It took her a few seconds to stand up while gritting her teeth and tasting the blood in her mouth. She's about to resume attacking, but when she looked back to her, almost all of her will to continue disappeared. She then recalled the words she just said in the heat of the moment and immediately regretted it. "En-ne-sama." Kaneko tried to say something, but Kuroka's mixed expression of rage, sadness, and disappointment blanked her head out, as this is the first time she ever showed this kind of expression towards her. For the first time, Kuroka became angry at Kaneko and started approaching her. True, Kuroka has these kinds of intentions before and displayed herself as such. But as she is now, Kuroka threw those dirty intentions away, so she couldn't help but be angry. She's also disappointed that apparently, Kaneko couldn't see the change and became sad that she was able to say all of those things. True. I do have those intentions and tried to seduce Kisuke. However, I knew he wouldn't fall for it, so I gave up. But then, I was able to interact with him more easily thanks to giving that up. I don't know when it started, but imagining myself being touched by men other than him makes me want to puke. True. It all started unconventionally. With the pleasure of the body. But I won't allow you to say that I don't like him. That I didn't learn how to love him. I won't allow you to say that my feelings only came from the pleasure of the body. I like and love him for who he is. For how he takes care of us. For how he takes care of me. And most importantly, for his genuine concern for you. Kuroka stopped in front of Kaneko with only sadness remaining on her face. "I won't allow you. Even if you're my beloved sister." Kaneko's sage mode deactivated as she blankly looked up towards her sister. A few seconds later, tears started rolling from her eyes. I am sorry, sob ne-sama, sob I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kuroka now understood that she didn't mean what she just said about her, but her frustration and jealousy towards her are real. Sighing, Kuroka hugged Kaneko in her bosom and whispered, "It's all right. It's all right." Despite Kuroka's consoling, however, instead of stopping, Kaneko's crying became worse as she buried her face in Kuroka's chest and hugging her tightly. "I'm sorry. Sob I'm sorry. Kuroka-ni-sama." It took a few minutes of patting before Kaneko calmed down and stopped crying. Also during that time, few minotaurs appeared, but Kuroka burned them with her kasha. "I'm sorry, Nisama. I didn't mean what I said." For the nth time, Kaneko apologized. "It's fine. I also understand your frustration and jealousy." Kaneko looked down to avoid meeting Kuroka's eyes. Kuroka, however, continued speaking. "In fact, I'm also jealous of you." Covered in confusion, Kaneko looked up to Kuroka's smiling wryly face. "I'm jealous of you because he's more concerned about you than me. Ne-sama. So don't be sad. Both of us are jealous of each other. But we shouldn't. Right, we shouldn't. What should we do? For now, let's think like this. What's yours is mine. And what's mine is yours. We're sisters, so something like that isn't too far-fetched. Kaneko doesn't know if she should agree to that, but she's also wasn't against it. While fighting the Minotaurs, the two cat sisters had a long talk. Is this the reason Yoruichi separated us? Kuroka couldn't help but think so. Chapter 376, Whispers Part 1. While both of them are walking through the 17th floor, Aika asked Yoruichi, why did you separate us? I already said it before, but I need you three to be separated and kill some Minotaurs on your own. We could do that without going to different directions. Well, there are some issues that need to be resolved. Aika thought for a moment and said, Kaneko's issue. Yoruichi looked towards her in interest, you noticed. Aika nodded and replied, I'm not sure of what's going on, but I can at least see her frustration. Sona noticed it too, but we don't know what to say since she isn't telling us anything. Yoruichi resumed walking and said, Well, it'll be fine. Kuroka and Kaneko can manage their issues, so let's just wait and see. I see. So Kuroka-san is involved. Anyway, what else needs to be resolved? You separated me from the rest after all. While there's no problem in Sona's group. You and I have a problem. Aika stopped walking and asked, problem? Yoruichi also stopped walking and gazed at Aika with a serious expression, yes. Aika stayed silent and only waited for Yoruichi to continue her words, but she couldn't help herself from swallowing a mouthful of saliva. You three passed Kisuke's shitty test. However, while Sona and Kaneko exceeded his expectations, only you performed underwhelmingly. Hearing this, Aika bit her lower lip and looked down. It's true that despite her crazy move, she didn't pull out the power she's supposed to be able to use. Even though Medusa and Kuroka didn't notice this, Kisuke and Yoruichi, who were watching their fight from somewhere else, noticed it. And remember. You're the one who has supposedly biggest potential among you three. What happened? Aika didn't answer and stayed silent. Are you afraid? Yoruichi suddenly asked. Aika hurriedly glanced up to Yoruichi's face before nodding silently. Sighing, Yoruichi patted her head, well, we both guessed that much. Are you not angry? Despite us being in mortal danger. I still held back. We don't have the right to get angry at you as we abruptly put you three in that situation. However, you could say that we're a bit disappointed. Yoruichi then looked around and found a relatively flat rock where they could sit on. Yoruichi held Aika's hand and dragged her towards that rock and took a sit before asking, can you tell why are you so afraid to use your powers? Aika nodded after sitting down and proceeded to tell Yoruichi her fears. When she's practicing with her Zanpakuto, no problems occurred until one day when she heard two whispers. She's very familiar with this whisper as those are her Zanpakuto, which she hasn't heard in a while since Kokobeel's fight. She's happy that she was able to hear them again, however, those whispers are actually very faint that she can't hear most of it and can't understand what they're saying. Nevertheless, she kept practicing her Zanjutsu and each day, those whispers would grow stronger and stronger and she's happy with the result. However, once those whispers got strong enough that Aika is able to understand them, she shuddered as it's actually whispers of violence which urges her to follow the path of destruction. At that point, she got scared and stopped summoning her Zanpakuto and just practiced with the long sword. At this point, Yoruichi nodded. She indeed noticed that she has already stopped summoning her Zanpakuto and kept using the long sword. She thought that she just wanted to get used to it. She didn't expect that this is the problem. However, Kisuke already has some inkling to this and sent her to take care of Aika. He could have done it himself, but he thought that Aika might hold back because she thought that she's holding them back and she didn't want to be added to the problems they are already facing. And the reason you held back is... The Shinigami powers within me suddenly manifested when I felt desperate, but along with that, are the whispers that I've been avoiding. I could have summoned my Zanpakuto back then to help me with our battle, but I'm afraid that once I did that, I won't be coming back. While she's talking, some Minotaurs started spawning around them, but Yoruichi silently dealt with them with her thrown weapons. Didn't Kisuke already told you that even though it's possible for the Zanpakuto to affect how you think, it could never alter your fundamentals? I assume that you're afraid that you'll be imprisoned by your own Zanpakuto and take control of your body. Aika nodded again. I might be overthinking it, but I just can't remove that possibility in my mind. What if that really happened? What if I can't get out? What if instead of imprisoning my consciousness, they erase it entirely? All sorts of questions and possibilities emerged from my mind that I couldn't dare to use the power that Kisuke imparted to me. Aika gritted her teeth and clenched her fist in frustration. It's a very important gift that came from the one she admires, yet she can't properly take advantage of it. She already promised that she'll do her best, but fears like this limit her best. I see. Yoruichi then became silent to contemplate her words. This is really a problem. But there's also a chance that she's looking at this wrongly and is just drawing the wrong conclusions due to her fears. Either way, I have to see it for myself first. Deciding on their next step, Yoruichi separated from Aika. Take out your Zanpakuto. But. Trust me. If you can't trust me, trust Kisuke as he'll surely come running if there's something wrong. Yoruichi reassured Aika. Aika shook her head and smiled wryly. No. I trust you, Yoruichi-san. If I can't trust you, then I don't deserve to be included in this group. Taking a deep breath, Aika materialized her Zanpakuto, a 2-meter-long Nodachi. At that moment, whispers started emerging in her mind, trying to drown her with their voices. Destroy it. Break it. Ruin it. Annihilate. Smash it. Dismantle it. 2 distinct voices of children. They were the dragon girls that Aika named Akane and Kagaya. Along with the manifestation of her Zanpakuto, Yoruichi saw that Aika's eyes became golden and slitted, reminiscing that of a dragon. She also noticed that Aika started shaking and her face slowly being contorted by fear. Aika. Don't listen to them. Stand your ground. You're the master here. Yoruichi shouted at her. Aika instantly woke up and became determined as she endured the urging of those whispers. Good. See. It doesn't affect you that much. Just think of it as background music. As she said, Aika noticed that it really isn't affecting her that much and all the fear that she's feeling seems like a joke. However, we can't stop at that. Aika. Don you hollow mask. Yoruichi gave her the next instruction. Chapter 377, Whispers Part 2. However, we can't stop at that. Aika. Don you hollow mask. Yoruichi gave her the next instruction. The hollow mask. You know how to put it on, right? Aika nodded at her as after learning from Kisuke and the full extent of her powers, she instinctively knew how to release her hollow powers. However, she had never released it before aside for the first time since Kisuke warned her against it. Is that going to be fine? It's fine. You're with me. And let me tell you this, a Zanpakuto can't erase their owner's will as they're connected to them. They're a part of you, not the other way around. And even if they're able to trap your consciousness, I can do something about it. Aika nodded again and took another deep breath. She put her right hand over her face and with her index finger and middle finger, she taps her forehead. Hollowified Ryatsuki started gushing out from her and from her forehead, a white bone skull mask with 2 tiny horns on its forehead materialized over her face. Aside from the blackening of the sclera of her eyes, a thumb-size red scale on her right hand and black scale on her left hand appeared. However, Aika couldn't dwell on these changes as the whispers in her head became much worse. She tried to ignore it as Yoruichi told her, but those voices aren't just some sound now as her body wants to move according to those whispers. No. I can't do this. Aika cried out with her mixed voice and tried to remove her mask but failed. As Aika is panicking how to revert herself back, a warm embrace suddenly enveloped her, making Aika stop moving. Why, Yoruichi? I told you, right? It'll be fine. Yoruichi whispered to her ear. Through that, Aika was able to calm down. Even if the voices were ever so clear, the compelling feeling behind them isn't as strong as before. Discerning that she was able to settle down, Yoruichi separated for a bit but didn't remove her hands on her shoulders, for now. Take some deep breaths and get used to this state. Close your eyes and meditate. I'll give you a whole hour for you to endure this. Nodding, Aika sat in a cross-legged position and proceeded to empty her mind. However, she can't do it. Don't try to ignore those voices. You'll only think about those more. Instead, just think about your breathing. Inhale and exhale manually. Time it as best as you could. Obeying Yoruichi, Aika focused on her breathing. Thanks to that, her focus on the voices disappeared. This went on for a full hour with Yoruichi killing all the monsters that are spawning around. Good work. That has been an hour. Aika slowly opened her eyes and there's obvious clarity in it. Thanks to this exercise that Yoruichi gave her, most of her fear is gone along with the compelling feeling that the voices give. Aika finally understood that it's her fears that gives birth to this situation and now has an idea of how to proceed from here on. Yoruichi smiled and said, I don't need to say what you should do next, right? If you did, I'd really be too useless. Thank you. Aika smiled and expressed her gratitude. Really? I've been too stupid. They're dragons, all right. Aika closed her eyes again, but instead of ignoring the voices in her head, she chose to face it head-on. As she focuses on the voices, the destructive impulses threatened to consume her again. However, she didn't stop and continued listening to these voices. A few seconds later, Aika opened her eyes and saw the world around her change. A space similar to that of the dimensional gap, but she knew exactly where she is, my inner world. Aika looked around but couldn't find the figures that she's looking for. However, she didn't give up and started floating aimlessly in her kaleidoscopic world. Aika wasn't able to find them. Instead, they found her. What are you doing here, mother? 2 distinctive voices called out from behind. Aika immediately turned around and saw the figures she has been looking for all this while, Akane. Kagaya. Behind her appeared Akane, a little girl around 10 years old with a red pixie-cut hair, a pair of short crimson horns pointed backward, and blood-red eyes and golden-slitted pupils that are full of vigor and energy. And Kagaya, also little girl, shorter than the previous one with waist-length black hair, a pair of obsidian horns similar to the first girl, and jet-black eyes and golden-slitted pupils that give a lethargic and apathetic feeling. They are as Aika remembered, but with one small difference. The scara of their eyes is blackened, which reminded her of her own eyes when in using her hollow powers. What happened to you two? The little girls looked at each other before turning back to Aika while tilting their heads. Nothing. Nothing. Aika muttered, but they've been whispering their destructive impulses on me. And those eyes. Did the hollow powers do this? What should I do? While Aika is pondering, however, Akane and Kagaya jumped to each of her sides and happily said, "But wow. Mother is finally here. You heard our voices." Ah. At that point, Aika's eyes widened as realization dawned her. I messed up. She's confused. Why would the dragons who originated from both Great Red and Ophis would be affected by the hollow, or if the hollow is just that powerful? But now, she finally understood that is not the case of which is stronger. They took in the hollow to send their voices outside, to me. Regretting her inaction and fear, Aika embraced her daughters in her arms. I've been neglecting them. Since they're calling Aika their mother, they would want her attention as children, and since Aika doesn't really put on effort in conversing with them, both of them decided to use the hollow to talk to her at any cost. Even if their mindset is affected. I'm sorry. Mom is late. Mom. Akane and Kagaya looked at each again before shouting that word again, Mom. Tightening her hug on then, Aika repeated herself, I'm sorry, Mom is late. She then started patting their head. You don't have to this anymore. I won't forget the two of you anymore. 2 hours later, Yoruichi finally noticed a change in Aika's aura as her hollowified Ryatsuki started receding. Along with it is her hollow mask disintegrating into the air and her Shihakusha replacing her adventurer attire. A few seconds later, Aika opened her eye and a smile crept up to her face. I see that you succeeded. Aika stood up and shook her head. I didn't succeed. I just resolved something important. It shouldn't have come to this if I did something early on, after all. I see. Yoruichi then patted her head. Good work. Now let's do what we're supposed to do here. Kill some minotaurs. Chapter 378, Soul Merge. Kisuke is supposed to close his shop around lunchtime, but Reveria arrived messing with his schedule. He truly didn't expect that the prideful high elf would arrive the next day. He messed with her, which Kisuke also finds interesting. More than 2 hours past lunchtime, Kisuke closed his shop and went back to their underground base. But instead of going to his laboratory as he used to, he went straight to a simple detached stone building on the west side of the training ground. The stone building has nothing in it except for the lighting system and walls, ceiling, and a floor full of magic circles. Closing the entrance, Kisuke proceeded to the center and sat cross-legged. Before he started with what he needed to do, Kisuke activated the magic circles, which serves as concealing and defensive barriers. The magic circles shone brightly with different colors before disappearing a few seconds later to serve its purpose. After checking that everything is working as expected, Kisuke closed his eyes and dived into the inner world where the visualization of his power is located. Arriving at the world, which is constantly flooded by blood, Kisuke went straight towards the Japanese castle, which is the center of everything here. He didn't bother looking for Benihime as he won't be able to find her here, so his steps led him to the top floor of the castle where there are 3 different colored and sized orbs that are floating side by side. Previously, there are only 2 orbs which composed of his Shinigami and Hollow Ryuryokuki, which are crimson red and dark green respectively, and the source of his powers. Now, however, is a 3rd small golden flaming orb that Kisuke knew the core of the Falna he received from Hestia. He doesn't know if every Falna core looks the same or if only Hestia has this kind of core. Nonetheless, that isn't important right now. Kisuke then went to the center of these 3 powers and sat down cross-legged. Closing his eyes again, he then began feeling these 3 orbs. Kisuke focused on the 2 large orbs and started his work. The moment Kisuke focuses on them, the crimson red orb and dark green orb started shaking and 2 threads of their respective colors came out and met in the middle of the 2. A shockwave then blasted out, shaking the whole mansion and almost uprooted Kisuke from his sitting position. However, despite this, Kisuke continued what he's doing, combining his 2 power sources into one, Soul Merge, as the system calls it. A few seconds later, a small dark golden orb manifested in the middle of these 2 big orbs and continues to grow slowly as the threads continuously feed it. He doesn't know how long he has been doing this, as he had to use his full attention just to combine the power sources, and now the dark golden orb, which is radiating with cold aura, grew to an inch in diameter compared to a foot big orbs. Once he thought that it's enough, Kisuke stopped the process and slowly disconnected the 2 orbs from the newly created one. It was then the flaming golden orb, that represents Hestia's Falna, which is 2 inches in diameter, suddenly moved and swallowed the newly created dark golden orb. Kisuke already knew that this might happen, so he just carefully watched the process. As the flaming golden orb devours the combined Shinigami and hollow power source, it grew colder and wisps of its flame disappeared, but instead of dimming like Kisuke is expecting, it grew brighter, leaving on the shiny golden orb. Although a small part of the dark golden orb still remains, it stopped absorbing it and separated from it. Kisuke immediately understood what it means, the limits of level. Kisuke then stood up and observed the fauna extensively before touching it. As his finger touches it, his mind suddenly became connected with someone else, more specifically, his patron goddess, What's going on? What's this? Kisuke immediately the familiar and panicking voice. Hestia-sama. This voice. Kisuke-kun. Once he confirmed that he's connected to Hestia, he immediately assumed the worst, Hestia-sama. It's me, Kisuke. Please calm down. I'm sorry for suddenly disturbing you, but you can talk by just thinking about what you want to say to me. For now, please tell me who's with you right now. Okay. I'm currently with Loki and Hephaestus and they're asking why I'm using my incher but I don't know what to say. A little while ago, Freya is with us and she already has separated from us, but she's currently looking over here with interest. Since it has come to this, Kisuke intended to continue what he thinks he should do. Well then, please try to ask Loki-sama and Hephaestus-sama to cover for you, especially against Freya-sama. And one last thing, please grant me permission to level up. Kisuke didn't immediately get an answer from Hestia as she started talking with others, presumably with Loki and this Hephaestus who Kisuke haven't met before but heard a lot. Hestia-sama is friends with her. The blacksmith she's talking about is. It looks like she'll bring someone interesting. A few seconds later, Hestia returned to Kisuke. You say permission to level up. How do I do that? Just think about how you would normally grant a level up to someone. Like this. The moment she said that, the shiny golden orb suddenly expanded and doubled in size while also releasing a shockwave. The shockwave this time, however, didn't just stay in this room as it expanded and expanded until it touched the entirety of Kisuke's inner world. Kisuke noticed that everything it touched changed and somehow became more bright and sturdy. The bleak inner world isn't so bleak anymore, this is. So it's really purification and refinement. Level up is amazing. He muttered in astonishment. Although he's already expecting that this is the case, he's still very surprised to see it in action. Although it might not look much of a change in his inner world, it's actually a big change as this is his first time seeing an actual change in here, including his time as a Shinigami of Siratii. Benihime would be surprised when she comes back. I just don't know if she'll suddenly attack me because I did some renovation in her home without her knowledge when she's away. Thinking about Benihime makes him think about his mother, Sakura, too. I wonder if mom is safe. But I need her to activate the sacred gear so that I can pinpoint the previous world's exact location. Kisuke-kun. Are you still there? Sorry about that. Thanks. I just leveled up. See you when you come back. Kisuke immediately closed her connection with Hestia. For now. Let's do our best to gather those materials and energy required to open a portal back whenever necessary. Kisuke knew that once Sakura activated the sacred gear, aside from telling him the exact location, it would also mean that she's in danger that she has to use it. By that time, even if he's by himself, he has to make that jump. Chapter 379, An Unlikely Cooperation. Evening, Hestia came to the banquet organized by Ganesha after being invited. Whoa. Is this the banquet hall named, I am Ganesha? She commented after seeing the building in the shape of the famous god's statue sitting in a cross-legged position. Walking towards the building, Hestia couldn't help but stop for a moment after seeing where the entrance is, which is on the crotch of the statue, and this is entrance. What's the matter with him? If it's her from before meeting Kisuke and the rest, she would be desperate to put all the food she can in her mouth, but thanks to Kisuke and Medusa she became a lot pickier with her food, which by all means, isn't a good sign. Thank you for coming everyone. I am Ganesha, host of the Banquet of Gods. I, Ganesha, am super moved by the number of guests every year. Anyway, this year's Familia Festival is only 3 days away. Hestia then suddenly heard a very loud voice and looked towards its origin. She then saw a muscular man that wears a red and yellow elephant mask over his face doing weird poses while doing his speech. He wears an orange sash that goes over his right shoulder and wraps around his waist. A gold-rimmed leather plate sits on his stomach, holding the garb together. He also sports white pants with a dark brown under-the-knee boots, also with gold accents. A strange thought then entered Hestia's mind while watching him. Why do I think that Kisuke-kun would go along with his antics? While waiting for a certain someone, she started hearing murmurs from other gods who didn't bother lowering their voices. Oh my, the lowly big boobs is here. What? She's still alive. Speaking of which, I saw her working part-time at a street kiosk. Heard she was patted by a guest on the head. As expected of the lowly goddess. What? Could it be that you guys haven't heard? About what? Seriously? You don't know. Apparently, she was able to establish her own familia. What's so strange about it? Well, maybe it's strange coming from the shut-in goddess. Not that. There's news floating around that 3 of her level 1 adventurers successfully defeated 2 minotaurs. What? How did that happen? And where did this come from? Evidently, it's the Loki familia who announced it. When they're returning from their last expedition, they scared the minotaurs so much from the 17th floor that they had to chase them until the upper floors. From there, they saw 3 rookies fighting 2 minotaurs and managed to defeat them, albeit being injured. Dang it. I've been busy with something else that I missed it. Do you think they managed to do it because of a rare skill? Let's go ask her. And maybe, we could take those children from her. Hestia felt disgusted after listening to their talk and was about to leave to avoid those gods. However, before she could do so, someone else called out to her, "What are you doing there?" Hestia hurriedly looked towards the familiar voice and beamed after confirming the identity of the other side, Hephaestus. Hephaestus has a crimson eye and red hair reaching to the neck. She has a rather sharp face and slender body with an eye patch over her right eye. She currently wearing a red dress that matches her own hair. Hestia then started walking towards her with a big smile on her face. "I knew you'd be here. So, I made the right choice coming here." But before she could approach him, Hephaestus suddenly said, "Well, let me make it clear. I won't lend you a single Valis now." How rude of you. Hestia froze on her spot. "What kind of goddess do you think I am?" And Hephaestus answered casually, "You've been leeching from me ever since you came to Orario. It's a thing in the past. I'm no longer willing to swallow my friend's purse." I guess that's true. If it's the past you'd be gouging all that food on the table. See? I got great children. I won't be the same. No. Hestia. These past few weeks, you've been working hard to feed yourself, and someone feeding you means that you'll return to your previous lifestyle. You changed, but didn't last long. Ugh. Fufu, you're still chummy with each other. While they were catching up, another goddess joined them, the goddess of beauty, Freya. Hestia muttered in a wary tone. I ran into her earlier. We were looking around the hall together. Hephaestus supplemented. Am I a bother, Hestia? With a smile, Freya asked. And without hesitation, she answered, not really. But I'm uncomfortable with you around. In response, however, Freya just giggled, Era. That's what I like about you, though. But before they could talk properly, another voice came, intending to join them, Oi. Phaetan. Freya. Itty bitty. Then again, there's someone else I hate even more than you, Hestia replied to Freya before acknowledging Loki's presence. Loki. What brings you here? What? I can't come without some sort of reason. Isn't it senseless of you to ask that? Haha, this little brat is a true party pooper. HNNGH. What a scary face you're making. Before they could devolve into their usual fight, Hephaestus changed the topic. It's really been a while, Loki. I hear a lot about your familia's reputation these days. Seems it's going well. Loki smiled happily and gently after she heard her children being praised. That's flattering coming from someone who has been as successful as you are, Phaetan. But, certainly, I'm proud of my children. Speaking of which, now we're in the topic of children, I also heard a lot about Hestia's children. Freya suddenly voiced out. Right. I'm also curious about that. I heard Loki's children saved your children. Hephaestus followed up. Hearing them, Hestia suddenly pouted, I'm not really sure of what's going on too. Loki probably knows more than me. Freya and Hephaestus' faces were colored by surprise and looked towards Loki. Oh, you can't get anything from me either. I'm promised not to tell anything beyond what's circulating through the rumors, after all. Loki's response, however, gave even more shock to the two. They're cooperating. Guessing what they are thinking, Loki immediately followed up, nope. I just got something from her children so that I could cover their tracks. Thanks to Loki's wording, both Hephaestus and Freya thought that Hestia's children are only looking for fame, and they managed to convince Loki to go along with it. Although they don't like it, something like this is pretty normal and usually doesn't last long, as the lie itself reveals as time goes on. Figures. Their souls are too normal for them to achieve something that big. Freya thought as she recalls seeing Hestia's children from the top of the tower. Freya sighed and said her farewells. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh. You're leaving now? Hephaestus asked. Yep. It'll be too much for me to stay here. After all, I already devoured every man here, more than enough. Chuckling, Freya started walking away. As expected, all goddesses of beauty act like sluts, Hestia muttered. Well, who would govern love and desire if Freya and her counterparts didn't? Hephaestus smiled wryly. So, what about you? If you're staying, why don't we drink together like the old times? Hestia was about to agree when suddenly, her incher activated on its own. Oi, itty bitty. What are you doing? Loki immediately asked. And not just her, everyone near them was suddenly attracted to Hestia's actions, including the leaving Freya. Eh? What's going on? What's this? Even Hestia herself doesn't know what's going on, until she heard a familiar voice inside her head, Hestia-sama. This voice. Kisuke-kun. Hestia suddenly muttered, which immediately caught Loki's attention. After hesitating for a bit, Loki suddenly used her own divinity to mask Hestia's incher. Geez. What are you doing? Trying to attract others' attention. I didn't know you had that kind of fetish. As the goddess of trickery, Loki was able to mask any trace of her incher, making it look like it's just an accidental activation. Everyone around immediately believed her and started talking about how Hestia lacks some manners, except for one, Hephaestus, who's in close proximity of the two and knew that Loki is currently using her own divinity to help Hestia. However, she's helpful enough not to say anything and play along with Loki. Freya looked at them for a moment before she continued walking away, losing interest. Loki and Hephaestus sighed when the most problematic eyes finally left them and looked towards Hestia, who's apparently talking with Kisuke through her incher. Could you please help me cover this up? Due to her panic, Hestia didn't notice that Loki is already helping her out. Shut it, and do it immediately. I don't know what you're trying to do, but hurry it up before someone else notices something amiss. Loki scolded and urged Hestia. Chapter 380, Going All the Way. When Kisuke came out, it's already evening and everyone is waiting for him to eat dinner with them. How was your day? He asked after he entered the dining room. As he watches everyone's face, Aika, Kaneko, and Kuroka all had relieved expression. Oh. It looks like it went well. Aika smiled brightly and said as she clutches her nodachi that she hadn't put away since earlier and doesn't have any intention to do so. Yep. Today is a good day. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Kuroka looked at each other before giggling. Yep. Today is really such a nice day, Naya. Kisuke sat down on his sit and smiled gently. Is that so? Great. Medusa then started serving the food as she usually does. You too. It seems that it went well. Yoruchi suddenly said while staring at him. Yep. I was able to max out my extra parameter and level up. Did Hestia came home? Nope. I was able to do it remotely. I'm even not gonna ask how you did it, but congrats, I guess. Thank you. As the group started eating when Medusa sat down to join them, Yoruchi continued, anyway, I decided to teach Line-chan. You're going to bring her in? Yes. As you said, she has a talent when it comes to healing and we need someone who could focus on healing. True. Although I could learn it myself, I can't focus on it. If she has enough motivation and talent, she should be able to help us. But I know your concerns, but trust me. I'll take care of her. Okay. I'll prepare my medical knowledge and pass it to her. I hope she can develop her own skill from there on. Let's just see what the future holds. Yoruchi smiled as she got Kisuke's agreement. Anyway, did you have some guest earlier? I went to the shop earlier. Ah, that. Riveria from the Loki Familia came. Surprisingly. Not just Yoruchi, but everyone is making an incredulous face. Is she a masochist? Aika suddenly asked. I don't think so. Kisuke answered, but even he isn't sure if that's the case, but it seems that she's hellbent on breaking my expectations. Sona then asked, and how do you feel about that? With a big smile, Kisuke answered, I feel challenged, so I started preparing a few things for the future. Kuroka then suddenly raised her hand. All right. Let's bet on how long she can last, Naya. I'll be the banker. 3 puddings, 3 days. Aika started. 2 plates of chocolate melting cakes, 5 days. Sona joined in. 5 orange souffle, 6 days. Because it seems fun, Medusa also joined in. 6 strawberry tarts, 2 days. Kaneko doesn't have much faith in Riveria. Then mine is 10 espresso truffles for 1 week, Yoruchi added. Kisuke knew that the end result of this betting would be him making everything they said for everyone regardless of the result, but he didn't say anything and only smiled gently. I'm lacking some materials for those. I should ask some from Riveria-san. So. What did she come here for? After finalizing their useless bet, Yoruchi asked. She came for the magic and Ace-san's condition. Thanks to that, I was able to initiate a deal that should give us some leeway with our activities. Everything should become easier with their help. I see. So you scammed someone again? Aika couldn't help but mutter. That means business as usual, Sona added with a smile. Ignoring the words of the two, Kisuke continued with a serious expression, with this, we'll have close ties with the Loki familia, but I want you all to remember that we can't be complacent and still be careful with our actions since we don't know if they'll stay as our allies forever. I already made some mistakes earlier, but I should be able to work around it. If you girls made a blunder anywhere or think something is amiss, be sure to tell me so we can work out a solution. Everyone seriously nodded at his words. Smiling again, Kisuke said, aside from that, you can do whatever you want. As I said earlier, I want you to live in this world. We will return, but that doesn't mean we should avoid relationships in this world's inhabitants. The rest of their dinner went peacefully and full of smiles by talking about random things, reminiscing things, and planning their activities for the next few days, including a group date on the upcoming monster filia hosted by the Ganesha familia. Once their dinner is over, each of them went to their own activities like practicing sword techniques, practicing magic, and practicing the use of ki. The only ones who remained are Kisuke and Kuroka. Everyone seems to know what's going to happen, so all of them agreed in silence to leave them alone for now. Now that it's about to happen, Kuroka became very nervous and kept fidgeting around while staying quiet. Why am I getting nervous now? Shouldn't I be ready with this? And isn't it just a single step further from what we're already doing? But despite questioning herself, she still failed to calm her nerves. It was at this moment that she saw her little sister peeking from the distance before giving her a thumbs up. Kuroka smiled and most of her nervousness went away. Chiron. Now that she has her little sister's approval, confidence went back to her. Seriously. How about my opinion? Kisuke suddenly muttered, seeing everyone going away without a word and Kaneko giving Kuroka a thumbs up. Hearing his words, Kuroka pouted, this bastard. Still hesitating. He's the one going to take advantage of me. Why does he sound like it's such a pain in the ass? Standing up, Kuroka approached Kisuke and stopped in front of him. Kisuke didn't say anything and only looked at her. Due to this, Kuroka's pout became worse. Taking a deep breath, Kuroka took the final step forward. Excuse me, Naya. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Kuroka went after his lips with her own. Closing her eyes, she started her attack. Kisuke, in response, wrapped his arms around her waist and returned the favor by exploring her mouth with his tongue. Since this is her first kiss and a very deep one at that, Kuroka immediately lost her breath and separated her lips from him, leaving a trail of saliva. With a very red face, Kuroka looked down because she can't meet Kisuke's eyes. I didn't know it'll be this embarrassing. That was my first time. So. With just a single kiss, Kuroka became a timid girl, unlike her usual self. But this contradiction only gave Kisuke more heat and decided to eat her for real. Lifting her chin with her left hand, Kisuke whispered, then let's move to your second time immediately. This time, with more enthusiasm, he then initiated an attack on her lips. HNNMMM. Kuroka tried to fight back with all her might, but with just Kisuke's experienced attacks, she felt weak on her knees and wanted to buckle up. Feeling her reaction, Kisuke, without separating from her, carried her to the table and let her sat down on it. Kuroka felt relief with the support, but that didn't last long as she felt Kisuke's hand started exploring her secret places. HMMNNN. Kisuke left hand first begun on her ample bosom without removing her black yukata, and a minute later, he brought his hand down to her crotch. Kisuke is already her going commando and damp, but he really didn't expect her to be so damp that it's practically gushing down from her legs. Working on her subconscious, Kuroka instinctively grabbed Kisuke's hand which touched her wet membrane. Separating for a bit, Kuroka muttered with a hurried breath, We're still in the dining room. Kisuke grinned and replied, that's great. I'm craving for some whipped cream now. Let's move to the kitchen. What? I decided to eat you, so this much should be fine. Kisuke didn't mind her reaction as he carried her in a princess carry and started walking towards the kitchen. Nya. Chapter 381, The Three Goddesses. The next morning, Kisuke came out of Kuroka's room after cleaning her up. He then went straight to the dining room to meet everyone and have breakfast. But as he entered the room, he received a glare from everyone except for Medusa. Did you properly clean up the kitchen? Yoruchi asked first. Why yeah. I cleaned them up before leaving. Sighing, Yoruchi added, I didn't think you two will do it here. And some of the whipped creams disappeared. Just what sort of play did you two partake yesterday? Aika curiously asked. Kisuke sat down and answered, wet and messy play. The girls were dumbfounded at his answer and started imagining what happened last night, with Kuroka and Kisuke eating each other. Damn. That's hot. Aika muttered. Suddenly raising her hand, Yoruchi announced, I want the same treatment tonight. Someone else then followed. Raising her hand, Sona also presented her desire with a blush on her face. Then I want it too. Everyone knew that she wanted the same thing after Yoruchi, however, Yoruchi herself has a different idea. Oh. You want it too? Then let's go together. You're fine with that, right, Kisuke? If you're okay with it, then I'm down. No way I'll be missing this. What about it, Sona? With a red face, Sona looked back and forth between the Yoruchi and Kisuke. She wanted to refuse for her mental health, but somewhere inside her, there's a burning desire to go along with their idea which she can't ignore. Gathering her courage, she answered with a very soft voice, okay. Great. We'll do it tonight, so prepare yourself. Yoruchi and Kisuke then proceeded to work on their breakfast while Sona did her best to ignore the incredulous stares that are coming from the girls who were thrown out of the loop by pretending to fix the position of her glasses and focusing on her breakfast. That morning, Aika, Kaneko, and Medusa couldn't say anything. And more than anything, the feeling of being left out is unbearable that each one of them started scheming how to let Kisuke make a move on them. After the awkward breakfast, the girls got ready as they would be exploring the dungeon today too. They intended to gain more Excelia until they can't anymore. By the way, you should say your greetings to Sophie-san. If you don't want to be scolded later. Kisuke reminded them. She'll probably scold us regardless. Sona muttered. What's your plan for today? Yoruchi asked Kisuke. Some guests will probably arrive today, so I'll be staying at the shop today. And please tell Sophie-san that I leveled up. Got it. We'll be going. Yoruchi then asked for her goodbye kiss. And just like yesterday, everyone lined up behind her to get their goodbye kisses too, even if it's just on their forehead. Be careful. After everyone left, Kisuke first wrote a note to inform Kuroka of everyone's plans for today when she wakes up later before making his way towards his shop to open it. Kisuke spent 3 hours silently combining his Ryatsuki before his expected guests arrived. Kisuke-kun. Are you in? Opening his eyes, Kisuke shouted back, Hestia-sama. I'm here. Hearing his voice, Hestia entered the shop, and along with her are 2 more goddesses. The first one is the familiar Loki while the other one is an eye-patched beauty that Kisuke already knew through Yoruchi and Kuroka's investigation. Oh my. Good morning Loki-sama. Kisuke first greeted Loki before facing the other goddess, and this is Hephaestus. The eye-patched beauty introduced herself. Giving a big smile, Kisuke introduced himself, Hephaestus-sama. Good morning to you. I'm Kisuke Urahara, the captain of Hestia Familia and the owner of this humble shop. Nice to meet you too, Kisuke-kun. Thank you for taking care of my friend, but you shouldn't spoil her too much. Or she'll revert back to being a shut-in goddess. Hephaestus. Ah. You need not worry about that, Hephaestus-sama. Hestia-sama usually takes care of this shop so she isn't technically unemployed. Hearing that, Hestia immediately became proud in front of her friend, see. I'm not a shut-in anymore. However, with Hestia sticking out her chest, Loki became infuriated, although I heard that there's almost no customer that comes to this shop which resulted in you to just eat and sleep all day. Ugh. Not minding Loki's words, Kisuke continued, I was not expecting a guest today. To whom do I owe this pleasure of the visit from the goddesses of top familias? A simple lie. He wanted to test if they can really tell a lie from truth and to what extent. Loki and Hephaestus looked towards Kisuke with neutral expressions for a few seconds before Loki spoke up, trying to test if lies are really detected. Smiling happily, Kisuke replied, yep. And thank you for your response. Turning around, Kisuke invited everyone inside the shop, please come in. I'll prepare some snacks and tea. We can talk after that. Hestia happily followed Kisuke when she heard about the snacks while Loki and Hephaestus first looked and nodded at each other before entering. However, before she could step inside, Hephaestus caught the cane on Kisuke's hand and exclaimed, what's that? Phaeton. Hephaestus. Loki and Hestia called out in confusion. As expected of the goddess of Forge. She was able to see through it. Kisuke thought before chuckling, as expected of goddess of Forge. You were able to see through its trick. Trick? What trick? Loki asked curiously. Kisuke then pulled out the blade from the cane, this is the trick. My main weapon. And it was forged in a unique way and probably caught Hephaestus-sama's interest. Loki has been suspicious of Kisuke all this time as she hasn't heard him lie ever since they first met and thought of the possibility of a mortal capable of lying to gods. However, his lie earlier gave her a sense of comfort since she was able to detect his lie, causing her to drop a bit of her guard. So when Loki heard about it being forged in a unique way, she didn't think much of it anymore, contrary to Hephaestus who has an idea of the blade's true identity, a child tricking the goddess of trickery. A lie born from the truth. Who is he? She then looked towards Kisuke's eyes and sighed, forgive my reaction. It's my first time seeing this forging technique. She decided to play along with him. That way, she can hear more about the blade later. Loki thought that Hephaestus' reaction is a bit weird but didn't dwell on it further as she too has some things in her mind that she wanted answers from Kisuke. Chapter 382, Soul Art. Once Kisuke set a slice of apple pie to each one of the goddesses along with some tea, he sat down and started, "Once again, I'm honored to be able to entertain all of you. But why don't we skip the formalities and talk about your business here today?" "Right. I don't really like formalities, so I'm going to ask directly." Loki then opened her eyes slightly and stared down on Kisuke. "Care to explain what happened last night?" "Loki. I agreed with you to come here. But you can't force him to tell you anything." Hestia immediately responded, and then proceeded to take a bit from her apple pie. "Shut it, brat. If not for my help, then an annoying woman would be coming after your children and you won't be able to do anything about it. So I at least has some right to know what exactly took place." Hephaestus only quietly ate her apple pie and drunk her tea, as she's only originally here because she didn't want Loki to come alone and pressure Hestia to do anything. "Then I really do owe you an explanation," Kisuke answered. "First of all, let me thank you for covering up my blunder." "Enough of that." Kisuke didn't mind her words and explained, "I have this peculiar ability to enter a strange space inside me which I call my inner world." All three of them then looked at him with surprised expressions. "Inner world?" Loki asked to confirm. "Yes. That's what I call it, at least." The three goddesses stopped what they're doing to think about his words for a moment. Kisuke understood their sudden quietness, as the gods probably has the same ability as default, and this is their first time seeing or hearing someone who claims that can do the same. However, Kisuke maintained his poker face so that he would let out any of his thoughts. It's better to be suspected than caught lying when he makes a confused expression. A minute later, Loki spoke again, "And what does it have to do with last night's event?" "Last night was the first time I've done it since receiving my Falna from Hestia-sama. When I entered my inner world, I noticed that there's a flaming golden orb that quietly floats around, and I tried to touch it. It then suddenly connected me to Hestia-sama, and I was able to talk to her through her mind. I don't know what happened on your side last night, but that's all I can tell from my side." Loki confirmed that he isn't lying, so she asked another question. "What else is inside this inner world of yours?" "I believe that's only for me to know. Telling you the flaming golden orb is already my limit." Loki scratched her head, but she also didn't mind Kisuke's response, as she's only trying her luck and see if he would answer. She then started eating her pie and drunk all of her tea before standing up. "Then I'll take my leave. I'm done here. Let me bring you outside." Kisuke also stood up and started walking beside her. The other two goddesses didn't follow them and just enjoyed their snacks. Once they got outside, Loki turned to Kisuke and suddenly asked with a smile, "How were you able to hide your soul from that woman?" A tricky question, but something Kisuke is already expecting, and is also something that he doesn't mind answering to further improve his relationship with this goddess. "I wonder what you're talking about," he answered with a big smile. Loki chuckled, "Thank you for your response." Although she wasn't able to uncover his method, she was able to confirm that Kisuke was able to hide his soul from Freya. If he truly can enter his soul space, then it's impossible for him to have an ordinary soul. Kisuke didn't respond to that further and asked what he needed to know. "What about the deal between your familia and my Hestia familia?" Shrugging her shoulders, she answered, "It's those children who'll take care of it. Just promise me that you wouldn't hurt them." "I can't promise that." Loki's eyes became sharp as she faces Kisuke. However, she waited for the continuation of his words. "But I can promise that as long as we don't become enemies, I won't do anything that would become detrimental to them." Loki's pressure eased up as she heard that. "I guess that's fine." She then recalled something. "Right. What about Line-chan? She asked for my permission yesterday, and I assume that you already know what is this all about. If you're asking about that, then I assume that you already gave her your permission. Well then, let me get straight to the point. Would you agree to transfer her to our familia?" "No." An immediate answer. Sighing, Kisuke has no choice but to ask, "Will you be willing to reset her level?" Kisuke didn't ask if she can, as he's pretty sure that she's at least capable of that. Loki looked at Kisuke's eyes again, but this time, with a bit of animosity. "Do you know what you are asking?" "Please enlighten me of the consequences," Kisuke replied simply. Loki put her index finger on Kisuke's chest and put pressure on it as if she wanted to pierce through it. "It might be possible, but that is only meant for extreme punishment. For level 1, it wouldn't have much of an effect. For level 2, permanent injury is assured. For level 3, there are 9 out of 10 chance of death. For level 4 and above, death is assured and reincarnation is impossible." "I see." Kisuke nodded. "I may not be able to do something about those in level 3 and above, but I can assure you the safety of a level 2. Coincidentally, Arsh-san is just a level 2. Loki's eyes widened in shock at what she heard. "You bastard. You're directly dabbling with soul." And Kisuke didn't need to answer that. "That's a forbidden art, you know. That doesn't mean I can't use it. If other gods and goddesses, especially those who look after balance and death, were to know of this, they'll be hunting you even if your soul is the process of reincarnation." "Figures." Loki then started scratching her head in frustration. What the hell? Do you think this is a joke?" "Of course not. Then how can you act so nonchalantly?" There's a possibility that you'll be damned for eternity. It seems like you're misunderstanding the nature of my ability. What? Soul manipulation. You're thinking of it as something that breaks the balance of the world and disrespect for death. Is it not? A mortal using such art would only result in that. There's already precedence. There's precedence. Interesting. But Kisuke knew that he should first focus on Loki. I can assure you that I, of all people, respect balance and death. After all, I'm a Shinigami. Loki experienced another shock as she knew that he isn't lying. Kisuke just used the god's biggest advantage in the mortal world against one, a mortal who isn't corrupted by the art. What is he? Chapter 383, Hephaestus. Loki stopped speaking for a moment and went on to think of her next steps while peeking at Kisuke's unchanging poker face. A few minutes of silence passed before Loki finally spoke. Come and join my familia. Kisuke's expression didn't change. I can offer you much more than that brat can give you. Loki continued her persuasion. It's a waste for someone like you to stay in a familia without any power. If you're worried about your companions, they can come with you. What? Still not satisfied? Tell me what you want, then I'll work on it. Kisuke finally smiled wryly and shook his head. I'm sorry for staying silent, I was just curious about what you'd be willing to offer me. But you misunderstand me, Loki-sama. It's not that I'm unsatisfied with your offer. Then why? Matching her eyes, Kisuke answered, it's because, I promised. It was Loki's turn to stay silent. I promised Hestia-sama that I'll join her familia, that includes not leaving it. Kisuke smiled brightly and continued, you see, to me, two of the most important things I believe in are trust and promises. And I'll never compromise on those two important things. I see. I'm wasting my breath then. I'll leave Line-chan in your care. Riveria and Ace as well. Loki then turned around, intending to leave. Oh. You're agreeing. I didn't think that it would be this easy. Could it be? Don't misunderstand me. I'm not selling my children, and that will never happen. Then. I want to earn your trust by entrusting my precious children to you. I'm making a big gamble here, so this is the most I can do. Don't disappoint me, or we'll be the first one to crush you. Even if I'm sent back to Tenkai. Despite facing her back, Kisuke could feel the seriousness of her threat, and that is what assured him more in this cooperation. Got it, I'll be careful. Before leaving, Loki turned around and looked at Kisuke seriously. Oh, and by the way, Ace is mine and only mine. I see, I heard from the rumors that you're very protective of her. Some even say that you intend to make her your wife. Loki only smiled and put no effort into refuting those rumors. And seeing you like this, I can now confirm that there's more to it. Is it because of her identity? Her lineage? You don't want anyone carelessly approaching her. After those words, Loki's smile froze. Oh. I was just fishing in the dark, but it looks like I grazed something. With a twitching mouth, Loki muttered, Kid, you're more terrifying than most gods. Smiling bashfully while scratching the back of his head, Kisuke replied, is that so? That's not a compliment. Ignoring her reaction, Kisuke pushed the topic, anyway, I'm grateful for this cooperation. Sighing, Loki started walking away, whatever. And I want more of that picture that you sent me yesterday. It won't be for free, but I'll prioritize you when it's available. Also, please don't tease that elf so much with that, she'll try to kill me. You already know I'll be doing just that, either way, you probably have a way to escape danger. Those were her last words to Kisuke before leaving for real while waving her hand. Kisuke chuckled and wanted to say that she's right. He then went back inside the shop and saw the two goddesses talking joyfully. Ah, Kisuke-kun. Done with your private talk? Hestia greeted him. Yep. I'll prepare lunch, so please sit still. Is that fine with you, Hephaestus-sama? I originally only wanted to accompany Hestia for a little bit today, but I saw something interesting. So I'll be extending my stay, if you don't mind. Of course, you're Hestia-sama's good friend, so it's my honor to serve you a warm welcome. Kisuke then proceeded to the kitchen to cook lunch. Hestia, he's wasted on you. Hephaestus couldn't help but let out her thoughts in exasperation. What was that? Hestia and Hephaestus then started bickering. While cooking lunch, Kisuke also wanted some downtime to process the new information and plan his next steps, although it didn't go exactly as I wanted. Getting Loki's cooperation alongside her children's is one off the list of goals. And now to the goddess of Forge. Initially, I didn't think Hestia-sama would be bringing her in, but this isn't a bad thing. Now, I only need to find a way to cooperate with her. Let's see what would happen if I show her some papers about sacred gears. Hopefully, that would be enough for us to work on something together. It took Kisuke less than half an hour to serve everything. But instead of talking about their business over their meal, Kisuke and Hephaestus choose to postpone it and just talk about random things and about Hestia, and dissing her once in a while, resulting in a mature, petite goddess frustration. After their lunch, Hestia said that she'll be taking a nap because she's very tired and left the two of them alone. Hestia is too lenient on you. She first allowed you to have a private talk with Loki and now she's also allowing a private time for us. Hephaestus commented after seeing her leave. I'm very grateful for that, actually. Kisuke replied with a smile. And why didn't you accept Loki's offer of joining her? Hephaestus abruptly changed the subject. Kisuke looked at her for a moment before saying, You're guessing. Yes. It's one of the few advantages us gods in the lower world have is to be able to discern a lie absolutely. And I wouldn't have any problem using it. Well, I would do the same. The moment she asked that question to Kisuke, no matter how he answered or didn't, Hephaestus could already confirm if Loki had indeed invited Kisuke to join her familia. I have to find out how this whole lie detecting works and see if I can do something about it. I didn't accept her offer because I already promised Hestia-sama that we would join and stay in her familia, and she doesn't want to be left alone either. I see. Hephaestus drank her tea before asking another difficult question, and it's a lot easier for you to manipulate her than Loki, right? Kisuke chose not to answer her and just took a sip from his tea. The two of them became quiet for a few minutes, drinking only their tea until their cups became empty. The first one to break the silence was Hephaestus. I'm sorry, I just wanted to confirm the safety of my friend. It's fine, I understand. Besides, what you said is the truth. It's truly a lot easier to manipulate her than Loki-sama. Then. But she's well aware of it. She's aware. Hephaestus' eyes slightly widened. Yes. I came clean and told her that I'm manipulating her. What did she say? She knew. And she still accepted all of us. That is something I'm forever grateful for. So, if you're worried that I or my group will do something to harm her, then please be rest assured. I'm going to take good care of her. That's the least I can do. Hephaestus looked down on her empty cup of tea and muttered, I see. Then let's stop talking about this. Kisuke smiled and refilled her cup with warm tea. Well then, Hestia told me that you want the cooperation of a blacksmith regarding something. Pretending that the earlier topic didn't come up, Hephaestus spoke, I could lend you a good blacksmith, but only if you were to tell me what that blade is. Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Jake. Ash Candy. Garan Myers. Chapter 384, Unknown Technology. Well then, Hestia told me that you want the cooperation of a blacksmith regarding something. Pretending that the earlier topic didn't come up, Hephaestus spoke, I could lend you a good blacksmith, but only if you were to tell me what that blade is. Unfortunately, Hephaestus-sama, I can't tell you about the real identity of this blade. Kisuke shook his head. I see. I don't blame you. But what you need has something to do with that blade, right? Not to brag, but my children are some of the best weapon researchers you could find. Your blacksmiths are good, but I would like your personal cooperation for this. Squinting her eye, Hephaestus stated, You're greedy. I'm not, I just want one of the best out there. Besides, although I'm not underestimating your blacksmiths, you would be hard-pressed to find someone with enough technical skills to work with my project. Hephaestus didn't speak any further. I think Hephaestus-sama would have enough skills to work on it, with a grin, Kisuke uttered. Trying to provoke me. Sorry, but that doesn't work on me. I'm confident with my skills, I don't need your approval for that. I'm not trying to do that. I truly, and honestly believe that your skills are enough. If not, then there's no one else I could ask. Initially, I just wanted to learn some blacksmithing techniques, but since you're already here, I want the best for this project as this can affect the future of our familia. If it was any other guy, Hephaestus would have already stood up and left. However, on top of being Hestia's child, his mysterious project also intrigued her as he was someone who owned a strange weapon. Let's just say that I agree with you, but that means I will lose some of my time to manage my own familia. You will have to offer suitable compensation for me. How will that go? I think both of those issues can be solved by you once you take a look at what I'm working on. Kisuke stood up and got a stack of paper and a pen. Kisuke then started writing at an incredible speed that awed Hephaestus. She wanted to ask what he was doing but figured that he would probably give it to her once he was done writing. 10 minutes later, Kisuke finished writing the first page and passed it to Hephaestus for her to read. While Kisuke started the second page, Hephaestus skimmed through what's written on it. However, just a minute later, she went back to the top of the page and read it carefully for the second time. Hephaestus only needed 5 minutes to read through everything and wanted to read the next page immediately. For the goddesses of forging, the next 5 minutes before Kisuke finished the next page was like a torturous wait, but she did her best to stop herself from asking anything as it might disturb Kisuke's writing and make the wait longer. Receiving the next page, Hephaestus happily grabbed the paper and carefully read through it. As she came across the data and information about sacred gears, an unbearable phantom itch kept bothering the goddess. The worst part was that she couldn't do anything but wait for the next part. This scene kept repeating for 6 more times and not just an unbearable itch, Hephaestus was also experiencing a thirst she hadn't had for millions of years now. What is this? A technology I'm not aware of. And this level. Although it's incomplete and some parts could be revised, only gods could have come up with something like this. But I don't know who's capable of it, nor have I heard of someone possessing this technology. This might as well be a divine weapon, but for mortals. Due to her congested thoughts and focus on reading the 7th page, it was only when she finished reading it that she noticed that Kisuke already stopped writing and was currently staring at her with a small grin while also refilling her long-since empty teacup without saying anything. A large headache came to her as questions filled her mind. Where did you get this? I can't tell you that. And why should I? Chuckling, Kisuke answered. Then at least tell me what you're going to use this for. To get stronger, obviously. And what are you going to use that strength for? But instead of revealing his goal, Kisuke addressed what she was concerned about. I don't desire any harm coming to the world and its good inhabitants. For Hephaestus, that sort of answer was enough for now. She sighed after putting the papers back together and held her forehead. You got me. So, what's your decision? Let me work with you on this one, Hephaestus answered simply. It's also better for me to supervise this to make sure it doesn't go in the wrong direction. Thank you very much. I should be the one thanking you for letting me participate in such an interesting project. However, let me ask a few things first. Please go ahead. Firstly, is this weapon a parasite? Kisuke shook his head. It is easy to see it that way since you haven't seen everything yet, but instead of parasitism, it's a symbiosis. Hephaestus nodded. And another thing, where is this weapon attached? In the flesh. Or? Without hesitation, Kisuke answered, in the soul. Hephaestus became sharp when she heard this. Do you know what this means? Nodding, Kisuke replied, yes, I was also warned by Loki-sama. And she let you go? Hephaestus asked in surprise. Yes. The goddess of Forge could only sigh after hearing his answer. Whatever. I'm going to see through this project. If something goes wrong, I should be able to do something about it. Standing up, Hephaestus prepared to leave. Thank you for having me. Leaving already? Hephaestus nodded. To work on this, I first have to work on my schedule and duties. I can't abandon everything else for this. I'll be heading back now and start arranging and delegating my duties. Kisuke also stood up and led her to the exit. I see. Should I expect your arrival in a few days? Most probably, after the monster philia. Understood. I'll prepare everything we need before you arrive. And I would like it if we could keep this a secret to everyone else. Got it. Give my regards to Hestia. I'll be going now. Smiling, Kisuke bid her farewell. Please take care. Once Hephaestus disappeared from his sight, Kisuke heaved a large sigh. This time, it went as I expected. It's a lot easier to talk to an artisan. Turning around, Kisuke closed his shop for the day and went back to their underground base to prepare all the things he would need, leveling up, finding a way back, and creating sacred gears for everyone. It seems that my schedule is packed lately. Despite that, Kisuke would never take away the time allocated to having fun with his girls. Editors. Alexander. 28th00. Ash Candy. Garan Mayers. Chapter 385, Taking It Easy. Waking up with a flower on each arm, Kisuke started his day refreshed. Kisuke first checked on Sona and Yoruichi as they got a bit too wild last night, emptying entire bowls of whipped cream and some small fruits. Seeing that they were still sleeping peacefully with small smiles on their faces, Kisuke gave them a kiss each on their foreheads before he exited his room. Once he got out, he met the 4 girls who just had their breakfast and were doing their morning exercises. When the girls noticed him, each and every one of them gave him a blank face, even Medusa, who usually just smiled and greeted him every morning. Kisuke then noticed their tired complexion and knew the reason behind the atmosphere but didn't bother asking about it. Good morning everyone. But instead of returning his greeting, Aika asked, why didn't you put up a sound insulating barrier? Why? We're the only ones here. So I don't think it's necessary. Besides, the walls are pretty thick. The walls did nothing, senpai. Wani-sama and I can hear it very clearly. Kaneko, who slept with Kuroka last night, retorted with still a blank expression. If I wasn't there, Kuroka-nisama would have joined you because your noise kept her hot and bothered all night. Chiron. Kuroka tried to cover her mouth, but she was too late. I see. That blank expression means she's frustrated. Kisuke thought. Feigning a cough, Kisuke faced Aika and Medusa. I understand Kaneko's reasoning. But you shouldn't have heard it. Unless you purposely listened to it. Without changing her expression, Medusa answered, it's my duty to always listen in case the master needs my presence. If there's something, please don't hesitate to call me as I'll be coming as fast as I can. She revealed her intentions discreetly and subtly. Nodding at her made her smile a bit and Kisuke then faced Aika to hear her excuse. Why you and Yoruichi taught me how to passively strengthen my senses, so I've been using it continuously, even in my sleep. That's the reason I could hear it. It's really hard to sleep with those kinds of noises. Nodding again, Kisuke muttered, I see. That's why you have a very faint scent on your fingers. What? In shock, Aika immediately tried to smell her fingers, but she could only detect the scent of the hilt of her nodachi, but I made sure to wash my hands very thoroughly. She muttered. You practiced your zenjutsu in the middle of the night to take off your mind from the noise. Kisuke suddenly continued. But based on your reaction just now, you did something else other than practicing with your sword. Kisuke grinned. Why you tricked me? Shrugging his shoulders, Kisuke retorted, I didn't, you just revealed it yourself. By the way, where's Hestia-sama? She's still sleeping, master. And I think she's unaware of what just happened. Medusa answered. Scratching his head, Kisuke muttered, I really need to ask her to be active for a bit. If I don't, I feel like this will get progressively worse. After the morning mayhem, Kuroka, Medusa, Aika, and Kaneko got ready for today's dungeon exploration, and before they left, Kisuke reminded them, by the way, Arshan won't be able to come with you today. Loki-sama will probably bring her here today. Got it. We'll only stay around the floors 15 and 16. Kaneko and I still need some adjustments. Aika answered. After their daily forehead kisses, the group left with enough energy to last them throughout the whole day. A few minutes later, while Kisuke was preparing the things he would need for Loki's arrival, Hestia came out of her room while still rubbing her eyes. Good morning, Hestia-sama. What would you like for breakfast? Stretching up for a bit, Hestia greeted back, Good morning, Kisuke-kun. No need. It's already late and I need to open the shop. I'll just have my breakfast there. Where's everyone? Due to the gods' banquet the other day, and Loki and Hephaestus not leaving her alone for the whole night, Hestia became too tired and had to sleep a bit longer, at least in her perspective, than usual. However, a bit longer is actually very long because as soon as she separated from Kisuke and Hephaestus yesterday, she had been sleeping. Kuroka, Medusa, Aika, and Kaneko just left for the dungeon, while Yoruichi and Sona are still sleeping. Hestia then proceeded to look straight at Kisuke's eyes, still sleeping, Take it easy, will ya? With a serious expression, Kisuke replied, I'm taking it easy. Hestia didn't know what to say after that, so she just hurried herself to the bathroom to fix herself for a bit before going out. When she was about to leave, Kisuke notified her, Hestia-sama. Loki-sama will probably come later. So please call me when they arrive. Hestia's face changed when she heard Loki's name, but she still nodded at Kisuke before going. Now then, time to prepare the equipment for treatment, I still need to assemble some of them. Kisuke then started working on the essentials that would help him treat Line's soul and bodily injuries after she underwent the level reset. It was only after lunch that Hestia came down and called him up as Loki and the others had arrived and were now waiting in the shop. Kisuke-kun. They're here. Got it. I'm coming up in a few minutes. I just need to finish this first. Please entertain them for a moment. After about 10 minutes, Kisuke was finally able to set everything up and proceeded to his shop where everyone was waiting. When he came in, what came into his view was Hestia and Loki rolling around as if trying to bite off each other's face while Line was about to cry trying to stop them. Riveria, who was the last person in the room, on the other hand, was only quietly sipping on her tea, ignoring the commotion the goddesses were creating. It's good to see everyone is so very lively. He only left them alone for 10 minutes or so and it already devolved into this, as expected. They're good friends. Kisuke thought with a smile. It's not good at all. This rabid brat, flat, goddess is about to bite off my face. Hestia and Loki simultaneously retorted. Kisuke-san. Please help me separate them. Line pleaded to the newcomer. Good day to you, Kisuke. I hope you're ready to be smacked by my staff. Riveria, meanwhile, faced Kisuke with a dark smile covering her face. Don't worry. It won't kill you. Now then. How should I mess with this elf? Kisuke thought after hearing her threats. He wasn't even feeling remotely guilty for passing Loki a photo of her when she reached a small climax in the pub and instead, was trying to think of a way to gather more insurance materials. Maybe I should target her ears next. They have to be more sensitive than normal. Editors. 1. 28th00. 2. Ash Candy. 3. Garen Myers. Chapter 386, Riveria's Effort. When Riveria finally got back home from her meeting with Kisuke last time, every female member of the Loki familia was looking at her weirdly, while some of them would blush and look away. The latter reaction was especially prevalent among the elves. She wanted to ask what was going on, but everyone didn't seem to want to speak. She tried to ask the male members but they too didn't know what was going on and just saw Loki showing them something before running off somewhere. It was then, a bad feeling took over, but she didn't know what was happening. She tried to find Loki, but it seems that she went out to prepare for the gods' banquet that was happening that evening, and she dragged Tiona, Ace, and Lafia, who also just came back from shopping, with her. Without much choice, she ignored everything for now and proceeded to call the other two top executives of the Loki familia to discuss Kisuke's terms. If it was just her, Riveria would have already chosen to accept Kisuke's offers, but she was in a leadership position of a large familia, so she couldn't just unilaterally decide on an activity that can potentially affect her duties and those around her. In the meeting room, Finn and Gareth arrived together and saw that Riveria was arranging some files, sorting out the things that needed to be discussed by them. "Riveria, how did it go?" Finn asked as he sat down on his chair. "He's the real deal, no, more than that, he's more than what we expected," Riveria answered while sighing. "Is that so?" Finn felt a bit surprised at her reaction but didn't show it, and... "What does he want?" Riveria then proceeded to present them Kisuke's terms. Loki Familia's aid when requested in exchange for information gathering done by their group and materials worth 100 million to 1 billion Valis in exchange for his magic knowledge that Riveria had already confirmed to be beyond hers. Both Finn and Gareth were shocked at the second one, but they chose to focus on the first term, our aid when requested in exchange for their intelligence gathering. Finn asked with furrowed brows, but then, he suddenly remembered when they first met the Hestia Familia at the Hostess of Fertility. The Amazon and the cat person suddenly appeared behind Tiona without them noticing. "I see. So those two are the ones responsible for intelligence gathering. If it's a skill like that, then they should be able to infiltrate a lot of places. Alright, let's make a proper guideline of what aid we can provide." Riveria and Gareth knew that Finn would agree as they also remembered those two who can silently creep behind an individual despite all the eyes around. First of all, we need to know their motives each time they request aid. Second, we can decline if their request will put our members in too great of a risk or it goes against our moral beliefs. Lastly, if we discover that they're hiding something that could endanger us, we can terminate this term without any repercussions. And regarding their intelligence gathering, they have to inform us if something even remotely related to the Loki Familia is discovered. If they don't and we discover it, we can also choose to terminate this term. That's it for the first term for now. Show it to him first before we further discuss the details to see if he has any problem with this. Riveria nodded as she listed everything Finn just said. Continuing to the materials. That will be hard. About that, I'll be shouldering the cost. Since I'll be the one benefiting the most. I just need everyone's help with the gathering of said materials. That's fine, but what are the limitations imposed on you regarding the things he'll impart to you? Gareth asked. He just has one request. Finn became very curious. Since it was already confirmed by Riveria that this was valuable knowledge, he already expected some serious restrictions, like only Riveria and a few others could learn it. The origin of such knowledge. He doesn't want it pointed to their group. Finn and Gareth's eyes widened at such a strange condition, but thinking about it again, Kisuke has a point, I see. He doesn't want to attract attention to himself and those around him. And since that strange magic must be an integral part of their strength, they don't want people looking for them because of it. Riveria nodded, that's right. He wanted to make his group less unique in the eyes of others, just in case someone discovers it. So, does that mean you can teach others his magic? Gareth asked while stroking his beard. Yes. He also suggested that I could use this to get tuition fees from others to lighten up my burden. Finn nodded knowingly, that's understandable. So, do we accept the second term as it is? It's really hard to decide. Gareth muttered. Gareth is correct, even if we know it's valuable knowledge, 1 billion Valis is still too much. And I doubt it'll stop there. Another thing is, we don't know how much he will teach you and he'll still get the thing he wanted. He could just teach you the basics of the basics and never disclose any advanced techniques. We're already giving him too much for the first term as he can request as much aid as he needs as long as it doesn't violate the guidelines and he can still withhold some information that we might need from us. I don't want the second term to be disadvantageous for us too. Riveria felt relieved that Kisuke gave her the last item she needed to convince the two. Putting the purse she received from Kisuke on the table, Riveria instructed Finn, put your hand inside this purse. Finn and Gareth didn't know why Riveria would suddenly take this out when they were talking about something important, but they also figured it must have been an item related to the lack of advantages they could receive in this deal. Without saying anything, Finn reached out for the purse and opened it to take a look inside. However, he and Gareth were shocked, as they couldn't see anything inside despite the amount of natural lighting coming from the windows. Finn tried to put it in front of the window but the opening of the purse remained shadowed. He became wary of the purse. Don't worry about it, just put your hand inside it and you'll understand. Nodding at her, Finn proceeded to follow Riveria's instructions and put his hand inside the purse. But the item he's expecting to touch didn't appear, and the same with the bottom of the purse, as if it disappeared. He then tried to find anything he could grab but noticed that his whole upper arm was already inside the purse despite not feeling anything, which was already an impossible feat. This is a bag with a bigger space than it shows. He told me that there's a half a cubic meter of space inside it. He also said that the contents don't change its weight that much, but I haven't tested that yet. This is ridiculous. Gareth muttered, also in shock of what he just witnessed. I know, and he said that he can make a few of these every month. So that means we can get more of these on a regular basis. Yes. Rubbing his chin, Finn concluded, if he can supply us with these regularly, then we're actually getting more in this deal, since this thing could help us gain surplus supplies and marching speed in the dungeon. He actually wants one more thing. He wants confidentiality. And I think he wants to limit the information that I can pass to everyone. So I'll probably need to swear on my Falna for that to happen. Wearing a serious expression, Finn asked, is that fine with you? Yes. As long as there's a proper agreement between us, then I'll be fine. Riveria gathered everything and intended to end the meeting right here, but before she left, she asked the two of them, by the way, do you know what's going on? The girls have been avoiding me. Finn and Gareth looked at each other before smiling wryly. Well. Yes. Remember what happened last night? With a crumpled face, Riveria replied, please do forget about that. Not minding the face she was making, Finn continued, Loki has this very accurate picture of what happened last night. And from its perspective, it must have come from Kisuke Urahara. With eyes wide open, she ran out shouting, Loki. Where are you? Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Garan Mayers. Ash Candy. Chapter 387, The Breakdown. When Loki heard Riveria's cold voice, she immediately separated from Hestia and sat down, behaving like a good kid. Oh. Good afternoon to you, Kisuke-kun. It seems that you're busy with something. Hestia growled at her, but she also noticed Riveria's aura and chose not to do anything for now. I've been anticipating your arrival, so I prepared the things that we would need. Kisuke explained simply, by the way, just what did you do, Loki-sama? With all seriousness, she answered, what any other person would do after receiving that. Kisuke, in response, nodded in understanding, I see, so you showed it to everyone. He then flashed a grin, as expected of Loki-sama. Returning the grin, Loki responded, I knew you would understand me. A loud slap on the table suddenly rang out, followed by a frustrated and angry voice, shut up. Everyone looked towards the embarrassed and blushing elf, Loki. Should I hang you again? Nope. I won't say anything about it anymore. Loki reeled back as she recalled how, after she returned with everyone, Riveria hanged her in the bathhouse with a blindfold over her eyes while everyone was bathing. A simple punishment, but for someone like Loki, it was torture not being able to see or touch anything when she knew that there were naked and beautiful maidens around her. Riveria then turned to Kisuke and gave him a glare, why do you have something like that? And why did you give it to her? And with an annoying casual smile, he replied, I told you, right? I have multiple pieces of insurance on hand. And why did I give it to her? It's because I can. Putting both of his hands on his waist, Kisuke showed how proud he was with what he did. Without saying another word, Riveria grabbed the Magna Alf's, Riveria's silvery white staff that is made from mithril and holy dite, which was hard enough that it can also be used as a makeshift bludgeoning weapon, and hurriedly stood up with a rage-induced expression. Riveria raised her staff in an attempt to smack Kisuke on the head. But just before she started, she quickly adjusted her strength so that it would only result in a small lump at worst and wouldn't do any further damage. But just as she was about to bring down her staff with the might of a woman scorned, a slip of paper suddenly fell out of Kisuke's sleeve. That caught her attention and she took a quick peek at it. She would, however, regret that action as she saw it was the photo of her on that fateful night, the same one that Loki had, and the thing she had only just destroyed by burning it and spreading its ashes in the air. Changing her priority, she ignored Kisuke and went after the photo to catch it and destroy it again. But just as she was about to reach her desired goal, a cane instantly appeared before her left leg out of nowhere. This resulted in her tripping on said cane without being able to react. Riveria, just before she could catch the photo, fell face first on the floor. Kisuke and the shocked audience were expecting a quick retaliation and he prepared for it by setting up multiple magic circles that would hinder her movements through annoying inconveniences. However, their expectations were broken when Riveria didn't move after falling. While Hestia and Line's mind already stopped working after what happened, Kisuke and Loki went silent in anticipation of what would happen next. After a few more seconds, there was finally a movement from the elf. Slowly but surely, she sat up. Everyone noticed that her nose and forehead were red from the fall just now, but strangely enough, she just had a blank expression. At this point, Kisuke's predicted future didn't happen. He was hoping that Riveria would continue coming after him so that he could show her the usefulness of his magic and while at it, assert dominance. The next thing, however, completely caught him off guard as tears suddenly began dropping from her eyes. Kisuke and Loki simultaneously muttered, not knowing what to do. Riveria raised her hand to her face to feel her tears, Even she was confused at what was happening, but she was able to understand it slowly. Her face was also slowly changing from a blank expression to a crying face as she tried to wipe her tears with her hands, but to no avail. Sniffle. Kisuke and Loki exclaimed. Riveria has always been treated with respect ever since, even by her enemies. She had also gone through many challenges in her almost 1 century of life, almost losing her life several times. Those challenges were what tempered and shaped her today into a very strong, calm, and collected woman that guides her comrades and was often mistaken as a mother figure of the Loki familia. However, no one could expect, even Riveria herself, that her breaking point would be some teasing, which, as it turned out, she didn't have much resistance against in the slightest. Of course, not everything came from Kisuke's move just now. Stress also played a big role in her breakdown as she just returned from a very exhausting and common-sense breaking expedition into the deeper floors of the dungeon. In addition to that, Riveria immediately tried to meet Kisuke, whom the mysterious men in the dungeon referred to, and tried to establish a good relationship with him, even going as far as facilitating the deal between his Hestia familia and her Loki familia personally. If Riveria wasn't looking after this deal personally, Finn wouldn't even agree to anything, as there was too much risk for them to deal with the unknown and mysterious Kisuke Urahara. And after Kisuke's teasing, which included the recorded sound, picture, and lastly, her tripping and landing face first, she felt betrayed. It was as if all of her hard work was a joke in front of him. Stress, dissatisfaction, resentment, ill feeling, and feelings of betrayal, all of that came crashing down when she fell down, breaking through her almost century-years-old facade. Sniffle, Riveria tried to wipe her tears out of embarrassment, but it continued to flow without any signs of stopping. At this point in time, Riveria was already incredibly confused and didn't know what to do. Seeing her current state, Kisuke immediately went into his coaxing mode and hurriedly kneeled down in front of the crying Riveria while taking out a white handkerchief to wipe her tears. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Riveria slapped Kisuke's hand away from her face, as her crying worsened a little bit. He then moved to the second stage and used his other free hand to pat Riveria's head. The hand, which already experienced countless patting battles, finally landed on an high elf. There. Don't cry. It's my fault." The incredibly confused Riveria wanted to slap that hand away, but strangely, she couldn't do it, as that same hand was giving her the warmth and the much-needed comfort she needed. It was also because of this that Kisuke was finally able to wipe her tears away. But instead of stopping, Riveria's crying became worse as the comforting feeling gave way to all of her frustration that had been building up for a while now. A comforting feeling that she hadn't felt since childhood. A comforting feeling that she was not allowed to have so that she could look after others as the adult. Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Garan. Ash Candy. Chapter 388, The Breakdown Part 2. Seeing that her crying became worse, Kisuke finally figured out what to do. Setting aside the handkerchief, Kisuke approached Riveria and put her head on his chest and started patting her back. "There. Cry it out. It'll be alright. Everything's going to be alright." Kisuke figured that Riveria's current state was that of a child who just got wronged by her parents, and those parents just apologized and started coaxing her. He didn't know why this would happen or if this always happened to Riveria, but he at least knew what to do, and that was to continue comforting and pampering her, taking a role similar to her parents. Riveria unconsciously leaned forward and let her forehead rest on his chest as she felt her back and head being patted while hearing whispers that everything will be alright. In her very confused state, Riveria didn't really know what was happening, but she could feel something very relieving at these actions and just let it happen. Kisuke noticed that her drooped down ears perked up slightly and became interested in it. He wanted to touch it but knew that might be incredibly rude, so he suppressed his temptation. Although, he thought that he could use her ears to at least gauge her mood. While Kisuke didn't really know, and Riveria's mind wasn't working correctly, Hestia, Line, and even Loki could only stare at them dumbfounded as the high elf sought comfort in the human's arms, which were supposedly impossible unless those two are lovers, because physical contact with others for elves was a very big deal, especially for high elf royalty like Riveria. Although Line didn't know what was happening, Hestia and Loki could understand her state right now, and they were both thinking the same thing. Elfqueen, Riveria, is going to regret this later. Riveria slowly stopped sobbing as relief washed over her, but she still stayed in Kisuke's arms without moving. Kisuke also kept stroking her head and back for a few minutes before moving to the next step of his ultimate coaxing technique. He first separated from her and took a look at her messy appearance and her slightly red and glazed eyes. Taking out another clean handkerchief, Kisuke wiped her face carefully and gently before taking out a comb to fix her messy jade-colored hair. Riveria stayed still while Kisuke was fixing her appearance, but somewhere deep inside her, questions about the current situation were starting to emerge. However, she had a feeling that she would regret everything later if she dwelled on those questions, so she chose not to, as long as possible. After Kisuke was done, he helped Riveria to stand up, led her to the couch and let her sit there before displaying his space magic and whipping out a bunch of snacks that he used to placate others whenever he went too far with his pranks. Kisuke then pulled out the final item, a glass strawberry colada smoothie with a bamboo straw because he remembered that, on that fateful night, she kept peeking at this drink after she had finished her frosted lemonade. Riveria's eyes lit up as she slowly accepted the glass and took a sip from it, ignoring everything else. Kisuke sighed in relief after this and without thinking, patted her head again for one last time. Riveria-san, please calm down and enjoy everything here. I'll go talk with Loki-sama and the rest. Leaving Riveria alone after she nodded meekly, Kisuke went back to the dining table and saw everyone's dumbfounded expression. With a large smile over his face, Kisuke said, "Everyone. Let's go straight to the business. As if nothing happened." A few seconds later, the first one to react was Loki by laughing out loud, "Ahahaha. Great. Let's get straight to business." She only took a peek at the quietly behaving Riveria in the distance before turning her attention back to Kisuke. "I wonder what will happen next. How funny. She wasn't angry at Kisuke's treatment of Riveria, as she saw how careful and real his coaxing to the crying and distressed elf was. If he didn't do the aftercare and continued his bullying, Loki would have to cancel any agreement between them, as that would tell her that he didn't have the ability to take care of her children. Hestia and Line could only follow their cue as they sat down on the remaining chairs of the dining table and quietly watched Riveria. "Now then, Line-san." Kisuke suddenly called out. "Why yes." Line turned her neck towards Kisuke in a hurry. "How long did it take you to go from level 1 to level 2? She didn't know where the conversation was going, but she answered honestly, "Around 2 years. Although that's faster than an average adventurer, it's nothing among the members of the Loki familia." Kisuke nodded at her. "I see. Then tell me what you feel about it." After that question, Line became silent as she tried to relive the moment she leveled up and the following consequences years later. "I regret it. Tell me more about it." Looking downwards, Line continued, "I regret it because I became impatient. I shouldn't have accepted the level up back then and gathered more Excelia. Even though I can gather Excelia faster when I leveled up, I shouldn't have exchanged it for what I can get for the future. Then let me ask you this. If you can go back to being a level 1, destroying all of your hard work after all these years, will you accept it?" Kisuke asked. Line eyes widened at his question and recalled there was indeed a way to return to a level 1, but the price for a level 2 like her would be a permanent disability. That wouldn't do me any good, would it? Line then looked towards Loki trying to guess what she was thinking about Kisuke's question. "Listen to him first. Whatever your decision is, I'll accept it. It's the reason I brought you here today." Loki smiled at her. After those words, Line got an idea of what this was about. She then turned back to Kisuke and said, "Are you?" "Yes. I'm offering you a chance to go back to level 1. But I know. I'm offering it because I have a way for you to recover from the damage that you may incur with the level reset." "Recover?" "Yes. Recover." Line recalled the records of those who did heavy crimes and had to be punished through a level reset, which was said to be very painful. She thought that Kisuke knew a method to do it without any demerit, but it seemed that if she wanted to go through it, she would have to suffer for a bit. After a few minutes of silence, she looked towards Kisuke with a determined expression. "I'd like to do it. But what should I do? I don't think you'll do it without any sort of compensation. Please tell me what I need for that level reset." Kisuke then grinned after hearing her words. "I want your life." Editor comment, just for the author/editors. Alexander, and here comes the world's highest cliff, where every pure guy's imagination, like mine, for example, is running wild again. It seems that I need my fork again. But, good job with Riveria. 28th00, I'm personally just waiting for Fai's Chama to become a Mahu Shoujo and earwaggles. Goya, this is actually a good idea. Though it should be limited to 1 line. Editors, Alexander. 28th00. Ash Candy. Chapter 389, I Want Your Life. Kisuke grinned after hearing her words and said, "I want your life." Line froze for a moment, before muttering in confusion, "My life?" Loki, on the other hand, furrowed her brows. "Kisuke. What do you mean by that? She won't be coming to the Hestia Familia. I won't allow it." Kisuke shook his head and said, "I'm not saying that she has to come to the Hestia Familia, but she will have to take some heavy vows that can essentially tie her life to us. That's why I said I want her life." He then looked towards Line before continuing, "I'm not as kind and trusting as Yoruchi, so I need some shackles on you." Line pursed her lips and stayed silent for a few moments before asking, "Please tell me what vows I have to take." Kisuke nodded and said, "First is to never reveal any information about us without our prior knowledge. This comes as a standard as I also need Riveria-san to take the same vow." Line nodded as she's already expecting this. "I'll do that. Second is that you are never against the Hestia Familia. Meaning, if the Loki Familia and Hestia Familia were to become enemies, you wouldn't be allowed to join any side. Line first looked towards Loki to get her opinion on this, and indeed, Loki spoke up, but not for Line. Will you be asking for the same thing to Riveria? Then I'm sure she won't agree to that. Line felt a little bit disappointed when she heard Loki prioritizing Riveria, but also understood her as her and Riveria's positions and abilities were like heaven and earth. Loki knew what Line was thinking, so she said, "Don't misunderstand, Line-chan. You're also an important child of my familia, but it seems that Kisuke here has something else for you. And you're friends with those girls, right? You could think of it as insurance so that you won't become enemies in the future regardless of the relationship between my and Hestia's familia." Line felt relieved after hearing that. Answering Loki's question, Kisuke said, "Of course I won't be asking Riveria-san that kind of vow. It's just as you said, I have something else for Arsh-san. I would only be teaching magic to Riveria-san, but Arsh-san will technically be my disciple in regards to my medical skills that I'm planning to pass on to her." Line's eyes widened at his words and she looked towards Loki. Loki knew what she wanted, so she just smiled and nodded at her. Line happily smiled after getting her goddess approval and bowed down towards Kisuke. "I'll accept the second condition too. Please take me as your disciple." Line already caught a glimpse of Kisuke's healing skills when they were partying together, and she was sure that no one else outside of the Hestia Familia knew about it, so she was very happy to learn something from him. Kisuke raised his hand to stop her. "You haven't heard the third condition yet." Line sat back down and intently waited for him to continue speaking. "I will need you to vow to follow all of my commands. This condition is what essentially ties your life to me." "That's..." Line hesitated. "Kisuke." Even Loki didn't like that one. Kisuke smiled, but instead of replying, he raised his right hand and said, "I swear to my Falna that I'll never give Line Arsh any commands that go against her morals and beliefs." As soon as he finished his sentence, the Falna on Kisuke's back suddenly lit up in golden light through his clothes, signifying the establishment of the vow. If he were to break this vow, Hestia's blessing would cease to exist and he would never be able to receive blessings from any other gods. In addition to that, there was a chance that he would die from shock if this were to happen, but that wasn't a problem for Kisuke. Line, Loki, and Hestia's eyes widened in shock at his sudden vow that didn't hold any sort of hesitation. "You." Loki muttered before laughing out loud, "Fahahaha. I like that. You do things without hesitation. This is the least I can do to give Arsh-san the confidence she needs to agree to my conditions." Kisuke only chuckled. Loki then faced Line. "What about you?" Even though she said that she would be accepting the vows, she still had reservations as she didn't know what the future held and if this was really the right choice. It was true that she could learn from Kisuke and that would be her greatest fortune yet, but the possibility of him using her vows to do something to her and her familia kept her fearing for the future. But after seeing Kisuke's unhesitant vow, she swallowed her saliva and stood up, raising her right hand. "I swear to my Falna that I won't reveal any information to anyone regarding the members of the Hestia Familia without prior permission to do so." After that, Line's back lit up with red light, establishing the vow. But she wasn't done yet, so she continued, "I swear to my Falna that I'll never go against the members of the Hestia Familia regardless of whoever they regard as their enemy. I swear to my Falna that I'll follow Kisuke Urahara's every command as long as it doesn't go against my morals and beliefs." Her back lit up 2 more times before she finished her vows. Sighing, Line looked towards Kisuke with shining eyes. "Is that enough, teacher?" Kisuke nodded and accepted her, calling him teacher. "That'll be enough. If an additional vow is needed, we'll do it in front of our goddesses." Bowing in front of him again, "Thank you very much for accepting me." Kisuke signaled Line to sit back down and turned his head towards Loki. "Now then, Loki-sama." Opening her eyes, Loki grinned. "Want me to take a vow too to suppress the information?" "Never." Sighing, Kisuke gave up. "Figures. But you can trust me." Loki continued. Kisuke and Loki eyes locked at each other. A few seconds later, Kisuke backed down. "Since you're entrusting your children to me, I guess it's fine as long as you promise me that you won't reveal anything." Loki's grin didn't disappear as she replied, "You also know I can't promise that." Kisuke stayed quiet. He was also expecting this response, but thanks to that kind of answer, he knew that he could trust her promises. "Then please at least tell me if you reveal our information to others and why." Chuckling, Loki replied, "That I can promise." Standing up, Kisuke invited everyone, including Riveria, who was still silently sipping her drink. "Great. Then please follow me." Hestia silently followed Kisuke, who was already exiting the room, while Line hurriedly followed after taking a peek at Loki, who was urging the still in trance high elf by grabbing her hand to follow the group. Editors, Alexander. 28th00. Ash Candy. Chapter 390, Level Reset. "Where are we going?" Loki asked as she saw Kisuke and Hestia going back to the abandoned church. This part of the town was the center of a big battle that her familia participated in the past, and knew that aside from a small room under the church, there wasn't anything noteworthy here. "We could use our place to do the reset. We'll have better security too," Loki suggested. Hestia then faced Loki and snickered at her, security. Heh. My place has better security than yours. Since Hestia already knew that Kisuke was bringing them to the underground base, she started to toot her own horn as if it was thanks of her that they had an incredible place. Loki furrowed her brows and became confused. As they reached the entrance to the elevator of the underground base, Loki tried to recall if there was anything like this before. The door behind them suddenly closed and Loki flinched a bit as she had never encountered an automatic door before. She flinched again, along with Line and Riveria, because the room they were in suddenly started dropping. What's happening? Kisuke didn't answer Loki's question while Hestia only gloated at her, pissing her off. But she knew that it wasn't the time to smack the lowly goddess because she needed to observe everything that was happening. But as they reached the bottom, revealing the entirety of the underground base, even Loki froze for an instant, not knowing what to think of the sight in front of her. Did an earth god use their arcanum here? She muttered the same thing as Hestia when she descended here. Hestia pouted slightly and said, "It's annoying that you said the same thing as me. But I understand how you feel." Instead of entertaining the fellow goddess, Loki turned to Kisuke. "What's this? I've been to this place and know that this place didn't exist a few years ago." Kisuke grinned and answered, "I just coincidentally found this place." Of course, Loki instantly caught that lie, but she went for a different answer like Kisuke was expecting, so he knew about this place beforehand. "I heard their group only came recently to Orario, so either he has further connections that I'm not aware of, or this isn't his first time in this city." Wanting to remove one possibility, Loki asked, "This isn't your first time in Orario?" Without any hesitation, Kisuke answered, "This our first time in Orario." Kisuke knew that he successfully diverted her conclusion with that answer. However, Loki wasn't easily fooled as she still hadn't dropped the possibility that Kisuke and his group created this place instead as there was no evidence that said otherwise. "Now then, everyone. The tour can come later, for now, we'll immediately take care of our main business. Please follow me." Kisuke started walking again and went straight to the clinic that he had set up previously. Once they reached inside, the group could see several rooms, but Kisuke led them to the last one specifically. Before they could enter that room, however, two figures arrived behind them. Sona and Yoruchi had come after detecting some activity in the underground base that they weren't familiar with. "Good afternoon, Loki-sama, Line-chan, and Riveria-san." Yoruchi initiated her greeting but her voice trailed off when she noticed that something was amiss with the high elf who was holding her still half-full glass of strawberry colada smoothie. "What's wrong with her?" Line was about to tell them the story, however, she hesitated, as she didn't know if she should really be telling them. Loki and Hestia, on the other hand, only looked towards Kisuke, who was pretending that nothing about this has anything to do with him. Seeing this familiar sight, Sona sighed, "Let me guess. This idiot overdid it again." Riveria's current state somehow reminded her of the hardships she had to go through from the hands of the devil that had the incurable disease of not being able to live quietly without messing around with someone. Chuckling, Loki nodded at her. "I'm surprised you can guess only a few seconds after arriving. Loki-sama. We already learnt that if someone isn't acting quite right, and Kisuke is around, we can always assume that it has something to do with him." Sona smiled as she replied. "Hey. It isn't always my fault." Kisuke tried to protest, but everyone ignored him. Yoruchi first looked at Line before saying, "You're going through the level reset. What did he ask of you?" Line nodded and told her about the vows she took. Sighing, Yoruchi muttered, "For me, just the information control is enough. But Kisuke is Kisuke, no matter where he goes or who he's dealing with. It's alright, Yoruchi-san. I think all of his demands are understandable after seeing this place." "I see. Then good luck. I can assure your safety in his hands. We'll be going first. Sona needs to practice her martial arts." Yoruchi turned around and waved to them before exiting the clinic. "Have a good day, everyone." Sona bowed slightly before following Yoruchi outside. Line also bowed towards them. "Thank you very much." Kisuke asked Loki and Line to perform the level reset on the bed in the middle of the room after he gave them the signal. He still needed to do some checks before proceeding with the process. After he confirmed that everything was working properly, Kisuke activated concealing magic so that no outside forces could guess what was happening in this place. He expected the level reset to make some noise because the record said that every time it was performed, the gods around would immediately notice it. "Everything is good to go. Please do it." Kisuke gave them the signal. Instead of immediately doing it, Loki first looked around and muttered, "Oh. This magic, these syntaxes, I wonder where you learned all of this. It isn't magic of any race in this world." As someone who already experienced countless battles, Loki learned how to read magic so that she could react to it whenever it was cast in front of her. However, the magic that Kisuke deployed used a different set of language which she hadn't seen before. "I learned it at home. He answered simply. Loki stared at him for a moment as Kisuke's identity became more and more obscure inside her head. It seems that I'm still underestimating him. Forgetting about it for a moment, Loki turned to Line and commanded, "Take off your top." Line knew that she had to do it, but she hesitated because Kisuke was still looking over. Reading the atmosphere, Kisuke quietly turned around. Line sighed and took off her top while still wary of Kisuke. She then lied down on her chest to let Loki access her back more easily. Loki then pricked her finger with the prepared needle and drew a circle of her blood on Line's back, instantly revealing her fauna. She then started drawing a line from Line's nape until her pelvis. A few seconds later, red lightning started crawling through the line Loki drew and, at the same time, a scream of pain emerged from Line, KYAAAAAAAHHHHH. She wanted to move or roll around, but she noticed that she couldn't even lift a finger, so she could only scream in pain, "Loki-sama, please get away." Kisuke immediately turned back and instructed Loki. He then approached Line and put a gag on her mouth so that she wouldn't bite her tongue, thinking that it might also ease the pain she was feeling. Loki immediately followed Kisuke's instruction and went back to Hestia and Riveria's side. Kisuke, on the other hand, activated the first magic circle for the treatment. The first magic he activated sucked out almost all of the mana in the space around Line. He guessed that it was the mana, which didn't react well with the spiritual energy, that made most of the damage to the soul body as it contaminated the wound. Kisuke then went back to his terminal to watch Line's vital statistics and waited for the level reset to finish. He noticed that Line's soul body became covered in cracks and now understood how dangerous this entire process was. The level reset just pulls the saved excelia from the soul and physical body without any regards to its host. After a few minutes, Line settled down and lost her consciousness, signaling the end of the reset. Kisuke then created a barrier through Kiddo around Line before deactivating the first magic. He then initiated the healing Kiddo that would slowly nourish and heal Line's soul. Editors: Garan. 28th00. Ash Candy. Title suggestions: The Idiot Did It Again. Level Reset. Fauna Give No Regard. Kisuke Makes a Girl Scream Again. Trolling a god is simple, just show her the cellar. Chapter 391, An Accidental Meeting. You really healed her, Loki muttered after checking Line's current state. What? You didn't believe me? Kisuke asked as he put a blanket on the sleeping Line. I only based it on the fact that you didn't lie about healing her. Loki then faced Kisuke. Should I leave her here for a while? Kisuke nodded at her. That would be for the best. If something is wrong, I can notice it immediately and make a proper response. Then let's do that. Loki then turned to Riveria, who was quietly watching everything with her already empty glass. Let's go home for today. Kisuke understood Loki's decision as he also noticed that there was already a change in Riveria. In addition to that, he was still busy checking Line and didn't have time to entertain them. Hestia-sama, please lead them outside. He could only trust that Loki would keep Riveria silent for now. Hestia made a fed-up face as she didn't really want to deal with Loki. Fine. But she still did what Kisuke asked of her. But before they left, Kisuke grabbed 3 bags worth of assorted snacks and passed it to Riveria. Please think of this as my apology. Riveria blankly received the bags before Loki grabbed her hand and Kisuke returned to his work. When they reached outside, Hestia couldn't help but smile when she peeked at Riveria. Don't mind it too much. She left them after saying such. Loki started walking while Riveria only quietly followed her until they reached the gates of the Twilight Manor. Once they stepped into their territory, Loki suddenly stopped walking and faced Riveria with a smile. Just so you know, everyone already knew that you had already regained your wits and were only pretending to be calm while making a fake straight face, including Kisuke Urahara. Riveria's eyes widened before shouting, "No!" She then started running towards the manor with a flushed face which caught everyone's attention. Loki tried to chase after her, shouting, "Wait! Riveria! Let me have some of those snacks." However, due to the difference in physical abilities, Loki was immediately left behind as Riveria locked herself in her room. Tioni, Ace, and Lafia, who just came out after hearing Riveria scream, could only look at the wheezing Loki with a dumbfounded expression. What happened to Riveria-sama? Lafia asked with a twitching mouth as that was the first time they witnessed her acting like that. Loki didn't know how to answer that question, so she just said, "Well, we just came from Kisuke's place." The girls became even more confused, but somehow, they understood Loki's underlying meaning after Kisuke's name came up. However, they were still underestimating him and thought that Kisuke just tricked Riveria again. It's only on the next day that Line finally woke up, and after checking her up one last time, he asked her to go home and rest. 3 days later, the day of Monsterphilia arrived. Monsterphilia was an annual festival hosted by the Ganesha Familia, and its main event was taming monsters that the Familia caught in the dungeon in the Colosseum near the Tower of Babel. Every year, a flock of people would enter Orario just to see this. Some were tourists while some were just looking for work they could do. Nevertheless, it was one of the 2 famous festivals in Orario, the other one being the Moon Festival, which would be held a month and a half later. Since it was a rare occasion, Kisuke and the rest decided to take the day off to have some fun. While others protested against it, Kisuke and Yorichi decided to have a date with just the two of them since it had been a while. Since they didn't really want to stand out, Kisuke and Yorichi wore the standard attire of an adventurer while going around. The two of them went around happily, visiting all kinds of stores and purchasing some random things that caught their interest. It was around 10 a.m. when they both felt satisfied and also noticed that the crowd was getting thicker and that it was becoming harder to move around. They then decided to enter a cafe to rest for a bit. They chose to sit down in an inconspicuous corner and ordered some drinks. It was then that a certain cloaked individual entered the same cafe. From the aura she was emitting, she certainly was a goddess, and although she was covered in a cloak, the charming aura that was attracting everyone in the cafe and the familiar gaze they felt from her, Kisuke and Yorichi wouldn't mistake her for anyone else. The goddess on the top of the tower they designated as the Peeping Lady and the leader of one of the strongest familia in Urahara, Freya. The moment she stepped in, Kisuke and Yorichi reduced their presence to that of inconsequential individuals and looked at each other to communicate. Both of them decided not to leave as it would only attract attention to them, and even more so when they just ordered something to snack on. However, things became harder when two more individuals arrived in the cafe, which made Kisuke sigh. Loki would surely notice us. And there'll be no choice but to go face to face with that Freya. Since I can't lie, she would probably ask difficult questions again in front of Freya. Kisuke tried to think of a way to get out of this place. However, with the charming aura Freya was emitting which captured everyone, it would only attract her attention. If that's the case, I can only play along with Loki and rely on her more. That's what she wants anyway. Loki, along with Ace as her bodyguard, arrived at the cafe and immediately went straight to Freya's table. When Freya looked towards Ace, the golden-haired girl couldn't help but blush and froze for a bit before biting her lip to wake herself up. Yo. Did you wait too long? Loki waved at Freya and greeted her. No, I just arrived myself. Freya's attention then transferred to Ace. Oh, my. Who's this? Ah, right. You two haven't met yet. This is my Ace. That's enough for you, right? Loki then faced Ace. Ace, technically she's a goddess, so at least say hello. While being wary, Ace greeted the goddess. Nice to meet you. While thinking, that was close. The full abilities of deities are sealed on Earth. This goddess shouldn't be any different, and yet. Peeking at the other customers, she's attractive enough to charm someone to their soul. This is the physical incarnation of beauty. The goddess Freya. It was then that she noticed a familiar face, Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke noticed that she was looking over, so he just smiled and nodded a bit. Ace wanted to respond, however, Freya spoke, returning her focus to her. How adorable. And yes, I can see why you've taken a liking to her. May I ask why you brought the sword, princess? Chuckling, Loki replied, the festival's in full swing. What better time for a hot date with my Ace Tan? And well, she'll charge headfirst into the dungeon if I don't keep an eye on her. It's what my princess is like. While looking at Ace with a mix of a gentle and wry smile, she continued, if someone doesn't force her, she never rests. Ace felt embarrassed by her stare, so she ended up looking away. I ended up wasting our time, so I'll be frank with you. You've been acting really weird lately. Opening her eyes slightly, Loki asked with a serious expression, Amen. Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Garan. Ash Candy. Title suggestions. Where Kisuke isn't the protagonist anymore, 28th00 idea. Where chaos and love converge. Chapter 392, An Unexpected Response. Freya only stayed silent with Loki's accusation, but she already figured that she was correct, as this wasn't the first time that this happened. Gah. Such a pain. So, basically, you got your eyes on a kid from another familia. Who's the guy you've laid eyes on this time? Loki wanted to make sure that they weren't aiming for the same guy. It'll be really annoying if it's Kisuke. Although he's doing a great job hiding for now, he won't be able to do that for long. However, Freya maintained her silence. Out with it. You don't want any friction between us, do you? Loki continued to push. Freya really didn't want to answer, but she also knew that Loki had her eyes on someone and she didn't really want to go against her. But since it was just a normal adventure in others' eyes, Freya knew that they weren't looking at the same guy. And besides, that child was not Loki's type or the type she would become interested in. He's not that strong. Completely different from any of the children in our respective familias. Easily upset by even simple things. He's the type to cry right away. That kind of child. With an enamored expression, Freya continued, but he's so beautiful and pure. I've never seen anyone with a color like him. So I couldn't help but fall for him. Is that so? And you're not planning to do anything annoying, right? Freya didn't answer her. Loki was already sure she hadn't discovered Kisuke's existence and, instead of letting her discover him later and not know about it, Loki turned around and called out, Oi. Kisuke-kun. You've already seen me, why not greet me? Freya was surprised that Loki called out to someone else when this was supposed to be their secret meeting. Following her sights, Freya saw a human with pale blonde hair and grey eyes wearing a standard attire for adventurers. Isn't that Hestia's child? Could it be the child that Loki has her eyes on? Kisuke sighed, then stood up and approached the group while Yuruchi didn't do anything, not even turning her head as she slowly melded herself to the surroundings while Kisuke gathered the three's attention. As he approached, Freya looked into his eyes while Kisuke also coincidentally met that gaze. Although he should be any other normal child with a normal polluted grey soul with some tint of other colors in it, something about him gave Freya a strange feeling which she couldn't distinguish. Furrowing her brows slightly, Freya thought, what's this? Reaching their table, Kisuke nodded at them slightly before giving his greeting with his signature smile, good day to you, Loki-sama, Wallenstein-san, and… May I know the respected name of this goddess? Freya. Freya introduced herself simply, and you are? Ah, please pardon my rudeness. This one is Kisuke Urahara, the current captain of the Hestia Familia. It's my pleasure to finally meet the very famous goddess of beauty, Freya-sama. I had heard that you were a great beauty, and meeting you now, I can certainly say that those rumors are an understatement. Thank you. Freya smiled slightly at his words but didn't take it to heart as she already heard those words countless times. On the contrary, it gave her a slightly bad impression of him. However, something about him really bothered her. What is this feeling? Loki was able to pick up Freya's slight discomfort as she faced Kisuke. Although she didn't know why, she thought it was really a good idea to let them meet now. Hey! Stop flattering her. She already heard that countless times. Kisuke shook his head. Even then, I think it's only right to give your compliments to a lady. Although, if I came out as someone undesirable, please do forgive me. No. I don't think that's the case at all. Freya refuted his words and changed the topic. I see. So you're Hestia's child. Why did you call him over, Loki? Eh? You're asking. You already know the reason. So this is the guy she doesn't want me to get involved with. Although he's giving me a weird feeling, I don't see anything special about him. Freya thought. Guessing what was on her mind, Loki snickered at her and proceeded with her plan to bind Kisuke more to her. Now then, Kisuke-kun. What do you think of Freya here? So it's really this question. After answering this, I won't have a choice but to cling to the Loki Familia to keep Freya Familia at bay. Kisuke thought as he answered, what do you mean by that, Loki-sama? Of course, I think Freya-sama is very beautiful. Is she attractive? This follow-up question shocked Freya as that should be obvious while it only confused Ace who was listening to the side. However, the moment he answered this question, Freya became even more shocked. That's a given. She's very attractive. A lie with a straight face that the two goddesses didn't miss. You. Freya wanted to say something yet she was at a loss for words. She didn't expect that a child from the Kakai would lie about her being attractive. But also thanks to this, she was able to figure out the weird feeling Kisuke was giving her, that is, annoyance. No. Nuisance. Either way, it was something that she only experienced a few times in her long life and never from a man at that. What are you? And indeed, from Kisuke's perspective, Freya was a very beautiful woman and one of the most beautiful he had ever encountered. However, her charming aura kept prickling Kisuke and he found it annoying as those prickling sensations directly touched his soul. Although almost everyone would fall for that aura, for Kisuke and Yuruchi, as captain-level Shinigamis, it only served as a mild annoyance at best. Even Loki was a bit shocked at his response as she thought Kisuke was just enduring the charming aura. She would never have thought that he would instead be repulsed by it. And before things got too serious, she immediately decided to retreat. All right, Freya. We have to go. We still have a few plans. See you around. She dragged the clueless Ace with her and signaled Kisuke to follow. Yuruchi also stood up from her seat and followed the group, leaving only the dumbfounded Freya. What was that? However, soon after, her eyes caught the running figure of the child she had her eyes on. Although she wanted to understand what happened just now, her priority was testing the white-haired child as this was the reason she came down from her spot on the tower today. Kisuke Urahara. Interesting. Editors. 28th00. Ash Candy. Garan. Alternative titles. Freya is a cactus to Kisuke. Beauty is like a rose. The lie that shocks. The annoyance skill reached max level. Chapter 393, Test Subject. Did you really have to do that? Kisuke asked after they got away from the cafe. While grinning, Loki replied, I also need insurance myself. Though I didn't really expect that you're actually annoyed by her. Annoyed? Ace asked in confusion. You felt it right. The moment you looked into her eyes. You also noticed that everyone around also felt the same as you. Recalling the feelings she got, Ace nodded at Loki. However, this guy here felt annoyed instead. Finally understanding what she meant, Ace looked at Kisuke in admiration. It's nothing impressive. I just hate anything that influences my mind. Kisuke downplayed his ability while also changing the topic. Anyway, another annoying eye landed on me. Patting his shoulder, Loki tried to comfort him. Revealing yourself to her now is better because she still underestimates you. Just give her the wrong impressions like what you're doing to me. Smiling, Kisuke answered, I wonder what you're talking about. Changing the topic once again, Loki asked, anyway, are the two of you on a date? Yep. But we're just unlucky enough to choose a cafe that some goddesses would coincidentally visit. However, thanks to that, I also figured that something out of the ordinary would also happen in today's festival. Oh. Do you also get it? True. That bitch might be cooking something up, but I can't help but think that there's something else. Kisuke's expression became serious when he heard Loki's words. Is this perhaps the intuition of the trickster goddess? Sniggering, Loki replied, you could call it that. I see. Then see you around. Kisuke and Uruchi then suddenly changed their direction, separating from the two. Not minding their actions, Loki just said to their leaving backs, our familia would surely get involved in an incident in the future. The first term, right? I'll give you the information that we'll be able to gather, but don't count on that. Kisuke replied without turning his back. That's enough. Loki then dragged Ace in the opposite direction. Once they got away from the crowd, Uruchi asked, what should we do now? Loki just dug a hole for you on her side. Not a problem. I would have done the same if I'm in her position. It's just that we have to adjust our plans for a bit as this will also make the supplies from the Loki familia arrive faster. What about that Freya? It seems like she's not an easy person to deal with. It's fine. Her intentions are easier to read than Loki's. With that, I also plan to follow her. Go back to the girls first. Make sure they're safe. Kisuke instructed. Uruchi and he knew that a commotion would happen today and wanted the girls' identities safe because they might have to use their true powers in the crowd and that isn't ideal for now. After their goodbye kisses, Uruchi immediately left to join the other girls while Kisuke went into a dark alley and left with a brown cloak and plain white mask without any holes in it. By blending his ki with the surrounding and being one with the world, Kisuke was able to walk through the streets without him being detected. As long as he doesn't get too close to someone strong or focus his attention on someone too much, no one would be able to detect him. Going back to the cafe, Freya already left. However, her lingering aura is still detectable, so he carefully and quietly followed it. It took him about an hour to track her, and this led him to the Colosseum that the main event of the Monsterphilia is supposed to happen in. By now, people are already panicking as monsters that are to be used in the taming show apparently escaped and are now roaming around. Kisuke ignored the monsters and went inside the storage unit and only found cages and intoxicated Ganesha Familia members. Freya is nowhere to be found. However, he did notice the high level of the charming aura lingering around and came into a conclusion. I knew that she would be able to control people with her charm if she unleashed it after talking with her today, but I didn't think it would also be effective on monsters that don't have a complete soul. Looks like I have to create some countermeasures against this. Kisuke left the Colosseum and followed Freya's aura, and 20 minutes later, Kisuke found her on a tower in Delux Street, overlooking something. She sure does like towers. Looking towards the direction she is watching, Kisuke found a familiar white-haired young adventurer, Belle Cranel. Belle Cranel just started adventuring and is a member of the Mayak Familia. Kisuke and Belle only met in the Hostess of Fertility and haven't even talked with each other. However, he knew him due to the fact that Sona, Aika, and Kaneko frequents in Mayak Familia to buy their potions and would sometimes meet him. I see. So he's the one that caught this peeping lady's attention. I guess that's understandable as he has a very rare pure soul. Currently, Belle, along with another friend, Seer, is being chased by an orc. Although the orc can't keep up with them, sooner or later, the orc would catch up because they can't match its stamina. But either way, Kisuke doesn't intend to help because he believes that Belle is perfectly capable of dealing with that monster. And just as he predicted, the orc caught up with them, and it seems that the orc's target is only Seer. Knowing that they can't escape anymore, Belle had no choice but to face the monster to protect Seer. Although Belle could keep up with its movements, he can only nick its skin with his dagger. Oh, come on. You're fast enough to get its eyes and you'll be able to escape. Kisuke, however, can only feel frustration as he watches him fight. Belle's physical parameters don't match his skills and techniques. It was like he's watching Ichigo all over again, but this time, Belle doesn't have Ichigo's battle instinct that improves the longer he fights. At this rate, both of them are really going to die. Kisuke then looked towards the peeping lady who seems to be enjoying the show. Is this her goal? Or maybe she just doesn't care about the result. While contemplating if he should help, Kisuke suddenly recalled something. Right. I still have that prototype sacred gear in the form of a knife which I made even before the one I made for Mom. Pulling out a nondescript knife from his inventory, Kisuke wrote a note and attached it on the knife with a string before throwing it towards Belle, gracing his cheek before it landed on the pavement in front of him. This action immediately caught Freya's attention and looked towards the origin of the knife and saw a cloak and masked figure waving at her before disappearing from her sight in an instant. Freya was shocked that she didn't notice that someone was following her and frowned deeply when the stalker disappeared. On Bel's side, he was surprised that something just went flying beside his face and a knife appearing in front of him. However, the situation doesn't allow him to think much and immediately grabbed the knife as his knife was already reduced into pieces. After he got the knife, Bel created a bit of a distance between him and the orc while dragging Seer with him. While at it, he also went through the note that says, "Hello there, young adventurer. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. This dagger would augment your basic abilities and is sharp enough to match your abilities. And whenever it breaks, it also restores itself after some time. Convenient, right? From the otherworldly merchant. P.S. Only you can use this properly." The knife that Kisuke gave Bel is just a simple strengthening gear, but it has two of the sacred gear's features. The first one is an automatic restoration. While it can't be taken inside the body, it still has self-repair capabilities. The second one is only the host of the sacred gear could use it and it would still grow along with its host. If Bel is lucky, the spiritual particles inside the sacred gear would develop its own rudimentary intelligence and assist him in the future. Not intending to watch the end result, Kisuke immediately left the scene thinking that he found a test subject. Editors: Alexander. 28th00. Garan. Chapter 394, Caretakers, DXD Side. Since the day that Ophis appeared in front of Seraphal, the infinite dragon god would visit her for the chocolates once a day, and even if the other leaders asked what was going on, Seraphal would just feign ignorance, to the frustration of the others. Also during this time, Seraphal tried to slowly push a narrative that Kisuke Urahara was just victim of a bigger plot of some other supernatural faction against the devils and the alliance at large. However, even with her voice as one of the devil kings and the leader of the foreign ministry, it just resulted in a backlash. Seraphal severely underestimated the hatred the devils had against Kisuke. She, of course, felt baffled about it because this was just a recent event and shouldn't have sunk into the masses yet. Seraphal tried to investigate it and found that several devil houses, all of which were victims of the blood sacrifice incident, were spreading rumors about Kisuke which resulted in unreasonable hatred. But just as she was about to make a move to respond to that, a directive came from the higher-ups that Seraphal Leviathan was to be temporarily relieved of her duties as a devil king, the reason being that she was creating unnecessary infighting amongst the devils, which might result in another civil war if not stopped. Since all evidence points against Kisuke and Seraphal tried to defend him, the lower devil houses immediately petitioned for her to be held accountable for creating and assisting the disturbance of peace within the underworld. Although Seraphal didn't really commit any crimes, the ruling body of the underworld had to take the growing dissatisfaction of some houses regarding Seraphal's actions and, as a result of her being relieved of her post, she was to be banished to the human world and would not return until further notice. Of course, there were some people who protested against this decision, and the one leading them was the Citri house. However, Seraphal herself asked them to stop as she realized that going this way wouldn't actually do any good for her, her sister, and Kisuke, and she just accepted her banishment because she figured out that she would be able to move easier that way. Her parents tried to dissuade her against this decision, but they stopped after a few tries and just expressed their willingness to assist her in her endeavor. They could understand that she was doing this for Sona and they were willing to do the same. However, they don't really understand why she would always take this Kisuke Urahara into consideration and could only think of him as a son-in-law who gave them a very big headache. But since Seraphal believed in him, they chose to do the same. Seraphal was thankful for their actions but decided against accepting their assistance as they were in the spotlight now. The house's enemies might use this chance to attack them, and she didn't want that to happen now that she wasn't in position to help them. After a few preparations, with her luggage on hand, Seraphal departed to the human world immediately after saying her goodbyes to her parents. She already had a destination in mind and didn't hesitate to teleport to Kuo Town as she appeared in front of a certain building with a large sign on the front of it, Urahara Shoutin'. However, just as she was about to open the doors, Seraphal suddenly stopped and frowned. There's someone inside. Seraphal's aura instantly became cold as she slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The sound of the door opening was pretty loud, so the person inside should have heard it, and Seraphal chose to just wait for this individual. A minute later, someone indeed came out, and this person wasn't anyone Seraphal was expecting, Akino-chan. Akino came out after she heard the door's noise. Seraphal-sama. What are you doing here? That should be my question. What are you doing here? Seraphal inspected Rias Gremory's queen and tried to guess what was the purpose of her presence in the shop. Akino froze, not knowing how to answer her question. Although she was just here to take care of the cleaning and anything else, she didn't really know if that answer would be acceptable, as her actions were technically illegal trespassing. While she was struggling to find an answer, a gothic Lolita suddenly came out from the interior of the store and gave Seraphal the stare. Ophis-chan. Seraphal exclaimed after seeing her, what are you doing here? Why, you know her, Seraphal-sama. Akino became guarded after seeing her reaction. If she could call Ophis by her name, then she likely knew of her real identity, and that included her being the leader of the terrorist group that threatened the alliance. If Serafall reacted badly, she would have no choice but to escape, as she would surely be branded as a terrorist too. A few seconds after seeing Serafall, Ophis slowly walked her W8. Akino tried to stop her, but she didn't dare make any sudden movement when she still knew nothing of what Serafall was thinking. Reaching the spot in front of Serafall, Ophis suddenly made a gesture of asking for something, which puzzled Akino greatly. Witnessing this, Serafall could only sigh as she took out a chocolate bar from her independent space and passed it to Ophis. "This is the last one, all right?" Ophis nodded slightly, but Serafall could see a slight pout on her face and patted her head. "It's all right. Even though it's not from Kitan, I can still get you some sweets." Ophis looked into her eyes, and the slightly pouting lips already returned to normal. She then went back inside the shop without minding the two devils. What's going on?" Akino asked in a surprised tone. Easing her aura, Serafall closed the door of the shop and smiled at Akino. "It seems that Akino-chan is taking good care of Ophis-chan these days. Although still not sure of how the two of them knew each other and how Serafall apparently gave Ophis a chocolate bar that came from Kisuke, Akino became filled with hope that the Devil King knew Kisuke's location and wanted to talk to her about it. "Please come inside, Serafall-sama. I'll prepare some tea." Serafall nodded and went inside. "Good. I also wanted to hear your story and why you're here." As the two of them came to the living space of the shop, they both saw Ophis sitting on the couch and silently watching a television show about animal documentaries. "By the way, Akino-chan, I plan to start living here for the time being," Serafall said suddenly, thinking that it really was the correct choice to come here. Akino was startled, but she immediately nodded after taking a peek at the luggage she was carrying. "All right. Please follow me. I'll lead you to a spare room." "Thanks. Editors 28th00. Alexander. Ash Candy. Alternative title, The Real Protagonist Appears Again, 28th00. Chapter 395, Chapter 395. What Kisuke and Co. left, DXD side. After setting aside her luggage, Serafall came down and saw that tea and some snacks were already prepared for her. Although not explicitly for her, Ophis also started attacking those snacks, but Akino didn't oppose her actions. Akino, ignoring Ophis' actions, was fiddling with her smartphone with furrowed brows. While she was busy, Serafall sat in front of her. "Got the news now?" Akino stayed silent for a few seconds before putting down her phone and looked towards Serafall. "Are you fine with this, Serafall-sama?" Serafall answered after taking a sip from her tea. "It's fine. I realized that I shouldn't go about it the way I've been doing it, and without any evidence. I can't prove Kitan's innocence even if there are people who would believe my words. This way, although I don't have many options to take, I have a lot more freedom." Akino nodded in understanding and stayed silent for a moment before asking what she had been curious about. Where is Urahara-san?" Serafall furrowed her brows and glared at Akino after hearing her question. Immediately shaking her head and putting both of her hands up, Akino hurriedly defended herself. "No. Please don't misunderstand. I also believe that he's innocent, despite his poor track record of messing with others. I'm just curious as to where he is." Akino, however, couldn't honestly tell her that she felt something inside her disappeared along with him, and that the real reason she hanged out in the shop waiting for his return was to further understand this feeling. After seeing her reaction, Serafall suddenly grinned. "Don't worry. I'm just messing with you. You wouldn't be taking care of Ophis-chan silently if you thought otherwise." With a twitching mouth, Akino replied, "Please don't do these kinds of jokes. It's really bad for my heart." Serafall chuckled, lightening the mood a little bit because she noticed that Akino was getting tense and she didn't want to start their talk with her mind not working properly. "Returning to your question, I don't know where Kitan, Sona-chan, and the rest of the missing people who are connected to him are." Akino looked down and bit her lips. "I see. So you also have no idea where Kaneko-chan might be. But you don't have to worry. They're fine." Serafall started helping herself with the snacks on the table. What do you mean? Remember what happened after 2 weeks of his initial disappearance?" Akino nodded. "Yes. That's the last time that Urahara-san's aura was felt. It's also the day that Kaneko and Ika Kiryu disappeared somewhere in the momentary clash between two very strong entities." She then peeked towards Ophis, who was still silently eating her snacks. Serafall then confirmed Akino's thoughts. "It's as you've guessed. The clash that happened that day is between Ophis-chan and the only other entity that can match her, the Great Red. What does it have to do with Kaneko-chan's disappearance? I've guessed that Kaneko-chan and Ika-chan have some ways to contact Kisuke. Although I don't know why they only did so after 2 weeks have passed, I know for sure that they're with him right now because that day, I received a note from Kitan that they'll be going somewhere far away, and with him are Yoruichi-chan, Ika-chan, and Kaneko-chan." Akino sighed in slight relief, but along with it was a pang of jealousy. Shaking her head out of these thoughts, she continued to ask, "Then why haven't they contacted any of us? It's been a week since then." Serafall shook her head. "I don't know. But instead of going somewhere, I think they have been whisked away to some unknown place. Why do you think that's the case? Instead of answering Akino's question, Serafal faced Ophis and asked, Ophis-chan, do you really not know where they are? Ophis momentarily stopped her snacking and shook her head. Serafal then returned her attention to Akino, and there you have it. The whole dimensional gap is her domain, and for her not being able to find Kitan and the fact that he hasn't contacted anyone since then, their group might have been trapped in a strange space. What should we do? For now, how about you tell me what you're doing here? Akino nodded and started her story. Ever since the incident 3 weeks ago, Akino was tasked to look out and investigate Kisuke's mother's, Sakura Urahara, whereabouts and well-being, along with making sure no one would needlessly approach Aika's parents before that duty was taken off her by the Citri house. Needless to say, Akino wasn't able to gather even a bit of information regarding Sakura. It was as if she suddenly disappeared into thin air. It was also around this time that Azazel became the advisor of the Research Occult Club so that he could help everyone from the Rias Gremory peerage become stronger. However, Akino thought he did it to monitor their group as they had an extensive connection with Kisuke Urahara prior to this incident, because, at one time, he tried to sound them out about their knowledge of the basement where the corpses of the devils were found. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in the first 2 weeks as Surzex and Azazel were keeping others away from them. But when Aika and Kaneko suddenly disappeared along with the resurfacing of Kisuke's aura and that strange clash, everyone became hectic again, but the Azazel's first move was to cover up their disappearance so that they wouldn't be suspected. With Surzek's private squad, led by Grafia and Azazel's men, they secretly tried to find the whereabouts of the 2 girls, and this time, they were able to find something which made them happy for a moment. They discovered some traces of teleportation magic in one of Kuo Academy's empty classrooms, along with Kaneko's lingering aura and 2 others. Grafia, with the help of top experts of the fallen angels, including Azazel, was able to bring out the magic circle they used to teleport, and from there it should have been easy to reverse engineer it and get its destination. However, it almost made them lose their minds, because each time they would analyze the magic circle, it would point them to a certain location, but after analyzing it a second time to check the results, they would discover another location. After a week of analyzing, they discovered over 100 locations and confirmed that none of them was the real destination. Realizing the scale of the magic circle, everyone investigating calculated that the resulting magic wave should have alerted everyone in the Kuo Academy that time, but they knew for sure that the girls disappeared silently as there was always someone monitoring the school. They thought that this magic circle was just a distraction and the girls used some other way to leave. It was only after taking their attention off the magic circle that Azazel discovered something wrong with the classroom itself. After investigating it, Azazel uncovered the etching of a formation that concealed every magic activity in the room. Akino could still remember Azazel's words that day, "We've been had." Kisuke had already created an escape route for the girls long before this incident happened. Editors. 28th00. Garan. Ashkandi. Alexander. Chapter 396, Cooperation, DxD side. I wanted to see that. Serafal started chuckling while imagining Azazel's and Grafia's frustrated faces compared to Kisuke's grinning face. Akino maintained her poker face because she really saw that scene and wanted to laugh out loud. Despite not being there, he still seemed capable of upsetting someone with his methods. Akino then continued her story. Surzex renovated Issei's house and asked everyone from Rias Peerage to move in for security purposes. With them living in one place, it would be easier to guard and monitor their surroundings. However, Akino somehow felt uncomfortable with that and rejected the Devil King's offer. Since they wouldn't accept it without any good reason, Akino told them that she would be staying at Kisuke's shop so, in case he came back, she would be able to inform them immediately. After a bit of persuasion, pleading, and help from her best friend, Rias, Surzex, and Azazel accepted her proposal. When Akino first came a few days ago, she was shocked to see Ophis quietly standing in the middle of the living area. She felt conflicted for a while but ultimately decided not to report it and just took care of her by giving her some snacks that she seemed to never get bored with. These past few days, Ophis would silently come and Akino too would silently bring out some snacks, both handmade and store-bought, and that's how I came here. I didn't really take care of her as I was just giving her some food. Most of the time, she's not here. Serafal smiled and said, "No. You've been taking care of her and I thank you for that. Besides, you also did a great job of keeping her existence here a secret. She's our only chance if we want to find Kitan and the rest." Serafal patted Ophis while saying so. Then suddenly, Ophis gave a follow-up, and Idiot Red. He can. As painful for her to admit, only Great Red could assist them in finding her favorite worshipper as his domain was the dreams and he probably had a way to find his real location through the dreams. Serafal and Akino were both shocked when Ophis suddenly spoke but they stayed quiet because of her words. A few seconds later, Serafal asked Ophis, "Idiot Red. Do you mean the Great Red?" Ophis only nodded at her and continued her snacking. Serafal and Akino looked at each other to see how they could use this information. But they shook their heads a few seconds later as they didn't have a way to contact the mysterious true dragon. How about this, Akino-chan? Serafal suddenly said, could you help me searching for them? Of course. I've been searching for them too, assisting you is only natural. No. Not that. Your search will be different this time around because you won't be reporting any of your findings to anyone except for me. Akino stayed silent for a while before nodding, understood. I think that would be for the best. Great. I can cast some illusionary spells so that others would think that we're not doing anything suspicious here, but we'll need a base of operations outside of their monitoring. Serafal started thinking of places they could use and Akino also helped her with it, but every place seemed to be traceable, and only in the dimensional gap would they be able to hide effectively. While they were in a dilemma, Ophis suddenly grabbed the hem of their clothes. As they looked towards her, Ophis suddenly tapped her foot on the floor and a magic circle suddenly came into being, engulfing the whole shop. While they were confused and shocked at what was happening, Ophis suddenly teleported out with the two of them in tow and reappeared in the familiar desolated scenery of the underground training facility. This is... Akino muttered in surprise. What? Where is this? Meanwhile, Serafal could only look around in confusion as this was the first time she came to this place. Urahara-kuin's secret base, Akino answered her. Secret base? This big? And where exactly is this? Serafal asked as she flew up to observe the surroundings. Akino snapped out of her dazzlement then took out her wings and flew in the direction of the living quarters. Where are you going? Serafal asked while following her. To their living quarters. We might be able to find some clues. Leaving Ophis behind, the two of them arrived at the ruins where the house was supposed to have stood up. It's been destroyed. Akino muttered at the scene. Serafal, on the other hand, hurriedly dug up the scene using her magic to investigate it but didn't find anything useful aside from the space itself around it being incredibly disturbed. Just what happened here? Sighing, Serafal immediately changed gears and faced Akino. Either way, we found a good place where we could gather things without anyone knowing. Though disappointed, Akino nodded in agreement. Ophis then reappeared beside them and stared at the rubble. It was unknown what was on her mind. Ophis-chan, what was that magic from earlier before we left? Serafal asked as she arrived beside her. Concealment. The hat taught me how to activate it. When I'm eating cookies there without them. Ophis answered simply. A large concealment magic so that someone could eat some cookies in private. What the hell? Serafal thought but immediately shook the outrageousness away as it wasn't needed right now. Turning back to Akino, Serafal gave her first instruction. Akino-chan, for your first mission, I want you to go to the underworld and get into contact with someone. My peerage is under scrutiny so they can't move freely and I don't know which one of my underlings I can trust so I can only ask you. I would like to follow your orders, but what about summer vacation? We plan to go to the underworld to train and I doubt I can get away from all the eyes. That's easy. Don't join them. But since they'll discover that I came to Kitan's shop sooner, you can just say that I'll be the one training you in exchange for you doing the household chores. Even though I don't have authority anymore, I don't think they'll ignore my request. Akino's eyes widened and she smiled. I see. Then I will inform Rias later. Great. For your first assignment, I would like you to go to the Belial territory and try to contact Daihauser Belial. Belial. What for? It seems that Kitan trusts them. I wanted to contact them earlier, but with all the monitoring on me, I couldn't compromise the connection. Got it. I'll immediately make my preparations. Editors. 28th00. Ash Candy. Chapter 397, Trouble in the City. Just as Yoruichi reaches the girls, panic had already spread among the spectators of the monsterphilia because some monsters apparently escaped from their cages and were now wreaking havoc among different parts of Orario. What's going on? Sona asked Yoruichi. But she only shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. Although she had an idea that this was probably what Kisuke was talking about when he said that Freya was planning something, she didn't say it as it was not really that important. What do you want to do? She asked the girls. Sona looked around before deciding. Let's go around. Maybe we could help with something. Yoruichi nodded in agreement. Good. Let's separate into two groups. Sona, Aika, and I will go to the eastern part while Medusa, Kuroka, and Kaneko will go to the opposite side. If you notice something amiss or weird, don't hesitate to contact others using the communication devices Kisuke gave you. Yes. Everyone answered enthusiastically before separating into two groups. Yoruichi, Sona, and Aika jogged around but didn't see any monsters, only some piles of ashes. A few minutes later, they heard a large explosion and immediately went to that side, of course, without revealing their real abilities. Once they arrived, they saw the Amazon sisters and the elf mage of the Loki Familia fighting a monster that looked like a green snake. However, they also noticed that the snake didn't have any orifices and became wary of its other heads that might be lurking around. Their guess of more heads gained more traction when they suddenly felt a tremor underground that didn't match what is happening on the surface. And just as they expected, another head appeared beside the elf mage who was trying to cast magic. Elf-san. On your right. Watch out. Aika shouted to the oblivious elf. However, her warning was already too late as the elf wasn't able to dodge and got tackled on her right before flying away and landing on some wooden boxes on the side, coughing blood. The monster finally fully came out of the ground and revealed its true form, which was of multiple giant carnivorous plant monsters. Aika immediately went to the elf side to give her some assistance while Sona and Yoruichi chose not to move and watch the situation for now, as it seemed that the Amazon sisters were not in any real danger. Arriving at her side, Aika checked her condition. Although she was in a slight stupor, only a few of her ribs were broken and it wasn't something serious. As the monster was about to bear down on them, Aika took out her Nodachi while also grabbing the injured elf, ready to use flash step or counter at any moment. However, the monster's grotesque mouth suddenly stopped from approaching them and looked towards her companions. Aika did the same and saw that Sona had manifested a ball of water using magic and was observing the monster silently. Did she figure something out? Aika was about to move away when she felt the wind suddenly getting rustled and a golden-haired girl arrived, severing the monster's head. Aika returned her attention to the elf who had already woken up from her stupor and started crying. Even though she didn't know the real reason, Aika could at least tell those were tears of frustration and slapped the poor elf's back, making her wince in pain. Ah. The elf glared at her with teary eyes, but Aika ignored it and just said, "You're hurt, but not dead. It's not like you can't fight anymore just because you're hurt, so stop whining and do something if you want to do so." At the same moment, Sona shouted towards them, "This monster is attracted to magic. You may use that as leverage." Without Aika noticing, Yoruichi already disappeared from Sona's side and arrived next to the struggling Ace, trying to block the monster's heads that just came out of the ground. "I got the kid." Yoruichi grabbed a little girl from one of the boxes. It turned out that Ace didn't dodge because there was a kid behind her. Aika turned back to the elf. "Heard that? You're cute." The elf, Lafia, heard what Sona had just said and understood Aika's words. "True. I'm hurt. But that doesn't mean I can't fight. I can't hold them back any longer. I have to do my part." Standing up with a new resolute face, Lafia faced Aika and said, "Thank you. Don't worry about it. Just finish this thing already. Its mouth is gross." Lafia nodded at her and took a deep breath. Deep inside, she was still very much afraid of pain, of death. But she also knew that it couldn't always be the case when everyone else was putting their lives on the line and leaving their backs to her. Biting her lips, Lafia psyched herself up by muttering, I am Lafia Voridis, an elf of the Wish Forest. I swore myself to the goddess Loki. I am a member of the strongest, proudest familia." Jumping towards an open area, Lafia started casting her magic. Since her wand was blown away, she had to use her hands as a catalyst for magic. Raising both of her arms, she started writing in midair, leaving a trail of light with her fingertips while singing the incantation along. "I beseech the name of Wish. Ancestors of the forest, proud brethren. Answer my call and descend on the plains. Connecting bonds, the pledge of paradise. Turn the wheel and dance. Come, the ring of fairies. Please give me strength. Elf ring." While vast amounts of mana started gathering on the ring of light around Lafia, all the plant monsters turned their attention to her. In turn, the Amazon sisters and Ace became free to easily intercept them and gathered around Lafia to guard her. "That's..." Sona muttered as Yoruichi and Aika already returned to her side along with one other person. "Elf ring. As long as the user knows the incantation for the elf magic, she'll be able to cast it herself. It's the magic that gave her the nickname, Thousand Elf. Loki answered, clearing her confusion. Aika and Sona only glanced at her while Yoruichi didn't even give her an eye and said, "Is it alright for you to tell us that?" Loki only shrugged her shoulders and said, "It was already public information when the top familias figured it out. By the way, thanks for assisting them. Sona shook her head. "It's nothing. They would have figured it out themselves once they noticed those monsters chased after Wallenstein-san. And you would have rescued that little girl yourself even without Yoruichi-san doing anything." Loki opened her eyes slightly and looked towards Sona. "Oh. You noticed?" Sona nodded. "Of course. It's my job after all. Only when I'm watching everyone's back can they focus on their task." "Oh. I see. So you're the strategist of your group. Compared to others, my abilities are lacking, so that's one of the few things I can do for everyone." Yoruichi and Aika's hands suddenly dropped on each of Sona's shoulders. "Don't put yourself down, Kaishu. You're very hardworking, and it won't take long for you to catch up. Although I say this, I'm actually the weakest in our group." Aika is right. It's just around the corner that you can discover a new path for yourself. Sona couldn't help but smile at their words and Loki could only silently watch them. Should I expect this in a harem? They're a very tightly knit group. Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Ash Candy. Chapter 398, A New Reason to Search. Lafia, using her elf ring, was able to cast the magic of the elvish princess, Riveriel Joe's Alf's attack spell, Wind Fimbulvetr. The spell blasts the opponents with an extremely cold blizzard and freezes them solid. It was then up to the other three to crush the monster, which took less than a minute to do so. The girls of the Loki Familia approached the girls of the Hestia Familia, wanting to thank them. However, Yoruchi stopped their advance and told them, there are still monsters roaming around, so let's save this for later. She then turned around and the two others followed her after giving their farewells. After seeing them leave, Loki then instructed her children, Lafia, go with the guild folks and get healed up a bit. Tiona, would the two of you go underground? Got a feeling there's still something there. Ace, we'll take care of the last monster together. Their group split up soon after. On the other hand, Yoruchi's group suddenly stopped at a desolated alley. Sona-chan, did you notice? Sona nodded at her question, yes. I've been using a low-powered magic sonar in the middle of the battle so that no one should suspect anything. What are the two of you talking about? Aika asked in confusion. Someone is lurking underground while all of this is happening. I'll go check it first. After Yoruchi answered Aika's question, she used Flash Step and disappeared in front of them. Down the hole that the plant monster has created is the complex sewer system of Orario. Without being careful, roaming around these parts could trap you for days. 100 meters away, a figure in a black cloak is running away from the spot where the plant monster appeared. A few seconds later, Yoruchi appeared behind the running figure and instantly knocked them out by striking their neck, KAH. Yoruchi caught her and opened up her cloak and saw a black-haired elf. Opening her eyes, Yoruchi saw that they were red. After making sure that she didn't change her appearance in any way, she memorized her face. It was then she noticed that something amiss with her, it's just half of her soul present in her body. What's this? Yoruchi frowned and tried to record everything she can for a few minutes before getting the magic stone in her hand and leaving quietly. I wonder what's her story. And where's the missing part? It doesn't look like it was forcefully severed too. As the mystery deepens, Yoruchi arrives back with the girls. How was it? Sona asked, seeing the frown on Yoruchi's face. Let's return first. I want to tell and pass something to Kisuke. So yeah, I did some poking around underground after that, but couldn't find a thing. At least the rest of the monsters were easy as pie. Loki said to the goddess she invited over to a detached building of the Twilight Manor to complain. The nerve. I've been wondering why you called me out here at this late hour. Freya sighed, however, it's pretty obvious to Loki that she has something else in her mind. I have no connection to today's incident or interest in your involvement. Loki frowned at her strange demeanor but immediately hid her expression by drinking wine, big words, coming from the culprit herself. Freya's eyes widened at her words before smiling, my. Do you have any proof? Not a single injured bystander. Escaped monsters acted like they were searching for something and ignored all the townsfolk. A lot of them were charmed and I can't remember seeing a certain airhead vixen anywhere at the scene. Even the guys in charge of watching the monsters were falling all over themselves, or so I've been hearing. Putting down her glass of wine, Loki stood up and put her foot on her chair before pointing at Freya with a big grin on her face. Charmed. All this charm. That settles it. Not that I have a clue what you were trying to achieve though. Freya picked up her glass of wine and gave up on denying her accusations. Foo-foo. Indeed. What you say is true. For the most part. Loki then proceeded to threaten her. Wonder if the guild would like to hear about this. Their punishments are pretty harsh, aren't they? In response to that, Freya only muttered a few words, the eagle feather robe. Come again. The eagle feather robe I lent you has yet to be returned, yes. And maybe so, but I've really taken a liking to it. Returning it now would be just. Loki started faltering. After getting the reaction she's aiming for, Freya smiled brightly. If you're willing to overlook today, or rather, if you'll turn a blind eye to my activities from here on out, I'd be willing to let you keep it. How does that sound? Loki made a complicated face before shouting and scratching her head in frustration. Gah. Damn it. Dastardly woman. Now I'm pissed. And I even warned you. One of my cute kiddos got beat up pretty bad taking down one of those monsters. This time, Freya is genuinely confused as she explicitly commanded the monster she released not to hurt anyone else besides the target. Why are you making that face? You know the one. The 10th. All snaky and gross, with a flower for a head. I only released 9 monsters. Lying through your teeth. It's the truth. I only needed them to delay yours and Ganesha's children. I never intended to cause any harm with my little prank. Loki's expression became serious. Well then, the heck was that monster? Who knows? I don't even know what you're referring to. Freya then stood up. If there's nothing else, I would like to take my leave. Loki knew that she wouldn't be getting anything about the plant monster from Freya, so she asked the final thing that has been bothering her. You've been out of it for a while now. Are you thinking of messing with that kid, Kisuke Urahara? Take my warning seriously this time. You can't touch him. Although I'm indeed interested in him, I found an even more interesting and troublesome child. Freya only gave this answer before leaving for good. More interesting than him. Loki frowned at her words. Once she got away from the Twilight Manor, Freya muttered to the wind, Otter. A burly man then appeared beside her. Yes, Freya-sama. What happened to the child I asked you to search? Freya is referring to the child with the crimson soul she saw last time. No news about him anywhere. We couldn't even find a single clue about him. I see. Ramp up your search on him. I want to meet him. Freya commanded, and Otter disappeared again after acknowledging it. Freya recalled the moment Bell grabbed the knife that the cloaked and masked man threw to him. The moment he touched it, Bell's soul increased in radiance, as if it just accepted a great tonic, and the knife became connected to his very soul. The only other type of weapon that can do something similar is a divine weapon, which the gods themselves use. And the man who gave that knife to him and waved at her is the same crimson-colored soul she got a glimpse before. Who are you? Editors. Alexander. 28th00. Alternative title. Freya jukes only to realize she got juked first. 28th00. Chapter 399, Exploration with the Loki Familia. That same night, Yoruchi returned from her late-night investigation and went straight to Kisuke's lab. How is it? Kisuke didn't look up and continued examining the strangely colored magic stone that Yoruchi has brought today using his myriads of devices. Basically, it is just a regular magic stone, but the strange bits inside of it form a spell, augmented with a bit of spiritual powers. A spell. What does it do? I'm still not sure about the entirety of its function, however, I managed to uncover a few things. First, the spell is a set of commands that the monster follows, and the spiritual powers is a tether for it to be connected to its host or the person who created this magic stone. Can you trace this connection? Kisuke shook his head. The moment the monster died, this connection disappeared. I might be able to find some other way, but not now. I see. You're focusing on creating the gate. Yes. I'm on a critical stage. If I can divert my attention, that's only for the Sacred Gear project, as that is important for our future growth. Kisuke then turned to Yoruchi. What about you? What's the result of your investigation? It's actually easy to find the information about the elf, as it seems that she's pretty famous. Other adventures gave her the nickname, the Banshee, for reasons that everyone she apparently partied with, her own familia and those outside of it, are dead. Each and every time, her party would meet an unfortunate accident and only she would survive. It all started 6 years ago on the incident known as the Nightmare of the 27th Floor. A lot of adventurers died that day due to machinations of the former organization Evolus. Their leader sent his men to the 27th floor to wipe every adventurer there. They leaked false information stating that there was suspicious activity going on in the dungeon. They lured several influential parties to the 27th floor. All of Evolus people acted as decoys and led a mass of monsters to those parties. All of the floor's monsters, as well as the floor boss, had a free-for-all frenzy. It was like a painting of hell, they say. The reinforcements arrived late. All they witnessed was a river of black and red, filled with bodies which you couldn't even begin to count. And then the monsters that followed. The adventurers that were attacked were at a loss, and the scenery on the 27th floor continued to spread. The black-haired elf, Philvis Chalia, was one of the few survivors of that incident. Barely making it out of there with her life. She came back to the town, looking like she had already died. They said that there were a lot of adventurers that had lost their comrades or lost body parts, but they have never seen anybody with as bad of a face as the one she had. And from that day on, it's as if she has become cursed. Any party she approaches, sooner or later, it gets annihilated. Once, their party made an error in judgment. Another time, they ran into an irregular environment. A falling out among comrades. There are at least 4 cases where a party has been completely annihilated. She's always the lone survivor. If you party with that elf, you'll die. That rumor spread like a wildfire because it wasn't a joke. Even though she is now a captain among the Dionysus Familia, there are still fumes of that rumor floating around. Solo adventurer, the party-killing elf, Banshee. Yoruchi ended her story. Where did you get this information? Riveria. Just a bit of money, and everyone will be talking. Kisuke stayed silent for a moment before voicing out his thoughts. Is it bad that I became interested in partying with her? It's bad. Yoruchi, however, grinned, but I also want to try it. Chuckling, Kisuke changed the topic. Setting that aside, are you sure that there's a missing part of her soul? Yes. I can tell you that much. Though I still wonder how she can still move around properly. If we want to know more about it, I guess we should investigate what really happened down on the 27th floor 6 years ago. I have the same thoughts. But Kuroka's and my hands are already full, so we'll just be putting it to our side note. What's important is that she immediately tried to snatch that magic stone and that she's from the Dionysus Familia. Right. We don't know what's their connection with this incident, but it'll be good if we put an eye on them in case they do something nasty and we're affected by it. Got it. I'll make the preparations to put them in our limited monitoring. Yoruichi sat down on the sofa prepared for the resting period and intended to accompany Kisuke with his research all night when the latter suddenly pulled out a bunch of paper and passed it to her. By the way, the girls already decided to level up. This is their stats before and after. Yoruichi nodded and took a look at the papers. Sona Citri. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, C, 698, SSS, 1101. VIT, A, 901, SSS, 1232. Dex, S, 925, SSS, 1354. AGI, C, 699, SS, 1099. Extra abilities. DE Empow, SSS, 1302, X 1500. Ika Kiryu. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SS, 1001, SSS, 1409. VIT, S, 989, SSS, 1384. Dex, SS, 1092, SSS, 1489. AGI, SS, 1002, SSS, 1401. Mana, A, 898, SS, 1100. Extra abilities. REIKI, B, 703, SSS, 1480. Draconic Aura, C, 669, X 1500. Chiron Tuju. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SS, 1059, SSS, 1490. VIT, SS, 1069, X 1500. Dex, S, 998, SSS, 1339. AGI, SS, 1010, SSS, 1475. Mana, A, 872, SS, 1001. Ki, E, 596, X 1500. Kuroka Tuju. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SSS, 1349, X 1500. VIT, SSS, 1401, X 1500. Dex, SSS, 1203, SSS, 1475. AGI, SSS, 1304, SSS, 1486. Mana, SS, 1098, SSS, 1307. Ki, SS, 1027, X 1500. Magic. New, Sage Mode, Expelling Black Flames. New, Hohu, Movement Techniques. Medusa. Level 1. Basic abilities. STR, SS, 1099, SSS, 1301. VIT, SS, 1058, SSS, 1298. Dex, SSS, 1401, X 1500. AGI, X 1500. Mana, X 1500. I see. They've been complaining about feeling bloated and I can somehow feel it too. Yes. I decided that it's already time to level up. It's not good to push too much because it'll only damage their foundation. What about you? I just need 2 more parameters to reach the EX status. No way I'm going to level up without maxing it out. Just be careful. I will. The next day, just as the trio was about to leave for the dungeon, Riveria and Line arrived in the abandoned church. Kisuke along with the girls and the still lethargic Hestia came out to greet them. Good morning, Riveria-san. About the last time, please forgive me for that. The nasty shopkeeper immediately reminded her of what happened 3 days ago. Line on the side became nervous as she peeked at Riveria's expression. Thankfully, however, there wasn't much of a change in her expression as she replied, no. I don't blame you for putting those terms 5 days ago. I'm talking about what happened 3 days ago. Riveria's smile didn't disappear but her eyes and atmosphere became cold. The last time I came here was 5 days ago. I wonder what you're talking about. So that's how she wanted to play it. Whatever. Kisuke chuckled and chose to let her go. Would you like to come inside? Riveria shook her head, no. I only came here to bring Line and say that I would like to start our lessons a week later. Is something going on? Riveria's demeanor slowly calmed down and answered honestly, a few of our members are going to the dungeon for a week to pay some of our debts. Our last expedition forced us to take loans for the destroyed weapons and we hope that we can recoup our losses. May I ask until which floor are you going? At least the 30th floor. If that's the case, do you mind taking 3 of my girls with you? They can act as supporters. They need valuable experience. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko looked towards Kisuke before looking towards Riveria with gleaming eyes. As the least experienced in the group, Kisuke's proposal is great for them. Riveria hesitated for a few moments before answering, "It's fine with me, but I have to consult with everyone else. We plan to meet in the central park of the Tower of Babel at noon after some preparations. They can come after they have prepared, but it's only then that the others can decide if they can come along or not." "That's fine. Thanks." Kisuke then turned to the girls, "Start preparing. Kuroka, Medusa, please help them." "Okay. Understood. Yoruchi, please lead Line to the examination room." "Got it." Yoruchi then grabbed Line's hand and dragged her towards the elevator where the girls were already entering. Riveria only watched them silently before turning back to the grinning Kisuke and sighed. She then raised her hand and swore, "I swear to my Falna that I won't reveal any information to anyone regarding the members of the Hestia Familia without any prior permission to do so." Kisuke then looked towards Hestia, who was already wide awake, staring at Riveria, and nodded at him. "I can also assure you that I didn't tell anyone else anything about your familia." Riveria followed up before turning around to leave. Hestia also confirmed that she isn't lying. To her leaving back, Kisuke waved, "See you in a week." Riveria ignored him and walked faster as she's still very embarrassed by what happened last time. She's already praising herself not running away from him the moment she saw him. Editors. 28th00. Alexander. Alternative title. Riveria sells her soul to the devil. 28th00. Chapter 400, Send Off. Before noon, Kisuke first goes to meet the three that are about to leave on their first long dungeon dive. Although Riveria didn't give her assurance regarding the acceptance of the trio, he's pretty sure that they'll be accepted due to their sheer curiosity of the group. Aika, Sona, and Kaneko are each carrying a backpack that is imbued with space magic. The space inside is 10 × 10 × 10 meters. While only 1/10 of it is filled with necessary supplies, more than half of it was filled with various food or tools related to food due to Kisuke chucking them in like an insecure grandma to her grandchildren. Now then to the real thing. Take this. Kisuke gave each one of them a silver bracelet around ½ an inch wide. On the outer surface, there's nothing on it except for its shiny radiance, but on the inside, various complicated inscriptions are embedded, and in the middle of it is an icon of a skull engulfed in flame. The three wore it on their right arm, and Sona asked, "What are these for?" "Sacrificial accessories. If I call it like that, then I assume you already know what it's for." Kisuke replied with a smile. The three of them immediately nodded, and Aika followed up a question, "What's the limit?" "Any fatal attack that lands on you will break it. However, its limit is a single attack from the monster Rex of the 50th floor. I doubt you'll use it in this outing, however, please make sure that this only breaks when it's most needed. I was only able to make 3 of these because of its complexity. It's my luck that I was able to finish all 3 of them before this came up." Aika, Sona, and Kaneko looked at each other before jumping towards Kisuke and giving him a group hug. "Thank you." Kisuke just let them hug him for a few seconds before asking them to separate from him. "I dragged you into my mess, so this the least that I could do." Patting each one of their heads, Kisuke's expression then became serious. "However, in this dungeon dive, it'll be truly dangerous for the 3 of you. Unlike before with the Minotaurs, where we're all watching your progress and could immediately respond when something goes wrong, this time, once you send out an SOS signal, it'll take us some time to arrive at your side. If it's just feelings alone we're talking about, I don't want you to leave my side. However, logically speaking, you have to take this risk or you'll be forever reliant on, not just me, but every one of us. And if we don't take initiative, it'll get worse in the future. So please keep in mind that you might actually die this time around." The 3 of them nodded seriously, and Sona answered, "We understand. We also don't like a future where we have to rely on you on everything. We're glad to take this risk in exchange for a very valuable experience." "Good." Kisuke's smile then returned, now with the last reminders. First, Aika. Aika stepped forward and answered, "Yes. You can use everything you've learned, however, only use your shurikai when it's a dangerous situation. I trust your judgment." "Understood. Kaneko-chan." Kaneko then stepped forward, "Yes, senpai. You can use your senjutsu, but only a part of your sage mode. I heard from Kuroka that you still keep losing control of your emotions if you use it too much. You're the vanguard and the tank of the team. You can't go far away from both of them." "Understood." Sona. It was Sona's turn, so she also took a step forward. "Yes. You can use everything you've got. Compared to your previous state, your magic is still weak, however, this time thanks to the Falna, your physical abilities are stronger than before, so make sure to leverage that. But remember that although you magic can take on a level 3, a level 4 can still tear through it using just their physical bodies, and if your opponent is a veteran adventurer, even if it's a level 3, he or she can trick you with his or her battle experience and catch you off guard. You're good at reading the overall situation and giving commands to respond to that, but your combat experience is very low. Be sure to watch everyone from the Loki Familia to learn a thing or two, or engage in close combat when you think the risk isn't too high. Sona understood that she's currently the weakest among their team and is doing her best to watch and give suitable commands to everyone as compensation. But Sona knew that it can't continue this way forever and happily accepted Kisuke's advice. I understand. And one last thing. Keep this in your pocket. Kisuke then passed a small token to Sona. Since the rest of us will be busy with our own things and can't go into the dungeon for long periods of time, I can't let this opportunity go to study it. This token will passively scan the dungeon and gather all sorts of information while you carry it, so you can just forget about it in your pocket. Got it. Sona pocketed the token and looked up to Kisuke. It's time to leave. We have to go. She then closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Kisuke's neck before planting a deep kiss on his lips. Sona separated from Kisuke a few seconds later with a bit of a blush on her face and stepped back. Aika also stepped in and did the same as Sona, followed by Kaneko that had to jump to reach Kisuke's height. However, before Kaneko could steal a kiss, Kisuke stopped her and just gave her a kiss on her forehead, resulting in a pouty and angry kitten. Please look forward to it once I've mastered my senjutsu. Kisuke chuckled and replied, I'm waiting. Kaneko became happy after finally getting a good response from Kisuke. She then ran towards her sister who's watching with the rest of the girls this entire time. Kuroka-nisama, I'm going. Giving her little sister a hug, Kuroka gave a reminder of her own. Be careful, Chiron. And always remember this, the flames are yours, not the other way around. I'll remember it. Kaneko separated from her sister and Sona and Aika took turns to say their farewells with the rest of the girls before the three of them left for good. While watching them leave, Yoruichi approached Kisuke and said, let me guess, instead of just one fatal attack, those bracelets will probably still be intact after 2 attacks. And the moment you felt that it activated for the first time, you'll forcefully tear through space to go to their side despite the restriction of space around the dungeon. Kisuke looked towards Yoruichi with an embarrassed smile. Is it really that obvious? Yoruichi, Kuroka, and Medusa started chuckling and Yoruichi said, you're someone who's obsessed with safety and security and everyone knew that. Those three probably have some idea, but don't worry about them not taking your words seriously. Those girls will treat this outing as you said it. Well, I guess that's fine.